Kicked the bucket in a military accident, then woke up as Adrian Lawrence, just a mid-tier noble kid. Started a new life in a world dripping with high-end tech. Magic exists here, and Adrian started crushing it immediately. But shining too bright puts a target on your back. The main wife? Green with envy because her own kid was trash compared to a genius stepson. Tried to poison a 7-year-old. And the worst part? The old man just watched. Even though it was obvious who brewed the poison. Adrian went into stealth mode. Played the fool for 10 long years. Biding time. Waiting for the strength to crush that witch. Gonna wipe out the half-brother, her whole toxic bloodline, and keep mom safe. But first, smash that like button, subscribe, and hype this up. Want to support the rebellion? Join the squad down below for extra perks. Alright, let us dive in. Picture a world fueled by arcane power. 4 continents, 20 nations, countless species. Welcome to Rondell. The era of swords is dead. The era of magic is in full swing. But don't get it twisted. Despite the magical tech, it's still a feudal mess. Kings, nobles, and massive class discrimination everywhere. They call it the Golden Age of Rondell. But history was about to shift. December 29th, 1999. Right before the new century, Supreme Mage Manuel Lucas dropped a bombshell that shook the planet. The old geezer announced he hid all his power, knowledge, and loot somewhere out there. Finders keepers. Fate was up for grabs. Manuel Lucas wasn't just anyone. Archduke of the Brigham Empire. The guy who built this golden age. The only ninth circle mage in existence. Hearing the news, everyone and their grandma went hunting for the jackpot. Chasing the destiny of Manuel Lucas became the new trend. Naturally, the rumor mill went crazy. Some said the dungeon lay in the barren Dragonlands. Others swore the loot was stashed in the tax haven of Elysia. Even whispered about a sky fortress in the Sea of Storms, the center of the world. Didn't matter where you came from. Highborn, lowborn, human or not. Everyone wanted that power. But rumors are just hot air. 0 clues found. 20 years flew by, and the mystery turned into a cold case. Until one day, a system window popped up, sweat dripping down. Destiny of Manuel Lucas? Acquired. The excitement was real. Flashback to the magic year 2007. Castle Rafford, Lawrence. Morden asks young Adrian about resuming studies. Morden tried to baby the kid, but Adrian just wanted to find a specific book. Priorities. Meet the second son, Adrian Lawrence, a reincarnator with memories of a totally average past life. Died in a military truck accident. Only 1 month left before discharge too. Talk about bad luck. Eyes open. Bye-bye South Korea, hello Reinhardt Kingdom. Went from Kim Minji to Adrian Lawrence. Just a regular middle-class noble family. Started fresh as the second son of a viscount with some land. Not royalty, but not poor either. Confusion faded fast. Adult brain in a kid's body is a cheat code. Started learning way faster than the other brats. Instructors were mind-blown, calling Adrian a prodigy, exceptional talent, gained recognition, met the father's expectations, but success breeds haters. Plus, this world was kind of a letdown. Sure, Rondell is advanced, maybe even more than 20th century Earth. So, past life knowledge? Useless. Magic tech made modern science obsolete. Only option was to grind and increase personal value. Kept up the genius act. But life loves to throw curveballs. Memory hits hard. Dining with mom. Suddenly, bam! Hit the floor. Poison coursing through the veins. Only 7 years old. Doc said survival was a miracle. A few minutes later, would have been game over. Everyone asked who did it, but the culprit was obvious. While recovering, a visitor dropped by the room, asking if Adrian knew how worried she was. The audacity. Looked up in fear and saw that snake's face. Anna Lawrence, the main wife, high-born snob, couldn't stand a low-born kid catching the patriarch's eye. The dad paying attention to Adrian drove her crazy. Once the poison cleared up, fury took over. High-tech world, but the justice system? Trash. Total garbage. Touching Anna Lawrence without proof? Impossible. But the dad? No way that man didn't know she was the prime suspect. That's when it clicked. The old man chose the family reputation over his son's life, turned a blind eye. Fine. Genius act dropped. Fast forward 10 years. May 1st, 2019. Adrian is 20 now, heading to the usual cafe spot, staff whispering in the back. That's the Rafford spare? Looks like a commoner. Manager shut them up fast. Can I help you, sir? Adrian scans the counter. Where are the Chronicle point cards? No online options seen. Policy change. Sold at the register now. How many? Adrian smirks. I'll take the whole lot. And just walks out. Thank you for your patronage. The supervisor hissed at the subordinate. Pull yourself together. Lose a noble's favor and punishment will be the least of your worries. Confusion clouded the employee's mind. Why would a high-ranking noble visit a shop personally? Surely a servant could handle such menial errands. Beats me, the supervisor shrugged, equally baffled. Shocked me too the first time, but this regular customer drops by 2 or 3 times a month without fail. A hardcore gaming fanatic. That was the only logical conclusion. After all, Adrian Lawrence just dropped 5 million on game point cards, 5 million won blown in seconds. Suddenly, the guard interrupted the spending spree. A call had come from the main estate. Young Master Cedric is visiting. The news made Adrian's blood boil. Back at the mansion, Sylvia Lawrence worriedly asked about his whereabouts, but before an answer could be given, a shadow loomed. Walking the grounds without a carriage? Have you finally lost your mind? Cedric Lawrence, the 23-year-old half-brother, 3 years older and infinitely more annoying. The verbal assault began immediately. You call yourself a noble's son? Acting like a common plebeian, have you no care for the family name? Reputation? Who cares? Adrian scoffed internally. This guy is just all talk. Strip away the noble title and Cedric wouldn't last a day in the real world. Fighting back would only waste precious gaming time. Better to retreat. My apologies. It was thoughtless. Won't happen again. Arrogance dripped from Cedric's voice. Good. Being a half-blood mongrel is nothing to be proud of. So, what are you doing here? Adrian cut to the chase. Cedric smirked. Father wants you to take over a business. Far's Distribution. A name that rang a bell. By Earth standards, the noble families of Hondel were a terrifying hybrid. Corporate conglomerates meets political powerhouses, tentacles in every industry. Far's Distribution, the cash cow of the mining sector. A core business of the Lawrence family. Suddenly, the surprise visit made sense. I understand the offer, but I refuse. Quick on the uptake, the brute sneered. The protagonist checked the time. If business is concluded, leave. There are games to be played. I spent a fortune on gaming items today. No time for work. The admission stunned the brother, before laughter erupted. Pathetic. Yes, stay a nobody. It suits you. Cedric departed. His mother trembled with worry, but Adrian remained calm. Staying out of it is the safest path. After the poisoning attempt, the genius died. Adrian mused. Self-isolation became the ultimate shield. Vassals were kept at arm's length. Father had no use for a mediocrity born of a concubine. That indifference became armor. No expectations meant no assassination attempts. 10 years of silence, 10 years of fading into the background. Survival meant becoming a ghost. The mansion staff whispered, from prodigy to game addict, a tragic fall from grace in their eyes. Rumors spread like wildfire, fueled by servants loyal to the official wife, Anna. Every move watched, every failure reported. But that reputation bought freedom. Back in the sanctuary of the bedroom, the VR headset awaited. They think this is an escape? Adrian smirked, equipping the gear. They couldn't be more wrong. Login complete. Phase 1 of the Destiny mission, clear. Now synchronizing character stats with the physical body. To monitor the world, one must master the virtual realm. In Chronicle Online, power wasn't just pixels. It was real. Flashback to the Royal Academy, 10 years ago. A research project on Manuel Lucas changed everything. The family crest of Manuel Lucas held the secret. It wasn't a symbol, it was English. The word why English in this fantasy world? The gears turned. Could Manuel Lucas be a fellow traveler from Earth? Coincidence was a possibility, but suspicion grew. Soon, the truth became undeniable. The Archduke of Hondel was a Terran. The smoking gun? His dying words. I wish to walk the beaches of California with Mary one last time. To the locals, California was nonsense. Gibberish from a dying old man. But for a reincarnated soul, it was a screaming signal. The Butler-S records confirmed the impossible. No more doubts. The great Archduke wasn't just a legend, he was a player from Earth, just like Adrian. The evidence was everywhere. An aura condensation device named Washington. The first VR prototype named Hollywood. He had used Earth's technology to revolutionize this world. Armed with modern knowledge, the hunt began. Years of tracking led to one specific point, the legacy left behind. Gotcha. The destination was found. A path of flowers and glory awaited, or so it seemed. But the prize was guarded by nightmares. Monsters swarmed. And thanks to the synchronization, every claw and fang caused real, agonizing pain. Obtaining the legacy wasn't the end. It was the start of hell. Fear had to be discarded. Because Manuel Lucas had hidden his greatest treasure in the most ironic place possible, inside the game itself. Usually, a game is just a game. Pain is muted. Sensation is filtered. But not this time. Every hit shattered bones. Every battle was a dance with death. This was the impossible story of a gamer fighting for his life. To inherit the legendary destiny of Manuel Lucas, syncing the game with reality is the only way. Sounds insane, right? Like, who would actually believe that? Then, Out of nowhere, a goblin jumps out for the kill, but dodging is easy. A quick counterattack, a solid hit, and it's over. Level 10 reached. Finally, it is time for the class change. First stage of the Destiny quest? Crushed it. Now the main god, Ariel, is warping the avatar into a secret dimension. Notifications are popping off everywhere, thinking that level 10 and stage 1 are finally secured. The best part? Skills from Chronicle Online are starting to bleed into the real world. That means every single gain here transfers straight to the physical body. Then, right behind the back, a portal manifests. Enter the second floor of Manuel Lucas' magic tower, obviously. Stepping through reveals a massive library. Way different from that empty first floor. This place is stacked. Wall-to-wall bookshelves as far as the eye can see. Spotted a treasure chest in the corner. Pop it open. Bam! 5 billion gold. It even asks for bank account details to make the deposit. Finally, a reward that actually looks valuable. Too bad grabbing that much cash isn't an option, but whatever. The real treasure isn't the money. It is this, the magic circle. Class change successful. Mage unlocked. The circle synced perfectly with the physical body. System warns, do not log out. Forced exit now means taking massive physical damage. Used to think MP was just a blue bar on a screen. Never actually felt mana in the real world before. But now that the magic circle is complete, can totally feel the mana humming right in the chest. Wasn't exactly a walk in the park. This is the true power of Destiny. Total sync between game and reality. First circle, established. Time to find a matching technique. Reaching for a book triggers a prompt. Would you like to process these materials? Seriously convenient. Reading through all these huge piles one by one would be a total nightmare. As expected of the world's greatest mage, Manuel Lucas. But then, a splitting headache kicks in, realizing that while downloading skills by touching books is a cheat, cramming the principles directly into the brain is pure agony. Anyway, last one. The Magic Circle Concealment Book. Perfect for hiding that mana signature. Exactly what is needed right now. It is like Manuel Lucas predicted this situation. Skill acquired. Another wave of pain crashes in, collapsing to the floor, thinking about how hopeless things seemed before facing this destiny. Just wanted a chill life without drama from mother. Gonna do whatever it takes to get that peace. Fast forward to the next day, at the Mansion's training grounds. The knight comments on the stamina boost. Adrian Lawrence plays dumb, asking, "You really think so?" Knight Vice admits he was shocked when the request to train swordsmanship came in. Vice notes the body movement seems heavier lately. Replied that the body just feels heavy, but honestly, training in the game is definitely buffing the real physique. Leaving that aside, can feel the mana circle spinning and stamina spiking. Status improvements are hitting the real world hard. Which means game skills are fully usable out here too. That is actually insanely broken. Thank God for circle concealment. It keeps the mana hidden from these sensitive knights. The knight asks about the good mood. The excuse? Just got a rare item in the game. Background chatter starts. Typical game addict. Vice is a freak for helping a weakling like that. Vice snaps back at their rudeness, told the guy to chill, but honestly, gotta appreciate someone getting angry on the behalf of others. It is all an act anyway. Gotta dodge those pathetic looks from Anna Lawrence and Cedric Lawrence. Being ignored as a useless bastard is the perfect cover right now. Back in the room, logging in again. Confirmed, real-life stats mirror the game perfectly. Priority number 1, create a party. That is the ticket to more cash and skills down the line. Someone once said the strongest skill is the power of the credit card. Time to whale out. Buying blessings, protections, XP boosts, the works. New window pops up. Summon supporter. Now we are talking. A supporter? Probably triggered by the low stamina stat. Having backup will definitely speed up leveling. Costs XP to summon, but for a solid team, not a waste of resources at all. Gonna roll for a high-tier warrior to tank. Cost is irrelevant. Click. Several options pop up. Feels just like those brutal Korean gachas. Dropped 30 million won and saw nothing but trash. Wait, something caught the eye. A supporter named Arcia Klein, the Celestial Steel, defense specialist with God's Shield. Never seen a support like this before. Maybe a hidden character? Class, unique angel. Skills look insane. System prompt. Register Arcia Klein? Yes. System warns that once this is done, there is no going back. Really proceed? Absolutely. Arcia Klein registered. Cue the massive special effects show, and boom, right before the eyes, Arcia Klein materializes as the ultimate tanker, wielding a shield massive enough to block out the sun. Adrian Lawrence scoffs at the sight. That facial expression? Stone cold, like a golem trapped in human flesh. Time to hit the battlefield and put this tank to the test. The realization hits instantly. Defense stats are off the charts, an absolute fortress. With the front line secured, it is time to spam the magic ability, Magic Missile, from the backlines. In the blink of an eye, level 20 is reached. This grind is becoming a walk in the park compared to the usual struggle. Even with experience points splitting between the party, the leveling speed feels broken. But then a system alert flashes, 15 straight hours logged in. The system demands a mandatory rest period. Fine, logging out now. Consciousness returns to the real-world bedroom. A solid day of grinding, time to crash. But upon waking and heading to the training hall, a presence lurks behind, a shadow. Turning around reveals the impossible. That celestial steel unit Arcia Klein, glitching from the game world straight into reality, shock hits hard. What the hell is a game character doing here? The reply? Supporting the master. No, that is not the question. How did pixel data manifest physically? Arcia nods. The curiosity regarding materialization in this dimension is logical. Exactly. It seems this unit can perfectly distinguish between the virtual realm and the physical world. Situation awareness is high. The explanation drops. Identification. Homunculus. Basically, a bio-android. Creator, the legendary Manuel Lucas. As programmed by the master, combat specs and visuals are locked to the celestial steel template. Adrian realizes the truth. This thing is a living legacy of Manuel Lucas. Confirmation received. Damn it, if the transfer to reality was part of the package, a more versatile support unit would have been the smart pick. Wait, do the in-game stats apply here? The answer is shocking. Affirmative. Restricted powers will unlock as mission levels rise. Current power assessment? Maximum output. Comparable to a legendary Grandmaster. Adrian freezes. Grandmaster? That is the martial equivalent of an 8th circle mage. We are talking about the absolute peak. The strongest on the continent. Even the Hayward Kingdom only boasts 7th circle users. There are only 8 beings at that level in the entire world. How did Manuel Lucas engineer such a monster? Regardless, having a loyal powerhouse that obeys every command is a massive win. What? The real headache begins now. Concealment. Where was the unit stored before arrival? And can it be uploaded back into the game? Location identified. Standby mode in a maintenance warehouse within the holy city of Everell. Transmission executed via the game management server. However, digital transport is a one-way ticket for initial deployment only. Returning to the warehouse requires physical travel. Great. Does this tank class have any stealth modules or magic cloaking? Negative on stealth. Warrior class specifications. However, mana concealment is operational. Showtime. Activation initiated. The glowing protective aura around the armor vanishes instantly, erasing the magical signature. Perfect. Just like the main character, the homunculus can hide its power level. The knights will not sense a thing. The plan is set. No other choice. The reputation is already trashed here anyway. Who cares if the rumors get worse? The next day, a bold move. Parading around the mansion grounds like nothing is wrong. The servants whisper, Master Adrian Lawrence openly bringing a woman home. The gossip spreads like wildfire. The maid supposedly caught the master in his bedroom with the mystery girl. Identities are questioned. Scandal brews, but ignoring the noise, escaping the drama to focus on what matters, the grind. Back in the room, back in the game. Missions crushed. Level 30 achieved. Status window check. The immature playboy bringing home a strange woman act is the perfect camouflage. No one suspects Arcia Klein is a weapon of mass destruction. Question. What happens to the physical vessel during login? Answer. Switching to economy mode. It resembles sleep, but sensors remain active. A sentry mode to ensure the Master's safety in reality. So if trouble knocks on the door, an immediate alert triggers. Confirmation received. The ultimate security system. Focus returns to the digital battlefield. The boss phase begins. Target identified. The Orc Warlord, Kant. Mission objective. Elimination. The towering green behemoth speaks. A taunt to the puny human: defeat me and become a legend. System restriction. Attack consumables, bombs, scrolls all locked out. The easy way is forbidden. This is Manuel Lucas' training philosophy. True strength comes from raw skill, not items. Adrian commands the tank. Arcia Klein, engage. The warlord strikes, but a massive shield intercepts the blow with a deafening clang. Perfect block. The monster hesitates, confused by the immovable object. Distraction successful. Adrian locks onto the target. Magic missile launch, a direct hit to the eyes. Critical damage achieved. The benefits of top-tier gear and body optimization are clear. This is no ordinary first circle spell. The firepower has evolved. Against a standard mob, that would have been a kill shot. But the warlord is built differently. It shrugs off the pain and swings a massive blade for the finish. Clang. Arcia intercepts again, instantly. Adrian watches in disbelief. This intensity is insanity, blinded but berserk. The beast charges without hesitation. A glance at the health bar reveals the nightmare: the HP has not even dropped below 50%. The massive orc unleashes a storm of strikes. One hit equals game over. Thank God Arcia is backing up the party. Lying about not being scared would be stupid with that monster charging. But having died once already, fear doesn't hit the same way anymore. Skill activation, excavate, the ground vanishes, sending the beast crashing down. Opportunity seized, can't let terror freeze the muscles now, push past the limit, keep that monster grounded and pile on the damage. Attacks fly from every angle. A relentless barrage continues until the orc warrior is finally on the ropes. This guy is a tank. Maybe dropping the sword for some dirty ground techniques would have been smarter. The enemy charges one last time. Magic missile, fire, boom. The orc warrior falls. Second stage mission, cleared. Requirements met. The third floor of Manuel Lucas' magic tower is now open for business. Meanwhile, that same night, Viscount Highford Lawrence gazes out the window. The silence breaks as someone enters, asking about deep thoughts. It's the old man, Highford. His wife points out the loneliness of the late hour. Is the mood down because Adrian dragged a commoner home? The Viscount ignores the jab, handing a letter to Anna, the first wife. Reading it freezes the blood. Conscription orders. The threat of war is no longer just a rumor. Tensions with the Krokan Empire have spiked. Every territory must mobilize. The Viscount faces orders to join the Western Command with 5 vanguards, 50 knights, and 1,000 soldiers. Shock hits the woman hard. Surely the plan isn't to send the precious heir, Cedric, into that meat grinder. Send Adrian instead. The kid just games all day. Useless deadweight needs to earn keep. As a Lawrence, shouldn't the slacker contribute? The father shoots back a cold question. Ignored until now, but suddenly needed for cannon fodder? It was Anna's wish to sideline the boy, yet Adrian enjoyed the noble perks. Now comes the bill. Is that really the stance? A silent, icy stare is the only answer given to the woman's rambling. Cedric is the territory's future. The heir and mother won't be touched. Just shut up and follow the patriarch's decision. The woman is stunned. The Viscount confirms. Adrian Lawrence heads to the battlefield this time. But upon return, total independence. No danger will touch Adrian or Sylvia ever again. No more spies, no more secret investigations. That's the deal. Back off and let the boy live free. Next morning, clashing steel. The training knight can't believe the physical spike from daily grinding. Progress is insane. If the knight had grinded this hard back in the day, legends would have been written about that man. But the secret isn't just sweat. It's hitting level 30 and crushing the Destiny mission's second stage. The loot was sweet, piles of cash and the formation of a second magic circle. It's basically an inventory slot, a personal treasure chest to stash gear. Exploiting this changes the game. Storage is just the start. Game stats are bleeding into reality. With enough grinding, a battle mage build is possible. Magical prowess mixed with knightly physique. Max out those destiny stats, and a monster scarier than Archmage Manuel Lucas is born. Suddenly, the vibe breaks. The butler interrupts. The lord demands an audience at the castle. Why call now? Hours later, inside the Highford office, the summons is confusing, but the atmosphere is toxic. The half-brother is losing it, screaming at the old man. Why send that piece of trash to represent the family in war? Dad lays it out. Cedric is the only heir. The main bloodline can't be risked in a death zone. Adrian's mother snaps. Is the patriarch saying her son is disposable? Is there a price tag difference between the boys? So, that's the play. Summoned just to hear, you're expendable. The irritation bar is filling up fast. Wait, this isn't all bad. Slap on a helmet and it's just another player on the server. As a substitute, nobody touches the VIP. Priority 1. Escape this hellhole and Anna's spy network. The mission is accepted. Representing the family is a go. The father gives thanks. Cedric shuts his trap because father said so, but warns, don't drag the family name through the mud. Hilarious. The little brother staying home in luxury is lecturing the guy going to war? The guy is older but acts like a toddler. Clearly, childhood mode was set to too easy. Best effort promised. Leaving now wait. The patriarch halts the exit. A private chat is requested. Guards dismissed. Just the two of them. What's the hidden quest dialogue here? Here's the deal. Survive this, and relocation to the royal capital is unlocked for Sylvia and Adrian. Consider it the quest reward for covering Cedric. Total freedom. No interference. It confirms one thing. Anna's hate reaches even beyond the horizon. Adrian Lawrence questions the patriarch's true intentions. His trust is a luxury this rebellious scion cannot afford yet. However, the young master plays along, claiming to understand the gravity of the situation. The patriarch sees right through the hesitation. To the father, trust is earned in blood. Adrian must return alive from the battlefield before any real alliance can be formed. The deal is struck. The patriarch commands the young master to take the item. Upon contact, the system interface likely screams in delight. It is a Class 5 artifact, a legendary S-rank shield. This S-rank defense gear is essential. Teleportation magic is banned in the war zone, making survival a physical game. Adrian Lawrence realizes the immense value of this gift. Money cannot buy this level of protection. A nod of gratitude is given. The patriarch warns that staying conscious is the only way to survive the slaughter ahead. But as Adrian turns to leave, a chilling sensation crawls up the spine. Two figures watch from the shadows. Their aura is thick with murderous intent. Of course, the enemies within the house are watching. The patriarch advises ignoring Sylvia Lawrence and staying calm. Calm? Adrian Lawrence scoffs internally. When poison ravaged the young master's body at age 7, this father did nothing. That disappointment burned deeper than the toxin. Betrayal is a familiar flavor. Surrounded by vipers, the only temporary shield is the patriarch himself. Adrian decides to place faith in the father, but only for this one specific gamble. Just this once. Meanwhile, in the private office, the patriarch suffers. A splitting headache assaults the leader. The pressure is mounting. The patriarch activates a pain-mitigating ring to suppress the agony. Thoughts drift to the son. The father knew all along. Since the poison incident, Adrian Lawrence has been wearing the mask of a fool to survive. Back at the mansion, the atmosphere is heavy. Adrian asks the mother to stop worrying. The young master can handle the heat, but the mother is terrified. If the enemies strike while Adrian is vulnerable in war, panic fills the mother's eyes. But Adrian Lawrence grins with rebellious confidence. Let them try. Let the enemies add more crimes to their record. It just makes the eventual purge so much more satisfying. The mother is stunned into silence. Such cold, calculated words from a beloved child? She warns that speaking like this invites punishment if overheard. But the young master is prepared. Arcia Klein is guarding the door. No rats will hear this conversation. The days of being a punching bag are over. The awakening is nearly complete. Adrian begs the mother to endure just a little longer. Upon returning, the hierarchy of this house will be shattered. 2 days later, inside the Lawrence Army transport, Butler Heyman eyes the female companion suspiciously. The butler asks Adrian Lawrence if this escort is necessary. Is the young master really bringing a lover to war? Rumors about Arcia Klein and Adrian have spread. But the battlefield is no place for romance. The butler questions the wisdom of bringing a mistress to a slaughterhouse. Inside the levitation train conference room, Adrian Lawrence dismisses the concerns. Arcia Klein is not baggage. This woman is the ultimate insurance policy for when plans go south. Arcia has leveled up significantly. The stats on this warrior rival and official knight, Adrian still needs to polish those survival tactics. Relying on others is not enough. The young master has been busy. 200 million spent in 2 days of gaming. Adrian used pure cash to clear the 3rd level of the encounter with luck event. Now, the 4th stage awaits. The rewards from level 3 were astronomical, costing 100 billion each. This is the power of a pay-to-win player. The inventory now holds an omnipotent cure and 3 vials of elixir. These items are safely stashed in the dimensional pocket. Perfect preparation for the chaos to come. Time is money, and Adrian is done wasting it here. The young master stands up, declaring an intention to rest in the private quarters. Adrian orders the squad to message only if something urgent arises. When asked about the plan, the response is blunt. The young master is going to play video games. Any objections? The soldiers are flabbergasted. One whispers that the rumors of incompetence were true. Adrian catches the remark. That soldier is a vanguard. A vanguard. Special forces equipped with power armor and force blades. The core strength of the military. The metric used to judge a nation as war power. The vanguard soldier challenges the command. Playing games? Such behavior will brand Adrian Lawrence as an incompetent commander instantly. The reputation of the young master is already in the gutter. Bringing a girl to war was bad enough. Now ignoring duties to game? It is an insult to the uniform. The soldier admits the girl is beautiful, but suddenly a voice cuts through the tension. Someone calls out Mr. Dalton and demands respect for rank. Dalton freezes in terror. The interrupter apologizes to Lord Adrian Lawrence for the subordinate's rudeness, but the tone is far from sincere. This is Gilbert Bilan, vice leader of the Knights and another Vanguard elite. Gilbert suggests that on a long trip, gaming is a fine way to kill time. Adrian sees through the fake smile. That is not the face of someone sorry. Gilbert Bilan sneers, implying a high-ranking knight need not care about the opinion of a subordinate like Dalton. The protagonist ignores the power play. Adrian simply turns away, reminding them to send a message upon arrival. Back to the sanctuary of the room. It is login time. Adrian Lawrence enters the game world. A giant lizard attacks immediately. No mercy. A potion is used to nuke the salamander. It costs a fortune, but the result is sweet. 3,000 true damage without casting a spell? Adrian will take those numbers any day. Efficiency is key. A notification chimes. Level 80 reached. The main god, Ariel, summons the player to the secret chamber. This is it. The fourth level mission, the Demolich. The Demolich boasts 32,000 hit points. An elite monster welcomes the prey, but Adrian Lawrence is on a tight schedule. The fourth level must be cleared before the train reaches the western headquarters. Only then will the fifth floor of the Manuel Lucas Tower unlock. Adrian scans the enemy. It is indeed a Demolich. Lich monsters are usually tough, but this AI seems slow and stupid. Suddenly, the monster activates Stone Curse. Ice spears follow instantly. The attack bypasses Arcia Klein completely. It aims straight for Adrian Lawrence. The monster cast magic before they even took positions. Arcia cannot intercept in time. Adrian must dodge. The young master tries to evade, but the reaction speed is too slow. Impact! A scream tears from Adrian's throat. The elite monster laughs maniacally. The Lich mocks the sound of crushing bones and tearing flesh. Adrian Lawrence thinks this situation is absolute trash. Dodging should have been easy. The pain clouds the mind. Sir, focus is slipping, and that laughter is incredibly annoying. The Lich's cackle triggers a dark memory. It sounds exactly like a certain person, the older brother who tormented Adrian. Rage ignites. Seeing the player struggle to rise, the Lich commands submission. A fireball is launched to finish the job, but they dodge. Adrian Lawrence and Arcia charge forward. The Lich is about to learn the meaning of regret. Our boy triggers his ultimate healing factor. He barks an order to Arcia Klein. Do not give it a single second to cast another spell. Against an undead Lich, there is only one rule of war. You have to use holy attribute gear. The Lich let out a screech of agony. Adrian Lawrence smirked. Using holy power is the only way to beat a bag of bones like you. The elite monster couldn't comprehend the damage. How does a simple wand hurt this much? In a desperate panic, the Lich activated its defense. Wall of fire, a massive inferno erupted right in front of Adrian. But to the monster's shock, the protagonist just walked straight through the flames. The holy wand pulsed with divine energy. Adrian delivered the final judgment. Die, you trash! You look just like that bastard Cedric Lawrence. Boom! A direct hit right to the face. With the Lich disintegrated, the victory notification popped up. Luck encounter mission, level 4 cleared. But then the adrenaline crashed. A scream of pure pain tore from Adrian's throat. During the fight, the battle high masks the damage, but the second it ends, the pain hits like a truck from hell. Arcia Klein didn't hesitate. She snatched a potion from the inventory to heal her master. Adrian watched through the haze of agony. A servant accessing the master's inventory on instinct? That just proves Arcia is truly special. The pain finally subsided. Thanks, I feel alive again. Just then, the system chimed in. Requirements met. The next floor of the tower has been unlocked. Welcome to the 5th floor of the Manuel Lucas Tower. Waiting there was another treasure chest. Adrian rubbed his hands together. Let's see what kind of loot we got. As the chest creaked open, jackpot. 500 billion gold transferred straight to his account. But the gold wasn't the main prize. A pair of round glasses sat in the chest. Adrian picked them up. Glasses? From the Archmage Manuel Lucas? This cannot be a normal cosmetic item. He opened the detailed description. The stats were insane. Analysis, observation, clairvoyance, night vision. This item was a cheat code. It could analyze the status of any living being or object. It revealed hidden intentions. It could see through solid walls. It even granted vision up to 100 meters away. Adrian's eyes widened. This is an overpowered artifact disguised as a fashion accessory. No one will suspect a thing. And with the mission fully complete, the 4th circle of magic formed within his core. Finally, the party arrived at the western headquarters. The crowd whispered as they approached. Is that him? The second son of the Highford Lawrence family? The onlookers stared at the muscular guard, ignoring Adrian. Surely that warrior is the noble? Wait, isn't the Lawrence son named Cedric or something? I heard the youngest son had talent, but didn't he turn into a complete idiot after drinking poison? The gossip was brutal. Adrian stepped forward with a smirk. That is true. I am the little boy who drank the poison. The atmosphere froze. But the two commanders quickly stepped in to save the mood. We do not believe the rumors for a second. It is a pleasure to meet you. The man on the left bowed. I am Viscount Evans, chief of the local team. And I am Viscount Miller, the assistant chief. Adrian Lawrence returned the bow perfectly. It is an honor to meet such distinguished commanders. The leader got straight to business. Are your troops composed of 5 vanguards and 50 knights? Adrian nodded. That is correct. Plus 1,000 soldiers. The commander scoffed. You do not need to report the soldiers. This war will be decided by the vanguards alone. Adrian narrowed his eyes. They treat the armed elite like disposable artifacts, vanguards, monsters that only a 7th circle mage or higher can control. Unfortunately, the commander was right. In this world, power is everything. A system created by Archduke Manuel Lucas himself. The aide continued the briefing. The Highford Lawrence Army is organized as the 2nd Independent Brigade. You fall under the 3rd Division. Do not forget to report to the division commander, Count Otis. Adrian's mind raced. Count Otis? I know him, the guy from the east. Understood. Adrian left the meeting room with a plan forming in his head. He addressed his troops. We are officially the 2nd Independent Brigade. Let's move. 1 week passed since their arrival. Adrian came to a realization. Commander Otis is the best boss ever. Why? Because the best superior is an absent superior. Every time Adrian went to find him, the aide made excuses. The commander is teleporting between locations. You cannot meet him right now. Adrian laughed internally. His actions are absurd for a leader, but for me, it's paradise. I can grind my game levels without anyone bothering me. But suddenly, Master. Arcia Klein's warning cut through the air. Someone is in your room. Adrian froze. He snapped the game window shut instantly. Standing there was the elder, Dalton. The old man stared at Arcia with greedy eyes. What kind of power does this girl possess? Adrian didn't like that look. He tapped his new glasses. Click. Status? Agitated. Adrian walked up to him. You better have a good reason for being here. Dalton put on a fake smile. I was just worried about your health, young master. You have been playing games for so long, but this servant girl blocked my path. Wham! Adrian's boot connected with Dalton's stomach. Ugh! Why did you do that? Adrian looked down coldly. I gave orders to be alerted if anything happened. Arcia is my guard. She is always by my side. Now, try again. Why did you enter the brigade commander's room without permission? Are you here to assassinate me? Dalton's eyes bulged. Assassinate? That is an accusation of treason. Do you know who I am? I am a vanguard. How dare you treat me like this? Thud. Another kick sent him flying. Adrian turned to Arcia. Explain exactly what happened. Arcia's voice was flat. He tried to separate us. Adrian's eyes darkened. You mean he tried to kidnap you? Yes. Dalton scrambled back, screaming. She is framing me. Young master, are you doubting a vanguard because of this little woman from nowhere? Adrian clenched his fist. This guy is absolute trash. He glanced at the knights watching from the hallway. They followed him to see the drama. Good. Adrian raised his voice for everyone to hear. This is a violation of military discipline. Attempting to abduct an aide? That constitutes mutiny. You will receive the appropriate punishment. Shing! Adrian drew his dagger and pointed it at Dalton's throat. Step forward. Dalton shook with rage. Are you serious? The knights in the back panicked. Please, calm down. But Adrian wasn't doing this to be a hero. He wasn't doing this for justice. I'm doing this to survive. Here, far away from home, that witch Anna Lawrence can't see me, which means I don't have to hold back anymore. He says he won't calm down. Staring the enemy in the face, he dares them to bring it on. Meanwhile, inside Vice Leader Gilbert Bilan's tent, urgent news arrives. The commander has issued an execution order for Mr. Dalton. They need to move right now. Dalton can't believe his ears. He never expected this backstab. The commander is arbitrary, sure, but ordering a vanguard execution in the middle of a crisis? That's insane. But suddenly, surprise attack. Steel flashes right before his eyes. Dalton catches the blade, but his hand comes away bloody. Adrian Lawrence stands there, cold as ice. Why so slow? One more second, and you'd be dead. Dalton hits the floor, writhing in pain. He demands to know the meaning of this. Adrian Lawrence looks down with zero sympathy. From what I hear, it goes against a knight's code to harass a woman. He turns to the vice leader. What do you think? Gilbert is furious. What have you idiots done? Gilbert bows low. My lack of discipline caused this mess. I beg your forgiveness. Adrian steps on Dalton, crushing him into the dirt. Mr. Dalton is suspended. Strip his armor. Throw him in the brig. And he's not done. Those 3 accomplices? They're going down too. Jail time for insubordination. Adrian makes it clear who runs this show. I'm in charge here, and I'm not playing babysitter for grown children. The vice leader lowers his head in defeat. Adrian Lawrence scoffs. This isn't the countryside. The room smells like blood. Clean it up. Adrian heads to the next room. Gilbert watches him go, realizing the truth. The mask finally fell off. A smirk forms on his face. Finally, something interesting has arrived in this boring camp. Meanwhile, our boy locks his door and dives back into the grind with Arcia Klein, fighting digital monsters. Mid-battle, Adrian analyzes the strategy. Keep kiting him. Target the weak points. Maintain distance. Pure focus. It's the fallen knight Zenith. Basically, the level 5 boss. Zenith charges. Die, intruders. The blade swings for the neck. Adrian dodges effortlessly. Surprise! RCS slams her shield right into the boss's face. Boom! Magic activates. Our boy powers up. The boss smiles creepily. I am merely a stepping stone for your greatness. Enemy down. Another victory. The 6th floor of the Tower of Manuel. Lucas is unlocked. The loot drops 2 trillion lotes. The protagonist is filthy rich. Account created at the Union Bank of Elysia. It might be overkill, but seeing those numbers, extremely satisfying. 2 new notifications pop up. It's raining gear, the scepter of Istro, the mantle of Istro, the armor, the shield, the short sword. The full Istro collection, Adrian calls it. The mantle and scepter are mine. Unique gear for the caster class. The rest goes to Arcia Klein. The stats are insane, as expected from the legendary Archduke Manuel Lucas. Intruder alert. Reality calls. Someone knocks at the door. Commander, forgive the intrusion. What is it? The soldier stammers. I felt a massive power surge. Our protagonist stays cool, just checking some artifacts. Don't worry about it. The soldier apologizes and leaves. Adrian Lawrence looks at the legacy of Archmage Manuel Lucas, just as suspected. This sword? It's something an elite vanguard would kill for. Mithril and dragonbone. Absolute top-tier materials. Equip this, and even a scrub matches a vanguard soldier for 15 seconds. Usually vanguard gear just amplifies what's already there. Aura can be created like mana, and it's a pain to store. But does the mage gear have the same broken effect? He checks the scepter and mantle. Special ability. Aura storage. Surprise? Now I get it. This is why everyone wants the Lucas legacy. Time skip. 2 weeks later. Adrian has been appointed the family representative, leading the army on the front lines against the Sison Empire. The air is heavy. War is imminent. Lives are about to be spent like coins. Adrian walks the camp. Since the Dalton beatdown, everyone respects or fears him. But Gilbert Belan acts strange. Gilbert stares with a friendly look, but the status window says otherwise. Curious and cautious. He's analyzing the boss. Whatever. Let them fear. It means our boy can game in peace. He glances at Arcia Klein. Her status reads, happy. Is she excited for a walk? Like a puppy? It's confusing. Do homunculi have feelings? She has 0 personality, and he knows nothing about her likes or dislikes, but almost is the key. She doesn't show it on her face, but the system doesn't lie. Staring at her, the status upgrades. Very happy. Back to the mansion. Adrian plans a solo walk. Arcia nods, but suddenly a soldier is staring daggers at him. What's your problem? The soldier flinches. Can we grab a drink together, if you don't mind, sir? Shocking. Our boy checks the status, embarrassed and uncomfortable. Ah, the classic peer pressure situation. Adrian asks, did the other guys make you do this? The soldier freezes. Adrian sighs. Not interested. Leaving now. But wait, something clicks. Adrian stops. Why did you become a knight? The question hits the soldier like a truck. Panic mode. I'm so sorry, sir. It won't happen again. Please don't send me to prison. The guy is terrified. Glasses activated. System scan initiated. Adrian checks the stats. Talent for mana detected. Mana sensitivity, extremely high. Learning ability, high. Intelligence, high. Trait, arithmetic genius. This is a first. Aside from homunculi, nobody has stats this stacked. A rare mage talent wasted in armor. No wonder the other knights bully him. Whatever, not really my drama anyway. Adrian just waved it off. Apologies are boring. But you know what? You'd be way deadlier as a mage. That comment totally floored the guy. Later, chilling in the room, Adrian scoffed. What a waste of talent. But staying low-key meant dodging unnecessary trouble. Thing is, Alan Lopes is a total unicorn. Maybe not the best physical tank out there, but mix magic with vanguard gear? Boom! You get a legendary magic swordsman. Sure, talent isn't a guaranteed win ticket, but Alan's been swinging swords since he was in diapers. The odds? Definitely stacked in favor. Snatching Alan up and training him personally? That would be a god-tier move. Just one massive problem standing in the way. Count Otis owns the contract. First step, sweet-talk the old man. Adrian figured a little bribery might grease the wheels. Money talks, right? But that's exactly why. The efficiency stats are still a mystery. Maybe Alan is just slightly above average trash, but it's time to build the empire. The chains are off, and freedom is calling. Decision made. No more sitting around. The schedule just got packed. It's time to hunt down every hidden gem in this kingdom. Meanwhile, Alan walked away, head spinning. Those words kept replaying. Commander Adrian Lawrence, the big shot of the 2nd Brigade, figured Adrian was just another spoiled Nepo baby. But telling a knight to become a mage? Crazy thing is, Alan had secretly thought the same thing. Summoned like a dog, Alan marched to the office. Rumors said one thing, reality, way scarier. The vibe around Adrian was completely different. Door creaks open, nerves spiking. You wanted to have a chat, sir? Surprise attack. Adrian is chilling right next to Count Otis. Alan's brain short-circuited. Why the heck did the boss call this meeting? Otis didn't beat around the bush. Meet the representative of House High Ford Lawrence. Then the bomb dropped. Alan Lopes, pack your bags. Adrian is your new lord. Alan looked completely lost in the sauce. Meanwhile, Adrian's mind drifted back. Past life memories kicked in. That time China lost to Korea in soccer. Someone asked the ultimate question back then. 1.4 billion people in China, and we can't find 11 guys who can kick a ball properly? The answer was brutal. The Chinese Messi, the next Ronaldo, probably out in a field somewhere planting potatoes. Same logic applies here. A potential is trash without opportunity. Doesn't matter if you're a god, if the system doesn't hand you a weapon to prove it. You need a stage to let that talent shine. Adrian turned to Arcia Klein. Crazy how many diamonds are stuck in the mud around here, huh? A few days later, the squad started forming. Third-rate knight, Alan Lopes, secured. Ederson, just a manual laborer. Eric Jones, the trumpet guy from the marching band. A bunch of nobodies on paper. Nicholas Brown, that gutsy kid caught dealing adult magazines. And Linda Noah, just a maid from the neighbors. The team was coming together. A motley crew of misfits. But underneath, pure gold waiting to shine. Linda looked terrified. Why exactly am I here? You are a mage, sweetheart. Linda stammered about the negative test results. Adrian just smirked. That test? Total garbage. Plain and simple. Linda was shaking like a leaf. But the stats don't lie. Mana, high. Intelligence, through the roof. Learning speed, insane. Dropped $500,000 on the contract. Better be worth every coin. None of these rookies have a clue what's really happening yet. But the laborer stepped up. Zip it. Don't ask questions. Just trust Boss Adrian. Checking the stats, Ederson's physicality is cracked. Aura is solid. Then there's Nicholas. Kid's got major aura potential, even for a brat. All right, listen up. Get changed. Fast. The war front was 100 kilometers out. Relax, we ain't going to the battlefield just yet. Instead of the trenches, Adrian dragged the whole circus to the most expensive boutique in the city. They looked like deer in headlights, totally out of their element. Then someone grabbed a suit. I'll take this one. Nice taste. Adrian nodded. Eric grinned, confidence boosting. Appreciate it, Commander. Adrian scanned Eric's sheet. Political negotiation? High. Admin skills? Top tier. Trait? Silver tongue. The others were fighters. Eric? He was the political weapon. Ignore the price tags, Adrian announced. Grab whatever you want. Only the best for my crew. Because raw talent is useless dust, unless you polish it until it blinds people. Training starts now. Not just fighting. Brains too. Education, etiquette, style. Gotta look the part to play the game. Freshly dripped out, they stared at the massive estate. We living here? Yup. Welcome to the new HQ. This is home now. Maids and butlers are already sorted. Don't worry about laundry. Just study and get strong. First paycheck is cleared. 20 million a month. 240 million annual bonus. Adrian's eyes narrowed. Just stick to the contract. Jaws dropped. Dollar signs in their eyes. We won't let you down. Good. Prove I wasn't crazy to pick you. There's plenty more where that came from. But legends aren't built overnight. Grind hard. One last thing. Don't make me regret this. I hate lecturing people. Yes, sir, Commander Adrian. Adrian surveyed the new kingdom. The best of the best. A hand-picked elite squad ready to rise. This wasn't a quick flip. It was a long con. An investment for a golden future. Back on the city streets. Real life came rushing back. Confronting Cedric Lawrence was next. Even with Anna watching the flank, Mom-S safety was on the line. But surprise, surprise, a cold chill hit the Rat-S spine instantly. Arcia Klein moved faster than a blink, snatching the fool by the throat. Adrian simply greeted the trash with a casual, good morning. Lately, worry had been nagging at the back of the mind. Spies were crawling out of the woodwork like cockroaches. Every single day. Walking straight up to the captive, Adrian shut down the conversation before it even began. Save your breath. I have zero interest in hearing your lies. Does your brother ever learn when to quit? For a sewer rat like this, there was only one way to be useful to the young master. Stupidity is a fatal flaw for a spy, you know? With Arcia slamming the guy into the dirt, Adrian asked the ultimate question. How much do you value your pathetic life? Do as I say, and everything might turn out fine. The spy trembled violently, crushed by the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Arcia Klein. This was no ordinary woman. She was a master of aura. The rat tried to play dumb. I don't know anything. But one dark threat from Adrian Lawrence loosened the tongue immediately. Did you follow us? Since the teleport gate? With the inside agent's help? The blonde spy panicked, sweat pouring down his face. How on earth do you know that? Surprise? The main character was already 10 steps ahead of the game. I know everything about you. I know about the other spy. Maybe you can help me get even further ahead. You were just following Cedric Lawrence's orders, aren't you? It was obvious the spy didn't actually want to oppose a monster like Adrian, just a pawn in the game. Sensing the reluctance and the terrified glances at Arcia, the spy was shaking in his boots. Do you really plan to go against Master Cedric Lawrence? A cocky smirk played on the protagonist's lips. The spy stammered, "You can't," but suddenly, cold steel flashed. Adrian pointed the dagger right between the eyes. "Shut up. If you fear death, you will obey. That is the only path to survival." Yes, young master. That was music to the ears. How about working for me instead? Don't worry, I never endanger my own pawns. I'm practically a saint. All the spy had to do was send fake reports back to headquarters. The other friend, Meltz, was taking the fall anyway. Do you accept the deal? Yes. Meanwhile, in Cedric Lawrence's office, confusion reigned. How was Meltz caught? The double agent delivered the fake intel. He was caught trying to sneak into the commander's room. This made Cedric even more paranoid. Damn it, Cedric cursed, slamming the desk. Ignoring Father's warnings about sending spies had backfired spectacularly. The humiliation of being rejected by the military still burned deep. And now, Father had scolded Cedric again for being incompetent. It's too late to stop now. Cedric ordered the spy to keep watching and report everything. The spy, now loyal to Adrian, agreed with a hidden agenda. I'll report everything later, young Master Cedric. Back with Adrian, another spy neutralized. Things were getting way easier with this new asset. Progress was exploding. 20 new talented recruits secured. Eric Jones and Elysia were crushing it as leaders of the school. Everyone was grinding hard, so the MC couldn't just slack off. Finally, the notification dinged. Level 159. Just one more level to reach the legendary 6th circle. But suddenly, a system alert popped up. Emergency state declared for the commander. Adrian logged out instantly. Report. The subordinate didn't hesitate. Combat ships from the Kaizen Empire detected in our airspace. All units to battle stations. War is imminent. Adrian's eyes narrowed. The calm before the storm had finally broken. Inside the briefing room, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. The Kaizen army was on the move. Count Otis took charge. Local forces, hold position. We are collecting troops on the train for immediate deployment. Rest and rations will be taken on the move. Spatial interference has begun. The entire front line was dark. No signal, no visuals. Don't even think about teleporting unless you have a death wish. It was suicide with the coordinates scrambled. Cut all personal comms. Only colonel rank and above can transmit. Then, a sharp glare directed at Adrian. Radio communication only. You are not an exception, Adrian. Do not get caught without your radio. It was a specific warning for the wildcard. Coyote stood up, voice booming. This is war. Be ready for anything. But inside Adrian's mind, a celebration was happening. War has started. But I just hit level 160. The barrier shattered. The 6th circle was finally within reach. Gaming a little bit was totally worth it. Remembering the subordinate begging Adrian to prepare for war. Sorry, not sorry. This power-up is way more important. And the rewards? Absolutely insane. 10 trillion lotes deposited directly into the Elysia Bank Union account. But the real prize was the support item, the supersonic Black Eagle, a gigantic beast of legend. Supports in this game? A combat support eagle for an archer class? This changed the meta completely. Real-world intel is easier to find than game lore. Just logging out, Adrian rushed outside. Boss, where is it? Where is the beast? Out. Stepping out of the spaceship, expectation hung in the air. I thought a giant black eagle would appear instantly, like Arcia did. That would have caused total chaos. But scanning the sky, Arcia Klein pointed it out. There, coming in hot. Panic erupted. Soldiers raised weapons, / evasive maneuvers. But the massive shadow ignored them, landing right on top of the ship. The titanic bird locked eyes with Adrian and hopped down in front of its master. Hold fire, Adrian commanded. It was majestic, the supersonic Black Eagle. A chimera forged from the bones and legs of a black dragon. A body so tough, even aura blades would struggle to scratch it. Ultra-high regeneration rate, and a broken ability, shared vision. Just like Arcia, this beast was a total monster. Once this beast levels up, new skills will unlock. Just a little head scratch for now. The unlock condition? Probably clearing quests. Not sure how a suicide dive helps, but shared vision is a total cheat code. Visual data flooding in at light speed. Yas. A crowd gathers, gawking like idiots. Tisk. Adrian Lawrence thinks this is a total pain in the neck. Too focused on the Black Eagle to notice the peanut gallery. No choice now. Just one question for the bird. Want to stick around? A nod? It understands, scratching its head like meeting an old friend. The mob is stunned. The beast isn't attacking. Honestly, it's embarrassing. Feels like this thing might just bite later. The spark of war didn't just start small skirmishes. It exploded across the entire western border. Total warfare. The brigade makes its debut, but the network is dead. Zero internet connection. Can't log into the game. Damn it. Suddenly, a report comes in. Empire Crowing's vanguard is closing in fast. Adrian Lawrence barks orders. Don't panic. Fall back to Formation 1. Tell Gilbert Balan to prep the vanguards. Even if this happened in the game, dying here isn't an option. The guy next door just stares. What? Got a problem? Nothing, he says. Wait, a sensation prickles the skin. Enemy vanguards incoming. They are launching an assault. 2nd Battalion, activate energy shields. The order shocks them, but the barrier goes up. Suddenly, one of those vanguards turns on its own side. Boom! The spaceship shudders violently. A long-range snipe with ridiculous power. That wasn't a warning shot. Without 7th Circle magic or higher, this battle is lost. Status report, now. 2nd Battalion's shield is shattered. 90-second cooldown for recovery. Damn, one hit took down the defense intended for everyone? Archduke Manuel Lucas should have crafted better magic gear. Cheapskate. But no need to be jealous. Hit max level in the game, and the 9th Circle of magic is waiting. Arcia Klein checks in. I am fine. After all, an 8th Circle Grandmaster named Arcia Klein is standing right there. The vice leader sighs in relief. Survival confirmed. Without that order, everyone would be corpses. Call it insane luck. Better stick to the story. Now focus. Defense or counterattack? Attack power is balanced. The problem is the base. Empire Crowing has deployed 2 sky fortresses. They are small, probably mass-produced for invasion. The vice leader confirms. Unless intel is wrong, this is their debut. Ground vanguards below. Fortresses in the clouds. The ground is a stalemate. But here come the variables. The enemy ships keep pounding away. What a mess. Wait, a vibration? Weapon separation sequence? What the hell just dropped? Soldiers laugh, thinking it's a malfunction. Idiots. The system spams notifications. Magic power overload. This is bad. Signal the fortress immediately, or prepare for a total suicide detonation. Too late, the suicide bomb goes off. The sky turns into fire. The fortress finally gets the memo. Evacuate, fire anti-air batteries, use personal firearms, throw rocks if you have to. Throw everything at them. It's going to shatter. Activate the ring shield. A barrier envelops the entire spaceship. The explosion washes over the shield. Safe. Too close. Without Father's artifact. Game over for everyone. But what about the sky fortress? A quick glance. Relief washes over. It didn't fall. Rapid retreat saved it. If the Allied fortress had gone down, it would have been a massacre. Check the vanguards. Status report on the wounded. Move! Count Otis is grinning like a Cheshire cat. Good work, kid. Outstanding performance. If that suicide run hadn't been spotted, catastrophic damage. The enemy tried this on 3 fronts. Only this unit saw the glitch in the matrix and saved the fortress. The local commander knows who the MVP is today. A fat reward is incoming. Sounds great. Otis shrugs. Just a boss taking care of top talent. Gotta reward good contributions. Despite the pressure on his subordinates, Count Otis is actually chill. Then the tone shifts. Hearing some weird rumors lately, Adrian raises an eyebrow. Rumors? Word is, Brigade Commander Hyford Lawrence tamed a mysterious giant eagle. They say the bond is supernatural. Adrian Lawrence shrugs. Don't know about communicating. It's just smart. Seems to get the gist of things. Keeping it around because it's interesting. Fascinating, Otis muses. Telepathy? Or just instinct? Suddenly, the guy on the sofa speaks up. If it's a black eagle, behold the Altair, a legendary avian species hailing from the sacred city of Everil, rare spawns born with mana stats off the charts, and the ability to fly 5,000 kilometers in a single burst. Adrian Lawrence asks if the rumors are true, feigning ignorance, though the knowledge was already unlocked in the database. That guy explains that once tamed, these beasts possess maxed-out loyalty, never betraying their masters and unhesitatingly risking death to protect the user. Adrian smirks internally, pleased that Archmage Manuel Lucas designed the game mechanics based on real-world biology rather than lazy coding. If the devs had just handed over a broken, overpowered item without logic, the player base would have raged, calling it pay-to-win trash. Balancing is key. Count Otis, grinning like he just pulled a UR card, jokes that it is basically a dog with wings, a dog eagle. Adrian Lawrence cuts the chit-chat. The enemy has retreated. The protagonist demands the real loot, internet access. The Count agrees to the terms, calling it a reward, and our boy, surging with dopamine, realizes the gaming grind can finally resume. 2 weeks flash by since the war arc began. While briefing Gilbert Bilan, a warning drops. Do not expose the unit while descending the mountain. Enemy campers might have set a trap. Keep distance and engage with ranged attacks only. The squad confirms. Our boy reflects on how these NPCs would have ignored the trash-tier brigade commander Highford Lawrence in the past. Now, every order is law. Gilbert Bilan orders the squad to ignore the radar glitches and trust Commander Highford Lawrence's intuition blindly. Bilan realizes the entire raid party has evolved in just 2 weeks. And shocker, it really was a trap. Bilan screams for a retreat. The enemy dug underground, exploiting the map's only blind spot. Relief washes over Bilan for heeding the commander's warning. Without that pre-game read, the entire squad would have been wiped. Evading total annihilation was lucky, but the HP bars are dropping fast. The objective is to hold the line against the vanguard until support spawns. But the enemy's Zerg rush is overwhelming, outnumbering them heavily. Reinforcements are on a 5-minute cooldown. Surviving damage-free is impossible. Suddenly, Adrian Lawrence commands the push forward. Before Bilan can process the lag, backup arrives 10 Vanguard units directly from Commander Otis's division. Bilan recognizes the reinforcements, but cannot fathom how they speed-hacked their way here so fast. Adrian Lawrence's voice cuts through the comms, revealing the enemies are trapped against the mountain. Gilbert Bilan thinks, that thin voice again. Bilan wonders who is actually piloting that avatar, because it certainly does not feel like the Adrian Lawrence of old. The mission, wipe out at least 5 units while flanking. The officers in the command room gasp. Did they hear that right? Brigade Commander Highford Lawrence ordered a 5 Vanguard kill streak. Whispers of awe circulate. This kid is a monster. He did not just predict the ambush, he flipped the script and turned a crisis into a farming opportunity. While other units were struggling in hard mode, Highford Lawrence's team was breezing through, carrying the entire operation. Count Otis narrows his eyes. He thought it was RNG luck at first, but this consistency? This is pure skill. Who said the prodigy of Viscount Highford Lawrence became brain-dead after the poison incident? The boy is a sleeping dragon who was just hiding his power level. Otis asks the room if Highford Lawrence is in the same level bracket as Michelle Otis regarding age. If the family approves, he wants to recruit him to their faction permanently. The room freezes. Otis plans to offer his daughter to Adrian Lawrence in marriage. They stammer that the boy already has a girlfriend, one he is so attached to he brought her to the battlefield. Otis dismisses the drama. If Michelle Otis wants him, the girlfriend can take the side character role of a mistress. The officers argue the kid is a gaming addict, but Otis defends the build. Better addicted to games than debuffs like drugs, alcohol, or womanizing. The decision is locked in. Adrian is the chosen son-in-law. Nothing will change the Count's mind. But the subordinates sweat, knowing the fiery personality of Lady Michelle Otis. If that girl hears about this arranged match, it is game over for everyone. She is a raid boss in human form. Count Otis silences the chatter. Enough gossip. Send the MVP report to headquarters immediately. Make sure the higher-ups know Commander Highford Lawrence carried this match hard. As the protagonist and Altair prepare to leave the zone, Gilbert Bilan requests a private chat. Adrian Lawrence agrees, asking if it is a main quest update and telling him to speed it up. Using his special vision, he notes Bilan's status has shifted from vigilant to anxious fanatic. Is this hero worship because the MC saved his life? Bilan drops the question. Why hide such overwhelming power? The subordinates are terrified for the territory's future. If young Master Cedric Lawrence inherits the title with his current stats, the domain faces an inevitable bad ending. Bilan asserts that Cedric Lawrence lacks the class qualifications to be a lord. If Adrian has any intention of challenging his brother for the throne, Bilan pledges his full support to the coup. Our boy is stunned. The magic glasses reveal no deception status effects. This NPC is not lying. Gilbert Bilan, the father's closest aide, is betraying the heir? Is this a scripted event from the father, or is Bilan just simping for the savior? Adrian thanks the man but decides to skip this dialogue tree, pretending he heard nothing. Bilan freezes, shocked by the rejection. Adrian walks past, thinking the man is not naive. Bilan spoke impulsively, but blocking information from Cedric Lawrence is pointless. That guy is surrounded by surveillance systems he does not even know exist. Besides, Adrian thinks, I am a solo player. The quest to destroy Anna Lawrence and Cedric Lawrence is a personal raid. He has no intention of sharing the XP or the satisfaction with anyone. Still, he files away the info. There are actually NPCs who genuinely care about the territory's well-being. Musing on this, he notices a notification pop up, a medal reward for the battle, probably a common item. But to his surprise, the announcer declares that the second son of the Highford Lawrence family, Adrian Lawrence, has unlocked the Gold Lion Medal of the second class. Sylvan Hyart, the 23rd king of the Hay Kingdom, stands amidst a roaring sea of soldiers. The celebration is deafening. For Adrian Lawrence, this spectacle is far grander than anything ever imagined. Being chosen as the vanguard brings a lifetime of resentment. That half-brother, Cedric Lawrence, is probably losing that twisted mind right about now upon seeing this glory. Back at the estate, news travels fast. Cedric and the matriarch hear the whispers. Everyone is praising that idiot Adrian Lawrence. Claims that if Cedric had joined the war, all those merits would belong to the main bloodline, demanding to know what the father has to say about this travesty. The mother sneers that the Viscount is likely with that impoverished mistress again. Cedric notes the father spending increasing amounts of time with that woman lately, demanding to know why the mother sits idle. She retorts with a chilling question. Should another poisoning be arranged? But Cedric gets annoyed by such reckless talk. Commands to keep the volume down. Adrian Lawrence is the sole reason the father clings to that woman. The Viscount is determined to protect that commoner while the bastard son is away on the battlefield. Cedric asks the burning question. Is it true Adrian Lawrence intends to sever all ties with the family upon returning from the war? Confirms the suspicion. That is precisely why the bastard is so desperate for military merit to secure a title and independence. Orders the son to calm down. That lowly soldier isn't even a competitor for the heir. The mother will ensure victory. With the maternal grandfather's backing, the majority of the Rayford Viscounty already falls under her control. The father is merely a proxy, holding the seat warm until the true heir takes over. So why does that brat always act so superior? Always smarter, stronger, better looking. That illegitimate child was always hailed as a prodigy, overshadowing the main bloodline, boiling with rage. Adrian was definitely reduced to a useless invalid after the poisoning attempt. Why does the nuisance persist? Adrian Lawrence must die. Meanwhile, in the 7th week, 48 days into the war, a cheerful Adrian Lawrence begs the vanguards to drink a special energy tonic before heading out, passing bottles around like candy. Soldiers gasp, feeling power surging back instantly. Adrian smirks internally, considering how precious the ingredients are. The effect is guaranteed. What the troops are guzzling is actually diluted elixir, containing a drop of legendary medicine. Of course, the clueless soldiers have no idea. Honestly, a waste of divine treasure, but necessary to end this war quickly. Gilbert Bylon announces it is time for patrol, warning the squad to stay safe. Suddenly, a surprise, the division commander is summoning Adrian Lawrence personally, heading toward the command tent while feeding Crow, the majestic black eagle. Count Otis has been calling frequently lately. The carriage driver remarks that this signals high trust from the top brass, a good sign, right? Even so, constantly being summoned by a high-ranking aristocrat is a total drag. Upon arrival, other unit commanders are present too. Confusion fills the room. What are Count Otis's intentions? If this were about battle tactics, a simple messenger would have sufficed. Is a major announcement dropping? Count Otis steps forward, welcoming the officers. Time to rejoice. No more listening to disgusting gunfire. The end of the war will be declared shortly. This news hits Adrian like a truck. Otis explains that foreign ministers from both nations are currently in high-level talks. Peace is on the horizon. It seems those bastards from Chryson never intended a total war from the start. This conflict was massive in scale only. A local skirmish disguised as a war, no different than an annual event. While others call them lunatics, Adrian realizes it feels exactly like the previous life. The kingdom really has zero luck with neighbors. But what about the vanguards already sent out? Otis replies cold. Until the official declaration drops, the war game must continue. Always the subordinates dying for the whims of superiors. Otis tells the young hero to relax and stop worrying. Didn't Adrian receive the Golden Lion Medal? With the war ending, the rewards will be astronomical. Savor the victory. Adrian thinks true. Since when did being virtuous matter? Instead of worrying about others, focus must shift to the future. Returning to that snake pit of a family requires evolving even further. Gilbert Belan sighs in relief. If the kingdom and the Chryson Empire went to total war without celestial fortresses, tens of thousands of vanguards would have been wiped out. An unimaginable catastrophe. Adrian interrupts. Shouldn't Gilbert be resting? Why come here? In the corner, Arcia crunches on cookies. Adrian snags one and tosses it to Gilbert Belan. A treat from Count Otis himself must be precious. Arcia continues munching, completely ignoring the existence of everyone else. Gilbert Belan speaks up. The feeling has been there for a while, but Adrian is truly different from other nobles. Not just feeling true sorrow for the sacrifice of common soldiers, but standing guard while the men sleep? A rare breed. Adrian thinks, obviously. Being a common citizen in the previous life tends to have that effect. Yet possessing the composure and dignity of a true highborn, Adrian waves it off, but Gilbert presses on. What about the tea? Sipping black tea while enemy troops charged? That level of chill is impossible without absolute confidence in one's own power. The tension finally broke. Seeing the leader's composure, the subordinates relaxed. Brigade 232 didn't just offer obedience. They offered blind, absolute trust. Finally clicked. This wasn't idle chatter. The topic on the table? Backing the true successor of the territory, just like last time. But then, a shocker. Sir Belon dropped to one knee. Perimeter secured. Trusted men stationed. Surveillance devices swept. Zero chances of eavesdropping. Adrian Lawrence actually felt a jolt of surprise. Scanning the room revealed the truth. Deadly serious. Every single soul here sided with the previous lord. Precaution is good, but acting suspicious screams for trouble. Too flashy. We need to be subtle. That is why we move during rest hours. Gilbert Belon, humble servant, ready to serve the second young master of Highford Lawrence. Do the knights outside share this resolve? The answer? A resounding yes. Stunned, but quickly recovered. Fine. Accepted. One condition, though. Maintain the masquerade until given the signal. Disguising loyalty as indifference? Sir Belon hesitated. Feels like betrayal to ignore the true liege. Gathering power is great, but raw numbers don't guarantee victory. A plan is already in motion. Just follow orders. Understood. Now for the stats. How many blades are ready to bleed for this cause? 5 vanguards right here. 30 elite knights waiting. Rally the territory, and the army size doubles instantly. Not bad. More hands, more chaos, more power. A solid foundation to build an empire. But wait, there's more. The madam plans to assign Sir Precious. Recruiting that powerhouse beforehand? Smart move. Whoa. Sir Precious, the former vice commander of the Highford Lawrence Knights? Serious business. Top-tier skills. Among aura specialists, virtually unrivaled. Only the commanders stood a chance against that monster. Left the order to avoid the Anna Lawrence political circus. And now, a legend returns to the board. If Precious returns, the fence-sitters will pick a side. The balance of power shifts. A warrior's warrior. Popular, respected. In plain English, a perfect vessel for power expansion. Might be the key to crushing Anna and Cedric's forces. Snatching up a talent usable outside the family? No-brainer. Gotta move fast. Secure the asset before the enemy makes a move. Speed is everything. Arrange a meeting. Covert ops only. Gilbert Belon nodded. Consider it done. Influence growing? Excellent. But family politics is secondary right now. Real priority, the lucky encounter mission. Grind the game. Reach the 7th circle today or bust. Crash. Wasted. Adrian Lawrence, dead. Arcia Klein, dead. Eagle, fried. Killed by a mysterious monster. Rewind a few minutes. Level 200 meant nothing. Usually dying in a game is just a reset. But here? Agony beyond imagination. Screaming nerves. Searing pain. Not just pixels on a screen. Arcia, usually a wall of steel, got pushed back. Safety first? Not an option today. The pet dove in, but the enemy deflected effortlessly. Blade raised, ready to execute. Death Knight Pascal, not just an aura master. A boss monster buffed to hell with an unkillable body. Different dimensions of power. Slash, lights out. Respawned in the nearest village, gasping for air. Slumped on a bench. This trash system. Sensory sharing is a curse. Can't even scream properly with NPCs watching. Summoned the support. Arcia appeared, apologizing profusely. You okay? Pain check. Yes, but game senses are dampened. Lucky her. Recruited for stats? Sure. But hiding behind a girl while getting wrecked? Embarrassing. Ego took a hit. Fighting that Death Knight exposed a fatal flaw. Hiding behind the tank is over. Old strat. Arcia tanks, Eagle blinds, Adrian nukes. Worked on mobs with low magic resistance. Mage logic, big damage solves everything. But against a monster on Arcia's level? Useless. Keeping enemies at bay while casting requires the Black Eagle to actually fight, not just annoy. Need consistent damage output to support the tank during casting times. That's the meta. Option 1, spam lower tier circles. Faster casting, but hits like a wet noodle. Option 2, Black Eagle goes DPS mode. Option 3, Arcia drops the shield and starts slashing. Option 1 is a self-nerf. Garbage. 2 and 3 it is. Listen up, this won't be a walk in the park. Round 2 against the Death Knight. Result, total massacre. Respawned at the plaza, screaming at the sky. Impossible. And so, Arcia respawned for another round. The plan? Use the Black Eagle to draw aggro while Arcia goes for the kill. But the strategy was trash. The Death Knight was a monster. The Black Eagle got swatted out of the sky in less than 60 seconds. 3 minutes later, total party wipe. Arcia fell right after. The bird dealt 0 damage, but at least the distraction bought a few precious seconds. Should the Eagle be equipped with armor? Whatever the cost, this hellish trial had to be cleared to reach the 7th circle. Third run started. Third run ended in death. Adrian Lawrence was fuming. This performance is garbage, the mage spat. We need to read his movements, Adrian commanded. Stop brute forcing, learn the pattern, reclaim that lost XP. Now the fifth battle began. The Death Knight actually scoffed. Are you warriors or a troop of acrobats? I have talent, so why not change classes? Adrian grit his teeth. Confused? Bonehead? Ever heard of a magical airstrike? The mage unleashed a bombardment from above. Just die already! The knight blocked the barrage with ease, but Arcia came in low. A perfect ambush. Got you! Adrian cheered. But reality had other plans. The eagle failed the physics check. It couldn't lift the heavy armor and dropped the enemy back to earth. The Death Knight smirked. Nice of you to drop by. Adrian froze, staring into the face of death. Snick. Head separated from shoulders. Countless strategies attempted, countless failures endured. Yet the damage numbers were climbing. The issue? Casting complex spells while dodging lethal strikes. Time for a build change. Forget raw power, focus on reflex-boosting gear. Evasive mage build initialized. Another death, but the rhythm was changing. Next attempt? Movement was fluid, dodging the blade, weaving through danger. Twin spells fired in retaliation. Arcia flanked for a pincer attack. The knight countered, slaughtering them both. But Adrian grinned. The path to victory was clear. The evasive strategy sacrificed damage for survival, but it worked. The result? A 62-minute marathon battle. 84% of the boss SHP shaved off. Victory was inevitable, just a little more grinding. Logging out for now. Back in the real world, the connection timer had redlined. Thought we'd hit level 200, Adrian muttered to Arcia. Instead, we're stuck in this unexpected grind fest. Stretching the real body, reality felt sluggish. The world moved in slow motion. Arcia spoke up. You have tasted death countless times. The soul adapts. It is normal to feel the shift. Do you feel it too? Adrian asked. She hesitated. Hard to say. My stats are the same as yesterday. But I feel stronger. Evolved. Adrian narrowed his eyes. Was the AI learning? These responses were too complex for a mere homunculus. Give it enough time and experience and this construct might become indistinguishable from a human. Orders, Master? She asked. None. Sleep. We rest now. The grind continues when we wake. The next day, speedrun mode. 12th battle, 75% damage. 13th, 85. 14th, 91. 15th, 89. Bar 16th, 93. 17th, 98. 18th attempt. The trio stood ready. The Death Knight SHP bar hit critical. One final clash. Destruction complete. Damage dealt, 100%. The knight faded into digital dust. Well done, the boss acknowledged before vanishing. A wave of euphoria hit. Adrian roared in triumph. The nightmare was over. The 7th level mission. Completed. Next stop, floor 8 of the tower of Manuel Lucas. The 7th was big, Adrian muttered to Arcia. But this place? This is massive. It dwarfs everything else. The environment felt different, hyper-realistic, too detailed for a game. A voice cut through the silence. That is because it is real. Adrian snapped to alert. 2 enemies, the staff was raised instantly, but Arcia smiled. Relax, Master. Why was she grinning? Then, the protagonist saw it. A tiny old man staring back with intensity. Adrian jumped. Wait, is that Archduke Manuel Lucas? Why is he in miniature form? I am Chester, the figure corrected. Guardian of Destiny. Not the original, but an NPC crafted from the memories of Manuel Lucas. Adrian analyzed the situation. Just because it has the memories doesn't mean it's friendly. If this NPC goes rogue, it's trouble. But if it helps, that would be a legendary asset. No need to be so tense, Chester chuckled. You don't act like an NPC, Adrian countered. You feel different. Alive. Naturally, Chester replied. I lack a soul, but my code is written from a living life. Destined to act as he would. Adrian mused. Even the great Archduke couldn't beat old age. But here, he lives on. Did Manuel Lucas achieve eternity? The question hung in the air. In a way, Chester admitted, that was the hologram's purpose. But true eternity? Impossible. I am merely a shadow of the past. If the goal was true immortality, he wouldn't have built a virtual world. He would have created a homunculus like Arcia. Adrian exhaled. The fear of a body-snatching scenario faded. The Archduke wasn't trying to possess the living. Good. So what's your function here? Adrian asked. The last floor was a difficulty spike from hell. Are we done fighting, or is there more? Chester waved his staff. A system window materialized. Adrian's eyes widened. Reward obtained. 5 uses of admin authority hologram. The destiny I grant you is Manuel Lucas' legacy, Chester explained. Admin rights are part of the inheritance, currently limited by your level, but master this power and the restrictions will vanish. In the future, unlimited potential. So, the protagonist asks the little guy what exactly can be done with this power. The miniature explains that this authority grants access to any program built on the Hollywood system, which completely blows Adrian's mind. Turns out, Hollywood is basically a virtual world, no different from the internet back on Earth, a place where the user can access any data and modify practically everything in existence. However, Chester warns that there are strict rules the player must obey. Rule number 1. The authority cannot be used on online chronicles governed by the destiny of Manuel Lucas. Rule number 2. No hacking into or entering the brains of other users. And rule number 3. Absolutely no using this power to steal property from others. Finally, rule number 4. Never use it to harm the world indirectly or intentionally. The main character thinks the system worries too much but admits it makes sense. Then, the schemer asks if this authority can be used for a little money laundering. Chester replies that it is actually quite easy, and even recommends some personal methods, but Adrian asks if that isn't too risky, worrying that someone might audit the documents. The miniature scoffs, saying the chance of detection is low since it involves manipulating the entire market, not just current reports. With that settled, our boy mentions that Arcia wants to use one of the permissions. Chester updates the status. Current assets sit at 12.625 trillion roots. The admin then asks if the player wants to organize the roots and equipment earned from this floor. The protagonist confirms. Chester asks if there is anything else. Adrian declares that Arcia Klein needs a proper registry, and it would be best to list the girl as a citizen of the Holy City, Every Barnet. The manager agrees instantly, promising to register Arcia's family as deceased and set the current status to orphan. Then the MC asks the administrator if the guy is willing to help with the authority, but Chester asks, why go so far for people the player will never even meet? The hero responds that this is a way to show respect and longing for the world the predecessor left behind, ensuring that the life of the successor is not as hellish as the previous one. Adrian looks confused, thinking these do not sound like the words of someone remembered as a legendary mage, if not for this world, if not for a fellow Earthling creating a legacy for the next generation. The protagonist's life would be pathetic. Adrian could never dream of being this powerful today. The boy kneels, thanking the master. Chester insists on not being Manuel Lucas, but the MC catches a tiny smirk on the admin's face. Just like that, the player acquires 50 trillion more roots, obtains the Sky Fortress of Icarus, and the 7th Circle is finally created. Meanwhile, in the Archduchy of Nishan City, the former captain of the Knight Order, Precious, demands to know who Adrian Lawrence is. The other knight claims young Master Adrian Lawrence can take control of the territory and develop it far beyond its current state. The knight asks if Precious intends to support young Master Adrian Lawrence alongside the Order, but Precious wonders what kind of crap the man is spouting. The veteran thought this meeting was about the Lord, but if the old man knew it was a private chat about an immature child, the captain never would have agreed to meet. The knight insists that young Master Adrian Lawrence is a prodigy, but Precious counters that while rumors say the boy stood out in the war, isn't the object of trust still far too weak? The knight apologizes, but then starts laughing maniacally, which completely shocks the old veteran. Gilbert Bylan explains the laughter wasn't he at the captain, but because Gilbert just remembered being in that exact same position not long ago, it seems Precious thinks young Master Adrian Lawrence just got lucky this time. Precious asks if that isn't the case, but the knight says absolutely not. In fact, this is merely the tip of the iceberg that the young master shows to the world. Unlike the Lord, Gilbert witnessed the capabilities firsthand. After all, it was this knight who stood on the front lines under the orders of Master Adrian Lawrence. Gilbert dares to say that the boy is, without a doubt, the greatest genius of this era, and the veteran won't understand until witnessing it personally. Precious realizes this man is completely devoted to the second young master and recalls the story of an incredible prodigy who was poisoned and became mediocre at 7 years old. A perfect mask to become someone great while surviving from a young age. Considering the intelligence of Adrian Lawrence and the words of Gilbert Balan, the old captain admits the boy deserves some attention. Precious asks Gilbert Balan what the plan is. So the knight says the veteran must use contacts to convince the vassals to support young Master Adrian Lawrence. Precious calls it complicated, but admits it is interesting. Gilbert Bylan says the captain made a great decision, but Precious snaps back that nothing has been decided yet. The veteran must meet the kid first. Gilbert Bylan says young Master Adrian Lawrence would love a visit soon and decides to call the boy to share the news. While the knight speaks to Adrian Lawrence on the call, Precious thinks that someone who spent over a decade hiding power while waiting for revenge is truly something else. The captain hopes Gilbert Balan's words are true, but to everyone's surprise, Adrian Lawrence simply hangs up. Belan stammers that the master must be too busy to answer right now, but to the shock of both knights, a presence appears right behind the duo. The warriors realize it is the mana of a mage, at least at the 7th circle. Precious wonders who in the world it could be, but then, to their surprise, our boy and Arcia Klein step out of the shadows. The hero notes that judging by the expressions, the knights didn't know they were surrounded, which shocks the veterans. Adrian Lawrence says the group wasn't surprised, and came well prepared with various artifacts. The master orders Arcia to get rid of them all, and the girl rapidly begins slaughtering every single enemy. After finishing the job, Arcia reports the 5 assassins are dead. Our boy sighs, saying perhaps expectations were set too high. The protagonist heard these 2 were the most powerful on the continent, yet the legends allowed themselves to be surrounded by assassins. The 2 knights wonder what kind of attitude this is, and who exactly is this monster staring them down. Gilbert Bylan demands answers, but the young master only smirks. 13 years. That is how long this moment took to craft. He asks, with a chill in the air, if they truly believed the heir would walk in defenseless. Naturally, an aura master stands guard. The shock on their faces is priceless. Pius freezes. The knight thought he was the one weighing the boy's worth. Wrong. The tables have turned. Now the question is, can the knight serve the king? That is the predator standing before them. As the tension mounts, Adrian glances at Pius. The system interface flashes open. A status window appears. Not bad stats for a subordinate. Gilbert stammers, asking about the lady of the house. Adrian ignores the noise. Questions can wait. A snap of the fingers echoes through the room. Repair magic activates. A restoration spell of the highest order. Energy waves ripple out. In seconds, bloodstains vanish. Broken furniture mends. The carnage is erased as if it never happened. Incredible, Gilbert whispers. But the young master waves it off like a parlor trick. No time for awe. Time to move. Another surge of mana. The space around them warps. Teleportation? A 7th circle spell? Impossible. This defies common sense. In the kingdom of Luos, within the High Kingdom Alliance, magic is supreme. Only the 4 empires hold more power. But ask anyone who stands at the peak, one name dominates. Duke Cain Riverdale, the great mage, the legendary teacher who raised 6 7th circle masters, a myth among men. History remembers Archduke Manuel Lucas as the strongest, but Riverdale was the greatest teacher. Pius stares, trembling. Is this boy truly the successor to such a legacy? He taught me everything. Adrian lies without blinking. Before he passed, I inherited his knowledge. Pius racks his brain. When? The boy spent his life gaming and slacking off, unless logic fails him. Adrian cuts the thought short. Virtual reality, the only place where training knows no limits. A complete fabrication, of course. No one would believe a 20-year-old attained this power naturally, but a dead mentor? That sells the story. The world needs a reason to fear the name Adrian Lawrence. The title of Riverdale's last disciple provides the perfect shield. An eccentric master for an eccentric student, Pius mutters. Hook, line, and sinker. But words are wind. The young master produces physical proof, forged documents, a masterpiece of deception created by Administrator Chester, the perfect alibi. He holds the legacy of Riverdale, a secret history that never existed. Even the Duke's real family would be fooled by this level of detail. Claiming the Archduke's power would bring too many enemies. Riverdale is safer. Now, to business. Adrian declares that he and Arcia Klein will handle the family snakes, Anna and Cedric Lawrence. No need for the knights to waste time gathering political support. Pius frowns. Then why summon a knight here? Politics isn't your job, Adrian smirks. This is. He commands the knight to extend a hand. Devices touch. A transfer notification pings. Pius's eyes bulge. A secondary account with 20 billion lotes? Create a shadow group. The order falls like a hammer. I need hands that aren't afraid of blood and dirt. A noble knight doing assassin's work? A contradiction, but necessary for the path ahead. Pius understands. To fight a monster like Marquis Haven, one must become a monster. But the money, surely this drained the young master as coffers? Pocket change, Adrian laughs. Investment is a hobby of mine. Pius worries for nothing. If the knight knew the truth that 3,000 times this amount sits in the vault, his heart might stop. Adrian extends a hand, eyes burning with ambition. I will strip Cedric of the airship. I will build a power no one dares challenge. Are you with me? The question hangs in the air. Pius drops to one knee, head bowed. My sword is yours, my lord. Meanwhile, in the Viper's nest, the stepmother freezes. 5 elite assassins vanished? Gone? She hisses. You said they could kill Aura Masters. You promised they were unstoppable. Crystal shatters against the butler's skull. Wine drips like blood. Then why is the boy still breathing? Panting with rage, she demands a report on the knights. Gilbert Balan has returned to his post, the butler stammers. But Pius is missing, alive. He must be. If a knight died, the report would be instant. Betrayal hangs heavy in the air. Those two are plotting. She can feel it. But the Viscount warned her to watch, not act. Disobeying the Viscount invites ruin. But doing nothing, that guarantees defeat. If Pius and Gilbert unite under Adrian, Cedric stands no chance. The clock is ticking. The butler wipes blood from his face. Shall we contact the Assassin Guild? They guarantee results. Kill him, she sneers. Simple. The butler hesitates. Is she mad? It is the only way. Logic has left the building. Only malice remains. But Madam Young Master Adrian is a celebrity now. And the Viscount? The butler tries to reason with the beast. How many years? Her voice drops to a deadly whisper. 30 years you have served me. Wine pours over his head, staining his dignity. Then you know I do not tolerate backtalk. Find a way, or you are next. The wicked woman stares down with cold eyes, asking if the servant thinks they possess more intellect than her. The butler only wanted to help out of a spark of pity for the bratty young master. Knees hit the floor instantly, begging for forgiveness, but the villainess scoffs. Forgiveness? No. You are going to take the fall for this crime. The old man freezes in pure shock. The Viscount's pathetic son is on death's door. And someone needs to pay the price in blood to cover it up. 30 years of loyalty means nothing? That makes the betrayal easier. She questions that devotion right now. Shaking like a leaf, the servant agrees to prove loyalty by becoming the scapegoat. A twisted smile appears. That is the perfect answer. Make sure this mission does not fail again, or every single one of you will be executed. The servant's mind races, tossed aside like trash after 3 decades of service, all because of one slip of the tongue. It is too late to turn back now. If the young master survives this trial, maybe this old soul can survive too. Meanwhile, over at Count Otis's territory, the 23rd Division is partying hard. Victory is theirs. Count Otis cannot believe the glory raining down on them. Never expected this level of recognition. All thanks to the MVP, Adrian Lawrence. The ceremony awaits. Even the side characters admit their family status skyrocketed because of this absolute beast. Inheriting the family legacy is guaranteed now. They beg Adrian to visit anytime. Promises of a royal welcome with everything they have got. The protagonist scoffs internally. Leech is taking credit for the hard carry. Typical noble behavior. Nothing new here. Success came from His Excellency's trust and wisdom. Obviously. But then Count Otis drops a bomb. Says it would have been better if the war dragged on a little longer. Excuse me? Adrian is stunned. What kind of twisted logic is that? Otis explains the dark game of politics. More blood meant a lordship title, but ending it early capped the rewards. No new land for the hero. Just a pat on the back. Big difference between inheriting a shiny chair and conquering a throne. Rank does not matter without land to rule. No county means no legacy to pass down. Otis looks depressed, but Adrian shrugs it off. Did not fight for loot or titles anyway. The Count sighs deeply. A diamond in the rough with nowhere to shine. A tragic waste of potential that breaks his heart. But wait, Otis has a plan B. Why not join the family? Adrian blinks in confusion. Then comes the trap card. Otis has a daughter. He can make the arrangement happen. Adrian forces a polite smile, thinking, where did this daughter come from all of a sudden? Otis begs for consideration. Doors are always open, but the protagonist remembers the rumors. Isn't that girl known for being a total maniac? Time to head home regardless. Anna and Cedric Lawrence better watch out. A storm they never expected is coming for them. The next day, war with Chris and his history. Provincial army disbanded. The squad salutes the legend one last time before parting ways. Back to the daily grind. Adrian logs into the system, getting tired of this loop. Power leveling like a maniac whenever possible, but the gap is huge. Level 8 mission requires level 250, currently stuck at 202, 10 days since hitting 200. Progress bar is not moving, 0 gains, and the mobs are getting tankier. Experience caps are brutal. The golden days of 1 level per day are over. The grind has become a nightmare. That last monster was a raid boss meant for 5 people. Maybe the party needs a newbie to share the load. No way! Solo leveling is safer. Keep a low profile. Slow and steady wins the race to max level. Calls out to Arcia Klein. No response. She stands still as a statue. Suddenly a bird crashes the party. Right behind the protagonist, asking what is going on, sensing danger, reality calls, something is going down in the real world. Log out, chaos instantly. Arcia is clashing steel against intruders, shield ring activate. It is those assassin rats from before. Since when do sneak thieves use aura blades? Adrian demands answers. Arcia looks unsure. Full plate armor and glowing swords, 3 elites? Adrian smirks. A bit overkill for a greeting considering 3 vanguards are here. Arcia reports Gilbert Bilan was ready. Bought some time. The guards are holding the line against the invaders. 5 against 3? Should be a walk in the park. But Arcia looks grim. Don't bet on it being easy. Smash! The airship ceiling crumbles. A massive armored golem drops in. Adrian stares at the behemoth. Arcia confirms a total of 6 enemies. That witch sent a literal devil squad instead of normal goons. Adrian sighs. Checks with Arcia. Can a single aura sword handle this mess? She nods confident. Steel drawn, staff equipped. The monster charges. Adrian laughs at the attempt. Pathetic. You chose the wrong target. Flame explosion. The golems melt under the heat, taking to the skies to rain down destruction. The enemy captain receives a panic call. Mission compromised. This is not right. Just retreat immediately. How did the plan fail? Boom. Yo's double explosion sends them flying. Since when does House Lawrence harbor a monster mage like this? Adrian is wiping the floor with them. Arcia is a whirlwind of death by his side. The comms scream a warning to the captain. Run, you fools! Take out the archmage. He is blocking the escape teleportation. Are you kidding? An archmage and an aura master? The captain bails. Every man for himself. Not so fast. Magic lock on active. Arcia flashes forward. Slash. Goodbye, arm. Time to finish this trash. Adrian Lawrence commands the rat to stop running. Escape is a pipe dream. The enemy squad has been completely reduced to atoms. The hero offers a chance at mercy, asking for cooperation. But the assassin chooses the coward's way out, fainting dead away before a word is spoken. Arcia Klein inspects the body. Confirmed kill. Suicide by a poison capsule hidden in the molars. Adrian admits he underestimated the resolve of these shadow rats. Meanwhile, the vanguard troops are losing their minds. Was young Master Adrian always this overpowered? Did the vice commander hide this monster in plain sight? Damien drops a bombshell. Adrian isn't just a noble. He is a disciple of the legendary Duke Rodello. The soldiers are left with their jaws on the floor. Gilbert Balan realizes the truth. Not just the army, but the entire family looked down on a sleeping dragon. Duke Rodello doesn't train weaklings. Adrian Lawrence didn't just get lucky. He's a tactical genius who played the fool, wearing a mask of weakness to survive the Vipers in his own home. The tide of war has shifted. The smart move is to pledge loyalty to the new Alpha. The protagonist notes that Gilbert Balan has a silver tongue, perfect for manipulation. Back at the estate, the mother rushes in, frantic. She checks her son for every scratch, acting like he is made of fragile glass. The father offers a stiff, good job. Adrian scans the area. No parade, no fanfare for a war hero, just a suspicious, heavy silence. The patriarch apologizes for the lack of a reception. Adrian shrugs it off, claiming he hates noise, but he knows Anna and Cedric Lawrence orchestrated this disrespect. A quiet banquet is the consolation prize. Fine. Adrian plays along, hiding his disgust while the father promises a feast in exchange for the silence. Time to eat. The protagonist switches his floating fortress to eco mode. The real battle is about to happen at the dinner table. Inside, the knights raise their goblets. Fighting beside Adrian Lawrence wasn't just a duty, it was the honor of a lifetime. The father asks how a useless son won such loyalty. But before the truth comes out, a screech pierces the air. Anna Lawrence bursts in, shouting Adrian's name like a banshee. 3 months apart, and her voice is still just as annoying. She looks like she's staring at a ghost. Adrian notices Morris Goozer nearby. The old retainer looks relieved, which is interesting. 30 years serving the enemy, yet Morris seems on Adrian's side. The protagonist files that intel away for later. But then there is Commander Klon, standing at the center of the enemy faction, radiating pure, unadulterated killing intent toward the hero. Cedric Lawrence finally speaks. He offers a pathetic, backhanded compliment, praising the family name instead of the warrior standing before him. Adrian flashes a polite smile, but internally, he is visualizing ripping their heads off. Patience. He needs a valid excuse to strike. These snakes made his life hell. A quick death is too good for them. He needs to provoke a fatal mistake so he can crush them properly. Cedric sneers, calling him a rude bastard for not accepting the praise. Adrian bursts into laughter. Did you really think I wanted your garbage validation? The room goes cold. Adrian acts like he owns the place. He is setting the stage, crafting the perfect atmosphere for violence. He looks Cedric dead in the eye. I can see it now, you ignoring tactics and charging to a meaningless death on the battlefield. Bullseye. Cedric turns purple with rage. How dare you speak to me like that? The trap is sprung. People usually get smarter with age. Adrian muses. No wonder your vassals call you an imbecile the second you leave the room. Cedric is shaking. Adrian twists the knife. Maybe that stupidity was inherited from your mother's side. The entire hall gasps. Anna demands an explanation. Adrian shuts her down. Drop the elegant act. It's fake, just like you. Cedric snaps. The battlefield made you wild, brat. He reaches for his blade. The mask has fully slipped. You have forgotten what fear tastes like, Cedric roars. Anna tries to intervene, blaming exhaustion, but it is too late. The father is confused, useless as ever. Adrian stands his ground, calm as a frozen lake. Just watch, he commands. Cedric stalks forward, delusional arrogance in every step. He starts babbling about a rebel investigation, convinced he has the upper hand. You are trying to destroy this family, Cedric screams. He accuses Adrian of treason, sounding completely unhinged. He persuaded you to tear us apart, Cedric yells at the troops. Arrest that rebel immediately. Silence. Not a single muscle moves. The guards stand like statues. Cedric looks around, panic rising. Why aren't you obeying? A knight from the back speaks up, voice dripping with disdain. If you want to arrest Vice Commander Gilbert, do it yourself. Humiliated, Cedric loses it. What did you say? He charges at Adrian, sword raised for the kill. Bam! Arcia Klein catches his arm mid-swing while casually munching on a giant hog leg. Let go, you brute, Cedric squeals. Oops! Arcia swings the meat bone like a club. Crack! She smashes it right into Cedric's skull. Down goes the second young master, out cold. The room is stunned into silence. A pork bone KO. Adrian grins at the heap of trash on the floor, but the fun is over. Commander Klon steps forward, his aura flaring dangerously. You have crossed the line, Klon roars. Adrian shoots back. Me, or the lunatics trying to kill a war hero? Klon trembles with rage, screaming that these dogs dared to harm the young master, and they deserve nothing less than execution. The commander draws his weapon. As a loyal vassal, I cannot let this stand. You will pay with your life. The commander sneers, claiming noble immunity doesn't apply to this trash. He says the rules are different for this specific little woman. Zero respect. This guy points cold steel right at her, screaming about how a filthy commoner dared to lay hands on a noble. He mocks her, thinking she believes she's noble just because she's a mistress. But the moment the blade swings, shockwaves. Why is everyone defending her? What is the commander doing? He needs to back off. But Gilbert Bylan steps up like a boss. I didn't draw my blade just to retreat now. Gilbert drops the bomb. Step away from Lady Arcia Klein. The commander pauses, totally confused. Lady? Since when does she have a title? Something smells fishy. Even the commander knows Cedric's goons usually care more about gold coins than loyalty. Too late to think. Reinforcements swarm the hall. Cedric Lawrence starts cackling like a maniac, thinking the game is already won. Cedric promises punishment for Gilbert and the crew. But Adrian Lawrence, our main character, isn't shaking in his boots. Adrian calls them out. How dare Viscount knights draw blades against their lord? But Cedric screams, subjugate these bastards right now. Tactical analysis time. Adrian calculates the odds. Sure, his side has the numbers, but the enemy is geared to the teeth. Cedric's faction boasts over 100 elites with top-tier equipment. If a brawl breaks out, it's going to be a one-sided slaughter. The commander asks why they even bother resisting. This fool is so drunk on a victory he hasn't even won yet, he forgot his place. He claims the family system is absolute. The only thing Adrian's imprudence will achieve is a river of blood from his own allies. Mocking laughter echoes. Don't worry, Adrian won't die yet, but survival means a fate worse than death. Literal hell awaits. Panic mode. Dad screams to use the artifact. Mom is shaking like a leaf. But Cedric sneers. Run all you want. There is no escape. But Adrian just sighs. Miserable fools. He flips the script. You aren't enforcing law. You're rebelling against the Lord. Command issued. Knights, protect your lord from these traitors. The order hits the room like a thunderclap. The commander is baffled, but Adrian Lawrence stands tall. Anyone with eyes can see who the real traitors are. Let's wrap this up. He turns to Arcia Klein. Leave those three to me. Clean up the trash. Snap. The illusion magic dissolves instantly. Blood spray. In a blink, Arcia decapitates the elites. The commander's jaw drops. Meanwhile, Adrian turns to him. Hey, crony, thinking time is over. You need some discipline. Whack! Adrian smashes his staff right into the commander's face without hesitation. Crony's mind is breaking. Impossible. That woman is an aura master, and this gaming addict just drew blood from me? Panic control. Crony screams. Defensive formation. She's an aura master. Stay calm, and we can take her down. Adrian slow claps. Not bad. Giving orders in chaos? A true commander. Then the grin drops. Too bad it won't save you. Crony stammers. What? Adrian steps forward. Class is in session. I'm the teacher, and you're about to learn a painful lesson. Buffs activate. Whoosh! Crony realizes the horror. Mages can instant cast spells 2 circles below their rank. If Adrian is a 7th circle archmage, that means 5th circle magic is instant. The legendary spell Memorize activates. The moment a mage hits archmage status, the casting time weakness vanishes. It's basically cheat mode. Inferno. Boom. Flame explosion roasts the commander alive. As the charred body drops, Adrian strolls up to the trembling nobles. The real party starts now, right? Adrian smirks. But wait, the burnt commander lunges for one final desperate strike. Swoosh! Dodged effortlessly. Adrian looks down cold. You really should be stayed down. Then, a brutal beatdown ensues right in front of the witnesses. Thud. The commander is dead meat. The survivors can't process it. How? How did Adrian Lawrence become a 7th Circle Archmage? Adrian shoots them a terrifying little smile. Their thoughts? We are absolutely doomed. Meanwhile, scene shift. A furious roar echoes. That bastard Adrian touched my daughter Anna. Meet Raven Margrave, Anna's father, and Cedric's grandfather. Inside the Margrave estate, the old man watches the footage. His blood boils. The video of the beatdown is already trending on every portal. By tomorrow, the whole world knows. Raven scoffs. Let the keyboard warriors chatter. The words of commoners mean nothing to me. Even if some nobles gossip, so what? The most those cowards can do is file a complaint. Raven analyzes the threat. Sure, an Archmage and Aura Master are rare, but this isn't a fairy tale. You can't win a war with just 2 superhumans. Siding with Adrian means declaring war on me, Raven Margrave. His military might rivals the combined forces of dukes and marquises. The only real danger? If a heavyweight noble, a duke or marquis, decides to back Adrian Lawrence. Highly unlikely, the butler stammers. But the royal family? Raven nods. A young Archmage attracts attention, obviously. But that only matters if their power is real. Raven's eyes glint maliciously. We just have to paint them as imposters. If nobody believes they are an Archmage or Aura Master, they are nothing. In this era, who can trust a video? We'll claim it's CGI. We announce the video is a fake, a fabrication designed to slander my daughter Anna and my grandson Cedric. Those stupid commoners are playing right into my hands. A twisted smile forms. Raven Margrave has found his justification for war. What they truly desire is a mystery that shocks the trio. They question the logic of provoking the Raven Margrave. But the Margrave demands the numbers. How much power can be mobilized for a total war? The subordinate hesitates. Approximately half of the total forces. For the territory, that means mobilizing. 3 flying fortresses and 150 vanguards, or perhaps 2 fortresses and 200 vanguards. The Margrave demands the immediate reality. What is ready right now? The answer is 200 vanguards and a single flying fortress. The old tyrant nods. That is enough. A mere brat, still green behind the ears. Daring to issue a challenge? This is war. Regret will be the only thing left for the enemy. Now, shift focus back to the protagonist. Calculation fills the mind. The enemy must have seen the broadcast by now. Preparations for a counterattack are surely underway. The connection between Anna Lawrence, Cedric Lawrence, and the Raven Margrave is blood deep. The blade of vengeance remains incomplete until it pierces the Margrave. However, the foundation must be solid before the strike. Conditions must be met. 3 figures stand ahead. The blonde speaks first. A pleasure to meet. Olivia Riverdale, daughter of Cain Riverdale. The protagonist analyzes the status. Duchess Olivia Riverdale, an Archmage of the Lewis Kingdom, daughter of the legendary Duke. Rumors place Olivia near the 8th Circle, a presence equal to a family patriarch. The Olivia Riverdale family holds the seat of 6 Archmages. If Olivia validates the claim, the world will accept it as absolute truth. Adrian asks the question, does this mean recognition is granted? But magic flares. Olivia is not convinced yet. A platinum plate can be forged. The atmosphere grows heavy. The trio stares down. Pressure builds as mana circles resonate against each other. A test of dominance. But the pressure shatters. Adrian breaks through. What is the meaning of this? The girl smiles. Incredible. Applause breaks the silence, but Olivia shrugs. Just a simple test of skill. The protagonist scoffs. Surely verification could be achieved without such theatrics. But Olivia counters. Having 7 circles does not mean equal power. Measuring the exact level was necessary. Adrian Lawrence presses the issue. So is the recognition earned now? Olivia admits questions remain, but refusal is illogical. The protagonist notes the sensible thinking. If Adrian turns out to be a villain causing loss to the family, that would be bad. But making an enemy of a powerful mage? That is a death wish. No one can afford that cost. Identity is confirmed. The alliance is set. Then Adrian drops a bombshell. A specific request. The trio freezes in shock. Cut to the next day. The Margrave is impatient. How much longer? To mobilize the troops? Faster! But suddenly, an interruption. Someone urges the Margrave to watch the screen. What is it this time? The video plays. Olivia speaks. An official announcement. Today, young Master Adrian Lawrence Highford Lawrence, disciple of the late Duke Riverdale, has become a 7th Circle Archmage at 20 years old. The Margrave is absolutely livid. Olivia continues. A rare genius of magic. A talent destined for the 8th Circle. The Riverdale family vows full support. No effort will be spared. Anna's father realizes the truth. The enemy was one step ahead. It is as if thoughts were being read. The warning is clear. Attempting to harm Adrian is now an act of war against the House of Riverdale. Smash! The Margrave destroys the screen. Fury explodes. The plan remains unchanged. The subordinates are stunned. Did the old man not hear? The attack proceeds. Questions arise about the royal family. The tyrant does not care. As long as the objective is reached, any obstacle can be overcome. Karen speaks up. Your Grace, Olivia Riverdale backs Adrian now. The expedition should be aborted, but the old monster refuses to listen. Foreigners mean nothing here. The trio is left in shock. Twisted logic follows. Adrian Lawrence will feel safe now. He will think the attack is impossible. That makes the surprise assault even deadlier. Finish the preparations. Mobilize the troops immediately. Speed is the key to slaughter. But surprise is on the other side. A golden eagle watches from above. The vision connects directly to the protagonist. Rewind the clock to a few moments prior. Olivia asks the question, is a press conference really the request? Is that all? Adrian confirms. Olivia nods. The situation is clear. If desired, more support can be given as a fellow disciple. But Adrian declines. Just reveal the truth. A disciple of the ancient duke, an archmage. Nothing more is needed. Olivia is left puzzled. The protagonist smiles, dark and sharp. Arcia Klein, let us move. When it comes to vengeance, relying on others is weak. Is revenge not a dish best served personally? Everything must follow the plan, under the protagonist's command. Back to the present. Olivia asked why. Adrian answers, they are the prey. Sharing the thrill of the hunt with others is out of the question. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, chains break. The escape begins. Anna Lawrence clutches a key, running for their lives. Survival is the goal, Anna hisses. Living like this is the same as death. Father will never stop the hunt. Cedric Lawrence hesitates. Is this really the way? Anna snaps back. What else is there? Living in fear is not an option. Cedric agrees. Anna tells him to shut up and keep moving. They reach the roof. A look to the sky. A click of the key. A system message flashes. Transport to the flying fortress initiated. Arrival. Cloaks are thrown aside. Anna sneers. That peasant is something else. But death is certain. Think Anna will just stand by? Wrong. Total destruction awaits. The Viscount and the enemy will burn. The key turns. The flying fortress awakens. System prompt. Identity check initiated. Anna Lawrence confirms. Threat assessment is user attempting to activate the fortress under duress? Negative. Authorization complete. Anna Lawrence grins, ordering the main cannon, Firestorm, to lock onto Viscount Rayford Lawrence. Fire on my signal. But surprise, surprise, our boy shuts that noise down instantly, telling Anna she played the villain role exactly as predicted. Thanks for bypassing the security firewall, lady. While Anna stands there confused, Arcia Klein has already stomped the guards and grabbed Cedric Lawrence by the neck. Our hero steps up. Don't waste ammo on the Viscount. Your crimes are stacking up, and Marquise Raven's dogs are almost here. You and your useless brother are going to defend this land with your own bodies. The look on Anna's face? Priceless shock. That's the expression I wanted. Guilty people should look nervous. Did you really think your little treason party was something to be proud of? Slam! He throws Anna to the deck. This aerial fortress had tight security, but thanks to her, every lock is now wide open for the taking. Anna tries to play it cool with Adrian Lawrence, acting like she doesn't know what happened. Let all just calm down and chat, right? Yeah, right. Our boy isn't the one who tried to nuke the Viscount. Arcia starts beating the trash out of Cedric Lawrence. Then our hero gives the order. Drag him over here. Arcia tosses the battered brother right next to his mother. Cedric whines, asking why? We're brothers, aren't we? Cold reply. Brothers don't get a free pass for betrayal. Arcia asks about the knights. The cowards start begging for mercy. They look like Raven's spies. Send them back. Airlock opens and whoosh, he kicks the trash right out of the flying ship. Oh, forgot the upload. He tells Arcia to edit the footage for later. Priorities, right? The two prisoners start banging on the barrier, begging to be let out. Pathetic. Our boy decides to weaponize the media. Political warfare time. He uploads the clip of Anna Lawrence aiming the cannon at the Viscount's home. The internet explodes. Seeing the comments, Marquis Raven loses it. Can we kill these plebeians talking trash? Butler says, technically yes, but actually no. The site is Elia Union territory, strict privacy laws. Unless it's a major felony, no doxing allowed. Damn stubborn Elia scum. Background lackey reports in. Aerial fortress fully prepped. 200 vanguards ready for war. Everyone is strapped and loaded. Marquis Raven growls. Do not fail me. Go. The mages fire up the mass teleportation magic. The ship vanishes. Raven wonders if he should have gone personally. Meanwhile, his daughter screams from the barrier. Father, stay away. Sky breaks open. Marcus Raven's army warps in directly above Adrian's fortress. They're here. Adrian smirks. Initiate mana wave. The prisoners lose their minds, screaming apologies at Adrian Lawrence, swearing they'll never do it again. Too late for tears. Our hero uses a trick learned from the war. It's called a suicide bombing run. Raven's army looms overhead. The two traitors scream in pure terror. Our boy simply raises his wine glass. Cheers to Madame Anna and brother Cedric. He watches the fortress detonate in the sky with them inside. Revenge is meaningless. Total lie. It feels amazing. He turns to Arcia Klein. Hey, want to make a wish? She's confused. He explains, you make wishes on fireworks, don't you? The alcohol has never tasted this sweet. Age of Magic, August 15th, 2019. Anna and Cedric Lawrence deleted. The world's trash is gone. Absolute freedom achieved. Just watching the beautiful explosions lighting up the sky. Meanwhile, back in Marquise Ravenous' office, silence. Why aren't they reporting in? Operation should be over. Comms failure? Raven is sweating bullets. What about the spies? No contact. Are they ghosting me? Is this a joke? Subordinate suggests, maybe this was all a trap from the start. Raven goes ballistic. Since when? Is he really dancing in the palm of a kid young enough to be his grandson? Unbelievable. Surprise interruption. Your Grace, urgent news. Online articles regarding the Rayford Lawrence territory. Posted 3 minutes ago. Raven demands answers. The scene shifts to the aftermath of the explosion. Ground vanguards shield the territory as debris rains from the heavens. More explosions echo. Raven watches the video. Butler notes, an evacuation order was issued 1 hour ago. The Rayford Lawrence territory was empty. The article confirms. Communications were cut. Then a massive sky explosion occurred. Connection restored. Announcement incoming from the Lordess Castle. Fury! Marcus Raven smashes his desk to pieces. The staff trembles. How many troops do we have left? Report. 65 vanguards, or 25 plus 1 aerial fortress. Disastrous. The dispatched force had the power of 5 fortresses. The video proves it. Adrian Lawrence sacrificed his ship for a kamikaze attack. Doesn't matter how old that ship was. Exploding the core caused a mana overload that wiped out everything nearby. It means Adrian Lawrence predicted every single move. But surely he can't pull a stunt like that a second time. Butler Deckel drops the bad news. The numbers aren't adding up to crush Viscount Highford Lawrence. An emergency alert from the Imperial family flashes in. Using force against Highford Lawrence is officially banned. This news hits the old man hard. Laughter bursts out, shocking the room. The Margrave asks if this is the price for underestimating that bastard. What about damage control? Recovery is possible, but not instant. It costs 15 trillion just to build an aerial fortress, plus 50 billion for Vanguard gear. Add 30 trillion for repairs alone. The family power built over generations collapsed from a single mistake. The Margrave asks if the link with Arcia is back online. The butler confirms it. An immediate call goes out to Adrian Lawrence. That eagle in the sky acts like Arcia, a support unit, but operates differently. While Arcia Klein is versatile like a human, Greneg is a dedicated support auxiliary. It observes everything, beaming vision and audio straight to Adrian. Our boy wonders who has the nerve to call right now. The Margrave admits the kid has skills. The cheap tricks actually worked this time. But thinking it will happen again is a fatal error. Our MC laughs it off. Revenge only ends with death and the family's total collapse. The Margrave stammers at the word revenge. Adrian replies that the old man wouldn't get it. Since the madam and the eldest son loved the fortress so much, Adrian left them inside. $1 trillion cremation ceremony just for them. Raven Margrave snaps. One win doesn't mean understanding the terrifying reality of this world. This humiliation is etched in stone. Payback will be 1,000 times worse. Watching the old dog bark, Adrian realizes something. Raven doesn't care about Anna or Cedric dying. They were just pathetic tools to the end. Trash belongs in the bin. Our hero asks if the Margrave is currently on the 8th floor of the Lord's castle. Raven Margrave is confused, but a special gift is already incoming. What could it be? Adrian asks about Memorize Magic, a hack that wipes out casting time. It stores up to 10 spells. Imagine unleashing 10 7th circle spells all at once. Could it shatter the Lord's castle shield that Raven loves so much? Looking outside, magic circles lock onto the floor. Pure shock hits the room. The gift is 10 rounds of 7th circle magic, the Blaze Blast. The spells fuse together, smashing directly through the shield. Adrian listens to the sweet sound of panic over the call. Old man Raven screams Adrian's name in terror. Our boy just laughs and offers a prayer for their safety. Time to bounce. Gilbert appears right on cue. The reporters are gathered in the conference hall as ordered. Walking through the mansion, butlers and maids bow, shaking in their boots. Adrian stares them down. Every single servant used to look down on the MC. Now watching them tremble is actually hilarious. Goodbye to the past self who played the fool. The second act of this splendid life starts now. The internet explodes. Viscount Hyford Lawrence versus Marquis Raven. An aerial fortress and 200 vanguards turn to dust instantly. Haters claim Adrian Lawrence copied tactics from the war against the Crousing Empire. But others point out Marquis Raven planned the ambush, a humiliating defeat. The young prodigy Adrian Lawrence took down a giant. Reading the comments, our boy sees 1 million followers in a day. Call Adrian an influencer now. Gilbert Bylon admits fear. People might push back for taking down a renowned noble. Our hero asks why the opinions of others matter. A smile says the MC will never be shaken again. Bylon remembers the kid lived a life of constant pressure. The incident sparks controversy everywhere. Articles criticize Adrian since the Raven family is still standing, but public opinion is on the winning side. Neutrals flock to Adrian. Our boy thinks commoners are basically slaves to the nobles. But the MC is different. Using public support is a weapon. Adrian must prove this isn't like those other nobles. Constant communication, photos, and interaction will do the trick. Discrimination against commoners is a major social issue in Hondal. It isn't because commoners are inferior. Suddenly, a surprise interruption occurs. Father bursts into the room with a summons order. Our boy asks if this is serious. The letter orders Sir Adrian Lawrence. Hyford Lawrence and Madame Arcia Klein must appear at the inspection council. It reads short and bossy. 3 possibilities come to mind. First, a move by Marquis Raven. Second, nobles planning to tame the wild dog. Third, the royal council wants control. They wouldn't send an order if they wanted friendship. Father asks for a plan. Our boy asks what nobles love the most. Father says money. Adrian Lawrence agrees completely. Cash will change their minds. Many nobles will be interested, even royalty. Father asks for details. Adrian Lawrence drops the master plan. Buying loyalty with pocket change? Please. But flashing the real cash is about to blow their minds completely. Why the long faces? Money talks louder than words. One look at the bank balance leaves Gilbert Bylon absolutely floored. 60 billion? Cute guess. Look closer at those commas. That is not 3, but 4. We are talking 60 trillion lotes. Pure luck, or so the main character claims. Bylon suspects future sight, while the old man thinks everyone has gone insane. But what about the cut? The taxman cometh for at least a fifth. That is a staggering 12 trillion gone in an instant. Rumor has it, pay big now, get tax-free status later. The royal family loves a golden goose after all. Securing 0 tax on half of future earnings sounds like a win. Sure, burning that cash hurts the original plan. Giving up a fifth is a massive blow. So, time for a shopping spree. Any other items on the wish list? Oh, just some casual air fortresses and vanguard gear. The declaration hits the newswire like a meteor. Adrian Lawrence. 60 trillion in investment gains. The entire noble society is left shaking in their expensive boots. Otis loves the chaos, calls the guy a total lunatic who lives for the shock factor. The wife clocks the name. Is this the kid from before? Yup, but now the title is Grand Mage of the 7th Circle. Missed the chance for an intro before the fame hit. Now mom is thirsty for a power couple matchup for Michelle. Slam, Michelle isn't having it. The face is a 10 but riding someone else's coattails? Hard pass. True power must be earned solo. The plan? Hunt down the legendary legacy of Archduke Lucas. Confidence is high, but mom delivers a reality check with a painful ear pull. Time to grow up. Dad connects the dots. If Adrian Lawrence is the one who found Manuel Lucas' legacy, the insane courage makes sense. The Olivia Riverdale family took the guy in. Perfect cover, no strong presence, just blending in. Adrian can stay under the radar with the Riverdales until bagging that Lord Mage title. But the royals confirmed the cash came from stocks, not ancient treasures. Is there a backroom deal with Riverdale? Enough with the tinfoil hat theories. Urgent news just broke, interrupting the family drama. The Republic of Prius claims they found Manuel Lucas' heir. Everyone is stunned. Meanwhile, back at the tower, if only absorbing research books was a skill. The schedule is packed, inspections with Marcia tomorrow. Then, a boring royal party, followed by shopping for air fortresses. No rest for the wicked. Logging out isn't an option. The grind never stops when chasing ultimate power. Scouring thousands of texts for that 1% of military tech. Archduke Lucas. War-changing inventor, yet a pacifist at heart? The main project was dimensional teleportation. No wife, no students, just a lifetime chasing away home. The world hails a hero, but the man was just homesick. Leaving breadcrumbs about Earth wasn't an accident. The Archduke wanted to find a fellow traveler. Tragically, death came first. This legacy was a final hope for teleportation. But getting obsessed? Not on the agenda. Though, hopping between worlds would be a sweet perk. Maybe Lucas just needed a successor to finish the job. Challenge accepted. Even the mini Manuel thinks the humility is fake. Adrian asks the real question. Won't the feds catch on to the money laundering? Varrot admits it's possible. If they audit every global investor, the math won't add up. But who has time for that? Bribing the Marquis worked, yet the spotlight is burning bright on the Seventh Circle Mage. With Arcia Klein, an Aura Master in tow, the stakes are high. If the world learns the truth about the Lucas legacy, everything could vanish. The secret must hold. Enter the master plan. Operation False Lucky Bearer. How is the decoy doing? Scene shift to the Prius Empire where a parade is in full swing. Long live Luis Falmont. The crowd goes wild. Keep cheering, fools. The real savior is watching from the shadows. Meet the puppet. 29. Supposedly a top agent and the president's son. In reality, a spoiled second-generation brat who uses daddy's name to cause trouble. The idiot doesn't even know he's a pawn. The perfect actor to play the lucky bearer of Lucas's power. Let him soak up the world's attention. Every eye on Luis is one less eye on the real Adrian Lawrence. Just need time to hit the ninth circle. Back in the library, guilt isn't the issue. It just sucks associating the great Manuel Lucas with that clown. But until strength is absolute, this is the only way. Adrian Lawrence figures the legacy is safe in these hands. People think the Republic of Prius is one of the 4 big empires on Hond, and supposedly the only country that actually votes for a president. But let's be real, corruption and shady backroom deals are the actual foundation. The legislature and media, just lapdogs on a leash. It is basically a dictatorship since the president has been gripping the throne for 14 years. Adrian notes this might boost the president's approval ratings. Varrot admits it is possible, but the country's trash situation won't change with just some news. Adrian Lawrence hopes no randoms get hurt in this mess. Meanwhile, mini Manuel Lucas drops truth. Once the bomb regarding the fake luck bearer goes off, it will be game over for Luis Falmont and the president. Long term, these actions are going to wreck the corrupt Falmont regime for good. Adrian Lawrence stresses over innocent bystanders in this operation. A request is made. Identify the civilians, please. The little guy wants to say no, but accepts the request this time. Going this far is only happening because of a serious lack of planning. Totally unexpected. Caring about other people's lives? The question is asked. Didn't Anna, Cedric Lawrence, and Marquis Hayward get wiped out without hesitation? Adrian Lawrence claps back. Enemies are different. That is the rule. The mini-master agrees that is a solid mindset to keep. Prevent innocent casualties. Show zero mercy to enemies. A perfect balance. In moments like this, Adrian seems more human than artificial. The question arises, upon reaching the ninth circle, can creatures like Arcia and Chester be created? Mini-master throws out a question. Time to use that last administrator privilege yet? Adrian says, nope. Saving that card for a rainy day. Current level is 205. Gonna take a hot minute to hit level 250. Which is the first condition for the 8th legacy mission? The trio walks through a gate. Scene switches to the mansion, where the staff is spilling tea. Word on the street, the young lord plans to buy 5 aerial fortresses this time. Sounds impossible. A viscount or baron usually caps out at 1 fortress. 5 is insane, planning to max out the vanguard equipment limit. The maids whisper, is it really chill for one family to have that much firepower? Glasses girl argues back, of course. Titles are based on merit. Imagine if that kind of talent left the country because of bad treatment. Not just a big noble in name only. Someone equipped with matching military might. In other words, a new power rises in the Hayward Kingdom. The chat gets cut short. Why stop now? Explanation. Lady Arcia Klein just called. Time to hustle. The trio fights over the spot. Everyone wants to go instead of the scheduled person. One maid scores the win. The cheeky servant is really pushing luck today. Most staff sided with Anna Lawrence back in the day. Now that Anna is gone, everyone feels like they are walking on eggshells. The Hayward Lawrence staff is terrified to face the young master. Past sins against Adrian weigh heavy, but nobody wants to quit. Good pay, future security. The room is entered. Snacks delivered. Arcia gives thanks. The maid thinks, fighting to serve Lady Arcia Klein was worth it. Much more chill than the alternative. Breakfast is served while staring at Arcia Klein. Complete opposite of that terrifying title, Master of Aura. Lady Arcia Klein has a gentle vibe. That sweet smile gets shown off frequently. Blushing maid thinks, Arcia came from a common background too. Rising to count level on pure power? Legend behavior. Arcia notices the stare. Wants to know what is up. The maid asks permission to speak freely. Arcia Klein says, go ahead. The burning question, will young Lord Adrian Lawrence fire the castle staff? Arcia Klein defends the man. Adrian Lawrence is a good person, hates seeing others suffer because of him. Then, the tone drops, cold as ice to enemies. The question is asked with crushing pressure, are you an enemy of Sir Adrian Lawrence? Trembling in fear, the answer is no. Arcia smiles again. Then it is all good. The maid bolts out of the room, almost crashing into Adrian Lawrence, apologizing profusely. Since that day, a rumor spreads. Adrian never forgets, and Arcia punishes anyone bothering her love. The new recruit asks, is tagging along to the royal castle really okay? Adrian Lawrence confirms it. Why ask? The kid admits, Sir Eric and the crew are still weak. Adrian Lawrence reflects. While the war against the Krace Empire raged, leveling up wasn't the only prep. Talent with massive potential was scouted using magic glasses. Eric Jones speaks up. The young lord wouldn't summon the team without a reason. There must be a plan. Adrian Lawrence questions calling it a plan, but experience is needed. Currently, 4 vanguards act as escorts, together with Alan Lopez and Eric Jones from the Talent Institute, heading to the royal castle for the Auditor S inspection. Expect a swarm of nobles at the castle today. With some luck, the royal family might even be spotted. Focus on the individuals running this country. The blonde kid promises to do the best possible job. Adrian thinks, to grow in the future, learning confidence is key. The driver announces, arrival at the portal, teleportation complete. Just send the command forward and boom, portal crossed. Arriving at a new city. The kid is practically glued to the window, totally hypnotized by the view. Meanwhile, our main guy is lost in thought. Finally reached the server hub, the capital of Kingdom Haybert, Lionel City. Step out of the carriage and the aura hits different. Crowds everywhere whispering that they look even better in real life than the rumors. Walking straight toward the royal admin building, like owning the place. The butler up front notices the hype, says the popularity stat is maxed out. Adrian Lawrence just shrugs it off. Blame the media for the spotlight, but the Baron gets real. Says it isn't just hype. The nobility has been going absolutely insane lately because of the duo. And as expected, the high-ranking snobs aren't happy about the competition. A legitimate surprise for our boy. Guy explains Adrian is famous among the non-heir nobles. The underdogs earned that spot by pure skill. Adrian flips the analytical switch, glasses on, realizes this guy is Baron Walker Harris, the top dog inspector of the nobility. Stat check time. 4 talents detected. Intelligence, admin power, leadership, and learning ability. Not bad. Adrian drops the name casually. Baron Walker Harris. Baron panics, apologizes for talking too much. Forget it. But Adrian Lawrence isn't listening to the apology, tosses a card. Take this. Baron is confused. My card? Adrian drops the recruitment offer. When a territory gets acquired, gonna need a cracked administrator to run the back end. If interested, hit the contact info. Best treatment guaranteed. Straight up poaching a government official in broad daylight. The Baron is left stunned. Arrive at the royal house. Walker Harris announces the destination. Investigative room 1. Sounds like a boss room. Rules are strict. Only Sir Adrian Lawrence and Madame Klein allowed inside. Inspection lasts 2 to 3 hours. Tells the rest of the party to wait in the lobby. Adrian waves it off. Go explore the map. We'll ping everyone when the investigation quest is done. Squad agrees. Stay safe. Baron whispers a final warning. Watch out. No telling what kind of traps are inside. Chief Inspector looks salty. Adrian just flashes a smile. Thanks for the intel. Inner thoughts? If this goes south, can always just server hop and leave the country. Enter the room. Surrounded instantly. And yeah, the Baron wasn't kidding. The pressure in here is heavy. The source of the aggro? 2 big shots. Douglas Hamilton, head of Noble Inspection, and the second prince, Luke Wynne Hayward. But why is the second prince sitting there? Prince starts the dialogue. Honor to meet the commander of the Royal Guard. Prince says, knew the notice would stick. Definitely an archmage. Adrian fires back with sass. Hard not to notice royalty, unless playing the role of a blind spy. Prince says, heads up. Adrian scans the stats. Aura, physical strength, learning skill. Average intel, average leadership, average admin. The analysis? Guy probably got power leveled by an aura master and chugged rare elixirs to hit that rank. Prince takes charge. Leading this raid personally. Adrian shrugs. If the chief inspector is cool with it, no complaints here. Staring contest initiates. Adrian versus the Prince. Prince has status effects, observing and uncomfortable. Why uncomfortable? Probably because Adrian questioned the chief just now. Drops a fake apology. My bad for doubting your highness's decision. Prince waves it off. No sweat. Sit down. Let's start the interrogation. Adrian's thoughts? This is a total snooze fest. Nothing happening. Even if they had dirt, the alibi is rock solid. But then, the old geezer next to the prince speaks up. Why deal unilateral damage to Marquis Raven Margrave? Trying to frame it as an ambush, Prince interrupts. Chill. Clearly a territorial dispute. Just business. Argument breaks out. Adrian analyzes the prince. Thought the guy would be hostile, but actually being fair? Prince tries to end it. No reason to continue. Investigation over. But the old NPC isn't done. Marcus Raven is a huge asset to our faction. Adrian realizes the prince can hear every word. Douglas Hamilton and most inspectors are on the Prince S team, but Raven has spies here too. Prince Luke Wynne Hayward might have developed aggro just because of peer pressure. Not personal will. Prince tells the old guy to use some logic. Wrapping this up for now, Prince calls out, Sir Adrian Lawrence, no more games. Getting straight to the main quest. Racing my brother for the crown. Competition was balanced until a certain someone showed up, specifically about Marquis Raven Margrave. He was one of the main pillars, and he got toppled. Adrian apologizes. Prince says, don't blame the player. My fault for the slip-up, but if joining my brother S guild had happened, that would be game over for me. That SY asking first matters. Adrian clicks, so that S the real objective of this raid. First prince is the heir, second prince is the aura master challenger. The scales were even. Second prince is going all out, challenging the heir as birthright. Marquis' forces got disbanded. Not a fatal blow, but definitely a debuff. The real glitch in the system is Adrian and Araxia, dropped from the sky, broken skills, infinite funds, a heavyweight that can shatter the balance. Adrian thinks, no clear loot in this political war. Says there is not enough influence to enter the arena. Don't even have a title yet. But the prince counters. That's exactly why it matters. If joining the alliance, the second prince isn't playing around with small change. Offering the status of Archmage and full backing for a Marquis title. A move that leaves Adrian Lawrence stunned. Becoming a Marquis means standing just one step away from a dukedom. Is such a leap even possible? The royal admits it's rare, but claims the power to make it reality. The Marinikov territory looks like a sweet deal on paper. Adrian suspects a desire for neutrality, but instincts scream otherwise. This is definitely a loyalty test. The offer sounds too good to be true. Adrian asks if one person is truly worth this much investment. The prince smirks. The value is far higher than imagined, especially with a beautiful aura master standing right there. The royal gaze shifts to Arcia Klein with a look that screams trouble. That expression flips Adrian S switch to serious mode. Time to stall. Asking for time to think seems like the best play. A request that catches the prince off guard, but the royal recovers quickly. Mages are known for caution after all, especially those who spent a lifetime hiding in the shadows. 1 week. That is the deadline given. Adrian expresses gratitude for the consideration. But the air remains heavy. Staring each other down, the prince drops a heavy question. Shouldn't the crown belong to the most capable? If the current heir takes the throne, the Herod kingdom is doomed to rot. A noble must consider the future of the nation. Heavy words to drop on a guest. Adrian promises to reflect on this treasonous philosophy. Turning to Madame Klein, the prince comments on her size. Smaller than expected for a legend, surprising that such a frame holds an aura master. Arcia offers a cold thanks. The prince suggests a duel later. Apparently, Arcia is the first female master this guy has ever seen. She replies that it would be a pleasure. Ice-cold delivery. The prince notes the chill and dismisses them until next time, but the exit isn't clean. The head noble steps into Adrian's path with a warning. Stop thinking. Just accept the offer. Royalty isn't accustomed to rejection. Walking away, Adrian feels the wasted time. The whole meeting was just a formality, a power flex. Now the question remains, what's the next move? Heading back home or wandering the streets? Checking in on Arcia reveals the answer. Is the swordmaster hungry? Not starving, but definitely ready to eat immediately. Adrian realizes Arcia's brain is 90% food, but the mind drifts back to the second prince's arrogant smirk. That comment about trash touching a royal hand, saying it needs washing, the absolute audacity. Arcia mentions the shoulder touch as well. Just as the irritation peaks, a surprise interrupts the venting session. A voice from behind chimes in. Someone agrees that the situation is great and claims to know all the best restaurants. A blonde stranger stands there, grinning at Adrian. The sudden appearance shocks both Adrian and Arcia. Who is this guy? Taking a closer look reveals a terrifying truth. It's the first prince, Crown Prince Michael Van Hayward, a fifth circle mage. Time for a stat check. Intelligence? Off the charts. Learning ability? Very high. Administration? Very high. Command and politics? High tier. But mana, aura, and physical stats? Are rock bottom. The Crown Prince is just strolling around casually. Nobody else seems to have noticed the royal presence yet. Michael notes that only true elites, an archmage and a swordmaster, could spot the disguise. The stealth spell works perfectly on idiots like the younger brother, but it seems useless against those with actual brains. Adrian notes the difference immediately. This doesn't feel like the typical arrogance of a first prince. Instincts scream one thing clearly. Looking at those eyes, making an enemy here would be a fatal mistake. The play? Adrian demands a luxury dinner as tribute. Michael agrees instantly. The royal will play guide. Walking to the venue allows for a deeper analysis of the profile. These specs are broken for a mere human. Talents purely focused on politics and administration. Besides Arcia Klein, seeing someone with 3 very high attributes is unheard of. Actually, scratch that. Considering total talent, Michael wins. Arcia is purely combat spec. Her stats are lopsided. The first prince boasts 2 highs and 3 very highs. Mana might be low, but that massive intelligence makes Michael a high mage regardless. The prince notices the burning curiosity. Adrian comments on the mystery. This royal is far more enigmatic than the younger sibling. Arrival at the destination. Entering the room triggers a question. Is this a teleportation chamber? Ideally, such spells shouldn't work inside the castle. Is there an interruption barrier? The prince asks if the secret isn't common knowledge. An electric stone mine lies beneath the castle foundation. Sometimes it conflicts with mana, causing teleportation failures. A natural jammer. But with a simple button press, click, the barrier deactivates. Adrian realizes the interruption spell was just turned off manually. Michael signals it's time to move. Adrian's internal alarm bells are ringing. This is no ordinary person. Who is the crown prince really? Location shift complete. Safe inside the new zone. The prince suggests things will be quieter here. Once again, the hand moves. Button pressed. Barrier reactivated. The interruption spell is back online. Adrian realizes who holds the keys to the castle. The second prince has no clue the security grid is being toyed with, and no way to find out. That idiot is completely in the dark. Adrian expresses the honor of meeting the true heir. Michael returns the sentiment smoothly. Mutual respect established. The butler interrupts, asking if the master has returned. Michael asks about the food prep. Everything is ready to serve. Adrian asks for confirmation. Is this the crown prince's private palace? The blonde royal confirms exactly that, with a head chef recruited personally. Guaranteed to be one of the best in the country. Then, a curveball question. Does Adrian know about the new SNS follower? Adrian asks if it's serious. The prince confirms. The handle? Grandiose with closed eyes. Nobles usually ignore the virtual world, but not this one. It's pure entertainment. Adrian processes the contrast. Michael holds the title of crown prince but acts like a best friend. No fake persona detected. Definitely not the trash treatment received from the second prince. These two are total opposites. Adrian notes the sense of humor. Michael agrees. Watching the trolling of Marquis Raven Margrave was the highlight of the week. Appearance expectations? Shattered. Eric confirms that the girl is the key to unlocking those follower stats, and Eric admits, yeah, she is the MVP. Meanwhile, the butler drops the feast, and Arcia, straight up drooling over the loot. Our boy mentions spotting the fan club camping out at the castle entrance. The prince nods along. You know it. But midway through the grub, main character throws the big question. Why the invite? The prince hits back with a don't play dumb. So, our boy guesses it is a recruitment drive. Blondie admits it, straight up. Adrian Lawrence cuts to the chase. What is the payout? But Michael Van Hayward drops a bomb. Sadly, the offer is 0 for now. Adrian Lawrence presses on. So, promises of power if the throne is secured? The prince agrees, sure. But the real kicker? Michael will not block Adrian from grabbing that Viscount title, leaving Adrian Lawrence shook. The prince explains handing out titles isn't like passing out candy, especially with the royal power split right down the middle. Seems Prince Luke Wynne Hayward promised the rank, thinking the muscle to back it up was there. But if the opposition claps back, that title dream is dead. Adrian Lawrence realizes the logic is solid. The reason Michael cannot offer a title like Prince Luke? Simple. The guy knows it is a hollow promise, total vaporware. Who would watch the enemy level up without fighting back? By saying opposition to the Viscount title is off the table, Michael is basically agreeing to help. Help Adrian snag it while playing for the second prince's team. If Michael Van Hayward steps aside, gaining that rank becomes easy mode. So the prince warns, prepare the board. Our boy thinks it over, not a bad play. Adrian is the ace in the hole. Whichever side holds the card wins. If the offer is accepted, the title is secured and an alliance with the crown prince follows. But refuse, the title vanishes and Adrian is stuck grinding with the second prince. Options exist, but the answer? Only one. Prince asks for the verdict. Adrian Lawrence nods. I am in. We play it your way. Prince Michael Van Hayward pauses, asking if certainty is there, if time is needed. But Adrian Lawrence fires back. You deserve that throne way more than number 2. Prince warns that talking smack while joining Prince Luke Win Hayward's camp is risky. Adrian Lawrence claims loyalty to followers comes first. Still. Meanwhile, Artia Klein is destroying that buffet, unbothered. So the prince asks, and Madam Klein, which flag does the lady fly? Our boy senses the first prince's interest beats the second prince's malice. Way better vibes. Adrian Lawrence turns to Arcia for the take. Girl drops the mic. If Adrian Lawrence is chill, I am riding with him. Adrian asks, for real? Knowing the answer did not stop the awkward feels. Blondie smirks, calling the duo a power couple, but Adrian Lawrence shifts gears. I got a question. I joined Prince Luke Win Hayward for the loot, but won't it look suspicious if the opposition stays silent? The prince nods. Exactly, that is why the plan is to fake resistance, then fold. Adrian Lawrence thinks, clean play to dodge heat, but nah, not savage enough. Adrian proposes a twist. Don't just fold, make them pay for the win. Take something. Prince Michael Van Hayward is stunned. Come again? Our boy thinks, why take the L without getting some loot in return? Adrian breaks it down. Marcus Raven Margrave took a massive L messing with the MC. 40% power drained by emotional damage and defense guy does not deserve the Marquis rank. Michael Van Hayward catches on. You want to strip Marquis Raven Margrave to fund the Viscount seat? Our boy calls it a fair trade. Demoting Raven to Count deals critical damage to Luke Win Hayward's faction. Michael Van Hayward notes, sounds personal. Adrian Lawrence does not deny it. Hurting enemies is the ultimate dopamine hit. When a knife is at the throat, you stab. Prince asks, if Luke Win Hayward refuses? Adrian Lawrence counters, then promote your own crew to Marquis. I am getting Viscount for war carry. Strategic move, promote a Count who also grinded in the war. Thinking, massive gap between a new Viscount for the second prince and a first prince loyalist evolving into a Marquis. A Viscount who doubles as an archmage. If the plan sticks, the XP gained from this betrayal is maximized. Adrian notices the prince's vibe check. Suspicious ally, mixed with confusion and interest. Prince asks for thoughts, then apologizes for the shock. He turns to Sir Rayford Lawrence, who got to Adrian from the second prince's side first. Dead serious stare. Our boy wonders what is up. The prince starts listing names. Baron Walker Harris, Ruggiero, Prince Luke, Win Reinhardt's, Viscount Douglas Hamilton, and 6 inspectors, 9 people total. Adrian wonders if a flag was triggered. The prince is shook. Meanwhile, the kid checks the status window. Curiosity, ally, confused, admired. Adrian Lawrence gets it. We are on the same wavelength. The prince asks if mind reading is a skill, since the betrayal plan was identical. Thinking, can't read minds, but the cheat item glasses make guessing too easy. Prince calls it incredible. He was eyeing those exact targets. Adrian Lawrence plays humble. Suggesting a strat you already cooked up? That is the real skill. But the prince insists. This proves your game sense is god tier. Hitting the 7th circle this young? Built different. Definite friend material. Do not want as an enemy. Our boy thinks, same here, boss. Then, the loot drop. A phone. Adrian asks, what is this? Prince explains it is a secure line, untraceable tech. I will hit you up when intel drops. The meal was a grind, well spent. Time to bounce, teleportation circle activate. The first prince waves a casual goodbye. Catch you later. Returning to the group, Adrian Lawrence asks for the location. Arcia Klein points toward the warehouse near the entrance. Walking away. Adrian realizes the first prince isn't just royalty. That guy is cautious, calculative. Rounding the corner, busted. Those two freeze, arms overflowing with shopping bags. Pure terror on those faces when spotting Adrian. The question drops. What are you hiding? Arcia Klein delivers a sharp nudge to Adrian's ribs. Look closely. The bags are stuffed with unauthorized merch decorations, gifts featuring their own faces. The shop is even selling replicas of their clothes. Why is this junk in the official castle souvenir shop? Arcia Klein stares at the bags and drops the truth bomb. They ray otakus, hopeless fanboys. Meanwhile, world news is going crazy. The Prius Republic grew 12% in a single year. Massive corruption stalled the economy and the Republic. But who cares? Inflation is ignored because the Republic is obsessed with military might. The hope of the Republic rests on one name, Louis Falmont, the president's son, and the supposed wielder of the legacy. The world asks, did the president's son really acquire Archmage Manuel Lucas's legacy? Cut to a palace exploding with rage, an old geezer screaming about that lost power. Welcome to the Golden Dragon Castle of the Brigham Empire. That power belongs to us, screams Emperor Edward Brigham. Manuel Lucas was born here. This nation guided the Golden Age. The Emperor demands answers from the trembling servants. We spent a fortune searching. Why did you incompetent fools find nothing? Everyone bows, terrified. The Emperor's fury peaks. Summon the Director of Information. Enter Count Elfridge, a seventh circle mage. Edward asks for the truth. Are those bastards lying? Elfridge replies coolly. It is 50-50. The Emperor demands an explanation. Elfridge explains, the Prius search method was ancient, random. Finding the legacy there? Impossible. If it were that easy, someone would have grabbed it decades ago. Crucial point, the ciphertext. Archmage Lucas left clues in a language called English. Prius found the loot without cracking the code? Suspicious. It smells like a trick, unless the clues were just a prank all along. Why the 50% chance? Perhaps the clues were traps. Maybe a third party found the real treasure and used Prius as a decoy to distract the world. The Emperor frowns. Why hide? Why need a distraction? Unknown variables, Elfridge suggests. We must check every possibility. The Emperor nods. Stealing the legacy is one thing, but manipulating an entire nation like Prius? That requires state-level power? Level national manipulation. Elfridge agrees. 4 nations could pull this off. Empire Craze, the Alicia Allies, Kingdom Reinhardt's, Kingdom Hade. The Emperor bets on Alicia but notices movement in Hade. Elfridge confirms. A young mage hit 7th circle at 20. The country has been in chaos since that monster appeared. 60 trillion won in investments. The Emperor scoffs. Too talented. Suspiciously so. But Reinhardt's accepted this mage? Investors claim the money is clean? No evidence links this kid to the legacy? The Emperor finds it fascinating. Is mere talent enough for such feats? Is it even possible? Elfridge smirks. History holds one more talented than Adrian Lawrence. Archmage Manuel Lucas himself. The Emperor concedes. True. And with Reinhardt's succession crisis, pulling a scam there seems impossible. Elfridge narrows the list. Alicia, Lucius, Hyde, Krazen. The Emperor orders maximum surveillance on all routes. Nobles, royalty, and for Prius, send a warning. No an ultimatum. The legacy is Brigham property. Taking it is theft. Remind them of their place. Show the world who we are. Destroying a country is a cheap price for the Archmage's power. One last thing. Contact the boy from Hayward. The Emperor grins greedily. Offer naturalization. Better to be a count in the great empire than a nobody in a tiny kingdom. Scene shift. A fancy lunch, buzzing with dark gossip. Did you hear? Adrian Lawrence locked the stepmother and brother in the Sky Fortress and blew them up. Shockwaves ripple through the crowd. Is Adrian a lunatic? They say the monster watched the family burn like fireworks while sipping wine. Panic sets in. They thought Adrian was just arrogant trash with no backup. Wrong. A disciple of Duke Riverdale, an archmage, and the partner is an aura master. 2 counts and a viscount under one banner? That kid commands the power of a marquise. Why the long faces? A voice cuts through the fear. Center stage, Isabella Cascabel, Lord of the Southeast. Marquise Hayward lost because the man was an idiot commander. In a direct fight, please, the nobles tremble. Isabella is the one who bullied Adrian, but the daughter of Cascabel just laughs. Cowards, use your brains. Does a dragon bother crushing ants? Just because Adrian has power, which doesn't mean there is interest in revenge against you. Times have changed, losers. Gone is the era where armies tremble before a grand mage or an aura master. On the modern battlefield, aerial fortresses outclass even the strongest mages in pure defense. Those flying tanks can withstand multiple attacks from a grand mage without a scratch. The mob characters are getting way too hyped about this tech. Isabella asks why everyone is terrified of Adrian Lawrence when the room is packed with high-ranking nobles. These extras are clueless. A guy nearby whispers it is because Isabella comes from a massive family. But suddenly, a call interrupts the villainous. Isabella announces an exit. When asked where to, Isabella simply says, "Father called." Not even a spoiled brat dares defy the family head. After leaving, thoughts drift to Adrian Lawrence. That radiant silver hair, those piercing blue eyes. The protagonist was a visual masterpiece even back at the academy. Adrian stood out even in the crowded academy. Isabella remembers the past bullying a weakling until Adrian stepped in like a classic hero to defend the victim. Isabella Cascabel spat venom, claiming the pleb offended noble dignity. No matter how much the group pushed, Adrian Lawrence never fought back until now. The villainess mocked Adrian, asking if getting crushed by nobles was an honor. But Adrian Lawrence simply warned Isabella to wait for the reckoning. Adrian swore to inflict torture in the worst ways imaginable, promising to make these bullies regret ever being born into this world. While recalling this memory, Isabella thinks she only liked Adrian for that handsome, angry face. After all, what could a mere count with zero political foundation do against a powerful Marquis' daughter? Isabella dominated the social circle of this Marquis family, but fate loves a twist. Arriving home, Isabella asks father for the update. The father drops a bomb. His Highness Luke. When Hayward promised Sir Lawrence the title of Marquis, Adrian is set to become the key power player of the entire nation. Panic sets in. Isabella questions reality. Giving a Marquis title to a concubine's son, is that even legal? The father confirms the nightmare is real. Prince Luke believes. Sir Adrian is worthy, a 7th Circle mage at 20 years old. The protagonist might even reach the legendary 8th Circle in the future. Plus, Adrian has a talented Grandmaster partner equivalent to an 8th Circle mage. Their existence is the cheat code needed to tip the balance of power. Securing someone with that much influence is vital for the faction. The father orders Isabella Cascabel to use every ounce of social status to befriend Adrian Lawrence. Better yet, marriage would be ideal. Isabella freezes in absolute shock. This situation just went from bad to catastrophic. If Adrian Lawrence becomes Marquis Hayward, doom is certain. The jump from Count to Marquis is only one rank, but the political weight is in a different dimension. Opening the door to the friends, Isabella finds the idiots drunk and useless. The villainess realizes, I am totally screwed. These trash mobs cannot save me. Cutting back to the main character, our boy Adrian changed Arcia Klein's hair color. Arcia asks if the look works, and Adrian nods. First order of business after the royal palace. Log into Chronicle. Having a celebrity like Arcia Klein walking around is trouble, so a simple disguise was mandatory. Back in the office, the subordinate Grant drops a heavy question. Is Sir Adrian Lawrence planning to enter the military industry? The question makes the father's hair stand on end. How dare a subordinate speak so casually in front of Sir Adrian Lawrence? Adrian smirks, noting Grant has 3 high-level stats just like the father. Adrian asks for the reasoning behind the guess. Grant lists the assets: steel production, iron manufacturing, artifacts, Zenith, Magic Tower, Konya. None of these yield short-term profit. They are money pits consuming cash. Grant refuses to believe Sir Adrian made a mistake investing trillions. Therefore, these acquisitions must be a setup for a massive future play. The protagonist confirms the theory. Mining and distribution are the territory's bread and butter, but the potential cap is too low. With that in mind, the military sector seemed like the god-tier investment path. Grant nods, a plan fitting a Grand Mage. Grant asks, what items are on the menu? Adrian asks if it is mere curiosity, but Grant denies it. Grant needs to know the priorities for production. Adrian Lawrence looks pleased with such competence. We start with Vanguard equipment. The announcement leaves the room stunned. Is that even possible? Our boy Adrian explains. They possess the force system principle and a rudimentary production method. The assistants can definitely decode the tech. Currently, the Vanguard market is a monopoly held by 3 giants: Kingdom Hubert, the king's maternal family, and the supreme magic master, Duke Haynes. And finally, House Hyde. Basically, Vanguard gear is forged by the absolute monsters of the kingdom. Producing this gear means declaring war on the existing hierarchy. Grant warns that the current powerhouses will not sit idly by. Adrian Lawrence is unfazed. The counter-strategy was planned right after the palace visit. Besides, threats are manageable if the product quality starts lower or similar. A 20-year-old Grand Mage suddenly manufacturing military gear? That is begging for global attention. But here is the kicker. Adrian will not settle for just Vanguard gear. Adrian orders Grant to find a magic tower for sale immediately. The subordinates gasp. Does this mean? Are we building aerial fortresses? Their eyes light up with admiration. Later, Adrian breaks the news to father. The old man is shell-shocked. His son a real Marquis? Adrian confirms accepting the second prince's offer. There was zero logic in refusing such a power-up. Adrian decides to spill the tea about the first prince later. That level of conspiracy requires absolute secrecy. The father realizes the gravity of the situation. Nothing has been normal since the war. The mother, however, trembles with worry, her son becoming a high noble. Adrian reminds mother that a count is also nobility, just like a marquis. But the mother insists they are in completely different leagues. Mother has been hosting for a viscount for too long and cannot handle the upgrade. Adrian smirks, asking, is being a marquis really such a big deal? Does a guy really need to build a massive harem just to rule a kingdom? But the moment those words slip out, both parents flip their lids. Dad is demanding an explanation, while Adrian wonders why everyone is freaking out. Mom shuts it down instantly, saying you can't talk that kind of trash when your so-called love interest is sitting right there. Arcia Klein is just eating peacefully. Sure, Adrian set her up as the fiancé for political convenience, but it is not like they have that kind of relationship yet. Adrian claims it was just a joke, but mom is not having it. Some lines you just do not cross. Time to check the status window. One look at Arcia shows her emotions are complex and subtle, a totally glitched out mood. Thankfully, the girl resets to normal pretty fast. The parents are still confused as hell. Mom snaps back into lecture mode, warning Adrian to treat Arcia Klein like a queen and stop messing around with unnecessary drama. Embarrassed, our main character quickly changes the subject. It is time to talk business. There is a major commission coming up, and Adrian wants to wrap up the dirty work. The goal is a fresh start for the Hyford Lawrence family. When Dad asks what needs to be done, our boy drops the bomb like it is nothing. It is just a little house cleaning. Time to crush the corrupt vassals who sided with Anna and Cedric and punish every single servant who dared to hurt Mom. Adrian flashes a villainous grin that says, "Purge imminent." Scene shifts to the royal palace. The council is losing its mind. A marquise title for a kid? That is way too much power for the current political climate, but the counter-argument is solid. Lord Adrian Lawrence is a monster genius who hit Grand Mage level at 20. The debate heats up. Not only is the kid a magical prodigy, but Adrian also secured an Aura Master fiancé. That is a power couple right there. Prince Llewellyn Hayward steps up to the king. Foreign nations are already drooling over Adrian's talent. If the kingdom messes this up, they risk losing the next Archmage Manuel Lucas. Treating Adrian lightly is like throwing away the future leader of the magical world. You do not bench your MVP. But Prince Michael von Hayward plays the history card. For at least 200 years, nobody has jumped straight to Marquis without a prior title. It is unheard of. The second prince argues that securing Sir Hyford Lawrence is worth breaking the rules. The crown prince just narrows his eyes, scanning for a weakness, and asks if they really need to be so formal between brothers. That ticks Llewellyn off. But then the crown prince drops a trap card. He will accept the deal if they agree to his condition. Llewellyn asks what the catch is. The prince smiles. Simple, let Marquis Raven be demoted. That hits the old man like a truck. Llewellyn asks if he is seriously suggesting they choose between the old guard and the new blood. The crown prince shrugs it off. He thinks it is a great trade. Raven would still be a noble, just a count instead of a marquise. Same difference, right? Just a little title swap. Llewellyn Hayward shuts it down immediately. There is zero chance he is going to betray his own loyal subordinates just to score points. The crown prince grins, exactly as expected. He knew Llewellyn's pride would not let the guy accept such a dirty deal. It was all a setup. So here is the real play. Since Adrian gets promoted, the Crown Prince demands that Count Otis, Adrian's superior during the war, also becomes a marquis. The chubby noble looks shocked. The argument is that while Sir Hyford Lawrence was MVP, he was technically under the command of Otis. So half the glory belongs to the commander. Clever. Llewellyn Hayward stares him down but realizes he is cornered. Fine. Truce accepted. The king slams the gavel. It is decided. The throne accepts the request from both the Crown Prince and Prince Llewellyn. Deal sealed. Fast forward a few days. The victory celebration is here. Mom is vibrating with excitement, staring up at the palace like a tourist. She anxiously asks Adrian if her dress looks trashy. Our boy reassures her immediately. She looks great, and nobles will be lining up to dance with her. Mom tries to deflect the praise to Arcia, saying the girl would look better. But Arcia Klein just smiles, saying she actually digs this style. Wholesome moment. But then, the mood shifts. Adrian spots a trio of familiar faces. The shock on their faces is priceless. It is Viscount Dart and his crew. Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, and Viscountess Ronnie. The very people Adrian has been dying to see. The sarcasm is thick. Those losers are still stuck together like glue. Adrian does not even give them the time of day, casually mentioning he will visit them later to have a nice long chat. Mom asks if they are friends. Adrian smirks, just old academy classmates. The trio is sweating bullets, realizing their past bullying is about to catch up. They definitely caught the death glare from the woman next to him. It looked like she wanted to decapitate them. Adrian has not forgotten a thing. Arcia whispers the magic question, should I kill them? Adrian plays it cool. Not yet. He has a special promise to keep with those bullies first. The royal butler interrupts, guiding the VIPs to their seats. Our squad realizes they aren't just guests. They are placed at the head table. The crowd goes wild. Everyone starts swarming them, shouting, "Is that the Hyford Lawrence family?" It is like paparazzi circling a superstar. They compliment the elegance, but Adrian knows the truth. These high-ranking vultures already sniffed out the news about his new title. Suddenly, our boy locks eyes with an old enemy, Marquis Raven Margrave. The old man looks like he is about to have a heart attack. The silver-haired mage figures Raven got a massive chewing out from the second prince. Look at him keeping his distance like a scared puppy. The ceremony kicks off. First announcement, Count Otar of the Golden Lion Order is promoted to Marquis of the Aegis Border. Adrian lets out a mental sigh of relief. Thank God Count Otar is allied with the Crown Prince. That balances the scales. Then his gaze shifts to Prince Luke talking with a colleague, but the real threat is the man standing beside him, Marquis Vincent, the kingdom's strongest sword. Both of them are staring intensely at Arcia Klein. Adrian's protective instincts flare up. Those guys definitely do not vibe with the second prince. Finally, the main event. They approach the throne. The king draws his blade. Adrian Lawrence, I hereby name you Marquis of the Marinkov territory. Legend status achieved. For her domain. Arcia Klein receives the title of Countess and the Glendale region as territory. Additionally, the crown bestows upon each new lord a weapon of mass destruction, a floating fortress. The king demands absolute defense of the realm. Gratitude is offered, but the crowd murmurs in disbelief, a Marquis rising from absolutely nowhere. The monarch asks for final words. Adrian Lawrence steps forward. Yes, there is something to say. First, a declaration. Loyalty lies with His Majesty and the justice of this empire. A daring thanks is offered to the Crown Prince and Prince Lotto, but there is one specific act required immediately upon becoming a landed noble. A desire that must be proclaimed before this entire assembly. Viscount Dart, Viscount Parma, Viscountess Karma, Viscountess Ronnie. With a wide, predatory grin, Adrian declares total territorial war against all four families. Shockwaves ripple through the hall. The king, the princes, even his own kin stand frozen. Yet Adrian Lawrence simply stares back, unblinking. King Sist Van Hate already drowns in recent worries. The succession crisis tears the court apart between the crown prince and the second prince. Add to that the recent incident with Lancelot. The royal head throbs with enough pain caused by wayward sons. And now, a new lunatic has emerged within the borders, our chaotic protagonist. After dropping that bombshell, a private audience with the prince follows. Luke Wynne Hayward admits a miscalculation. Adrian Lawrence seemed like a typical scholar. No one expected such savage aggression. Is the new Marquis unaware? New lords are forbidden from territory expansion for 1 year. But the answer is cold. Then, the solution is simple. Annihilate the four families, then return home as decreed. Luke Wynne Hayward asks if this path is truly set in stone. Affirmative. A hand lands on a shoulder. The prince expresses deep disappointment, deciding to watch from the sidelines as chaos unfolds. Predicted reaction. Adrian couldn't care less about royal opinions. Back at the banquet, the party is in full swing and Arcia waits impatiently. The gaze sweeps across the room. Nobles tremble. Everyone maintains a safe distance, as if standing near a predator. Labeled as dangerous, the reputation of a family scoundrel is solidified. Behind him, a voice agrees. His father confirms the title of scoundrel fits perfectly. Adrian admits getting carried away in the heat of the moment. The father demands the truth. Why declare a territorial war? One word. Vengeance. Concern floods the father's face. Fighting four families simultaneously, it spells certain doom for their house. Was the declaration made knowing the risks? Absolutely. The old man is told to save his worry for someone else. Face to face, the father offers trust. The mother weeps in terror. Then, a shift. It has been ages since the patriarch attended a royal banquet. Time to enjoy the night. He calls for his wife, urging her to dry her tears and believe in their son's strength. Blushing, she takes his hand. As they dance, our boy realizes he's been walking on eggshells around Anna Lawrence all this time. But now, the father takes the lead. Adrian turns to Arcia Klein. It is time to begin. Meanwhile, the four targets huddle together. Whispers exchange. Does this make sense? Even wars need justification. But the ringleader scoffs. Defeat is impossible. A question arises. How? The answer lies in unity. The declaration forces the four families together. Yes, the enemy holds the title of Marquis, but however small they seem compared to Isabella Cascabel, they remain four Viscount houses. Combined might create a force to be reckoned with. Enough power to crush a newly appointed Marquis. Agreement nods. It seems plausible until a voice chills their spines from behind. Adrian is here. They spit the name. Adrian Lawrence. The response is icy. How dare mere Viscounts address a Marquis by name? Respect? After a declaration of war? Ludicrous. Adrian smiles. If respect is not given freely, it will be forced. A glove strikes a face. The young Viscount Parma snaps, unable to bear the insult. A duel is demanded before the entire court. But surprise strikes. A shadow looms behind him. Permission denied. The duel is forbidden. The heads of the four families have arrived. They question the provocation. Furthermore, the gap between the two combatants is far too wide. Imperial law forbids such a duel. Adrian sighs. A pity. Sacrificing the son's head would have spared the family territory from total war. Lavalo speaks up. The grudge with the son is unknown, but this crosses a line. Adrian tilts his head. Too far? This is simply a matter of clear principles. A promise made is a promise kept. The confusion on the older faces is palpable. Ask the children for the truth. The official letter drops. Territorial war arrives in exactly 1 week. Unless the family wishes to fall because of an idiot heir. The condition? Arrest the fool and deliver him on a silver platter. Send the son away? Is that not crossing the line? Adrian's eyes go cold. So be it. He locks eyes with Isabella Cascabel in the back. See you on the battlefield. Fury erupts. The patriarch promises a reckoning upon their return. Screams echo for Isabella Cascabel. Why appear now? Explanations are demanded by her father. Trembling, she wonders what hell has just been unleashed. Checking the system feed, our boy sees the public reaction. Exposing their crimes turned the tide. The support is almost touching. Scene shift. The office. Archaea presents the data. Specifications for the floating fortress, ready for immediate deployment. The catalog lies open. Adrian Lawrence nods. As expected of a sky fortress, the price tag is absolutely astronomical. The world calls it madness. Irresponsible. Illogical. Starting a territorial war without a standing army? They haven't seen anything yet. These fools are dead wrong about how power works. If you were weak, you don't just buy a little support. Adrian tells the merchant he's taking everything. With the assets seized from the traitorous Heaven and Lawrence factions, Adrian's war chest has swelled to a staggering 70 trillion. The merchant trembles at the sheer scale of the transaction. A deal this massive requires 50% paid up front. Adrian counters with a smirk. He's paid enough taxes lately, so he demands a full exemption. The terrified merchant agrees instantly. The deal is sealed. Even after buying 8 floating fortresses, Adrian does the math. He still has 20 trillion in pocket change. It's a god-tier haul that feels almost like a cheat code. As he leaves, he bumps into a familiar face. It's the Count, but something has changed. The old man is beaming with pride. He greets Adrian as a fellow marquis. That's right, Otis has leveled up his rank. Adrian chuckles and tells the old man to drop the formalities. Otis laughs, joking that rank is rank. But now they stand as equals on the noble stage. Suddenly, Otis pauses. He glances at the empty display lot. Did Adrian just buy everything? Adrian confirms the total buyout with a casual nod. Otis goes pale. He needed to make a reservation, but the inventory is now 0. But Otis isn't alone today. He introduces his daughter, Michelle Otis. She stares intently at Adrian with a gaze that seems to pierce right through him. Adrian introduces himself and his lethal fiancée, Arcia Klein. Rumors say Arcia is a lunatic, but Michelle doesn't seem fazed at all. Curiosity takes over. Adrian opens Michelle a status window, and what he sees stops him cold. Among her traits is a skill called English interpretation. Adrian's mind races. Does this noble girl know the language of his old world? How could a local possess such forbidden knowledge? Otis interrupts the train of thought. He explains his daughter is obsessed with the legacy of Archduke Manuel Lucas. Everyone thinks the Archduke's destiny is in the Republic of Prios, but Otis sighs. His daughter claims that intel is garbage. Michelle speaks up, her voice steady. The Prios location is a decoy. Adrian tests her, asking if a treasure hunter really needs to know English. The tension spikes. What does she mean the Republic's location is fake? She's dropping hints that only a player would understand. The destiny exists, she confirms, but it's hidden in a secret server, a place the stuffy nobles of the Republic would never find. Adrian presses for details. What kind of secret place? Michelle smiles mysteriously. It's a place hard for a high-ranking noble to access. It clicks instantly for Adrian. She means Hollywood, the virtual reality system. It's a fantasy escape for commoners, completely ignored by the nobility. Because nobles look down on it, they'd never search there. Adrian analyzes the girl. What is her game? He thought she was just making a wild guess, but she confesses she logs in daily. She wants to follow Adrian's lead. Adrian grins. She is more than welcome. Michelle throws shade at her own father, saying she prefers self-made monsters like Adrian. She admires those who grow through skill, not just bloodline. A compliment that hits the mark for both the Marquis and Arcia Klein. Otis asks if she really likes this wild brat. Michelle replies she'd love to chat again. She asks for Adrian's permission. Adrian is hyped. He promises to send an invite immediately. As the Otis family leaves, Arcia's eyes go cold. Shall I kill her? Adrian shakes his head. No, not yet. But Michelle Otis is definitely a variable he needs to watch closely. Scene shift to the enemy camp. Inside Viscount Doret's estate, the mood is grim. They are reviewing Adrian's shopping receipt. 4,000 suits of armor, 4,000 knight swords, 20 transport ships, 8 floating fortresses, 400 vanguard units. The list goes on and on. And this is just what the maniac bought in a single afternoon strolling through the capital. One elder trembles. This kid isn't just buying gear, he's starting a world war. Who spends 70 trillion in one day? Correction. That was just the down payment. The total bill is 140 trillion. Panic begins to set in. They underestimated the young Marquise. But one fool argues that weapons are useless without soldiers. Adrian is a new lord. He can't possibly have a trained cavalry yet. But the Viscountess cuts in with a sharp question. Has anything that boy done followed common sense? Silence fills the room. Adrian Lawrence defies every rule of logic. She warns them to stop thinking like normal nobles. They need to prepare for the worst-case scenario, or they are all dead. Another noble speaks up, voice shaking. Before Adrian even got his title, he did something unprecedented on social media. He posted recruitment ads on the internet. 4,000 warriors have already signed up to fight for him. The realization hits them like a truck. They walked right into his trap. Adrian is already fully prepared for war. This isn't just a territory dispute anymore. They are about to clash with a military superpower equal to a maximum-level Marquise, and it gets worse. Their enemy leader is an archmage, and his bride-to-be is a swordmaster. It's a nightmare scenario. It won't be a battle. It will be a unilateral massacre. But one schemer offers a final, desperate plan. This isn't just between them and Adrian. If they drag the surrounding territories into the fight, they can turn this into a civil war. The royal family won't tolerate a civil war. It's a gamble against the king himself. The order is given. Bring out the prisoner. There is a reason for all this madness. High above, the eagle soars over the metropolitan city of Marinkov, the new domain of Adrian Lawrence. Looking down from the heavens, everything feels brand new. The scale is massive. Finally, the reality hits. This is what it means to be a true lord. A voice cuts through the wind. The guard asks for an assessment of the newly formed Knight Order. The walk begins. Adrian shrugs it off. Rushed, but decent. Karen disagrees instantly. Decent? Creating a troop this fast isn't just good, it's a miracle. Truly worthy of the Rodelo bloodline. Such sharp discernment. Everyone is lining up just to serve under this banner. A relief to see such loyalty, but the woman beside speaks up. You've shocked everyone. The sheer amount of military supplies brought in, including vanguards and floating fortresses, and to think knights were prepared in advance. Baroness Helena, Marinkov's security chief, is practically trembling with emotion. Adrian tries to play it cool. Just got lucky, that's all. She denies the luck, piling on the praise. Meanwhile, the mastermind thinks, I just drew up a rough sketch. Didn't expect everything to go this perfectly. Enough pleasantries. The real question drops. What about the knights? Are they ready for a territorial war right now? The answer is immediate. Yes, veterans were selected. No issues there. Confident eyes turn to the sky. A second-generation metallic fortress looms overhead. First-gen, second-gen, third-gen models. A mental sigh echoes. If the royals were going to give gifts, they could have sent the latest tech, not this discontinued junk. But trash from the royalty is still treasure to others. Can't exactly throw it away. Guess it'll have to do for now. Use them, then sell them cheap to a smaller state later. Then, the bomb drops. We move out now. The shock is visible. It's battle time. When do we march? Adrian doesn't hesitate. Preparations end in 3 hours. Split the forces, 4 groups. Seal off the territory. Don't let the enemy unite. The main force, led by Adrian and Arcia Klein, will crush them one by one. The commander hesitates. We need permission from the royal family. Adrian smirks. Fast or slow, does it matter? The paper will arrive. Until then, let's call it a training exercise. The classic excuse. And this time, no sitting in a safe room giving orders. Heading straight to the battlefield alongside Arcia Klein. Time to show the world true military might without a shred of hesitation. Wonder how the other houses are doing. One kid getting beaten, a dad drinking sorrows away, a coward begging mommy for help, and another trembling in a dark room. Preparation complete. 3 massive aerial fortresses cast their shadows. The smaller units swarm. Adrian and the commander move out. The goal? Take everything, especially their lives. Meanwhile, in the Parma Viscounty, a girl sips juice. So troublesome. To think the title was just granted. The emperor himself wanted to recruit such a talent. But who predicted a move this fast? The ink on the title is barely dry, and already a territorial war against 4 viscounties simultaneously? Is this the work of a planless lunatic or an eccentric genius? The questions swirl in the mind of Elfridge of the Brigand Empire. Suddenly, a presence nearby. Didn't know we had guests. A sharp glare follows the voice. Duchess Olivia Riverdale. Two powerful figures lock eyes in the crowd. Silence speaks louder than words. Back to the main event. Three nervous officials sweat in front of Adrian. Your Excellency, the war permission hasn't arrived, yet troops are at the border. Is this a violation of imperial law? Adrian laughs it off. You're mistaken. Just a simple training exercise. Will you attack? Karen steps in smoothly. Absolutely not. We are law-abiding citizens. No attack without permission, so don't mind the army at your doorstep. Keep working. But the official isn't buying it. But the moment permission arrives, you'll strike? Adrian's smile turns predatory. Naturally. That's why the army is training right here. Hysteria sets in. This is coercion. It's immoral. Adrian scoffs internally. Oh, but bullying a weak student at the academy was moral? Permission isn't even here. Starting a war over a school grudge? Is that really plausible? Interrupting the rant and notification. Magic silences the screaming officials. The watch glows. Territorial war permission received. The official freezes in shock. Adrian grins. Perfect timing. Seems the royal family has a different opinion than you. The silence barrier drops. Despair hits the official. Have we been abandoned by the crown? They just weighed the value. You lost. The official begs. Please, don't do anything irrational. Get out of my sight. You're barking up the wrong tree. Go convince the Viscount of Parma instead. The only path to survival is total surrender. There is no other way. A signal flashes to the mage. Teleportation, interference spell. Initiate. The barrier rises. The floating fortress lurches forward. Objective, the fall of Parma. Steel marches right up to the front door. Not going back? The terrified messenger scrambles away like a rat. Arcia Klein turns, eyes locked on the leader. A hand extends towards the partner in chaos. Hands clasped. From here on out, Arcia and I take the vanguard. The command drops. Sir Perseus, you have the con. Perseus panics. Wait, you can't go now. But the Lord is already moving. He doesn't care. Perseus is left staring at dust. The voice command shattered the silence over the comms. His Excellency, Marquis Hyford Lawrence and Lord Coma Klein are leading the charge personally. Protect them with your lives. As Adrian Lawrence stepped onto the battlefield, a thought crossed his mind. They say that once vengeance is claimed, nothing remains. That in the end, blood for blood only breeds emptiness. But Adrian begged to differ. Nothing in this world fueled a man's purpose quite like the sweet taste of revenge. Anne and Cedric Lawrence were the true villains of the academy. Erasing their miserable existence wasn't just an end, it was the genesis of his glorious new future. Besides, there was a certain twisted pleasure in watching his enemies scream, their faces contorted in absolute despair. Meanwhile, inside the trembling fortress, the young master panicked. What kind of insane firepower was this? Had that maniac finally lost his mind and opened fire on them? He turned to his three vanguards, voice trembling. What are our odds? The lieutenant's face was grim. His military might alone is double ours, young master. They possess an aura master and an archmage. To be blunt, our chances are zero. The brat's face flushed with rage. Then do something, you useless dogs. Did I hire you to stand there and waste my gold? But the soldier just stared back, a cold silence filling the room. Even now, you only care about your own skin, the soldier spat. Let me offer some advice, young master. Go out there, face Marquis Hyford Lawrence, and die by his hand. If you let him satisfy his thirst for vengeance, his rage might subside. It is the only way to minimize the destruction of our territory. How dare you speak to your master that way? The boy shrieked. But the soldier's eyes burned with hatred. Trust me, everyone in this castle is thinking the exact same thing. You've always been a cruel little tyrant. Why should we suffer for your sins? When my men die today, they will curse your name with their final breath. They won't blame the Marquis. They'll blame you. More than 10 innocent lives have already been extinguished directly or indirectly by your hands. We've finally learned the true meaning of karma. You reap what you sow. So thank you, young master, for that painful lesson. The boy's mind raced. Karma? Ridiculous. He was the ruling class. What was wrong with these peasants? He had only disciplined those of lower status, as was his right. Adrian Lawrence was the real monster here, an aberration. Suddenly, the heavy door creaked open, revealing the commander. The commander strode toward the boy. Desperate, the young master stammered. If we call for reinforcements from the neighboring territories, surely we stand a chance. Ignoring him, the man presented a set of heavy Vanguard equipment force armor and a force blade. Put this on. You will challenge Marquis Hyford Lawrence to a duel. The boy froze in horror. This is a direct order from the Viscount, the commander stated coldly, signaling his men to forcibly stuff the struggling boy into the armor. As he screamed for release, a memory resurfaced. A young Adrian Lawrence, eyes burning with hate, whispering, I will make you regret the day you were born into this world. Tears streamed down his face as he wailed for his mother like a toddler. Ignoring his pathetic cries, the guards dragged the trembling young master toward his doom. There is no need for such despair, the commander said flatly. Even if Marquis Lawrence is an archmage, he is still physically frail. A warrior clad in force equipment stands a chance. You can take him. The sobbing boy looked up. Is that supposed to comfort me? I am giving you a sliver of hope for survival. If you plan to cower in the corner, shaking in your piss, then I should just take your head now. Hiding changes nothing. You are merely a sacrificial lamb to sate his vengeance. But consider this. What if you used the vanguard gear? What if you struck while his guard was down and actually defeated the Marquis? You would be a legend. The Marquis has no wife, no heir. His death ends the war instantly. You would be the hero who saved the Viscounty. The boy still trembled, his confidence non-existent. Yet, desperation took hold. He would play the part. He would be the clown they wanted, just this once. I'll do it, he stammered, voice rising. I will survive. I'll kill that piece of trash Adrian Lawrence and I will be the one standing at the end. I'll make you all pay for looking down on me. The soldiers sneered. If you actually defeat the Marquis, we will gladly accept any punishment you see fit. As the hangar bay doors opened, his hope flared. This vanguard equipment, its attack and defense were legendary. It wouldn't be destroyed by a mere mage so easily. Just as the commander said, if Adrian Lawrence gets cocky, if he lowers his guard, a miracle wasn't impossible. But the moment the doors fully parted, reality shattered his delusion. A vision of hell greeted him. The elite vanguards were being slaughtered like flies, screaming, "Monster! Keep away from that mage!" What the hell is that? Adrian Lawrence stood amidst the carnage, dismantling their forces with terrifying ease. Was this the true power of an archmage and an aura master? He turned to the commander, panic rising. Is this a joke? You actually expect me to go out there? But there was no time for words. The soldiers charged past him, screaming, "Monster!" as they tried to swarm Adrian in a desperate final stand. Zap! Adrian teleported instantly, unleashing a massive shockwave that fried them where they stood. The boy's knees knocked together. Above, massive aerial fortresses loomed over the mansion. It was over. The enemy was already inside. The fortresses emitted a deafening hum, a gravitational pressure crushing down on everyone below. Tears blurred the boy's vision. Suddenly, Adrian Lawrence was right there. I thought you'd still be hiding in your hole, the monster spoke. How unexpected to see you out here, young Viscount Zenit Parma. As the boy trembled, his own soldiers shoved him forward from behind. What the? The Viscount stared, paralyzed. But knowing there was no escape, he forced every ounce of courage to the surface. I challenge you, Highford Lawrence, to a duel. Adrian paused, genuinely surprised. If you are a noble who values honor, the boy stuttered, you won't refuse. Adrian tilted his head. What kind of delusional shit are you spouting? Are you really this pathetic? Snap. With a single finger snap, an invisible blade sliced clean through the boy's arm. Arr! What the hell is this? He shrieked, clutching the bloody stump. Adrian watched coldly. I spent 70 million on weapons installments for this war. Seeing you like this, I feel like I'm getting my money's worth already. The punk is shaking like a leaf, glaring daggers at our boy. Adrian Lawrence sneers, you left top-tier vanguard gear lying around and parked a floating fortress in the backyard. A brat like you should know quality when you see it. Now, hand over the family treasure. Screaming in agony, the victim yells, was this your plan all along? Adrian smirks, eyes cold as ice. Call it a bonus. This is vengeance, killing two birds with one stone, you know? The command drops. The eagle dives for the kill. Shivering and sobbing, the brat only hears Adrian's voice counting down like a reaper. 2 ribs shattered, plus a humerus and a dorsal vertebra. The victim gasps, what the hell is this? Adrian grins, just listing the inventory I just broke. Usually, I'm a patient guy. I would have let a few broken bones slide. But Adrian Lawrence isn't holding back today. You messed with my head, so now I mess with your life. The eagle dives again with fury, but Adrian snaps a finger. Halt, not yet. You don't get the easy way out. Activate high-grade healing. Adrian laughs darkly. Can't have you dying from blood loss. The fun is just starting. Please! Mercy! The punk begs. Adrian glares at the trembling soldiers standing by. Show is over for you lot. The commander steps up, sweating bullets. Shall we escort you to the Lord's office? Adrian's smile turns chilling. How polite of you. And just like that, the clash between Marquis Highford Lawrence and Viscount Parma ended. 30 minutes. A record that shook the continent. Cut to the Observer. Olivia Riverdale muses. Marquis Lawrence is in my circle. Wouldn't have bothered showing up if not for the rumors. Did I come all this way just to confirm a suspicion? Is Adrian truly one of us or something else entirely? Olivia scoffs at her companion. Don't look at me like that. I'm not committing a crime, just cheering on a peer. Yeah, that is the excuse. But what brings the intelligence chief of the Brig Kingdom here, planning something shady in my backyard? Thinking of poaching him from the Empire? Tension spikes. Sparks fly as the two powerhouses glare daggers at each other. Olivia shrugs. I like things how they are. The chief sighs. Agreed. Fighting is a drag. Suddenly, the air shifts. Teleport interference activated. War is on. Let's see what the kid can do. They watch Adrian Lawrence tear through the battlefield. Jaws drop. Pure shock. A mage fighting melee? It defies all logic. The intelligence chief narrows her eyes. Here is the thing about mages in war. It isn't the vanguard that stops them. It is that cursed teleport interference spell clogging the mana flow. Mages are slow, squishy. They rely on short-range warps to survive the chaos of the front lines. Blink, the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card. Vanguard attacks, just blink away. That is why interference is standard tactics. Kill the blink, kill the mage. They can't outrun a sword. Most get slaughtered. But look at Adrian Lawrence. No magic, just dodging like a phantom. The chief turns to Olivia. Think you could pull that off, Riverdale? Olivia hesitates. Even with a support mage? Impossible. That takes raw battle instincts. God-tier physique. Sixth sense for combat. That isn't magic. That is pure talent. The chief smirks. I have a killer priest back home. Stop hoarding talent, Riverdale. Then, a sigh. Shame. I kind of liked him. She vanishes into the wind. Olivia Riverdale remains, watching the carnage. She recalls Adrian's warning, I don't share my glory. Just watch, he had said, and he delivered, showing off unique skills right in front of the successor, Olivia Riverdale. I had my doubts, but that was a masterpiece. Satisfied with the show, Olivia turns to leave. But Adrian Lawrence doesn't miss a beat. Sharp eyes track the shadows. The spectators are gone. The guard points. The office, my lord. Boom! Adrian blasts the doors off their hinges. The old lord freezes. As Adrian steps closer, terror takes over the room. The old man stumbles, crashing to the floor. Adrian looms over him. Why make this hard? Just sign the surrender. My family, the lord whimpers. What happens to them? Adrian shrugs. Relax, I only want the head of the snake. Lose your titles. Give me everything. Live as a fallen noble, or choose death. The ultimatum hangs in the air like a guillotine. Tears streaming, the broken lord whispers, I will sign. The moment the ink dried, the Viscount of Parma fell. News spread like wildfire. The war between Marquis Lawrence and the four Viscounts, it was already decided. Meanwhile, at Viscount Dorrit's estate, panic mode. Lawrence took Parma. He is marching on us next. Adrian Lawrence and Arcia Klein are at the gates. If Dorrit falls, we are all dead meat. The allies curse. Damn it all. Explosions rock the mansion. Cowards cower under tables. One shouts, just hand over the hostages, the kids! It is too late, the woman screams. You heard the rumors. He walked into Parma's castle over their bodies. Revenge? That is just his excuse. This is a conquest. He is building a war chest and a legion. Marquis Lawrence is funding his army with our gold. He is here to strip us bare and take the land. Is there no way to stop him? Despair sets in. We can't win a fair fight. We need to change tactics, now. Tactics shifted in the shadows. The vanguard units diverted, sending a signal to their lord that the target location was confirmed. The elite forces of Viscount Dorrit materialized at the teleport zone. The commander's voice boomed, Knights of Dorrit, prepare for deployment. Their forces united as one. The Viscounts of Karma and Ronnie declared the time was now, seize the momentum, and capture the defensive magic facilities. Success meant total victory. Failure meant the tide of war would turn instantly. Failure was not an option. They had to secure the objective at any cost. High Command barked orders over the comms. 15 seconds to operation start. Countdown initiating 10 to 0. As the timer hit 0, teleportation scrolls shredded in unison. Light consumed them as the troops warped to the drop zone. Ronnie's vanguard online. Karma's vanguard online. The triad of armies stood ready. Suddenly, a foreign voice hijacked their frequency. I have prepared a grand ceremony to welcome my unexpected guests. Eyes widened in terror as a colossal warship cast a shadow over them. High above, Marquis Adrian Lawrence looked down like a god, demanding their presence. A massive magic circle ignited beneath the Marquis, charging a devastating attack. The enemy panicked. Damn it! The operation is compromised. Before they could scream, space warped around them, teleported against their will. When vision returned, the soldiers gasped. What in the hell is this? A nightmare scenario. They were completely encircled by hostile vanguards and floating aerial fortresses. We are trapped. This is a catastrophe. Surrounded on all sides, the truth hit them. They had danced right into the palm of Viscount Highford Lawrence. Meanwhile, the young lord remained calm on his airship. The three commanders felt a crushing pressure. Adrian Lawrence rose from his throne. They have arrived. Peruse trembled, asking if the rumors of clairvoyance were true. Adrian scoffed. Of course not. It was merely a simple prediction. Peruse swallowed his fear, realizing how lucky he was not to be Adrian's enemy. With a wave of his hand, Adrian activated the teleportation matrix. Not a bad strategy on their part, honestly, but useless since I could read every move. Peruse grinned savagely. Finally, the enemy will receive your mercy. But mercy was not on the menu. Back in the present, the young lord descended toward the trapped army. Drop your swords and surrender immediately. Do so, and you might just keep your lives. The enemy commander roared back. That's Marquis Hyford Lawrence. If we take his head, the war ends now. Adrian blinked, genuinely surprised by such stupidity. Paris screamed a warning, rushing forward, but the enemy vanguards were already charging. This is our chance! Kill the commander! Strike now! But Adrian simply sighed. A barrier materialized instantly, followed by a burst of magic that exploded the lead attacker's head like a melon. I told you to surrender, Adrian stated coldly. Resist and you all die. I only offered mercy because killing ants is a waste of mana, but if you insist on death, take a step forward and I will send you straight to hell. A snap of his fingers, and mana flared. The commander grit his teeth. Damn it all, forget surrender, we have to kill him. It's the only way to end this territorial war. Adrian titled his head. Did you think I was going easy on you? Pathetic. A torrent of flames erupted, incinerating a massive chunk of the army in seconds. What kind of monster power is this? The commander panicked, raising his sword to block the overwhelming force, a desperate clash of steel against pure magic. But his strength was nothing. Armor shattered like glass as Adrian walked through the fire. The commander crawled back. Stay back, please, no more. A final desperate strike blocked effortlessly. Face to face with the devil, the commander's mind shattered. He's deflecting the aura of a vanguard weapon with a mere fifth circle shield? How can a mage possess such physical dominance? Adrian beamed with a twisted joy. That is the best compliment I've heard all day. The battlefield fell silent as the massacre concluded. The young lord returned home to a buzzing notification. Scrolling through the magic net, the headlines were wild. The monster of Lawrence. Marquis Adrian wins territorial war against 4 Viscounts solo. Following that final slaughter, the war had ended abruptly. It was a one-man show. The Viscounts never stood a chance against such overwhelming might. The remaining enemy lords were captured in their own castles. Even Adrian's own soldiers were terrified by the sheer scale of his power. He had truly handled everything alone. A knock at the door broke the silence. Enter. The door flew open. Arcia Klein burst in. The maid panicked. Young miss, please. Arcia was covered in dirt but didn't care. My mouth is bored. I demand cake. The maid sighed. Snacks are for after meals. You ate all the cookies this morning. Ignoring the scolding, Arcia plopped onto Adrian's sofa. Adrian thought, she really is noisy, but seeing her settle in, it seems Catherine has adapted quickly too. That is a relief. Flashback to a few days ago, right after the war's conclusion. The reunion was intense. 4 nobles were on their knees, begging forgiveness from Miss Catherine. We were wrong. Please, spare us. Catherine looked at Adrian, confused. What is this? The young lord spoke softly. These are the 4 who tormented you, especially that one, the reason you fled, the reason for your scars. The masterminds were revealed. These are the people who crushed your self-esteem and destroyed your future. Adrian's eyes went cold. Politics requires patience, but soon I will hunt down Isabella Cascabel and her son Brooks. They will beg at your feet just like these trash. Just wait a little longer. Catherine trembled, tears welling up. I didn't need this, please stop. The fear was still deep in her heart, but Adrian grabbed her arm gently. I cannot stop. You may not know it, but you are my savior. Magic glowed from his hands, enveloping her. Old scars and injuries vanished from her skin. Catherine looked at her healed body, overwhelmed with joy. From now on, Adrian promised, we will only smile. Back in reality, Adrian called out, Catherine? Yes, she answered, surprised. How is the cake? She munched happily on the sweet treat. It tastes like happiness. The scene shifted the prince's office, a reminder of the shifting tides of power. Yo, check this absolute 500 IQ play, bringing Viscount Pharmaco, Viscount Durette, and Viscount Karma over to the winning team. The ministers from these 3 families, who used to simp for the second prince, just got flipped. And get this, in the process, a clan backing the crown prince got totally deleted from existence. But the prince isn't shedding any tears. He says they messed up, betrayed the cause, and now they gotta pay the ultimate price. That's karma for you. Then the prince gets curious, asking if that loser Luke Wynn Hayward had any snappy comebacks. Adrian just smirks, saying the guy was salty as hell. Luke was wondering if purging allies was really necessary, even for the sake of revenge. The Crown Prince presses for details, so Adrian spills the tea. Luke was whining that Count Brooks and Marquis Cascabel are just as dirty as the four Viscounts, and that Marquis Raven Margrave is practically a nemesis who deserves to go down too. But Luke has to bite his tongue and play nice to keep the second prince safe, terrified of losing 3 more chunks of military power. After a moment of dead silence, Luke just decided to let it slide. The Crown Prince busts out laughing, realizing the power gap between him and the second prince's faction just turned into a canyon. But a boring win isn't enough. He wants a total wipeout. Then things get deep. He asks if this civil war is going to wreck the country. Adrian's brain is running a mile a minute. If the nation destabilizes, those vultures over in the Crousing Empire might decide to invade again. That's exactly why the betrayal was scripted. Total victory for the Crown Prince is the only way. Politics isn't a game, it's just big dogs tearing each other apart. A strategy built on backstabbing induces panic. It makes enemies start thinking like average, scared little men. Adrian asks about the timeline. The prince says they re-good on time, but asks if there's a snag. Adrian smiles, but it's about that trash second prince hitting on his girl, Arcia. If Luke keeps this up, it's gonna cause some drama. The Crown Prince looks genuinely shocked, thinking his little brother, the second prince, is totally screwed. He actually looks disappointed and apologizes for the guy's stupidity. Luke's ego has been out of control since becoming an aura master. The dude thinks every girl is gonna drop her jaw just because he glows a little. Adrian just stares, wondering if the guy is mentally 5 years old. As for Arcia, she ignores people like it is a hobby, but she's innocent, doesn't really get how dark the world is yet. If this keeps up, Adrian might have to crush that airhead Luke before the real war even starts. But the prince cuts off the murderous thoughts. He suggests Adrian make a move. How about a ceremony? Wait, is the boss talking about marriage? Cut to Klein County, inside the castle. Adrian is walking, the word marriage echoing in his head. It's the optimal strategic move right now, but it's not a decision to take lightly. Arcia and Adrian aren't real lovers. It's all surface-level fake dating. She is a legacy of the great Manuel Lucas. Adrian knows she'll say yes without blinking, but only because she was programmed for him. That means Adrian can use Arcia however he wants. Even marriage is just another tool, regardless of how anyone feels. Suddenly, Arcia spots Adrian and sprints over. Adrian stops, stunned, pointing at the pile of dudes knocked out on the floor. What happened here? She beams, saying she just taught them a lesson. Adrian asks like, a lesson? This looks like a massacre. She insists it was just light training. Then the maid, Catherine, rushes in shouting for the young miss and his excellency. Adrian senses trouble. Why is the maid panicking? Catherine drops the bomb. His Highness, the second prince, sent a messenger. He wants a meeting with Arcia. Adrian asks if the guy has a death wish. Arcia, keeping a poker face, says the second prince has the eyes of a total creep. She refuses to meet him, talk to him, or acknowledge his existence. Tell him to get lost. The maid is freaking out, saying they can just disrespect royalty like that. Just then, the messenger steps up, bowing to Countess Klein and Marcus Rayford Lawrence. Adrian steps in, asking what's up with the formality. He glares at the guy standing next to his fiancée. What do you want? Spit it out. The nervous messenger pulls out a bouquet and says, Prince Luke Wynne Hayward invites her ladyship to a reception. Arcia takes the flowers, hands them to Adrian, and Adrian immediately tosses them into a dimensional void. Is that it? The messenger is sweating bullets. He needs an answer. Arcia asks if Adrian is invited too. The guy stammers, no, just you, miss. Arcia shuts it down instantly. Then it's a no. The guy begs her to reconsider. Adrian cuts in, asking the messenger which family he belongs to. The guy is confused. Excuse me? Adrian smirks, noting that to be a royal knight, the kid must have some noble backing. The messenger asks why that matters. Adrian smiles like a predator. I love tearing families apart. Haven't you seen the news? Adrian sighs. I can't smash your head in since you're just Luke's errand boy, but I wonder, can I smash your parents' heads instead? The kid looks horrified. That's incredibly rude. I'm just following orders from His Highness. Adrian laughs. Oh, I'm the one offended here. Maybe I should put you in your place. From now on, Adrian isn't going to sit back if people come with trash offers for Arcia Klein. Go back and tell your master exactly this. I hope our relationship stays good, but if he pushes me, I might do something crazy. Adrian is making it crystal clear. This woman is my fiancée. Back off. Later, the messenger spills everything to the prince. Luke is fuming. He actually said that? The messenger, trembling, nods. Yes, and with that look in his eyes, he wasn't joking. The prince can't believe it. He didn't think Marquis Halford Lawrence had that kind of spine. He totally misread the situation. The commander behind him whispers, "Your Highness, we need to fall back. Provoking Adrian Lawrence right now is suicide." The prince, veins popping, screams, "Say what? That snake really thinks he can just snatch the girl once the throne is secured?" The second prince actually believes this delusional plan is a solid move. Marquise Adrian Lawrence definitely needs to teach this spoiled brat a lesson in humility, but patience is key. The prince just gave Adrian yet another reason to snatch that crown for himself. Later, with the territorial war finally over, the bills came due and the profits hit a staggering 42 trillion WS. Adrian is grinning ear to ear. The chaos has finally paid off. It wasn't just cash from the 4 defeated viscounties. Oh no, we're talking mountains of mithril and mana stones. The loot didn't stop there. Jewels, precious metals, rare paintings. If it had value, it got snatched. Looting the enemy's entire livelihood is strictly business, and business is booming. But the real jackpot of this territorial war wasn't the gold. It was the hilt of the Celestial Sword, a legendary drop. Adrian is convinced this artifact was wielded by the Celestials of the Mythic era. Crafted from orichalcum and sacred bloodstone, this is endgame gear. Just staring at the item, the Marquise knows this is no ordinary trash loot. Orichalcum alone is a super rare mineral from the Holy Land of Everil, with a drop rate of maybe 500 grams per year. A single chunk is worth more than an entire aerial fortress. The Marquis is now plotting a little field trip to this Holy Land to see what other treasures are hiding there. But first, priorities. Back inside the game, Adrian is busy caving in the face of a trash mob. Once the vampire starts bleeding out, the Marquis realizes this monster looks suspiciously like the second prince. Pure rage ignites. Adrian starts spamming fireballs, venting all that political frustration on the poor mob. Adrian Lawrence and the team refuse to let up, combo attacking the vampire until it's dust. Victory achieved. But the Marquis knows there is no time to rest. Work has been insane lately, limiting gaming time to less than 3 hours a day. Unacceptable for a ranker. Despite the grind, level 205 has been reached. Time to focus on power leveling. First step, dump all the boring administrative tasks on the subordinates. To keep the empire growing, Adrian handed special glasses to Arcia in the real world, ordering the assistant to hunt for talent while the boss grinds XP. With the boring stuff handled, the Marquis can speedrun to the 8th circle. Suddenly, Arcia interrupts the gaming session with urgent news. A god-tier talent has been found. This shocks the Marquis. Adrian demands the talent be secured immediately. Arcia confirms the mission and leaves the negotiations to the recruitment team. But wait, what kind of high level are we talking about? Arcia drops the bomb. It's divine power. And the trait? A unique characteristic, nature of a saintess. Adrian freezes. That's not just rare, that's a game-breaking cheat code. The Marquis needs details now. Back in the real world, Arcia and 2 scouts are standing in front of a counter, staring down the target. The clerk asks if the customers need anything with a super cute smile. Through Adrian's linked glasses, the stats pop up. Avery Barnett, just a regular 15-year-old citizen. But the stat window doesn't lie. Divine power is very high and the trait is nature of a saintess. In Hondel, there is only one religion. Everyone worships the creator, the one god, Sepia. The doctrine is Sepiaism, and it rules everything. The headquarters? The Holy Land of Everil. It's a fortress so powerful that even the Brigand Kingdom wouldn't dare launch a raid. The Holy Land is ruled by the Big Three. The Holy King, the Saint, and the Saintess. The King pushes papers and manages the church. The Saint commands the Holy Knights and the army. But the Saintess? The Saintess controls the priesthood and performs literal miracles. Adrian commands Arcia to engage. Arcia confirms that Eric Jones has already moved the target to the VIP room. Walking through the door, the Marquise finds the recruit and Eric standing at attention. The little girl bows nervously. Adrian Lawrence welcomes the guest with a charismatic intro. Avery, shaking like a leaf, shakes the Marquis's hand. One touch confirms it. The nature of a saintess is the real deal. Arcia found this diamond in the rough, working a part-time job at a convenience store to support a poor family. Adrian praises the scout's sharp eyes. Arcia bows in gratitude. Now sitting on the plush sofa, the Marquis gets straight to business. Avery mentioned a dream of becoming an administrative officer. The girl nods, eyes sparkling. But Adrian ruthlessly crushes that dream. Your stats are trash for administration. Avery looks crushed, but then the plot twist. Adrian reveals the hidden potential, an aptitude for divine power so high that aiming for the position of saintess isn't just a dream, it's a destiny. The girl is stunned into silence. Even Eric Jones has to ask if the boss is serious. Adrian scoffs. Obviously, one doesn't just become a saintess on potential alone. The Holy King is a nepo baby chosen by bloodline. But the saint and saintess? They are drafted by God every 50 years. Status doesn't matter. It's a battle royale of merit to catch God's attention. Avery asks what the plan is. The Marquise grins. God sent an SSR character right to the doorstep. There is no way Adrian is letting this slide. Intel says the selection tournament for the new Saintess is starting soon. The plan? Adrian will bankroll Avery's entire campaign to the top. Avery, still panicking, asks if a nobody can really take the throne. Adrian drops facts. 7 out of 10 past saints were commoners. It's not impossible. The girl still looks skeptical, but the Marquis clarifies, this isn't an overnight miracle. It's going to take insane grinding and willpower. Before the tournament, Avery needs to master etiquette, theology, and divine magic. To sweeten the deal, a signing bonus of $200 million and a monthly salary of $500 million. Avery's jaw hits the floor. But for Adrian, this is pocket change. Even 10 times that amount would be a bargain. Creating a personal saintess, that grants political power money can't buy. Adrian asks the girl to consider the offer. It's just a job change, right? From admin to living goddess. Same difference. Eric Jones steps in, assuring the girl that the Marcus doesn't a joke about business. Adrian notes that Eric is actually a top-tier hype man. Looking at the duo, the Marquis realizes that assigning Eric to handler duty was a spur-of-the-moment decision, but this team might actually be broken. With Eric Jones and that political genius on board, the synergy is about to go nuclear, a total game changer. The order is given. Avery is now the crown jewel of the Ladies' Castle. Parents want to visit? VIP access granted, 24/7. Make yourself at home, kid. Pure joy radiates from Avery as gratitude flows. Meanwhile, the boss drops a heavy command on Eric. Protect this girl with everything. Looks like a powerful alliance is born. Eric nods. Message received. A predatory grin spreads across the main character's face. The Saintess battle awaits. Can't wait to see the absolute chaos a maxed-out Saintess brings to the party. While Avery settles into luxury, the grind never stops for Adrian and Arcia Klein. Hardcore farming mode engaged. Hostiles at 10 o'clock. Command issued. The Black Eagle swoops, drawing aggro instantly. Current target, a massive orc titan. Steel meets flesh. The axe strikes. Adrian dodges the counter and follows up with a lightning-fast magic blast. Efficient, but the XP bar is barely moving. Glacial pace. In a meta where full parties are essential, this duo plus pet combo is working, sure. Gear and skills are top tier, but the real issue? Too many randoms. Other players are cluttering the zone. Time to move. But wait, some noob blocks the path. Excuse me? Never seen a support with an eagle before. Where's the drop location? Ugh, it's a wild mob, temporarily tamed with magic. Not a support. A quick lie to dismiss the curiosity. First time having to explain the pet build. Annoying. Suddenly a thought sparks. What's the market cap for the Chronicles Online developers? Maybe just buy the whole company? Hostile takeover style. Not a bad plan. If the user base is full of commoners, getting underestimated is a risk. Check the numbers. 102 trillion? Okay, reality check. Pockets aren't that deep yet, so buying the dev studio is out. What next? Buy slaves? Open a sweatshop? No, slavery is bad karma for a citizen of democracy. Maybe burn the last wish ticket? Nah, too wasteful. There has to be a way to power level without these interruptions. Brain Blast, a solution so convenient it feels like a cheat code. Don't buy the game, just buy the land. Monopolize the hunting grounds. Total domination. Cut to the Black Dragon Guild executives, tension fills the room. One exec worries about the country doubling game time limits. Another recalls the old days, when real money trading was banned. Gotta grind harder then. But the center exec asks the real question. Can we sell directly to regions where cash trading is legal? The guild leader sighs. Gaming is becoming a headache. Regulations are choking the fun out of it. Suddenly the door bursts open. Leader, someone's asking for you. Who dares? A mage, level over 200. He demands a meeting, says he has an offer. The room erupts. Kick him out, probably some scammer trying to clout chase. Wait, the messenger interrupts. I think you should see him. Why? He brought 10 hearts of Kratos as a greeting gift. The room goes dead silent. 10? And he's decked out in top-tier hybrid gear. Based on the stats, he might be stronger than our heavy hitters. A true whale has entered the chat. Meeting room, now. Pleasure. Name's Midas. The guild leader, Penny, eyes him down. Peculiar name. Penny scans the drip. Every inch of equipment screams fortune. Is this guy nobility or just filthy rich? You mentioned a deal? Midas cuts to the chase. I want to rent the Black Dragon as hunting grounds. Exclusive rights. Monopolization. Rent? Adrian nods. I want every other player locked out. Just like your guild controls it now, but transferred to me. A solo rental? Penny has never heard of such madness. Usually guilds fight for turf. They don't lease it like an apartment. You want us to manage security while you farm alone? What kind of business model is this? The profitable kind, Midas smirks. I'll pay rent, 5 times the total profit you'd make from the entire zone, in cold hard cash. 5 times? Greed flickers in her eyes. Which ground? The Carton Chimera dungeon. The shockwave hits the room again. Hold on. That place sees over 200 users daily. It's a goldmine for high-level players. At 50,000 per head in loot value, daily revenue exceeds 10 million. It's their cash cow. Adrian doesn't blink. Not my problem. In exchange for the cash, you implement a total lockdown. No entries allowed. Is there a hidden quest? A legendary boss spawn? She's suspicious. Nope. Adrian shrugs. Just want to level up. Is this guy for real? Burning 50 million a day just to grind XP? I play solo. I want 0 distractions. Sounds like a personal challenge run, she muses. Call it what you want. I'll pay up front. In-game currency or wire transfer. We can do the deal right now. Penny's face lights up. The skepticism vanishes, replaced by dollar signs. How long? 1 month to start? If I am still leveling, we extend. If it is too slow, I'll rent a different zone. Wait, so you mean? He cuts her off. I'll keep renting until I hit the level cap. A whale of legendary proportions. Penny is beaming. Tea! Get our esteemed guest the finest tea immediately. Midas checks his interface. Check your account. Sent. The executives stare at the screen. Validated. 350 million for the week. The hunt begins now. The order came down from Mastermind. Clear the hunting grounds immediately. The Chimera dungeon needs to be empty, like yesterday. Finally, the main character dropped the update. XP gain has skyrocketed. The leveling speed is on a whole different dimension now. Level 220 achieved. The system confirmed the experience rate doubled. Hitting level 220 in a single month? Insane. At this rate, level 250 will happen way ahead of schedule. But then, reality crashed the party. Perseus dropped a bombshell regarding the Holy Land. The saintest selection has been moved up. Panic mode engaged. Just when the grinding flow was perfect, an emergency quest popped up. Perseus explained the situation. The competition was supposed to be late next year, but the timeline just got slashed. The higher-ups are scrambling for a candidate and want this wrapped up in a month. Adrian Lawrence thought the leveling spree would last forever. This interruption is sudden, sure, but Adrian told Perseus it's not actually a bad thing. That reaction caught the subordinate off guard. If the timeline accelerates, the number of rival candidates drops just as fast. The mission now? Craft a winning strategy. Making the lady stand out is the priority. Perseus asked for the plan, and the boss already had the blueprint ready. First step. Make her the face of the hired kingdom. A massive donation was already wired to the archdiocese in Everil Barnett, named 2 weeks ago. Tomorrow, the kingdom's archbishop pays a visit. Adrian and Lady Everil will be there to roll out the red carpet. Perseus asked if the plan was to hook the archbishop first. Adrian scoffed, obviously. Securing the church means securing the royal family as backup. Perseus beamed with pride. The boss really calculated everything. But the question remained, would the girl actually play along? No worries there. Lady Everil has a personal cheerleader on her side. Assistant Eric Jones. That guy knows how to push the right buttons. With Eric on duty, compliance is guaranteed. Materials were sent over, and upon review, the main character smirked. Message received. Perseus pulled up the threat dossier. 3 major rivals stand in the way of the saintest title. First, Gracie Helgen, Supreme Elementalist, age 210, granddaughter of the Queen of Everin. Second is Evelyn Francis, a high-tier knight. Evelyn represents the Brigand Empire's ducal house. And finally, Jude Sturr, 19 years old, a commoner from Everin. On paper, a commoner rival sounds easy, but Adrian spotted the sponsor's name, Duchess Olivia Riverdale of the Lucius Kingdom. That name changes the game. Nothing involving that woman is ever simple. These candidates are already drawing massive attention. Perseus admitted the heat is rising fast. Adrian thought about it. Even without sponsors, these girls outclass Everil Barnett on paper. Honestly, looking at that list made the urge to rage quit very real. But Perseus insisted that rivals were inevitable anyway. No use getting frustrated now. It want to be a walk in the park, but it's not mission impossible either. Perseus noted the boss's serious face. Adrian shot back, giving up isn't an option. The title of Godfather to the Saintess is on the line. Work complete for the day. Time to log off and game. But Perseus blocked the exit with one burning question. What is it? Adrian asked. Perseus needed to know the donation amount. The Archbishop of Hired isn't a man moved by pocket change. Adrian Lawrence just offered a cryptic smile. Cut to Duchess Olivia's territory, where the number dropped. 10 trillion. Her siblings were floored. Marquise Adrian Lawrence, Everil's sponsor, dropped a 10 trillion bomb on the church. Olivia laughed. It seems her cute junior is officially entering the Saintest Wars. She finds this development incredibly entertaining. While the siblings wondered why Olivia was smiling, one muttered that it looked downright sinister. Cut to the next day, the archbishop arrives. The old priest was dazzled by the territory. To think the Lord could use divine magic too, he was convinced. This girl is the future saintess. The little lady asked if he was serious. Meanwhile, Adrian celebrated internally. Archbishop Fred was hooked. While the assistant hyped up the crowd, Adrian pulled Archbishop Fred aside for a private discussion. The old man was all ears. Adrian lied smoothly. Jude Stur's camp suggested an alliance. He framed it as a request from Duchess Olivia Riverdale herself. Name-dropping the Duchess worked. The Archbishop nodded, agreeing that Jude Stur is a strong candidate and the offer had merit. Adrian played along. Exactly. Let's boost Lady Everill's odds first, then worry about competing with Miss Stair later. The Archbishop was relieved to see the ducal house avoiding conflict with the Marquis. Diplomatic crisis averted. Adrian smirked internally. The alliance was his idea all along. Now, the final piece of the puzzle, the royal family. The second prince saw no reason to refuse. A saintest from their lands would skyrocket national prestige. The prince agreed to speak with his father. Adrian bowed, grateful. As expected, nobody turns down free power. Maintaining awkward relations helps no one. Adrian turned to leave. Mission accomplished. But the prince had one last question. Did you hear? Marquis Otis's daughter and Count Arcus have vanished. The question hit Adrian like a truck. The main character froze. Chaos has erupted in the Crown Prince's faction. Michelle, that absolute psycho, is missing? And Count Arcus, the second-ranked Aura Master after Marquis Vincent? He was supposed to be the Crown Prince's shield. This news changes everything. It is understandable, really, since the news only reached his ears about 1 hour ago. Our boy is caught completely off guard. He forces a smile and congratulates His Highness on the news, but the prince's grim expression says this is no joke. Internally, Adrian thinks this situation sucks. Of all times, this catastrophe had to happen right before the saintest contest. He demands answers immediately. He goes straight to the first prince, asking what the hell is going on. The prince sighs, reading the confusion on Adrian's face. It seems Manuel Lucas has already briefed him on the situation. The prince explains the blood ties. Marquis Otis and Count Akers are cousins sharing the same maternal lineage. They are closer than brothers. Adrian assumes it is a matter of political alignment, but there is more to it. Count Akers dotes on Lady Michelle Otis as if she were his own flesh and blood. When he heard she was traveling alone, he insisted on serving as her personal escort. But wait, why would a legendary Aura Master need a bodyguard? Adrian senses something is wrong and asks if the incident occurred after they reached their destination. The prince confirms it. The problem is not the journey, it is the destination. They went to a place where tensions are boiling over with the Brigand Empire. A place where war could erupt at any second, the Republic of Prios. Adrian is baffled, wondering what kind of suicidal death wish this is. Why would they travel to such a hellhole? He wonders who planted this insane idea in that chaotic woman's head. The prince shakes his head. Lady Michelle is a fanatic admirer of Archduke Manuel Lucas. She is obsessed with tracking down his location. Rumors surfaced that the Archduke was spotted in the Republic of Prios. Blinded by fanaticism, she ignored the danger and planned the trip impulsively. The realization hits our boy like a truck. This is all his fault. He was the idiot who inadvertently lit the fuse for her madness. Meanwhile, far away, the girl's thoughts drift to Adrian Lawrence. She knows she should stay put and avoid trouble, just as the second prince warned. She nibbles on her food, looking miserable, whispering for Sir Adrian Lawrence to come back. Back at the palace, the prince explains his move. He has already requested extradition through diplomatic channels, but he did not stop there. Secretly, he has mobilized special forces and the National Intelligence Service. Adrian weighs the options. A covert rescue would be ideal, but the odds are slim. A diplomatic nightmare seems inevitable one way or another. However, he is prepared to pay that price. He cannot abandon them to their fate. He has to act. Adrian declares he will go. The prince is stunned, asking how. Adrian insists he is the best candidate for the rescue mission. He plans to infiltrate secretly under a false identity. He asks the prince to scrub his tracks and ensure his cover remains intact. The crown prince stares in disbelief. Adrian thinks, "Do not look at me like a hero. This mess is entirely my fault." The prince nods solemnly. He will transmit their last known coordinates and narrow down the search grid so Adrian has a fighting chance. Adrian agrees, sighing as he realizes he is about to become an illegal immigrant against his will. Scene change. The two fugitives are sprinting for their lives. An attack nearly claims Michelle Otis, but her uncle throws himself in the way just in time. Blood stains the count's clothes. While Michelle panics, the enemy vanguards corner them. The uncle gritted his teeth, claiming this is all a misunderstanding. They are merely tourists with no hostile intent. He argues logic. Would he really bring a noblewoman along if he had malicious plans against their country? The enemy commander scoffs. What misunderstanding? The moment he made contact with that woman, his death warrant was signed. Michelle sobs, asking for forgiveness, but her uncle is scanning the battlefield, pointing out a small gap in the enemy's left flank. He gives the order, run toward that gap without looking back. She only needs to make it 300 meters. Once there, she can use the teleportation power. She asks about him, but he lies, claiming he can escape easily without her. She refuses to leave him. For the first time, he screams at her in pure fury, ordering her to shut up and run now. Terrified by his outburst, the girl turns and sprints. The enemy swarm descends on the Count, while a squad breaks away to hunt her down. The Count roars, unleashing his aura. He vows they will not pass unless they step over his corpse. But the enemy commander looms over him, blade raised for the execution. The Count closes his eyes, accepting the end. Suddenly, the commander's head explodes like a ripe melon right in front of him. Confusion replaces fear as he looks back. High above, cloaked by invisibility magic within the aerial fortress, Icarus. Our boy looks down. He admits he caused this chain of events, but logically, it was only a matter of time before chaos erupted in the Republic. That woman is truly unhinged. Suddenly, Dursa speaks up. Target acquired. Adrian asks, already? Confirmed. It seems this will be easier than expected. Flash, space warps, and they teleport directly above the battlefield chaos. Adrian surveys the scene. The Republic's vanguard unit is clashing with another force. The people helping them escape are the revolutionary army of Prios. Dursa looks to her master, asking for orders. We join the fray. Adrian descends like a god of war. Flame burst. Torrential fire incinerates the enemy vanguard as his sword dances through their ranks. Steel flashes and bodies fall. He lands softly amidst the carnage, facing Michelle Otis and her uncle. He announces he has come to retrieve them. He casts a high-tier restoration spell, knitting the Count's wounds in seconds. Michelle squints, trying to peer through his disguise. Adrian realizes she has sharp eyes and commands her to stay silent. Her eyes sparkle with recognition as she nods happily. Meanwhile, the uncle asks if, just when the dust settles and relief kicks in, some random guy blocks the path. Hold it right there, he says. The nerve of this extra. He apologizes, but says there's a burning question for the young lady. Dropping a bomb, the stranger claims to know Michelle accessed Louis Fairmont's secret database, the Encounter. Adrian's eyes go wide. How the hell did a rookie pull that off? The stranger presses on, asking if the legendary system is actually real. Michelle admits it's plausible based on the code, but the contents? Nastier than expected. A total mess. The stranger muses, small chance it's legit, but likely a decoy. The commander suspects a fake server set up by the real admin to fool intruders. Adrian's killing intent spikes. Should just wipe these clowns out right here, he thinks. But then, logic kicks in. Powering down the aura. Bad move to start a war without knowing the enemy's numbers. The Revolutionary Army is a wild card. Best to play dumb for now. The stranger points out a plot hole. If Michelle accessed the encounter remotely, there was no need to physically storm the president's palace. Hacked it online, Michelle confesses. Figured the secret database was hidden in cyberspace, not strictly in the physical world. By hacking Fairmont's personal terminal, confirmed the bastard was pinging a specific server constantly. Traced the digital breadcrumbs right to the source. Adrian smirks. Genius move. This girl isn't some average hacker. She went deep. If someone else hadn't beaten Michelle to it, the encounter would have a new owner. The stranger nods, impressed. Remote access to Fairmont's terminal? That's some god-tier talent right there. Enough chit-chat, Adrian cuts in. Enemy reinforcements are incoming. Time to wrap this up and get moving. They need to escort these people out. Wait, the stranger interrupts. The boss wants a meeting. Scene shift. The frozen wastelands of the Prius Republic. Northern Glacier. Adrian scans the room. Every single guard is an aura master. High-level threat detected. Then, the stranger speaks up. Claims to be a local tourist, but Adrian sees through the disguise instantly. That face, it's Israel Oscar Prius. 7th Circle Archmage. 27 years old. Ex-prince turned rebel commander. A literal monster in human skin. Israel looks at the sky. He heard the aurora here was a rainbow. Such a pity it's just normal lights tonight. Talking like a bored poet. Status check. Attribute is conspirator of justice. The guy bows. The Congress thanks you for saving our skins. Won't forget it. Just doing what's right, Israel claims. Adrian scoffs internally. Yeah, right. There's always a catch with these political types. Then the bomb drops. Never thought I'd meet the famous Marquis Rayford Lawrence and Countess Klein in the flesh. Adrian bursts into laughter. Israel smiles, apologizing for the ambush. Sorry for the surprise reveal. We actually mutuals on social media, Israel adds. The uncle tries to butt in, asking if they know each other, but Michelle tells the old fool to zip it. Masks off, the tension spikes. Uncle asks why the second prince's right-hand man is standing there. Does it matter? Michelle snaps. Adrian cuts to the chase. How did you know? The response? Trade secret. Your Highness is quite the trickster, Adrian shoots back. Room goes silent. Now the commander looks shook. How do you know me? Trade secret, Adrian mocks, throwing the words right back. Staring contest ensues. Sparks fly until the commander calls a truce. Pure intuition, Israel lies. Claiming the combo of a high-tier archmage and aura master with young voices gave the identity away. Adrian curses internally. Fell for a simple bluff. The commander presses. So, how did you figure out my identity? Been watching your little revolution and this republic for a long time, Adrian replies coolly. Israel realizes Adrian is dangerous. Definitively don't want you as an enemy. Turns to Michelle. Did you copy the Archduke's research data? Michelle freezes. Adrian analyzes the play. Copying the data? Smart. If the encounter was accessed without a backup, that's just amateur hour. Even if the data is fake, the info is worth a fortune. Only a fool would leave empty-handed. The ask comes. Hand over a copy of that research data, if it's not too rude. We'll pay top dollar. Michelle looks terrified. Stammers that the encounter code is complex and obtainable in pieces. Fairmont couldn't crack the core system, and most of the surface tech is already on the black market. Old news. Whatever, Israel shrugs. Was hoping for next-gen weapon blueprints, but we take what we can get. They re-desperate. Need data to analyze the vanguard forces. Beggars can to be choosers in a revolution. Basic industry secrets? Adrian realizes the guy knows exactly what's up. Michelle is sweating bullets. Hesitation is survival. A wrong move here starts a war. Israel drops the bomb. He knows Adrian's lineage links to the ex-royals. Do you know how much blood watered the soil to build this republic? A history lesson on noble slaughter begins. From an earthlingist perspective, this democracy smells fishy. A weird transition of power that happened too fast. The royals pushed for the republic themselves? The last king was supposedly a saint, a legend people forgot. He built a democracy for the people, not by the people. A gift from above, not a prize won by blood. And in that power vacuum, Cartro Fairmont slithered in. Now the country's a dictatorship worse than the Dark Ages. The royal brat claims the future envisioned by the late king went completely off the rails. Adrian decides to clean up the royal mess personally. Time to wake up the citizens of Prius and reboot the entire corrupt system. Laying the foundation is just step one. Looking ahead, the road to total domination still looks pretty damn long. Still beats the current trash regime. This logic gets pitched to Michelle Otis, who seems ready to cut a deal. Lady Otis hesitates, claiming the burden is too heavy for one person. The prince acts all chivalrous, stepping in to take the heat. Adrian sees right through the drama. Let this drag on, and negotiation turns into straight-up extortion with a side of blackmail. Can a slick citizen from the Republic of Korea lend a hand? Adrian steps up to the plate. Michelle asks about meeting Archduke Manuel Lucas. Why not strike a bargain directly? The suggestion drops jaws all around. Perfect. Scoring a new business partner also means a free pass to infiltrate the entire country. The prince demands top-tier vanguard gear. Adrian smirks. Producing and selling military-grade tech is barely a challenge. Someone asks for clarification. The shock hits when Adrian reveals a force equipment project is already locked and loaded. A royal smirk appears. This man operates way beyond common logic. Adrian accepts the compliment with zero humility. Questions about performance fly. Adrian guarantees this tech won't lose to anything the kingdom currently fields. The opposition argues that Reinhardt Kingdom Vanguard gear is already top-quality stuff. Demanding proof leads to a prototype reveal. Just a communication device for now, but told to wait for the real show. The critic admits the design is unique. Performance matters, but looking cool is half the battle. Quality is undeniable. But why spill trade secrets just to help out? It seems suspicious. Adrian drops a bomb. Because I like you guys. The prince laughs at the sheer audacity of catching a marquis's interest. Such an unexpected windfall. The only requirement? Pay up. A hefty price tag is non-negotiable. Michelle's uncle panics about illegal tech transfers. Adrian shuts it down. It's only illegal if someone talks. The count freezes. It implies a blood pact. Everyone here holds dirt on everyone else. Government rebels, Lady Otis touching forbidden treasure. Everyone is dirty. Between illegal offers and the threat of an empire attack, the whole group is tangled in a web of dark secrets. Michelle beams with joy. Now everyone is bound together by a criminal conspiracy. The shy act comes out, promising silence. Adrian internally scoffs. Let them find out later. Excuses are easy to invent. Time to talk money. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the first prince's palace. The first prince notes the long absence. tension fills the room as the return from Prius is acknowledged. A danger zone where a Destiny user appeared and war could erupt any second. Rebel territory is no joke. Going in without backup shows guts. With the throne battle heating up, the world is on edge. Uncle and niece visited Hell and made it back alive, despite the attacks. Lucky that Marcus Adrian Lawrence was there to save the day. The prince warns the nervous duo to watch their steps. Suddenly, the old fool asks if Adrian and Countess Klein are actually backing the second prince. Everyone realizes the guy is brain dead. The prince smooths it over, claiming they are actually double agents for him. Michelle explains to the idiot uncle that the betrayal is just a staged scandal for cover. Getting rescued should have been the clue. The uncle buys it, while Adrian concludes the man is totally insane. A brain made of muscle thinking only happens when swinging a sword. Michelle shoots a playful wink. Adrian fights the urge to end her right there. Time to bounce. But the clueless uncle insists on staying for a tea party. Unbelievable. Saved by the butler. Breaking news: the Brigham Empire has officially declared war on Prius. November 10th, 2019, Era of Magic. The dogs of war are let loose. Prius slams the Empire for aggression, crying to neighboring countries about the legitimacy of the legacy user. It's all about Louis Fairmont and the fight over Archduke Manuel Lucas's inheritance. The prince asks for a prediction. Adrian gives the odds, 6-4. Most assume the Empire has the advantage. Adrian corrects them. Crossing the ocean to invade is a tactical nightmare. The prince realizes the truth. The defensive turtle strategy of Prius holds the winning card. Adrian confirms the grim reality. The Empire of Brigand is a titan, and the Republic of Prius is walking into a meat grinder. Even the King of Hade is powerless to intervene. For now, the world can only pray for a miracle. But inside Adrian's mind, gears are turning. This chaos is not a tragedy, it is the perfect stage. A golden opportunity for the Revolutionary Army. Veterans of war, hungry for change, ready to seize the moment and crush the corrupt regime once and for all. Michelle Otis locks eyes with the protagonist, searching for answers. Adrian Lawrence turns, but Tyrell interrupts, asking if this entire scheme was calculated from the start. Adrian suppresses a scoff. This old fool is misreading the entire board. But does the misunderstanding matter? Not really. Still, one must be careful. How could anyone speak of such treasonous manipulation in front of the first prince? The prince demands an explanation. Adrian steps forward with a smooth lie. The truth is simple, yet shocking. The rescue mission utilized the hidden might of the Prius Revolutionary Army. The prince is stunned by this revelation. A network of information was required, and the mage happened to possess a unique connection. The prince leans in. What kind of dark underworld contract was made? Adrian smirks. The leader of the rebellion and the mage follow each other on social media, a digital bond stronger than steel. The prince finds the absurdity interesting. The protagonist explains the cost. A little gold was necessary, but the combat prowess of the rebels exceeded all expectations. A worthy investment. The prince muses that the Revolutionary Army will surely weaponize this turmoil. Adrian nods. For now, silence reigns. No declarations of war from the rebels yet. The blonde knight agrees, but wisely keeps quiet. The meeting is adjourned. The prince issues a command. Count Akers and Dame Otis must seal their lips. Not a word about Marquis Highford Lawrence or Countess Claire. These two are the ace cards for the future battle for the throne. The vassals bow in agreement. But a specific warning is directed at Count Akers. The man is a walking leak. He must avoid everyone in the palace or the secret will be out by sunset. Adrian agrees, a fitting cage for a loose cannon. Michelle Otis raises a hand. Should the dame also remain here for safety? The prince nods. It would ease the royal mind. Michelle smiles. A perfect arrangement. Staying here means one specific benefit. Being able to watch Marquis Highford Lawrence and Countess Claire much more closely. A playful wink is thrown. Beside the mage, a certain countess burns with silent, jealous fury. But outside these walls, the world burns. The conflict between the Empire of Brigand and the Republic of Prius escalates with terrifying speed. War has been declared. The expeditionary forces of Brigand move like a swarm of locusts, encircling the Republic with suffocating efficiency. It looks like the end, but Prius strikes back. Using the homeland terrain, the Republic forms an ironclad defensive line, a fortress of determination. The clash of steel is imminent. Experts predict the explosion of violence will occur immediately. 3 days. That is the maximum before blood flows. Yet, while the continent holds its breath for war, a different kind of spectacle captures the masses, a distraction to blind the public eye. The host, Anthony, steps onto the stage. Welcome to the variety show that satisfies all curiosity. It is the 10th anniversary special, the ultimate showdown, the magician versus the knight. Representing the pinnacle of magic, a 20-year-old genius archmage. Adrian Lawrence steps into the spotlight. The crowd goes wild. Pleasure to meet you all, he says. The new star of the Kingdom Hade has arrived. Flashback to a few days prior. The assistant delivers harsh news. Everill's popularity is tanking compared to the other saint candidates. To fix this, drastic measures are required. Adrian reads the proposal. A visual transformation? What is this nonsense? The mage realizes the truth. Eric Jones is behind this. Plotting, scheming, forcing the master into a public circus to achieve the goal. The subordinate has grown terrifyingly bold. Back on stage, Anthony asks the burning question. Is the guest aware of such devastating good looks? Adrian grins. Naturally. I thank my mother for this masterpiece. Anthony blinks. Not your father? Adrian laughs. The father is nowhere near this level of beauty. Without noble status, marrying such a mother would have been a fantasy. But enough banter. Adrian shifts the tone. Today's topic is a societal taboo, a forbidden experiment comparing the might of mages and knights. Anthony presses on. What does the Marquis think? Adrian finds it extremely interesting, but the host warns of the danger. Experts warn this broadcast could be a double-edged sword for Marquis Hyford Lawrence. A mage stepping into the warrior's domain, even if the test of strength goes well, will investors return. But if the mage fails, the reputation will be shattered. The stakes are life and death for the brand. Adrian waves a hand dismissively. Worry is unnecessary. Today, the mage will crush the prejudice personally. No pressure, just total domination. The protagonist tells the host to proceed with full force. Anthony breathes a sigh of relief. Then, it is time to introduce the challenger. The representative of the knights, Count Felix, the proud new aura master from the kingdom of Lucius. Adrian narrows a gaze. Is it just imagination? This guy looks familiar. Comparisons will be inevitable today. Anthony asks the motive. Why join this event? Felix shrugs. He thought it would be a casual walk in the park. Anthony stirs the pot. Is the knight confident against Marquis Hyford Lawrence? The tension in the studio spikes. Felix sneers. He heard Duchess Olivia Riverdale praised the mage's talent. But looking at the man now, it seems the Duchess's love for her junior clouded her judgment, a rash conclusion, born of emotion. Today, the Aura Master will teach the Marquis that reality is not as soft as a fairy tale. Recognition strikes Adrian. That attitude, that face. He looks exactly like Cedric Lawrence. Even the trash personality is identical. Anthony declares this a verbal declaration of war. The audience gasps. What is Adrian's response? The mage stares blankly. Count Odiel Felix, was it? A pause. I have no idea who you are. First time hearing the name. The ultimate disrespect. Adrian grins, ready for violence. So, this guy thinks he is hot stuff just because the system labeled the man an Aura Master, but read between the lines, and the dude is barely a blip on the radar. The announcer is sweating bullets, hyping this up as a nerve-wracking battle to the cameras. Yeah, right. The squad heads to the testing grounds to get this beatdown started. The director is practically drooling over the ratings, convinced this episode will break the internet. The duo gets shipped off to Duel Island, a massive arena specifically for throwing hands. They even brought in experts to analyze every move and critique the performance. A bunch of lucky winners from the 10th anniversary event are in the crowd today. The main character walks right up to the fans to acknowledge them first. The protagonist asks if they should ban weapons to make it fair. Usually, knights gear up, while mages fight with empty hands. Felix acts all cocky, saying the knight does not care. If the Marquis wants it that way, Felix can fight with normal gear. But Adrian throws a curveball. Adrian Lawrence laughs it off. Why would the mage worry about losing to a rookie Aura Master? Then Adrian drops the bomb. The protagonist is also a rookie Archmage. But Adrian clarifies they are not on the same level at all. Felix is absolutely fuming now. Anthony shouts from the back that if the trash talk is done, the duel proceeds immediately. The announcer starts the countdown. Our boy stares Felix down with cold, dead eyes. The armored clown thinks, how dare this mage look at me like that? And decides to show who is really at the top of the food chain. Countdown hits 0. Felix charges straight at Adrian, screaming for the mage to die. Seconds later, total defeat, armor shattered. The so-called Aura Master is face down in the dirt. Anthony loses his mind. The commentator screams that the finishing move was a 6th circle blade cannon. Did the mage memorize that nuke in advance? Adrian shakes the head. No prep time needed. The caster just fired it off mid-fight. Total flex. Then Adrian calls for Miss Everil to please heal the broken man. Everil rushes over and starts praying. Divine light stitches the body back together. Suddenly, feathers start falling from the sky. The crowd is confused. Are those angel feathers? Anthony realizes Adrian brought a personal medical squad, but nobody expected a teenage girl. Adrian Lawrence shrugs. It makes sense to bring someone trustworthy. The host freaks out, asking if This girl is a bishop-level priestess at such a young age. That would be insane, but Adrian shuts it down. She is just baptized. Not even officially part of the church yet. Everil is just listed as a vassal of the Lawrence household. Anthony is floored. According to the lore, divine magic and the angel feather effect are usually reserved for high priests or bishops. Adrian explains she learned divine magic directly from Archbishop Fred in the Hay Kingdom. The feathers? That is just her notable nature manifesting. The host asks for clarification on nature. Adrian confirms. Miss Everell is planning to join the saintest contest right now. The crowd goes wild. That is huge news. Our boy smirks internally. The participation ends here, but Everell's innocent vibe and delicate voice perfectly fit the saintest image the public craves. Everything is going according to plan. Everell steps up to the camera. It is a pleasure to meet you all. She introduces herself as Everell Barnett, the support mage for the day. She promises to do her best. Then she hits them with the puppy eyes. Please do not get hurt too badly. The audience melts. Our boy thinks, yo, did you guys catch that? Absolute perfection. The protagonist knows exactly what that was. Eric Jones did a killer job with the PR. Post-broadcast, Everell Barnett heads home, flanked by 2 security guards. Bystanders stare and whisper, isn't that the girl from TV with the Lord, the future saintess? Inside, Everell is freaking out. This fame is way too heavy. For now, the girl is just following Adrian Lawrence's orders and trying to act the part. But self-doubt creeps in. Can she really pull this off? Just yesterday, Everell was scanning barcodes at a convenience store. She opens the door. I am home. Her mom asks if the girl is back already, but suddenly a strange voice interrupts. Lucky to catch you, Everell. The guy calls her Evie and acts like they are best buds. Everell glares daggers at the intruder. The blonde dude claims to be her uncle. He asks if the niece remembers the uncle. A woman in the back starts drooling over Everell's gear. Those shoes are real elven craftsmanship. Rumor has it those kicks cost over $5 million a pair. The girl on the couch chimes in. Not just the shoes, the dress and phone are luxury items too. They ask if the lavish gifts are because Everell is a saintess candidate. Seems the Lord really likes the girl. Everell cuts the chatter. Why are you relatives here out of nowhere? These people acted like strangers for years. The uncle stands up, briefcase in hand, asking if life has been tough. He claims to be there to reunite the family and propose a business deal. He flashes a shady plan. He insists it cannot fail. If they capitalize on the Barnett family business and the saintess candidate fame, the money will roll in. The bodyguard in the back thinks, wow, that is unethical. But Everell's mom steps up. Do not worry, sweetie. The parents have zero intention of following this absurd scheme. The uncle demands to know why they refuse. The father steps in. Whatever happens, the family can handle things on their own. They do not need the uncle's help. The mother agrees. Do not even think about using her name. We will not let it slide. The uncle plays the victim card. Are you really being this cold to your own siblings? The guy on the couch agrees. You think we are doing this for ourselves? This is for the whole family. He claims the mother has changed and become heartless. But the father of Everell Barnett drops the truth bomb. 4 years ago, you people left us with massive debt and ran away. Now they crawl back? How could the father not be cold? The brother claims they regret it and want to compensate, but the dad knows better. If they truly regretted it, they wouldn't be here. These leeches claim they would have helped back then. You know, when the family was drowning in debt? Yeah, right. They took off and lived the high life instead. The brother has the nerve to make excuses, acting like they had no choice, claiming they really tried to pay up. What a joke. Honestly, the blame cannot fall entirely on that guy. The in-laws caused the warehouse disaster. But still, the man had a part in it. Why did nobody check the details? The father asks if trusting siblings was the real mistake. The brother admits it. Yeah, it was a massive failure. Messed up big time. But look at them now, fighting over money like vultures. Everell has seen enough. The girl steps up. She tells them to get lost. She wants zero involvement with this toxic mess. They plan to go back to being strangers? That shocks the whole room. The audacity. The relatives stand up, outraged. How dare a child speak to adults like that? They pull the blood is thicker than water card. We are your parents' siblings. You have to help us. While the trash talks, the security team is already locking and loading. But surprise! A new challenger approaches. Someone asks, who are these shameless clowns? Our boy appears right next to Everell Barnett. She is shook. Sir Adrian Lawrence? Everyone hits the floor. Kneel before the king. The bodyguards drop the full titles. Jasmine Trayton, 3rd Commander of the Strategic Mobile Battalion, salutes the Lord. Rick Castro follows up. Saluting his lordship, Marquis Highford Lawrence. Everell's family is terrified. Our boy makes them tremble. Snap of a finger. Body paralysis. The Marquis freezes them in place. He asks a simple question. Do you know the best part about being a high-ranking noble? They are sweating bullets. The scumbags apologize, calling themselves insignificant ants. How could they know? Adrian Lawrence stares them down. The best part is doing whatever I want with trash like you. The uncle is terrified. Our boy starts levitating the guy. Up he goes and yeet, throws him across the room like a rag doll. He grabs the other relative, tosses him right next to the first one. The women in the back start begging. "Mercy, my lord," the Marquis asks. "Begging for forgiveness? Do you even know what you did wrong?" They nod. "Yes, we were blinded by greed. We caused trouble." Adrian Lawrence shuts that down. Wrong answer. The mistake was not greed. The mistake was hurting one of his people. Is this a declaration of war? The two women panic. "No, we are insects. We wouldn't dare. Too late." Adrian Lawrence orders the arrest. "Lock them all up." The relatives scream and beg as they get dragged away. Pathetic. Adrian walks over to the parents. "Oops, heard everything. The judgment is final. They will pay back every cent owed to Lady Everill's family. Forced labor, emotional damage compensation, and yes, interest is included." The mother is overflowing with gratitude. Our boy makes an offer. "Why not move into the Lord's castle? Wouldn't it be nice to enjoy the luxury earned by your amazing daughter?" The parents hesitate. "Can we really? Our hero is smooth." "It is for the sake of Lady Everil Barnett." The parents agree nervously. Our boy looks at the saint candidate, gives her a thumbs up. "Nice." Everil is flustered. She blushes hard, staring at our boy thinking, "I want to be someone useful to Lord Adrian Lawrence." She wonders if she shows interest. Would it annoy him? The man already has a fiancée, but staying by the side as a helper? That is doable. That is the goal. She is going to give it 100%. Scene switch. The Brigand Empire. The Duchy of Francis. Someone is watching the broadcast. The Mage battle. Everil looking like a saint. Duke Francis, one of the big four, is not happy. How annoying. This interferes with the plan to make Evelyn Francis the saint. The Duke calls for the assistant, Gregory Hayden. The shadow appears. The Duke gives the order, "Do it." Meanwhile, back in the office, Adrian Lawrence gets a ping. A message from Duchess Olivia Riverdale. "Watch out for Duke Francis. The guy is acting suspicious." The plot thickens. Cut to the emergency waiting room at Castle Highford. Knights are chatting. Life is good here, right? Compared to their old jobs, this place is paradise. The Lord actually cares about work hours and welfare. They are laughing, having a good time, but one knight has the head down. A buddy asks, "You good?" The knight looks up. "Talking to me?" That smile, absolute psychopath vibes. "I forgot my name. It has been a while." The companion grabs the arm. "Stop joking. You want to mess up the mission? Mistakes get people killed here." Damien sits back. "Right. Let's forget it." Suddenly the vibe shifts. "Wait, these two are undercover spies. The other knights demand answers. Reveal yourselves. How dare you invade this place?" But the guy sitting down just stares. Glowing eyes. The knights freeze. Drowsiness hits them like a truck. They walk out of the room like zombies. Mind control? The partner asks, "Trusting those skills blindly? Really?" "Judge the methods, not the results. Just messing with memories. Pretending nothing happened. Easy work." The angry partner snaps, "Do not forget. The target is not Marquis Lawrence. It is the girl, Everil Barnett. No unnecessary risks." Bond. The seated spy says, "I am serious today." But the guy says to keep an eye on the castle. He observed Marcus Highford Lawrence from a distance. The partner asks, "Was he extraordinary?" "No." Their eyes just met. "He looked at me too, several times?" "No, not like that." When Lawrence looked over, it was like the man knew who was hiding there. Forget it. Just imagining things. Paranoia is setting in. But suddenly, an announcement blasts through the speakers. "Intruders in the east area. Prepare for combat." The knights scramble. 5 armed assassins. It is go time. With forced daggers drawn and chaos erupting elsewhere, the duo lurks in the shadows. Everything is going according to the script. The target waits in the East Building's final room, right next to the Lord's office. But the moment the door creaks open, the plan hits a wall. 2 security guards are standing right there, demanding to know what Sir Damien and Sir Farman are doing creeping around. "Just rotating the reserve team," the intruders claim. "Shouldn't the guards be protecting the Lord?" Farman plays dumb, insisting there weren't enough soldiers to go around. Surprise, surprise. The security squad isn't buying the act. Orders are absolute. Nobody gets near Lady Everil except the Lord's personally assigned elite unit. Everil's personal guard squad arrives on the scene, so it is time to bounce, but Farman pulls a blade. The guards freeze, wondering if they are staring at a legendary aura blade. The disguise drops. These are assassins. The killers lunge, but the one in the back starts warping memories. The mental attack hits hard, paralyzing the squad and dropping the soldiers cold. Farman rushes toward Everil, killing intent overflowing, ready to end the target. The guards scream for the lady to run, but get ready for the twist of the century. Everil doesn't run. A single finger flick sends the assassin smashing into the wall. It's a trap, genius. The target isn't here. The illusion shatters, revealing Countess Arcia Klein. Arcia yells for the backup to stand down. The assassins panic. Someone leaked the entire operation. The killers walked right into a setup. And here comes the star of the show. Our boy waltzes in. Better than a leak, the protagonist smirks. The plan was just figured out. Haven't these eyes met yours before? Gregory Hayden. August Knox. Long time no see. The protagonist drops the bomb. A secret organization that was supposed to be nothing more than a myth. Existing only in fairy tales, but actually real. You're from Blue Moon, aren't you? The duo freezes. August Knox realizes there is no escape. We have no choice. Plan B, now. Gregory agrees. No more hiding. The assassins shed the human disguises, revealing true monstrous bodies. No enemy who sees the true forms lives to tell the tale. Shame, the monster hisses. This castle will have to become hell on earth today. Our boy just grins. Yeah, bring it on. Pretty cool visuals. The protagonist asks for Arcia's opinion. They have middle school syndrome, Arcia quips, but it is said that Blue Moon is a legendary syndicate dripping in blood and mystery. The group built the foundation of the Brigand Empire with the royals, forced to work in the Dragoness shadow. People debate if the organization is even real. Where is the base? Does it exist? Blue Moon is like a ghost story. Followers of the Demon, founded way back before the Age of Magic in the year 2019. Everyone knows the name, but nobody knows the truth. Maybe it is the mystery or the witch hunt vibes from Earth, but Blue Moon usually shows up as the villain in the fairy tales of Rondel. Adrian Lawrence thought the group was just fiction. Turns out the protagonist was wrong. This nightmare is very real and standing right there. Gregory Hayden, 39, Aura Master. And the sidekick, August Knox, a Spirit Master class user. Big league threats. Is Blue Moon the Francis Ducci's lapdog? Or is the Duchy just a puppet being played by the organization without knowing the truth? Probably using the Duchy as a temporary hideout. But still, thinking that two special ops members from Blue Moon are glued to Count Francis? Interesting. August asks if the protagonist knows where he is, but Gregory barks at the fool to shut up immediately. Our boy catches the slip-up. Is that what the assassins call the boss? These guys might be more naive than the protagonist thought. Not exactly partners, Adrian Lawrence shrugs, but someone who understands the group very well. Gregory's killing intent spikes. Then death is the only option. Is the killer really capable of that? The protagonist challenges. August snaps, activating a massive humanoid butterfly spirit. Magic floods the room. Damn. Arcia and the protagonist just stare at the giant bugs. First time seeing a spirit? August sneers. Time to play. Talk less. Fight more. Adrian blasts power before the sentence ends. Gregory dives to save August. Boom. The duo is shocked that our boy shot first without hesitation. Was that a forced attack? The assassins stammer. Our hero sighs. The world is vast. There are plenty of talented people out there. The killers can go around acting like the only special ones. Gregory is confused. A forced attack? Is this kid a magic swordsman? Nah, just released an aura charge. The Estro War Sword has cool auxiliary functions. Gregory realizes the mistake. That is why the confidence is sky high. Fighting an aura master in melee as a mage? Adrian Lawrence smirks. Is that all the enemy has? Snap. The ceiling explodes. Soga crashes down, smashing August. Beast Tamer here too, genius. August, leg crushed, screams that the hero is trash. How? August rages. The assassin summons a massive evil spirit aiming for a mental wipeout. The goal is to break the minds of the targets. Mental attack, spirit subjugation, mind control, scary stuff. But against our boy, zero effect. What is the clown trying to do? Even Arcia just yawns in the background. Getting hungry, the Countess complains. Should the trash be taken out now? The assassins are shook. Wait a sec, Adrian orders. August, foaming at the mouth, tries the ultimate skill again. Nothing. Silence. What is happening? Even Duke Francis, a grandmaster, would fold under this pressure. Why are the targets still standing? Here is the cheat code. The abilities of the Destiny user in Chronic Online transferred to reality. For the hero, defense against debuffs is almost maxed out. These mental tricks are useless. What did the assassin think would happen? The protagonist asks. Combat skill is 0, huh? If mental attacks don't work, Gregory realizes the protagonist sees everything. The hero knows too much. The identity is a mystery, even while standing right there. Marquis Adrian Lawrence, genius mage, archmage at 20, the last disciple of the legendary Duchess Olivia Riverdale, considered the greatest master of all time. But that isn't the whole story. The person standing there isn't just a genius. The protagonist is a monster beyond all logic. Gregory drops the sword. Clang. The fight is over. But our boy watches the enemy, thinking killing the duo feels like a waste. Maybe the pawns can be used. The little parlor tricks worked better than expected. Just look at them, paralyzed by terror, stepping closer while they scream for mercy. Classic move. But instead of a finishing blow, healing magic envelops August Knox. No intention of fighting Small Fry. To be exact, no plans to clash with the Blue Moon Guild either. The goal is meeting the boss. Just need a message delivered. Gregory Hayden shakes like a leaf but agrees. Wait, one more thing. Sorry about slaughtering the others. Were those goons working for Duke Francis? The answer is a terrified yes. Negotiations complete. Dismissed. The duo begs forgiveness for their rudeness and vanishes into thin air, escaping the monster standing before them. Watching them flee was honestly impressive. A voice beside agrees it was actually quite entertaining. Looking down at the chaos, turning Everil into a saint seems like a nightmare difficulty quest. Time skips forward. November 25th, 2019. A divine proclamation echoes from the Holy Land. 15 saintest candidates, 11 saint candidates. The stage is set. The battle to decide the church's future leaders begins now. 1 month of grueling trials. Every moment. Broadcast live to the world online. Meanwhile, back at the office, Everil asks for thoughts. But the mind is elsewhere, waiting for a reply from Blue Moon. The real saintest selection has finally kicked off. The Holy Land of Everil is buzzing with a grand ball full of pompous nobles. Suddenly, a hush falls. A figure approaches. Whispers erupt. Who is that? Considering the aura and influence radiating from that spot, too young, yet possessing god-tier skills. One thing is certain, underestimating this presence would be a fatal mistake. The higher-ups make their grand entrance. The crowd parts like the Red Sea. The Pope steps forward to welcome the masses. Gratitude to all attending this opening ceremony. 15 saintest candidates, 11 saint candidates. The chosen ones stand ready. Duration, 1 month. Every move, every breath, broadcast live and uploaded for the world to judge. Round 1 theme, monster subjugation tactics. Party size is strictly limited to 5 members. Composition requirements, 2 aura user swordsmen, 2 mages of the 3rd circle or lower. Furthermore, a critical restriction. All non-divine powers of the candidates are hereby sealed. Let the games begin. Celebrate this first day of destiny. Enter Adrian Lawrence. Bow before your holiness, the saintest, the saint, and the divine king. The Pope smiles. Welcome, Marquis Hyford Lawrence. The 3 pillars of Everil stand there, the absolute peak of faith. But for Everil, only one target matters among them, the current saintess. Sharon Sylvester, 66 years old, a living legend. So, you are Marquis Lawrence? A respectful nod. Yes, your holiness. The saintess speaks, her voice carrying the weight of decades. Internal monologue. The goddess' blessing keeps the face young, but do not be fooled. Reality check. A grandmother who likely married 40 years ago. Difficult to answer, seeing as the fiancé is standing right behind. She chuckles, apologizing for the tease. Time for introductions. This is Miss Everil, the candidate under my sponsorship. Please, look after this one. Shock flashes across the saintess's face. Marquis Hyford Lawrence chose a truly fitting candidate, just as predicted. Value recognized at a single glance. If not for stumbling upon this gem, participating wouldn't even be an option. Political games hold no interest here. Analyzing status shifting from favorable to neutral. Time to make an exit. Pressure successfully applied. Mission accomplished. But then, a familiar group blocks the path. Ah, the Duke. Francis glares, eyes burning with rage. Good to see you, your grace. A mock bow. Marquis Adrian Lawrence of the Kingdom of Hay. Received the gift sent recently. Quite the package. Heard there was a tragic accident in the territory? Duke Francis freezes, internal screaming. Those 2 traitorous worms resigned and fled the chaos. But before vanishing, they left a warning. Do not make Marquis Hyford Lawrence an enemy. A warning etched in fear. That man is a monster. You cannot win. Adrian interrupts the flashback. The aerial fortress fell, and the industrial district went up in smoke. Such terrible luck. Rumor has it the pilot just fainted. The gaze shifts. And this must be Miss Evelyn Francis. Please, go easy on my candidate. Evelyn stares back, cold as ice. I will consider the request. Truly the father's daughter. Both have rotten attitudes. But tell me, Duke Francis, did the news reach you? A reunion with Gregory Hayden and August Knox took place. The old man's eyes widen. Guess the communication lines are cut. Since it involves you no longer, it is none of your business. Francis practically vibrates with fury. Walking away, a smirk forms. Someone seems upset. Better stop poking the bear. Everil asks nervously, was that Duke Francis of the Brigand Empire? Indeed. A figure far more imposing than imagined. A scoff. It is nothing. As a saintest candidate, confidence is key. Chin up. Above all else, remember who chose you. Suddenly, a voice cuts in. What an interesting scene we have here. Found you at last. Duchess Olivia smiles playfully. Please, just call me Big Sister Olivia. She's practically family now, dubbing him Lil Bro Adrian. If Jude Stir is pledging allegiance to His Excellency the Marquis, then the game is already rigged. Hyford Lawrence, claiming she follows the great goddess Sepia. Our boy Adrian clocks it immediately. Her divine power stats must be through the roof. Is this the legendary supreme skill of a saintess? Impressive doesn't even begin to cover it. The plotting continues with Ardell and the Duke regarding the hardcore restrictions slapped onto the competition's first phase. Got a problem with the difficulty setting, she asks? But Adrian smirks. Nah, we're good. He found a solid candidate and a strategy built for crushing monsters. For Miss Jude Stair, this is Child S play. Her specs are already at first-class priestess level. The blonde nods in agreement. Even in a worst-case scenario, her divine magic outclasses every other scrub on the field. The real issue? The party composition for Miss Jude Stir is trash. They've got 2 meat shield knights, but 0 mages with actual combat XP. Adrian knows the score. Modern mages are nerdy researchers, not battle-hardened casters. So he drops the offer. Want me to fix that roster for you? Her eyes light up. This was the plan all along. She practically vibrates with excitement, asking if he can pull it off. Of course he can. Adrian promises to scout 2 skilled third-circle mages to round out the squad. She's thrilled, thinking they're forming a power alliance, but she thinks she's the only one leveling up here. Wrong! Adrian shuts that thought down fast. Just chatting and laughing with a heavyweight like her exerts massive pressure on the other participants. Psychological warfare at its finest. She's vibing with the plan when Adrian hits her with a curveball question totally unrelated to the current topic. What is it, she asks. In this tactical game, does a magic swordsman count as a single unit? Boom! The loophole has been spotted. Cut to the Saintess's office. Scanning the participant list for round 1, eyes land on the representative, Everil Barnett. Her tank is Barbara, an aura user. The second knight is Adrian Lawrence, a first-circle aura user. Throw in a mage wielding both aura and mana, plus Noah, a third-circle mana specialist. The saintess cracks up. Her assistant is panic-sweating, asking what to do, but the boss finds this chaos absolutely entertaining. A knight casting magic? The other candidates are gonna riot, the assistant cries. But the saintess shrugs it off. Their fault for not reading the patch notes. They didn't explicitly ban it, so let them play. It's not fair, cries the assistant. Too bad. Can't nerf the rules mid-game. Exploiting loopholes is a skill in itself. As Adrian walks away, the saintess realizes Marquis Hyford Lawrence is way more interesting than the rumors suggested. Scene shift. The next day, the competition kicks off with a starving wolf lunging straight for Lady Everil and her guardian knight. But the tank steps in. Everil triggers Sacred Defense, throwing up a barrier that shields the whole squad. The round 1 meta, monster subjugation tactics. The Saint candidates are registered as mercenary captains, leading 4-man squads of mages and swordsmen. It's a 24/7 reality show, cameras tracking every move, live streaming the carnage to the entire kingdom online and on TV. Every candidate runs their own stream channel. Viewer count equals power. The more supporters, the closer to victory. Suddenly, those background knights approach Lady Everil. Hey, take these kills. We farmed them, but you can have the loot. Everil is stunned. They step closer. Aren't you, Lady Everil? We're huge fans of your stream. Use these points to clear the quest, she stammers, asking them to please use it for the mission. It turns into a mosh pit of generosity, everyone fighting to give her their loot. Everil turns to the cameraman, panicked. Is this allowed? Even the cameraman is clueless. This level of simping has never happened in the history of the competition. Meanwhile, the elves usually dominate the visual meta with their S-tier looks. But their personality? Rigid perfectionists focused only on the grind. They turn an exciting variety show into a boring nature documentary. Pretty faces only go so far. If the content is dry, viewers click away. As soon as things settle, the audience changes the channel. But Everil's stream? That's where the content is. It's giving wholesome teen drama. And the chat is going wild. This started attracting massive interest. The contrast is brutal. The other noble candidates are toxic elites, calling the subjugation peasant work. Even Evelyn Francis is caught saying she hired mercs to do the dirty work. Let them handle the trash mobs, they say. And just like that, the noble candidates triggered their own villain arcs. Public opinion flips. The chat spams hearts for Everil, while the other nobles get cancelled for treating mercenaries like disposable trash. But the lady? She treats the party like actual human beings. No discrimination. The other channels are a joke in comparison. Someone like Lady Everil could speedrun becoming the saintess without any outside help. She stands there, trembling until the veteran merc steps up. Listen, kid, everyone here wants you to take the crown. We did this on our own, so don't sweat it. He points to his face. I look like a nightmare, right? Yet you walked right up and dropped a high-tier heel on me without flinching. A background murk pipes up. Think it's just 'cause you're ugly? The vet admits, grumpy. Yeah, I picked a fight with Lady Everil at the start too. They start bickering like old friends while Everil stands there, awkwardly wholesome. Another knight cuts in, dumping a pile of monster corpses. Please, take the XP. We insist. But Everil hesitates. You guys fight for survival. Is it okay to waste this on me? Waste? They grin. This is for the show. She's confused. If the lady who saved us becomes the saintest, they cheer. Our lives get a buff too. The hype train has left the station. Flustered but determined, Everil clenches her fist. She's going to give it everything she's got. In the background, the knights watch with popcorn. Man, this really is a teen drama. And just like that, the viewer stats explode. The current viewership ratings for the contest channels are in. Everil is leading the pack at 1.52%, followed closely by Lloyd at 1.16%. Grace trails at 0.95%, with Judster sitting at 0.92%. And just like that, the high priest from the kingdom of Her is practically vibrating with excitement, cheering for Everil. Meanwhile, a sly smile plays on the main character S face. There is a specific reason the clergy was summoned to the Holy Land today. Curiosity peaks as the priest asks what is going on. The item is revealed, and the holy man gasps. Is that pure orichalcum? Not just a fragment, but a massive chunk pulsating with raw divine power. Before the shock can settle, the protagonist interrupts to drop the truth bomb. This is a relic estimated to be over 20,000 years old. The priest immediately suggests broadcasting this discovery to the world, exactly as Adrian Lawrence predicted. As soon as the treasure appeared, the priest's first instinct was to use it as a prop for Everil's campaign. But that is too basic. The real play here involves a different strategy. With an exceptional artifact in hand, repairing this broken legend is possible. The priest stares in disbelief. Restore an ancient relic? Adrian confirms with absolute confidence. It is certainly possible. A sacred magic circle from the mythic era lies dormant inside. Only a small section was destroyed. The core structure remains perfectly intact. The priest asks if recruiting a skilled artificer is necessary. The answer is an immediate yes. The response comes quickly, of course. A master smith will be found, guaranteed, for such a monumental discovery. Now, the million-gold question, must this treasure be surrendered to the church? The answer is a firm no. Every royal and imperial family holds at least one holy relic. To boost Lady Everil's reputation, a donation seems like the logical tactical move. However, tossing away a functional mythic-era weapon just for a little publicity? That is sheer madness. Even without donating it, there are plenty of ways to milk this for fame. Adrian agrees outwardly, suppressing a laugh. Giving it away never even crossed the mind. The priest thinks this wolf is a sheep. The hunt for the best artificer begins, and Adrian leaves the task in the priest's capable hands. Farewells are exchanged, and the protagonist walks away deep in thought. Making Everil a saint requires an army working in the shadows. Every possible asset must be leveraged, so this effort is not wasted. Meanwhile, in a room consumed by darkness, a mysterious figure glares at the broadcast of mercenaries pledging support to Everil. Pure, unadulterated rage begins to boil over. This is trash. It cannot continue. Flash forward a few days. A half-dwarf master engineer offers a gruff greeting. Kobe Venter is the name. Adrian returns the greeting, realizing Archbishop Fred actually delivered one of the world's top 3 sacred artificers. Kobe's eyes narrow, scanning the protagonist's robe. Analysis fails. It seems a great treasure blocks the gaze, preventing a simple appraisal. Apologies follow the itch of a craftsman-esque curiosity, makes it impossible to ignore high-tier gear when it appears. Recognition at a glance? Archbishop Fred definitely sent the right expert. Time for business. The item is presented for examination. Kobe identifies it instantly as the hilt of an ancient divine sword. Spot on. The goal is to wield it. Kobe nods. It is certainly possible. Similar artifacts exist deep within the church's vaults. Compared to those relics, this one is in pristine condition. Adrian's excitement spikes, but with orichalcum being so scarce, will a mithril blade suffice? The dwarf shakes the head. No blade is needed. Wait, what does that mean? The half-dwarf explains. This hilt is the finished product, the sword that vanquishes evil, the blade that severs darkness. It has many names, but one stands above the rest, the Holy Sword. Adrian is floored. Is this for real? What is the dwarf talking about? Forms and functions may vary, but true sacred status is a title reserved for the absolute elite artifacts. Only 3 lie in the church's possession. 6 exist worldwide. This represents the 7th. So the implication is that no metal is required. If the theory holds, a blade of pure divine light will erupt from the bloodstone. Like a magic sword? The half-dwarf scoffs. Comparing this to a magic sword is an insult. This is a different dimension of power. Ancient texts suggest a blade comparable to a Master S Aura blade, with catastrophic damage bonuses against demons. Astonishment grows. It is the ultimate hybrid weapon, capable of converting any energy source into a lethal edge. Magic, aura, divinity, even elements, it devours them all. How did a rural viscount end up with a god-tier artifact? Without access to the former Saint S records, even Kobe would have been clueless. The Viscount S subordinates stood no chance of identifying it. That explains why people thought it was just a piece of junk, a broken sword destiny left behind. What is the price tag? Worst case scenario, enough gold to buy an entire major city. It is essentially priceless. The jackpot has been hit. To fix it, a bloodstone and fresh tools are required. Adrian Lawrence wires the funds immediately. Is it too much? Consider it an upfront investment for the effort. Fix the sword, and double that amount will follow. An offer impossible to refuse. Given the item as value, it is fair play. The deadline is set, 1 week. The engineer pledges honor to the task. As Kobe leaves, a wide grin stretches across Adrian's face. If a mana blade can match a holy blade, the magic knight build is a go. Or perhaps attaching it to a staff to create a magic spear? The potential is infinite, but the daydream shatters. A transmission comes in from Arcia Klein. What is it now? Arcia drops the bomb. Miss Everell has been kidnapped. Shock hits hard. Panic sets in. Now, shifting focus to the dangerous border between the Zen Empire and the Dragonlands. Everell floats inside a sacred barrier, invincible. 2 goons watch, confused why attacks aren't even scratching the surface. 0 damage. Turns out, connected to an 8th circle magic artifact. Overpowered stuff. The mission was simple. Eliminate the Saint candidate. Thought it'd be a walk in the park, but things just got complicated. One guy snaps, shouting to switch tactics. Target the mind directly. Magical artifacts have a fatal flaw. 0 defense against mental strikes. The partner hesitates. Never heard of that weakness before. Skepticism rises. Suddenly the partner freezes. Asks, "Who are you talking to?" Confusion strikes. They turn around. Someone is standing right there. August knocks. "Who are you?" they demand. August smirks, claiming to be just a passing spirit user. Moments later, our main character arrives on the scene. Gregory Hayden bows instantly. "Greetings again, Your Excellency?" Adrian glares. "You the culprits?" Gregory denies it immediately. "Captured the real trash responsible. They re-tied up right there." Adrian demands, "Where is Miss Everell?" Answer, "Resting in the cabin. Safe." Your Excellency's precautions saved the day. She's untouched. But now, the real hunt begins, finding the puppet masters behind this mess. Adrian analyzes the situation. Pros wouldn't leave trails unless idiots. This reeks of a setup. Suspicious. Adrian asks, "Why help us?" Gregory drops the truth. "To be honest, this territory is our home too." "I see." Adrian plays along, saying Everell got lucky. Internally, not buying it for a second, just pretending to believe the act. Gregory gets serious. Orders from the leader. If Everell is in danger, save the girl. Bury the evidence. Top priority. "Why?" Adrian asks. Gregory admits it's the first time seeing the leader this enraged. The boss declared the Francis Ducci worthless, useless, ordered a base change immediately. The previous attack on Adrian, rogue decision, 0 involvement from the top boss. Gregory confirms. Blue Moon assassins usually have full autonomy. Do whatever, whenever. Freedom is the norm. But since the last assassination attempt, new directive. Do not touch Marcus Hyford Lawrence or Arcia Klein. Absolute rule. Adrian frowns. The more spoken, the weirder it gets. Why is the Blue Moon leader walking on eggshells around here? Gregory bows deep, hopes the bad start doesn't ruin things. Adrian sighs, thanking them for saving Everell, wiping the slate clean. No hard feelings. Truthfully, they were never a real threat anyway. No point holding a grudge against pawns. Judging by the situation, the leader must have accepted the proposal. Deal sealed. Gregory nods. Leader is eager to meet. Once this mess clears up, the invitation stands. Visit anytime, open door policy. Adrian wonders why invite the target to the base. A trap? Unlikely. Instincts say no, doesn't feel like a setup. Gregory hands over the password. Terminal connected directly. Don't hesitate to call. Adrian nods. Get lost. Arcia asks to tail them. Adrian shuts it down. We can chat later. Let them go. Lady Everell's safety comes first. The kidnapping was live-streamed. The whole world is freaking out right now. Better to let the church investigation team handle the cleanup. Everell wakes up, eyes wide. Where am I? Adrian's mind races. Not only was the request accepted, but the leader personally ordered protection? What the hell is going on? Deep thought. After all, the reputation here is rule breaker. Flashback or interrogation scene. Didn't they say no designated equipment? Eyes land on the necklace. What is that? Never permitted that item. Adrian counters cold. Inevitable choice. Recent assassination attempts forced the hand. Survival mode. If I hadn't prepared, Lady Everall would be dead. The official scoffs. That is just hindsight. Adrian snaps back. Hindsight is everything. If the church did its job properly, wouldn't have needed to intervene. Intruders crashed the competition, kidnapped a candidate. Church couldn't find her, had to step in and fix the mess. Goodbye, good boy image. Built all that reputation for nothing. Adrian sighs. Leaving that aside, evaluate Lady Everall's potential fairly. She's a victim. Shouldn't suffer because of this chaos. I broke the rules. Punish me alone. The saint stares silence, then bursts out laughing. Interesting man. Claims if 10 years younger, would have tried to seduce right there. Adrian thinks, what is wrong with this lady? The saint gets real. Honestly, the council suspected this was a self-made drama, staged by you, Adrian realizes. Testing my reaction? Apologies, but yes, truth revealed. Confirmed, no lies in the words, pulls out a mirror. Adrian asks, what's this? Cut to, the saint summoning all candidates. Confusion among the girls. Why are we here? Saint speaks, thanks for coming, gathering all sponsors too. Purpose, uncover the truth behind the kidnapping. Reveals the mirror of truth. Sacred object, no lies can hide. Contrary to the rumors, the mirror confirms it. Not an act by Lady Everall, not a scheme by Marquis Adrian Lawrence. Cleared. The tension was thick enough to cut with a blade. The saint dropped the ultimatum. Everyone must step up to the mirror of truth and prove they aren't lying snakes. Duke Francis immediately lost his temper. Rage blazed in his eyes as he screamed that these weren't common criminals, but high-ranking nobles and royalty from across the continent. He tried to gaslight her, asking if she was insane, but the saint didn't flinch. She simply asked if the truth would destroy him. Unless, of course, you have something to hide? Was it really that hard to say one sentence? Suddenly, Marquis Lawrence made his grand entrance, changing the atmosphere instantly. Francis demanded to know why the main character brought the Holy Knights. Adrian Lawrence dropped the bomb. The attacker might be a grandmaster, so he brought the heavy artillery. The Duke looked ready to explode at the disrespect, but the saint quickly intervened, warning Lawrence to watch his tongue, since no one was officially guilty yet. Watch your words, Marquise. She turned back to the crowd. First up to face the judgment? Queen Claude Highwell of the Ever Kingdom. Right behind her stood the Elf Queen's granddaughter Grace. Claude stepped up, swore her oath, and declared she had zero involvement in the kidnapping. Her daughter followed suit, voice steady. I, Grace Helgen, am innocent. As the words left their lips, the mirror erupted in a brilliant light. Innocence confirmed, the saint announced. The pressure mounted. Everall signaled for the line to keep moving. One by one, the nobles stepped up. Finally, only two suspects remained. The Francis duo. The Duke grumbled his denial through gritted teeth, and his daughter echoed the sentiment. The mirror flashed pure light again. Clean. Adrian clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn, he was really hoping to catch those two red-handed. Francis caught that look of disappointment and demanded an explanation. Adrian just shrugged, claiming it was a natural instinct given the Duke's shady history. Your life is going to be very short, boy, Francis threatened. Adrian just smirked, continuing to mock him until the saint slammed the gavel down. Silence. She was over the drama. We aren't done yet. The real targets were the last ones standing, the Austri family. Prime Minister Austri of the Republic of Prius and his daughter, Lady Miel. They stepped forward, shaking like leaves in a storm, stuttering their denials. We can explain. Useless pleas. The saint's eyes were cold. Stand before the mirror. Now. Refusal was an admission of guilt. The trap snapped shut. Arrest warrants were issued instantly for kidnapping and the attempted assassination of a saint candidate. Targeting Lady Everall? Game over. Adrian watched them panic, wondering if the Republic of Prius was really stupid enough to pull a stunt like this. Even Francis mocked them from the back, calling them idiots for trying a hit job during the holy competition. But hey, it was a free win for the Empire. Adrian analyzed the board. Attempting to kill a saint candidate during the trials? That was straight up apostasy against the gods themselves. Since the Prime Minister and his daughter represented the Republic, Prius was about to take a massive loss, destroying their reputation internally and externally. It was a huge strategic win for the Bryggen Empire in the war. The church leadership had been panicking over the kidnapping, but the finale was kinda anticlimactic. The global audience watched the drama fizzle out. But beneath the surface, the currents of fate were shifting. With the weaklings weeded out, the competition evolved. The field narrowed down to the top 5 absolute powerhouses. Grace Helgen, the elf royalty with nature on her side. And Everall, the saint-natured ally Adrian had bet his chips on. Then there was the Duke's daughter, Evelyn Francis, and the wild card from the east, Princess Shia Lin of the Triton Kingdom. Adrian calculated the new variables. After Prius got disqualified in disgrace, they started dumping all their resources into supporting Princess Shia Lin. The four-way battle had become a five-way war, but Adrian knew it was only a matter of time before Prius collapsed from the inside. Between the Revolutionary Army and the Empire, Prius was finished. Shia Lin was a kite with a cut string, destined to crash. She wasn't a threat. Adrian signaled Arce, time to bounce. Everill's popularity was skyrocketing after surviving the attack, just as planned. Business was booming too. The Finger 1.0 gauntlet officially launched, and the Magic Tower was printing money without issues. Everil was safe. Finally, Adrian thought he could catch a break and actually live a little for the first time in ages, or so he thought. Enter Jorge de Vasson, leader of the Blue Moon. Relaxing? Adrian asked. I don't even know what that word means anymore. Adrian put on his fake noble smile, praising the tea. Jorge claimed he made the refreshments extra special for such a VIP guest. Arce was just smashing cake in the background, unbothered. But Adrian's instincts were screaming. This guy, Baron Jorge, something was off. A 49-year-old aura expert from the Empire. On the surface, just a lord. But the system showed S-tier stats. Admin, learning, politics, and command. But the real kicker? His status tag read, favorable ally. Since when? The data wasn't adding up with the situation. Suddenly, Jorge ordered his guards to get out. The two knights hesitated, totally confused by the command. I don't need babysitters, get lost. He kicked them out cold. The tension in the room spiked immediately. As the door clicked shut, the mask came off. No wires, no spies, Adrian said, eyes narrowing. Who are you really? Jorge stood up and dropped to his knees. The atmosphere shifted from tension to reverence. It is an honor to meet the one who carries the legacy of the great mage, Manuel Lucas. Adrian froze. His cover was completely blown. I served as the former master of the Blue Moon, Jorge confessed. Adrian knew this meeting was more than just business. It was destiny knocking. Start talking, Adrian demanded. Explain everything. Jorge nodded solemnly and handed over a high-tech terminal. The plot just thickened. A hologram flickers to life. First time meeting in this form. The hero freezes. It is Chester. Yo, Adrian Lawrence. A casual greeting. The question drops. Did you know everything? Yeah. Damn. This guy is actually a genius. Chester explains. Blue Moon was supposed to be part of the Fate mission. A level 8 reward. But Adrian cuts in. We made contact way too early. Chester nods. Totally my bad. 5 years ago, the final route for Fate began. Dormant forces stirred. The sleeping giant, Blue Moon, awoke. External operations kicked off. Influence started spreading like wildfire. Thanks to that, rock-solid stability. The side effect? Crossing paths way ahead of schedule. An error born from chasing efficiency. Whatever. The real question pops up. Who is the stiff next to you? George Varson, my assistant. Blue Moon's administrator. Wait a sec. Blue Moon, the level 8 reward? Talking now seems pointless. Should have happened inside the game. So why drag this meeting out here? No use crying over spilled milk, Chester shrugs. Can't call you master just yet, but won't stop us from teaming up for now. For real? A nod confirms it. My negligence. My bad management. Consider it compensation for the glitch. My apologies. Well then. Taking back every bad thing ever thought about this guy. This rocks. Adrian grins. In your care, Sir Varson. A deep, respectful bow follows. The honor is mine. Then Chester drops the stats. Blue Moon has 8 elites. Aura Masters, Archmages, then the Army, 1,200 assassins, high-ranking knights with 4 staggers, 450 vanguards, 5 aerial fortresses, not just war tech, luxury yachts, global resorts, clubs, casinos running the underworld, hotels, entertainment, trade routes, logistics, basically owning everything, even this Pacific hotel, Blue Moon property. A wicked smile forms. Oh, Sir Varson, we are going to get along just fine. Mental math time. Capital, nearly 100 trillion. Military power, crushes most dukes. Varson vows, my life for Marquis Hyford Lawrence. 1 week later. That half-dwarf comes sprinting in, panting, shocked face. What kind of miracle just dropped? Good to see Cobb again. Backtrack a bit during the saintest competition's first round. Cobb Ventry, Holy Land's master engineer, showed up at the hotel. Why the visit? Cobb looks guilty. Took way longer than planned. My apologies. You finish it? The nod comes. How does it work? Simple instructions. Just pour energy in. Aura, magic, whatever you got. Time to test. Energy flows into the hilt. Voom. A blade erupts. Pure light. basically a lightsaber. Is this a Star Wars ripoff? Cobb points. Swing it, a casual slash. The target slices apart like butter. Holy incredible cutting power. Maybe too good. Whoops, sliced right through own flesh. Cobb's eyes bulge. Blood, you are bleeding. A glance down, didn't even feel it. The dwarf screams, medic, priestess, now, collapsing on the floor. Arse rushes in, healing potion splashes on the wound. Zap, jumping up in shock. Arch smirks, someone needs more training. Cobb trembling, you good? A scoff. Can't kill me that easy. Mental note, that was the second closest call to death, right after the Rondell and Anna Lawrence assassination attempt. Staring at the blade. Ping. System notification. Please name the weapon. It have a name? Cobb shakes his head. That is your honor. All right then, one name fits. Excalibur. Registration complete. Excalibur. Stats are insane. Effects loaded. Turning to the Viscount with a grin. Thanks for the god-tier weapon. Cobb still looks ready to faint. Is he okay? Arcty sighs. Fine. Just needs a bath. Ignore the dirt. Focus on the win. This gives Everil a huge edge. Scene shift. The mercenary squad. Crying rivers for Lady Everil. You gotta be the saintest. The 1-month struggle. Round 1. Over. Watching from the sidelines. Grown men sobbing. Tough mercenaries acting like Idols fans. Yeah, never getting used to that. The results board lights up. Grace Helgen, 1st in tactics, 3rd in audience. Overall rank, 2nd. Jude Astor takes 4th in tactics. Sheelan hits 2nd in audience. Ranking battles are brutal. Evelyn Francis, 4th in tactics, 5th in audience, 5th overall. But Everil crushed it. 2nd in tactics, 1st in audience popularity. And the final ranking? Number 1. 1st place. Hype levels maximizing. Gonna give it my all. Thoughts drift to the competition. Princess Sheelan thought she was just a lucky candidate backed by the Pruss Republic. But she beat Lady Francis? Climbed all the way to 4th. Unexpected variable. Then Everil spots him. A bouquet appears. Good work. Thank you. Face blushing red. I will live up to your expectations. A nod back. You are already killing it. The true goal isn't just winning. It is being chosen. The saintest selection. God is watching. The Almighty picks a favorite from the top tier. Just gotta keep this momentum. Secure a spot as one of the 5 elected saints. Suddenly, a figure steps up from the back, saluting His Excellency. The message? Candidate Sheelan demands a meeting. A surprise for the young lord. Why would royalty seek an audience? Then the voice drops. The great name of Marquis Hyford Lawrence. Fame reaching across the Central Sea, all the way to the Trenton continent. An honor to greet such a legend. Flattery? Adrian plays along. Praises the sharp mind, the bright future of the Roberto kingdom. Introduces the Countess Clanan beside, serving Her Highness, Princess Shannon. But the royal interrupts, cutting the formalities. Just Princess Chia is fine. First time meeting face to face, sharp eyes, a personality that bites. One of the few candidates who didn't hesitate to use magic on others. Even against royal blood, spontaneous, unpredictable, unexpectedly charming. Good that the surprise causing worry came knocking on its own. Chia Lin reveals the truth. The sponsor requested this sit-down. The blonde man steps forward. Garcia Vallon, President of the State Council, Republic of Prayos. Who is this guy? A big shot. The heavyweight champion of politics. One of the top 3 figures in the Republic. But the vibes? Off. Too many red flags about this government. Reluctance kicks in. First, the fake invitation. Second, supporting the Revolutionary Army? Now, a plastic smile. Anxious to meet you, Garcia claims. Another fake smile in return. A secret approach, the politician admits. Playing the game of shadows. Apologies for the offense? Adrian cuts to the chase. Busy warring with the Brigand Empire, yet wasting time here? Garcia grins. Knows the curiosity is burning. How about a chat over a meal? A trap or just lunch? Surprise attack. Not a weapon, but the menu. Oriental cuisine? Garcia claims time is on their side. Adrian's eyes light up. Steamed rice, fish stew, leaf wraps, aged pickled vegetables, even the main dish veal stew. A feast fit for a king. Princess Chia's outfit? Straight out of the Goryeo dynasty. Familiar. Too familiar. The taste of a long-lost home. A flavor missing for ages. Delicious. Truly top tier, but silence falls, staring at the 2 hosts. The princess giggles, tension spikes. Apologies, Adrian wipes the mouth. First time trying Roberto food, fits the palate perfectly. Garcia nods, glad to hear it. Host duty's done. Time for business. Let us be real, the president says. Something rotten is festering in the Republic. War with the Brigand Empire? No, Garcia corrects. Bigger than that. Internal rot, a cancer from within, anti-government rebels, the Revolutionary Army, causing chaos for a while now. Adrian raises an eyebrow. So the headache isn't the enemy nation, but the rebels at home? Garcia drops the bomb, surprisingly advanced, producing their own vanguard gear. But here's the kicker, it looks exactly like the new Fencer 1.0 core. The pride of the Hyford Lawrence Magic Tower, meaning they copied the Force technology? The accusation hangs in the air. Garcia plays innocent. Maybe government stole it unknowingly? Adrian scoffs internally. Predicted this move. Probably couldn't analyze the core anyway. Just feigning ignorance, playing dumb. Sorry to burst the bubble. Don't know what kind of junk they have, but it's not the Magic Tower's tech. Impossible. Garcia backpedals, not suspecting his excellency, just not enough proof to claim theft yet. The puzzle clicks. That's the game. He wants the Marquis to accuse the organization, to scream, "Thief!" Smear the Revolutionary Army. Exactly, Garcia confirms. War on the outside, shaking foundations on the inside. Those immoral rebels need to be crushed, need a scandal, shatter the people's trust in the revolution. A political hit job. What's the payout, Adrian asks. Price for playing the villain's puppet? A reward that won't disappoint. Republic Army will buy 1,000 units. Force equipment. Lawrence Magic Tower brand. 10% markup on top. A massive fortune. A tempting deal. The head turns to the princess. What does your highness think? Silence. Stunned. Confident gaze piercing through. Should the offer be accepted? A moral test. Crush the rebels for the sake of these corrupt politicians? The princess sweats. Not my place to interfere, she stammers. Garcia flinches, surprise written on the face. But she continues. As a representative, I follow the Republic's decision. Slick. Mentioned the position. Took the Republic's side without revealing personal feelings. A skillful dodge. The best survival choice for a puppet princess backed by Prius. Smart. Very smart. A bitter aftertaste, though. Reminds of the past life. Walking on eggshells between superpowers. Still, Adrian likes the kid. Garcia interrupts the thoughts. No brainer, right? Just nod. 50 trillion in the pocket. Obviously take the deal. Obviously? The word hangs in the air. Garcia freezes. The atmosphere shifts. Need to think hard, remember? So the answer is no. Rejection, Garcia snaps. What? Justify this madness. Magic pressure explodes, slamming into the politician. Do as I say, or else the threat is real. You look confused, Mr. President. We find ourselves on the Dion continent, where the Empire of Brygon and the Republic of Prius are locked in a brutal war. Meanwhile, the Turteron continent sits far away, separated by a massive stretch of ocean. So, this guy asks the million-dollar question. Why would anyone pull a stunt that causes the Brigand Empire to take a massive L? The logic is crystal clear. Sticking with the neighbor on the same continent is just survival 101. There is zero reason to clean up the internal mess inside the Republic of Prius, especially when that mess puts the Empire at a disadvantage. Garcia looks completely shook that the script isn't playing out the way history intended, but that doesn't stop the Marquis from looking out for number one. Adrian Lawrence drops a truth bomb. Picking the wrong side in this game leads to a total game over. Like, come on, shouldn't the government handle its own drama? If the public is vibing with the rebellion, there has to be a spark behind that fire. Adrian claims fixing it would be a piece of cake if he actually tried. That comment hits a nerve, Garcia gets triggered, stands up in a blazing rage, and storms out of the room. Our hero just watches the exit and calls out the rude attitude. Now that the trash took itself out, it's finally time to enjoy the meal in peace. Fast forward to the next day and some guy is screaming his lungs out, warning Marquis Hyford Lawrence to stop playing with fire before getting burned. Apparently, everyone needs to check His Excellency's latest upload. A scandalous photo leak featuring Arcia Klein, a secret meetup with Princess Chia Lin, and Chief Garcia. The screamer tells the king that leaking such sensitive intel during wartime is a major foul. The clapback? The Republic of Prius just slapped down heavy economic sanctions. Ignoring this means Marquis Lawrence is doomed to repeat the mistake. Meanwhile, our boy walks into this high-level noble gathering, which was supposed to be a strategy meeting but feels more like a criminal trial. That social media post spread like a virus across the globe, causing absolute chaos in the Republic and even back home in the Kingdom of Hade. Adrian got dragged in there under a hail of criticism, and now the accuser starts yapping. This old geezer thinks his seniority and aristocratic wisdom give him the right to discipline a rebellious young buck. Aaron identifies this loudmouth as Marquis Ali Trotton. Weird, because there was never any beef before. No clue why Trotton is acting like a total hater right now. Suddenly, Margrave Otis Raven steps up to defend, says trade with Prius is barely a thing, even less than with the neighbor George. So even if sanctions hit, the damage would be barely a scratch. Better to just ghost them than overreact. But the hater argues Prius is tight with the Turteron continent and won't play nice, implying zero cooperation from across the sea. Trotton insists his lordship should know about the artifacts and weapons trade flowing in from Turteron. Caught off guard by a Revolutionary Army offensive, they came crawling to Marcus Hyford Lawrence for backup. The question is, would Turteron really make enemies just to support the Republic? While the debate rages, the king is looking visibly annoyed. Then, Arcia Klein raises a hand. Everyone thought the girl was the shy, silent type, but suddenly, the quiet kid has something to say. Arcia drops a simple question. What exactly did the Marquis do wrong? The noble tries to explain that exposing Republic secrets to the world was reckless. Arcia claps back. But he didn't lie, did he? That's the real issue. Does the truth put Prius in a bind? Maybe. But if the truth hurts, that's on them for hiding it, not on Marcus Lawrence for spilling it. The argument leaves the room stunned, and the king nods in agreement. Troughton won't quit, though, argues that no matter how true, exposing delicate info and wrecking another party's reputation is just immoral. The king shuts that down immediately. That logic only applies if there was a non-disclosure agreement in place. If Marquis Troughton got robbed and someone ID'd the thief, would the snitch be blamed for causing the thief trouble? Troughton stammers that it's an unfair comparison. From the back, the prince busts out laughing, says Arcia and Otis are spot on. That post put the Republic in checkmate. But they dug their own grave. Personal opinion, sanctions are a massive overreaction. Our boy stayed silent because the game was already won. The prince adds that the brother next to him also sees no reason to punish the Marquis. The Republic looked down on the kingdom by threatening sanctions. Time to clap back directly alongside allies, starting with a public statement slamming the Republic's choices. Adrian is thinking, who knew Arcia Klein had such savage verbal skills? Total proud dad moment right there. But then, a voice cuts in from the side. The fourth child, first daughter, third in line. Princess Diana asks a question. She wants to know why the accused looks so chill when facing potential punishment. Adrian smirks. Preparation is key. How? Well, the conversation was getting spicy, so naturally the record button was hit. The footage starts playing. The room goes dead silent in shock, while the second prince is practically rolling on the floor laughing. That explains the hashtag. Brigand is scared. The footage is pure gold. Once this clip hits the net, Brigand has no choice but to pick a side. For an empire that values its image, being mocked leaves zero wiggle room. Exactly the plan. This was the masterstroke behind siding with the Empire and bringing up the Dion continent context. The nobles realized Garcia had no clue the camera was rolling, a rookie mistake when messing with an archmage. Now, it's not a Hade Kingdom problem anymore. It's a massive headache for Brygin. The heat is off our backs. The spark for a continental conflict has been lit. The second the meeting ends, that video goes live. Immediate viral status. Not just Brigand, but all of Hade's allies flood the comments section with support. With the Holy Land mentioned, the whole Dion continent turns against the Republic. Princess Chia watches the news unfold, trembling at how scary this game has become. Her maid asks what's got the princess trembling. The answer? Marquis Hyford Lawrence, just 1 year older, yet already shaking the foundations of the world. Meanwhile, royalty implies zero power here. Maid suggests this titan would be the perfect match. Agreement comes instantly, power seeks power. But wait, realization strikes, the guy is taken, mood shifts to pure irritation. An apology drops just as another servant bursts in, interrupting the pity party. Urgent news from the Holy Land. The second round isn't solo, it's a head-to-head clash. 2 participants, 1 stage. Serious? A duel of talents? Who is the opponent? The answer hits hard. It's Lady Avery. Sponsored by the legendary Marquis Hyford Lawrence. Princess Chialin stands paralyzed by shock. Cut to the studio crew prepping the battlefield. This is the arena for round 2. Unlike the month-long marathon of the first round, this battle unfolds on an open-air stage atop the Holy Mountain, a strict 2-hour limit to unleash divine skills before the cameras. Bottom line, exhibit talent or go home. Princess Chia looks to the crew, putting faith in the team. Our boy confirms the feeling is mutual, but the princess hesitates. Honestly, His Excellency is terrifying, especially after recent chaos. Our boy laughs it off. Fear? No way. The monster treats favorites like gold. Eyes light up. Does that mean liked? Our boy doesn't hesitate. Absolutely. Yes. Her reaction catches the protagonist off guard, but focus shifts to the outfit, dressed like a captivating dancer. Chialin nods. Concept, enchantment dance. The hero admits curiosity about these exotic arts from the Triton continent. Assistant kills the vibe, time to move. Bows exchanged, heading back to positions. A promise to cheer for each other and slay the stage. Once the princess exits, the strategy talk continues. The assistant scoffs. Lady Avery Barnett? No threat. Sure, the girl had fans in round one. But before this contest, just a commoner. Zero talent to display other than some rushed divine magic. But Chia can't shake the bad feeling about Adrian Lawrence. The mystery around that man is dangerous. Suddenly, the director bellows 13 minutes to showtime. Candidates to positions. Behind the curtain, determination solidifies. Becoming the saintest is non-negotiable. The nation needs strength, even if fleeting. Cue the entrance. Director signals action. Local melodies fill the air as the oriental dance begins. Skill level? Elite. The audience is stunned. Movements flow like water, yet strike with the ferocity of a white tiger. Watching from the shadows, our hero analyzes the technique. Fourth cycle enchantment art at best, but the performance rivals an archmage. Impressive. Princess Chia is securing a high score for sure, but losing? Not an option for us. Princess Chia glances over and freezes. Avery Barnett screams, "Welcome to Ford Convenience Store!" The sign confirms the insanity. A Holy Land franchise branch? Confusion sweeps the crowd. Is this a joke? Then our boy steps in, ready to pay. Avery rings it up 5,000 coins. The spectators are baffled. What on earth is happening? A skit? While our boy browses, not buying, just acting the customer. The saintest candidate working retail, a rare sight. Avery welcomes the masses. The convenience store runs like a machine, helpful and bright. Mood lifts instantly. Directors nod in approval. An excellent employee. It grounds the holy candidate, making the divine feel familiar. Camera crew agrees. Lacks the flash of enchantment arts, but watching this feels healing. Adrian Lawrence smirks, exactly as planned. The goal wasn't awe, but relatability, a presence no different from the viewers themselves. Instead of fake talents, highlighting Avery's natural charm was key. Credit to Eric Jones for the concept, not the mastermind here. But soon, whispers start. Boredom creeps in. Nothing special besides the clerk being Avery. 2 hours of scanning items? Really? Meanwhile, Chia continues dancing, thinking the strategy has peaked. Familiarity is nice, but monotony kills. The eyes will return to the dance. Surprise, surprise. Adrian Lawrence knows better. Watching work isn't enough. A show needs a climax. Snap of the fingers. A magic circle blazes into existence. Reality warps. Shockwaves hit the backstage crew and the director as our boy declares, "This isn't a documentary. It is a variety show." Enter Arcia Klein popping out. Decked out in full demon gear, mind only on candy. Seeing Arcia Klein transformed into a literal monster, jaws drop. The vibe shifts instantly. Arcia, clearly annoyed, recites the script. "Behold the demon master of gluttony. 3 meals a day plus endless snacks. In the name of demonkind, devouring everything is the mission." The crowd goes wild. The cameraman is freaking out, asking His Excellency if this is the actual movie. But the young master just smirks, saying this is all part of the act. Chaos erupts inside the convenience store set. The demon screams for everyone to hit the emergency exit. Alicia Klein locks eyes with the target. The villain threatens to devour every snack in the joint, but Avery Barnett isn't having it, grabbing a weapon and refusing to back down. Alicia Klein launches the attack instantly. The enemy demands the loot right now. The cameraman panics, asking if that's a real aura blade. But the lady ignores the question, staring cold as ice into the lens. "It is real," the actress declares, breaking the fourth wall. The cameraman's jaw drops. "Want to Miss Avery get slaughtered by that thing?" Our boy stays chill. "Don't sweat it. The girl is ready." Boom! Light explodes. The prop transforms into a blazing saber. The script calls for defense with a holy blade. Alicia Klein charges in, looking genuinely rattled, screaming like a banshee. Bam! 2 massive powers collide. The impact shockwave ripples through the entire venue, shaking the very ground. Our young master moves faster than light, throwing up a barrier to shield the crowd. But inside, Avery Barnett is shaking. Stage fright is kicking in hard. Performing on a stage this huge was never the plan. But it's okay, the partner is leading the dance, just like in practice. Memories of the young master's hellish training flood back. Focus returns, the guide is trusted. Another strike from Alicia Klein gets blocked perfectly. Alicia stumbles back, sneering about a mere cashier daring to fight. Avery realizes the opponent is creating distance. Time to end this. A massive strike charges up. Tremendous magic power floods the stage, shocking the backstage crew. Only our main character remains unimpressed. Every ounce of strength pours into this blow. On the other stage, Shia stares in total disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. The sword brims with raw power. While the young master stands stone-faced, everyone else is losing their minds. Even Shia freezes mid-dance. Avery's strike lands silent at first, then boom, a sea of flames engulfs the set. Alicia Klein goes flying, selling the hit perfectly. "You haven't seen the last of me," the villain cries while retreating. Our narrator wraps it up. And so the convenience store was saved from the demon of gluttony by Miss Avery. An epic victory. Even Avery looks stunned by the outcome. The director turns to the Marquis, demanding an explanation for this madness. The young master grins. Just a few plot twists. Wasn't it entertaining? The director admits it was fun, but asks, what the hell kind of story is that? A tale of Avery guarding a shop from demons, is the casual reply. The girl bows to the audience. Then the bomb drops. By the way, that holy sword is legit. Dead silence. Jaws hit the floor. Shia stops breathing completely, thunderstruck. The current saintess is fuming, glaring daggers at our boy. But the young master just ignores the hate. Total poker face. Punishment time! The saintest committee deduces points. The internet explodes with news of Avery Barnett's penalty. Back at base, the girl apologizes, head hanging low. But the boss waves it off. That round was rigged against us anyway. Performance was solid, point loss was minimal, and that relatable family vibe? Total success. Viewer ratings are through the roof, so don't sweat it. Hearing that, Avery Barnett beams with joy. The young master thinks the end is near, but knock knock, Perseus bursts in with urgent news for his excellency. The boss assumes the contest got extended again, typical annoying plot twist, right? Wrong. Perseus drops a bomb. The Republic crushed the Empire in the war. Now the old king of Brigand is seeing red. Mobilize the main unit, the king roars. Wipe the Prios Republic off the face of the map immediately. Scene switch. Republic of Prios. Garcia is drunk and miserable. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the haze. President of the State Council. A hooded figure steps up. You got rich feeding off the people. In the name of the Revolutionary Army, Judgment Day is here. Panic sets in. It's actually the Revolutionary Army. This is a total nightmare scenario. Garcia bolts, running for dear life, convinced these are the assassins targeting big shots lately. Dead end. A blade blocks the path. The hooded figure sighs. Sorry, but your story ends here. Cut to another location. The young master calls it loot. This secret hideout is actually the Revolutionary HQ. The prince notes the massive hall. The hooded ally jokes, we can't exactly steal the buildings or we would. You two would make a great assassin team, the prince laughs. He thought the offer of support was just a joke. Never expected this level of active participation. The gaze shifts to Marquis Lawrence and Countess Klein. Flashback time. Days ago, the news hit. The Republic of Prios scored a massive victory against the Brigand Empire. The young master looked crushed. The plan was simple. Use the terrain, drain the enemy's wallet and weapons. But a total victory? That just bruised the Brigand Empire's massive ego. Now they'll come at us with blind rage and wipe the Republic out. The boss asks Perseus for the grim stats. The report is brutal. Empire losses are catastrophic. 92 aerial fortresses and 2,300 vanguards destroyed. The Republic actually held its ground? The damage is only 20% compared to the Empire. The protagonist could not believe the stats. It turns out this place isn't total trash. The marshal leading the National Guard is a legend. Prince Perseus confirmed the rumors were true. The marshal wanted to play defense and save lives, but the government? Those greedy politicians forced a reckless attack just to win votes. What a bunch of morons. Prioritizing elections over national survival? The main character realized these leaders were absolutely brain dead. Then Perseus dropped the bomb. The Empire is marching on the Republic with 3 times the manpower, 600 air fortresses and 15,000 vanguards. Doing the math, that is over 700 enemy ships. Even if the Republic scrapes every last unit together, the defenders barely hit 500. Actually, it is 460. Game over. The protagonist felt the weight of the world crash down. No matter the excuses, this was a disaster. Placing the false destiny here put 500 million lives on the chopping block. This mess, it was all caused by one bad decision. Now, there is only one choice. Join the Revolutionary Army and fix this mistake personally. Back to reality. The main character asked the big question. Did the contact with Marshal Arson go smoothly? The prince nodded. It is set for tomorrow morning. The marshal hates those corrupt politicians and the president. Joining the revolution is a no-brainer for a soldier like that. Finally, some good news. Everything seemed perfect. But looking at the prince's face, something was still wrong. The target is President Farmont and that brat Louise Farmont. The prince confirmed the worst fears. Getting to them is a nightmare. The presidential palace is a fortress. Aura masters, archmages, 2,000 vanguards, and 10 air fortresses guarding the door. Sneaking in? Impossible. And they need to capture Manuel Lucas, the Destiny user, alive. He is the only bargaining chip against the Empire. Sure, with Marshal Arson taking the capital is possible, but a siege takes time. And time is exactly what they do not have. A long battle just gives the president and his rats a chance to slip away into the shadows. So the protagonist dropped a crazy idea. Don't wait for the siege. Secure new recruits right now, before the first shot is fired. The prince was stunned. Meanwhile, inside the luxurious palace, a loyal soldier begged on his knees. Please send reinforcements to the front lines. The palace is overflowing with troops doing nothing. But the president, rage exploded in his eyes. How dare a grunt speak up? The president claimed war is for soldiers, not leaders. He was terrified of recent assassinations by the rebels. Reduce his personal guard? Never. The soldier could not believe it. Why hoard all the defense here just for some politicians? The president looked at him like he was insane. Bringing outsiders into the palace? They could be spies. The security protocols stay exactly as they are. No one gets in, no one gets out. The safety of the elite is the only thing that matters. Suddenly, an assistant rushed in. Your Excellency! Young Master Louise demands the use of the Grand Hall immediately. Does the brat have permission? The president frowned. What for? The answer was ridiculous. A party. A party? In the middle of a war? The assistant explained. It is a networking event for the heirs of the mega corporations. He is even bringing in celebrities to entertain them. The president was surprised, but the soldier? Blood boiled in his veins. Go ahead. The president gave his full support. The soldier snapped. What is this madness? The country is burning and they are throwing a rave? The president sneered. Do you think war is free, you fool? What? Louise is not just partying, he is securing funds. The soldier wanted to scream. Everyone knows the president's son does not have the brain cells for negotiation. Get out! The president had heard enough. Walking away, the soldier realized the cold, hard truth. This country is already dead. Fast forward to the party. Music blasting, bodies moving. A girl leaned into Louise. Is it really okay to party while the empire invades? Louise laughed in her face. What does war have to do with the elite? Fighting is a job for the poor. Besides, they have the ultimate shield. Archduke Lucas, the user of destiny, will protect their precious lives. Hours later, the hangover hit. Louise woke up in a stupor. What is that annoying noise? Surprise! A massive mechanical vanguard stood right in front of him. It is an ambush. The defense has been breached. Terror swept through the room. The girl clung to Louise for safety. What do we do? Get out of the way! Louise shoved her aside. Guards, protect me. I am the future of this republic. His so-called friends watched in horror. The future leader? He was running away like a coward, leaving them all to die. Who cares about them? Survival is all that matters. A true display of leadership, right? He scrambled toward the underground bunker. Boom! An explosion rocked the corridor right in front of him. 3 loyal guards jumped in to take the blast. Smoke cleared. Are those the palace guards? No. Enemy vanguards charged in. We are done waiting. The corruption ends tonight. The Farmont family will pay in blood. Louise shook like a leaf, but a guard grabbed him by the collar. Move! Now! Louise screamed in panic. Where is General Laminos? Where is the national defense? The walls were closing in on Louise Falmont. A desperate message from the prince urged haste. Betrayal had rotted the castle from the inside. The Vanguard's report shattered his reality. Marshal Arson's national forces weren't fighting the rebels. They were marching shoulder to shoulder with the Revolutionary Army. Shock paralyzed Louise. The enemy wasn't the brigand empire, the blade was coming from their own national defense. Boom! The ceiling gave way, debris raining down like judgment. A soldier dragged his excellency toward the emergency lift. Finally, the bunker. But rage boiled within Louise's veins. Why must he scurry like a rat? The guard's silent stares felt like insults. Venom dripped from Louise's tongue. You filth, you wretched worms! None of you will die peacefully for this! The elevator doors slid open. The president stood there, eyes locking onto the frantic son. Louise rushed forward, desperation leaking from every pore. Father, the plan? Wipe these insects out. Detonate the palace if we must. Just kill them all so we can escape. But the president was trembling. Panic, not power. A voice sliced through the tension. I thought he was just a brute, but turns out he's a moron too. Louise spun around. Who dares? The shadowy figure stepped into the light. Marcus Adrian Lawrence, and my fiancée, Countess Arcia Klein. But the nightmare wasn't over. A massive presence loomed behind the president. And for your information, I'm the friend. Louise froze. That aura, Israel Oscar Prius, the former prince smirked. Who gave you permission to skip my title? I am this nation's last hope. The spiritual pressure in the room crushed Louise's lungs. How are you here? Louise stammered. Adrian just smiled, a predator looking at prey. Flashback. Hours earlier, in the president's office, the president had welcomed the Marquis with open arms, completely oblivious. Marquis Lawrence, what a surprise to see you here voluntarily. Adrian played the part perfectly. Well, finding you wasn't hard, Mr. President. You are a man of high value after all. Strictly business, the president grinned. I made time for you despite our history. Adrian dropped the bait. You will love this. Two glowing stones appeared on the table. The president's eyes widened. Are those force cores? Version 1.0, Adrian confirmed. Fresh from the Rayford Magic Tower. The president gasped. Wait, the rebels use these? Your tech? Adrian nodded solemnly. We discovered the theft recently, Adrian lied smoothly. Shocking, truly. The president seized the chance. Condemn them, publicly. Is that all? Adrian chuckled. I have an apology gift for the false accusations against me. I want to make amends, Adrian continued. Consider this penance for my past errors. He slid a folder across the desk. Insider intel. Companies guaranteed to skyrocket. 2-fold returns, minimum, 10-fold maximum. Greed instantly clouded the president's judgment. And the second gift, Adrian leaned in. The president leaned closer. What is it? The exact coordinates of the revolutionary leader. The president's jaw dropped. How did you? Sources don't matter, Adrian dismissed. An aide rushed in. Excellency, we have confirmed the rebel coordinates. It matches perfectly. Adrian whispered the final push. Surely, you can crush a few thieves who stole my technology. The president puffed up his chest. Of course, criminal scum. We will annihilate them. Thank you for your patriotism. Adrian's inner thoughts were cold. Hook, line, and sinker. Suddenly, rumble. The building shook violently. What now? The president screamed. Guards burst in. Surprise attack. The vanguard forces have breached the city perimeter. To the bunker, the president ordered. He turned to Adrian. We must go underground. Can you bypass the teleport block? Impossible, the president realized too late. Arcia clung to Adrian, trembling theatrically. Oh no. How did they get past the Empire's blockade? Adrian feigned panic. What do we do? The president sighed. No choice. Come with us. Arcia hid her smirk behind a mask of terror. Back in the present, the truth hit Luis like a sledgehammer. You played us! Israel Oscar. Priya stepped forward. Don't be pathetic, Israel growled. You are just a bargaining chip for the Brigand Empire when this war ends. Luis scrambled backward, bladder failing. Guards, help! Israel laughed, darker than the abyss. Before that, I have a debt to settle. I am the heir to the legacy of Archmage Manuel Lucas, magic flared. You are not dying yet. You have been too loud for a mere politician's son. Thud. Crunch. The beatdown was brutal, a symphony of justice served cold. With the trash taken out, Israel turned to Adrian. So Marquis Lawrence for president? Adrian scoffed. Are you insane? Adrian laughed. A 5-year term? Being a feudal lord is a lifetime gig. No thank you. Adrian gestured to the fallen tyrant. Marshal Arson will name an interim leader. That is you. Israel hesitated. A former royal taking power? And a military leader? It reeks of dictatorship. I worry about the optics, Israel confessed. Will the people protest? Will they claim we are returning to a failed system? Adrian's eyes turned serious. They might protest. It want to be a fairy tale. But look at this mess. Who else can fix it? Only Commander Israel Oscar Prius has the strength to lead this nation from the ashes. Adrian confirms the burden is his to carry. For the plan to work, it had to be this way. Perfect, Adrian mutters. If Commander Israel Oscar Brius takes the presidency, getting cooperation becomes a walk in the park. Israel asks if it's time to bounce, and the answer is a solid yes. Too much business waiting back home to waste time here. But suddenly, Israel stops the departure. The whole room bows, a massive show of respect for the savior. Adrian gets all awkward, cheeks burning. Silence is the best defense. But Israel insists the courtesy is earned. Fine, Adrian admits, but don't get it twisted. I did it for my own gain, okay? Is that supposed to be a trick question? Intentions aside, the help was real. The leader knows the score, though. Even with Israel in charge, it won't be easy mode. The revolution hyped people up way too much. Everyone expects a paradise overnight. Supporters of the old regime Farmont-esque cronies are gonna riot. But hey, no need to stress. This man is competent enough to handle the heat. Outside, the crowds go wild celebrating the new era. Fast forward a few days, the dust settles in the Hebrews Republic. Back in the Kingdom of H, sipping tea like a boss. Notification windows popping up left and right. Revolution arc, complete. The corrupt Farmont clan, captured and wrecked. Israel takes the temp seat until elections roll around. As for ex-President Farmont, the root of all that rot, the jury sentenced the old man to death, and his son, Louis Farmont, shipped off to the Brigand Empire as a hostage. Peace treaty secured, game over. Looks like everything is coming up aces, Adrian grins. Republic issues? Solved. The quest log is clear. Now total focus on the saintest contest, time to power level in peace, but of course reality has to glitch. Annoyance spikes instantly. A random noble pops up. Your Excellency looks bored, he sneers. Thanks to the second prince, Adrian is stuck dealing with these useless NPCs. Not interested in hunting, Adrian snaps. The noble calls it a shame, then drops the gossip bomb. Heard the Republic of Brias backed off when Farmont fell. Is the intel legit? One nod confirms it. Rumors travel faster than light in this place. They start running their mouths about the revolution, speculating on Adrian Lawrence's involvement. Suddenly, Arcia Klein cuts in. "We can hear you," she says coldly. The gentleman panics, apologizing for his servant's rudeness. Adrian waves it off. "Don't care. High society is just a game." It's a masquerade ball. Smiles on the outside, daggers on the inside. Who knows what these snakes are really thinking? Then comes the pity play. Marcus Lawrence rarely socializes. Just so you know, plenty of nobles want to ride your coattails. Being a 7th Circle archmage makes you popular. They think interacting is easy. But look who crawls out of the woodwork. The sheer audacity of this guy. After attacking Marquis Adrian Lawrence at the last meeting, after demanding punishment, now he wants to be buddies? Adrian stares him down. "Marquis Vincent," he spits. "You want a piece of me too?" Vincent backpedals hard. "Don't misunderstand me." Claims he's not approaching with obvious motives. Yeah, right. Another noble fumes in the background. Doesn't realize Marquis Stratton and Marquis Vincent are already on the blacklist. Vincent turns his attention to Countess Klein. "First time at the hunt?" he asks smoothly. "Why not show us your moves? Her martial arts are legendary on TV. She beat the gold beast. But seeing is believing. Everyone is curious about Countess Klein's real stats. They've never seen the blade work in person. That prince in the back just watches with a smirk. Adrian thinks, that piece of trash ordered this setup. Vincent announces the challenge. 2 ogres, that should test a master of aura. Arcia doesn't even blink. Fine by me. Adrian just wants this over with. Finish it quick. Vincent asks about gear. Light armor? Want a helmet just in case? No need, she replies. This is plenty. The excited prince chimes in. Finally, we get a live show. Countess Klein in action. Adrian stands by calmly. Prepare to have your minds blown. She faces the cages. 2 monsters, double her size. The gates crash open. The ogres charge like freight trains. Arcia stands stone-cold serious, shield up. Seconds later, the prince's jaw hits the floor. Arcia sheathes her sword. Done. The 2 ogres, completely deleted. Ride home. Adrian bursts out laughing. Should have filmed their stupid faces. The memory just gets funnier. Those idiots tried to look down on Arcia Klein, the only female aura master in the country. Disrespect got them wrecked. Serve them right. Adrian is hyped on the victory, but then silence. She hasn't said a word. Arcia? Shock hits like a truck. Arcia's body collapses. Gravity takes over. What the hell is happening? Thud. The driver hears the noise and panics. Your Excellency, is something wrong? Stay out. Adrian barks. Understood, the driver shouts back. Adrian catches her just in time. Heart racing. Why did she faint? This isn't in the script. Never happened before. Eyes shut tight. A few tense seconds pass. Finally, lashes flutter open. Hand to head, confusion setting in. She looks down. Sees Adrian Lawrence panic-stricken. What happened? He demands instantly. I took a hit, she stammers. William's connection to the Hollywood system severed. A critical error. The whole system lagged for 10 seconds. Unknown cause. Adrian freezes. Forget the tech for a second. Are you okay? Yes, she nods. Just shock. Body is fine. But Adrian's mind races. The Hollywood system? It hasn't glitched once in 50 years. It's supposed to be perfect. 0 errors. Public institutions, finance, military, everything runs on that mainframe. If the perfect system is crashing, this isn't just a bug, it's a catastrophe. Driver, Adrian commands. Back to the castle. Now! Adrian Lawrence starts connecting the dots. Even if he was clueless before, those admin perks weren't just random luck. They were a quest reward all along. Immediate use or not, that system is a lifeline for the future. Every detail matters now. Arcia keeps staring, sensing the tension, and then glances away. A gentle hand rests on his. Arcia Klein trying to calm the storm, but the mind races. More than anything else right now. If a glitch like that strikes again, Arcia's safety is on the line. The thought is terrifying. Panic sets in. A mad dash back home to the office is the only option. Login complete, straight to the source. The 8th floor of the magic tower belonging to Archmage Manuel Lucas. Hunting for Chester. But the little guy appears right behind, lurking. You arrived earlier than calculated. Yeah, just woke up from a blackout. A Hollywood error, Chester claims. What went down? Explanation time. Assume Hollywood works like Earth. Hardware, software, internet connections. The twist here, information rides on atmospheric mana. No cables, no base stations, just pure magical data flow. Bottom line, to keep that network alive, an administrator system is non-negotiable. So, the central system is corrupted? Adrian cuts to the chase. Affirmative. The mood drops to 0. Is that it? A moment of hesitation from the NPC before dropping the bomb. As the official successor of Archmage Manuel Lucas, consider the risks of leaking this intel. What intel? What incident? The hero is clueless. Holograms flicker to life. The breakdown begins. Today, 4:30 a.m. Rondell time. Intruders breached the sanctuary. The target was the central system building. Assassins in black, heavily armed vanguards, a coordinated strike. Auto security protocols engaged. It wasn't enough, but the intruders failed to reach the core and triggered self-destruction sequences. Hollywood 2 is already live in a secure bunker. The backup worked, but if they hijacked the system, what happens to Fate? Don't sweat it. Chester is calm. Unit 1 goes down, Unit 2 steps up. Countermeasures are already in place. Even if every terminal burns, the network holds. The owner of the tower is Sir Adrian himself. That is actually worrying. Who were they? Unknown. That's the kicker. Chester, the leader of Blue Moon, basically an information genie, is stumped. That is terrifying. These guys were ghosts, meticulous, no terminal traces, no artifacts, no voice data recorded. No fingerprints visible. Equipment unlike anything seen before. Total stealth tech. Death triggered immediate body dissolution via poison. Battle scars on the environment were camouflaged. Complete erasure. So? We have 0 leads to ID them. Correct. Chester bows. Apologies for the interrogation. Forget it. Is Unit 2 actually safe? Safer than 1. Harder to track down. 21 backup units exist. Relax, but relaxing isn't an option. If this happens again, focus on stabilizing Archaea Klein. Don't let her disconnect or self-destruct. Understood. It was a lapse in vigilance. Won't happen again. Orders acknowledged. For now, relief washes over. Archaea Klein and the Hollywood system survive another day. Identity of the enemy? Unknown. Motive? Crystal clear. They want to attack the Hollywood system. Manipulate the system and you control fate itself, a prize equal to owning the game. Change of plans, Adrian announces, focusing purely on the game. Sleep is cancelled. Wise decision. The grind is about to get real. The goal, 8th circle magic. Speed is key. Must prepare for future incidents. The system is cracking and viruses are leaking in. Next day, Everil is radiating confidence. I will do my absolute best for your excellency. A smirk in return. If Miss Everil says so, it's in the bag. 1 month since the Prius incident. The war is over. Stability returns. The saintest competition is back on track. Only one hurdle remains. Practical experience. A task where direct interference is banned. Trust must be placed in Everil and Eric Jones. Hands are tied in the real world, so it's grinding time. Leveling up with Archaea and the Eagle Buddy is the new routine. Currently, level 240. 10 more levels to hit the 8th circle requirements. The plan was 3 months. But of course, chaos strikes. Assassinated by user Veltor. A cheap shot. Don't know what that human's deal is, but he got lucky. A small voice chirps. What now? Respawn complete. Archaea is mortified. So embarrassing. Forget it. Guy was a psycho. Did we drop anything? My bracelet. Just bad luck. Peekers player killers usually farm for cash. A quick market search confirms it. That scumbag Veltor listed Archaea bracelet. Price tag, 52 million gold. Just grab another one. 50 mil is pocket change. The gold doesn't matter. The disrespect does. Time to file a formal complaint. The Black Dragon Guild took money for a safe hunting ground. They failed. The guildmaster is sweating bullets. Give us a name. We'll issue an immediate kill order. Veltor. Selling the stolen gear right now. Consider it done. A promise is made. The perimeter will be locked down. No rats are getting in or out. Just when Adrian thought the coast was clear, nope. 4 hungry wolves show up, ready to feast on a player kill. That psycho Velton grins like a maniac gotcha. The Black Dragon Guild tries to step in, but it's a slaughter. Archaea hits the ground, dead again. Time to bail with a teleport scroll. But surprise, surprise! Velton pops a spatial disruption scroll. The escape route, totally blocked. A massive assassin spawns right behind, demanding loot. But Adrian isn't a total noob, dodges the lethal strike by a hair. How does a player at this level move like that? Doesn't he matter? Even fighting alongside Archaea, stalling is the only option against these high-level griefers. Damn it. Didn't want to play this card. Listen up, trash. You're messing with a noble. Think walking away unscathed is an option? But the assassin just cracks up. Yeah, right. If you're a noble, I'm the Emperor of Brigand. Fine, you chose the hard way. It's all a bluff to buy precious seconds for the guild reinforcements to arrive. Too slow. Velton drives a blade right through the back. Nice try, kid, but it's game over. You died. The scavengers strip every piece of valuable loot and vanish. Meanwhile, Adrian respawns at the starting point, stripped bare. That resurrection penalty stings. Huge chunk of XP gone. The guild leader apologizes, totally blindsided by the ambush. 3 hours to grind that XP, another 3 to get it back. That's not just time lost, that's life wasted. 6 whole hours, Adrian snaps. A manic laugh bubbles up, eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hate. They started this war. Now it's total annihilation time. Somewhere else, Velton is hype, drooling over the insane loot value. Targeting the guy renting the whole hunting ground paid off. 100 million in loot? Jackpot. Keep this up, and Velton is set for life. The noble comment comes to mind, but who cares? Probably some outcast loser kicked out by mommy and daddy. Plotting the next heist, a notification pops up that freezes the blood. Black Dragon Guild is hunting down real-life info on Velton, Itru, Pin, Hakuro, and Aizen. This just got real. 30 million gold for Velton's real name? 10 for the lackeys? That's not a bounty. That's a death sentence. Panic sets in. Wait, a 10 trillion gold budget? Has to be a glitch, right? But the chat goes wild. The guildmaster confirms this is dead serious. These morons didn't just PK a random, they mugged a VIP business partner with bottomless pockets, a legitimate noble with a title. Velton watches in horror as Hakuro gets doxxed in less than 5 minutes. The others are falling like dominoes. It's only a matter of seconds before the crosshairs land on Velton. Refund the cash, beg for mercy, no chance. Nobles don't forgive peasants. They crush them. Only one play left. Snitch to the admins. Time to call customer support and cry for help. The rep picks up. Customer support, how can I save your day? Needs the nickname for verification. It's Velton. All right, Mr. Velton, what seems to be the emergency? Someone is blasting personal info all over the community boards. They're trying to hurt a player in the real world. The rep sounds concerned. Shall we take down the post and contact the user via their registered device? Yes, do it! Velton slumps back in the chair, relief washing over. Safe at last, the post is gone. But then ding, a user named Sepher posts, just got Velton's contact number. Panic strikes again. Soda sprays everywhere. Did customer support just leak the info? Suddenly, boom, the front door explodes inward. Adrian steps through the smoke like a boss. Found you, Velton stammers, terrified. What are you doing in my house? The name is Kim Min Ji, you scumbag. Game over. Cut to the game world. A confused bunny girl watches the chaos. Is the whole server losing it? How can people play when it's this scary? Bear Guy notes the devs are suspiciously silent. One guildie whispers, how much cash did this whale drop? The leader sighs. 3 billion? Easy. 3 billion? That's insane. But rumor has it, this guy has his fingers deep in the World Games Corporation itself. Adrian scoffs at the rumors. The truth? Those 4 tough guys were on their knees begging for mercy in real life. Just a bunch of unemployed losers with too much time. So, the boss move? Hired them, gave the bums a job. Now the PK problem is solved. Time to grind levels in peace. Hey Arcia, dungeon time. She's in. But trouble never sleeps. The second prince steps out of the shadows. The time has come. One chance to take out the first prince and seize the throne. Adrian groans. Political drama? Seriously? The king is stepping down. Power struggle level. Critical. If the old man quits, the crown prince takes over automatically. Prince Luke. Win Hayward has to make a move now. Civil war is brewing. Great. All Adrian wants is to hit max level, not play babysitter to royalty. Wait, 2 familiar faces up ahead. That's Marquis Ali Tratton, a 7th circle archmage. This just got heavy. Meet Margrave Ariel Lawless, a high-tier mage wielding the devastating power of 6 circles. The vibe between them? Cautious allies, but the hostility is thick enough to cut with a knife. Is the Stratton faction holding a grudge from the last hunting tournament? Glancing to the side, thoughts shift to the wild cards, like Marquis Douglas, supposedly neutral. But in this game, neutrals are just future traders waiting for the right price. Breaking down the power scaling, the balance is shifting. It is a 6-4 split. The first prince is 20% weaker on paper, but that guy is wicked, a snake in the grass. He is definitely plotting something nasty. The Stratton faction is already entangled in his web. This war cannot drag on. If the civil conflict weakens the kingdom's defenses, the Sizen Empire will invade and wipe everyone off the map. Plan B, initiate. Personally infiltrating the royal castle. The operation splits here. A guerrilla unit goes rogue to distract the king and the first prince. Marquis Vincent takes the frontline fight. Command falls to Marquis Douglas Hamilton. Second in command, Marquis Highford Lawrence. Our boy Adrian Lawrence looks ahead and spots the vibe shift. Marquis Stratton is staring daggers. Pure rage. The first prince really brought the perfect chaotic element. Stratton is arrogant and starving for power, terrified of losing his spot in the faction hierarchy. That is why he pushed for punishment at the last meeting and tried to recruit Adrian Lawrence aggressively. Plus, Stratton has zero connection with Marquis Vincent, the second prince's right hand. Adrian Lawrence only became a noble 6 months ago. A rookie rising to the top, yet despite holding the same rank, no authority was assigned to him. It reeks of suspicion. Adrian Lawrence realizes the truth. The second prince smells betrayal. The command drops. Everyone must be fully committed. Reorganize forces immediately. On the way out, the prince calls for Adrian Lawrence. What do you want? Is the vibe. Apologies first, demands second. The prince asks to borrow Countess Klein. What? Adrian Lawrence is shook. Excuse me? The prince argues that Countess Klein is an aura master. No better talent exists for a guerrilla squad. You are okay with this, right? Adrian Lawrence thinks, this absolutely sucks. If there were no witnesses, he would love to end this guy right now, or maybe turn him into a eunuch. But Adrian Lawrence plays it cool. Nothing I can do. The prince grins. If this works, Marcus Lawrence and Countess Klein get the glory. I will personally praise your hard work. Big rewards incoming. The prince waves and leaves. Catch you later. Aight. Adrian Lawrence turns to Arcia Klein. The order is simple. If that second prince tries to hurt you, do not hold back. Beat him senseless. I will handle the mess. Arcia Klein smirks. I will destroy him calmly. Back at the base, Romo welcomes them. We have guests. Who? Adrian Lawrence walks in to see his mother glowing with happiness, chatting with Arcia Klein. She is impressed by the Lordess castle. Maybe it is because it is a big city, but the scale is insane. Adrian Lawrence interrupts the tour. Is this the first time you two visited? The father grumbles immediately. Is there anything more annoying than meddling in your son's life? Classic tsundere dad. But Adrian Lawrence knows the truth. Even if people say they benefited from a successful son, they have been guarding the territory, refusing invites, blocking politics, all to prevent any bad karma from reaching Adrian Lawrence, especially the father. He cut off all social ties completely. Adrian Lawrence asks, what brings you here? You do not just show up without a reason. The father nods. Civil war is coming. Adrian Lawrence blinks. That is unexpected intel. The man cut ties with the world, yet he knows everything. His Majesty plans to abdicate. His Highness Luke Wynne Hayward will not just watch. Instructions will hit the barons and viscounts before the operation starts. The old man is sharp. Are you on the vanguard for the second prince? Adrian Lawrence confirms. His Highness wants me as second in command. I will be even further ahead than Commander Douglas Hamilton. Arcia Klein is on the guerrilla team. The father's face darkens. Worry spikes. Listen to me. If His Majesty's personal troops appear on the battlefield, do not fight them, under any circumstances. Adrian Lawrence is stunned. What are you talking about? Personal troops? The father's voice drops low. His Majesty is scarier than people think. He is no puppet. Remember Prius? Any great power has fail-safes to preserve the imperial bloodline. Harriet is no different. Adrian Lawrence frowns. Maybe. But can they change the war's outcome? The father drops a bomb. A grandmaster might be involved. What? Adrian Lawrence freezes. A grandmaster is equivalent to an 8th circle mage, a living legend. There are no grandmasters in this kingdom, only 5 on the continent. The father shakes his head. I found it in your grandfather's secret diary. He was the head butler for palace affairs. He saw things. Adrian Lawrence remembers the family history, served the king for ages. Then, access cut off. Grandfather died suspiciously. The father had no choice, forced into a risky marriage just to survive and support the crumbling family. Did Grandpa die because he saw royal secrets? Adrian Lawrence nods. Understood. If a grandmaster shows up, I am gone. I will flee at all costs. The father sighs in relief. Good. Honor is nice, but your life is more important. But then, Adrian Lawrence catches a weird vibe. Why are you talking like an outsider? What do you mean? The father asks. Then he drops the mic. I do not plan to participate. Adrian Lawrence is left in total shock. Dad drops some heavy wisdom about living the good life. But the real news? Sylvia Lawrence has a bun in the oven. Mom is hyped about the big brother role. Adrian? Absolutely shook. Zero cares given. Just staring at plants like they hold the secrets of the universe. Then straight to the first prince. The royal guy is grinning like a Cheshire cat. Marquis Hyford Lawrence is adding to the family tree, but Adrian drops the bomb. Father sits out this war. The prince nods. No other choice. The question hangs in the air. What is the second prince's fatal flaw? The hero answers, leaked intel, bullseye. Information is the god of war. Victory or defeat hangs on it. The good guys are already one step ahead. The plan? A trap. Create a breach. Invite the enemy in. Sacrifice the crown prince's palace, even the main hall. Father's residence. The prize Prince Luke Wynne Hayward always craved. Let the enemy get drunk on fake victory. Then, siege, betrayal, total wipeout. Adrian calculates the logic. To claim legitimacy, the second prince cannot abandon the royal palace, cannot leave the throne finally seized. The enemy faction isolates itself. A self-made prison, the absolute worst scenario for the usurper. Internal betrayal is inevitable, a modern-day Trojan horse. The hero calls it perfect. The second prince will feel invincible. Thinking the crown prince fled in panic, clueless. But wait, the prince interrupts. One major problem with this master plan? Vanessa, the informants. Inevitable danger? The royal confirms it. Yeah, that is the price. Enemy guard is down. The collapse will be swift. But the spies inside? Sitting ducks for the backlash. Solution revealed. Secret passages throughout the castle. Use the labyrinth. Confuse the enemy. Survival chances skyrocket. Adrian thinks, good, but not enough. The hero wants to up the ante. A new proposal on the table. The prince asks, what else? Adrian drops the credentials. Remember the crisis in the Republic of Prius? I was key. Significant contributions to the revolution. The Republic made a promise. The prince looks confused. What promise? Agreement. Military support for this civil war. Payback time. Adrian knows how it sounds. Bringing in foreign forces? Sketchy. Inevitably sounds like treason. But chill. Not a massive army. No sky fortresses invading the borders. Just 3 individuals. 3 aura masters. Elite firepower. The ultimate insurance policy. Avoids the foreign invasion stigma. Just mercenaries? No political headache. The prince is stunned. Those anomalies in the Republic? Part of a grand master plan? Adrian lies smoothly. Of course. Inner thought, totally accidental. Laughter echoes. Marcus Hyford Lawrence never misses. Handshake seals the deal. Let's get to work. Work begins. But Adrian's mind drifts. Father's warning echoes. A certain grandmaster lurking in the shadows. Hypothetical question. What if Luke Wynne Hayward attacks his majesty and gets crushed instead? The prince scoffs. Impossible. Subjugating the king? Unlikely, but it would make victory easy. Adrian realizes even the crown prince doesn't know the truth. Does this monster exist? Cut to Battle Day. Adrian briefs Arcia. Black will patrol the skies above the royal palace. Instructions. Send telepathy instantly if things go south. Black provides support via magic sharing skills. Arcia looks downcast. Understood. Turns to leave. Adrian commands, wait, hands over an object. Take it. The holy sword. Priceless artifact. Arcia panics. Adrian cuts in. You are infinitely more precious. Genuine fear for Arcia grips the hero. Listen close. A warning drops. A grandmaster might be hiding in the palace. If paths cross, surrender. No heroics, no matter what. Not just the grandmaster. Any unexpected danger, give up immediately. Arcia asks the real question. My personal safety is the top priority? Determination burns in Adrian's eyes. Yes, Arcia smiles, steps into the magic circle. You be careful too, okay? Gone. Adrian mutters, she's pretty cute. Scene shift. The villain speaks. The great day has arrived. Luke Wynne Hayward declares destiny. Time to sever the head of that incompetent first prince. I shall rise as the new sun. Command, march. The invasion explodes. Vanguards crush the opposition. A path of destruction toward the castle. Target acquired. The royal chamber. Silence. A guard shatters the door with a single kick. Boom. Dust settles. The room is empty. Confusion reigns. Guard report. No sign of the crown prince. He sensed fear. He ran. Rage twists Luke Wynne Hayward's face. The prey escaped. Fury boils over. If the brother fled, secure the king. New target locked. Moments later, the king's door faces the wrath of the rebellion. The king roars, "You cretins! How dare you trespass!" Luke Wynne Hayward steps forward with arrogant swagger. Apologies, father. Entrust the kingdom's fate to me. The king explodes. Luke Wynne Hayward, you traitorous scum! Meanwhile, the sky fortress hovers. A noble smirks. Word is in. The prince is handling his majesty. Celebration erupts. Cheers for the coup. Convince the king. End the crown prince. Premature victory tastes so sweet. Adrian Lawrence watches from the shadows, eyes cold as ice. Stepping up to the commander-in-chief, the young noble drops a reality check. This isn't the time for hesitation. Mobilize the squad to the capital immediately. The moment the enemy realizes his majesty is secured, the first prince will launch a desperate rescue mission. Logic hits home. The commander nods, barking orders to the troops. Masks off. It is time to reveal our presence to the world. The capital. Mission. Protect His Majesty the King and the true heir, His Highness, Prince Luke Wynne Hayward. Inner thoughts, smirk darker than the night, just as predicted, a bunch of useful idiots. The commander glances over, sensing tension. Is something bothering you? Masking a wicked grin, Adrian waves it off. Nothing at all. Just surprised the first prince turned tail and ran solo. Who knew the royal brat would prioritize his own skin over his father's life? The commander grunts. That cowardice means the situation is critical. That is how humans survive when death comes knocking. The officer accepts the explanation, but suspicion lingers. Why is this kid smiling like he holds a winning hand? Simple. Once this war ends and the pawn serves its purpose, the Empire plans to discard Adrian like trash, but the main character is 2 steps ahead. The system window floats in the air, glowing with grim truth. Alliance temporary. Status, assassin, ally. We need Lady Klein and Marquis Highford Lawrence to save the prince. Adrian pledges loyalty aloud, while the inner monologue screams murder. Don't worry, I will kill you before you can betray me. Glaring at Marquis Raven Margrave, the young schemer plays the diplomat. Time to bury the hatchet, old man. We work together or we die. The old noble flinches. Adrian presses the attack. How long will you keep up this charade? Raven Margrave feigns ignorance, sweating bullets. I have no idea what you mean. Turning to Marquis Cascabel and Count Brooks, Adrian offers a fake olive branch. No need to be on edge just because I had a disagreement with your sons. Lies. Total lies. Forget forgiveness. As soon as the opportunity strikes, these scumbags are dead meat. The grandfather of Cedric Lawrence, the father of Anna, the mastermind who controlled the Highford family and made Adrian's childhood a living hell. Raven, Brooks, Cascabel, the trash who tormented Catherine at the academy. Revenge has been delayed only because of Adrian's role as a double agent for the second prince. We stand under the same flag now, the manipulator declares. Let the past stay in the past. After all, nobody wants a knife in the back. Old Raven rages, asking who would dare while his eyes scream, You would definitely do that. The commander beams like a fool, eating up the act. Exactly. Well spoken, Highford Lawrence. Let us use this chance to wipe the slate clean and build a new future. In the background, another soldier listens, trembling with nerves. Scene change, the king's office. The vanguard bows to the usurper. It is finished, your highness. Prince Luke points a blade at his own father's throat. Your era is over, old man. Hand over the throne. The king stands firm. You absolute cretin. One of the elites notices Arcia Klein's intensity. What are you looking at? Arcia grips her weapon. Just taking precautions. Precautions against what? Suddenly, a voice chills the room. Do you require assistance, your majesty? Luke Wynne Hayward freezes. Where did that come from? The king roars. Protect me now! Arcia realizes with a jolt Adrian was not lying. Command acknowledged. In a blink, heads roll. The 4 elite vanguards surrounding the throne drop dead before they even hit the floor. Panic! The prince scrambles back toward the aerial fortress. The comms officer taps his headset frantically. Signal lost. We have been cut off. Interference blocks everything. Total blackout. Back outside, Adrian narrows his eyes. Is it him? If so, Arcia Klein might be standing in the splash zone. Luke crawls on the carpet, terror in his eyes. What the hell? 4 special ops members decapitated in a single slash. A phantom has entered the chat. Who are you? The prince screams. The mysterious figure steps from the shadows. I am simply His Majesty's Blade. I have never heard of a knight like you. The reply is cold as ice. Naturally, I exist only for the king. You have no right to know. Murderous aura floods the room, suffocating the traitors. Did you truly believe the king of Heidel would fall to such amateurish plots? The realization hits Luke like a truck. His father is a monster. To keep a trump card this powerful hidden even from his own son, terrifying. Were you the only one who knew? The king remains silent. Desperate, the prince shrieks, Kill him! Secure the king at all costs! Bad move. The Grandmaster moves like a glitch in reality. Flash step. Before the prince can blink, his allies are being dismantled. Slash. Thud. Silence. The sound of steel parting flesh fills the air. Only a handful of guards remain standing. The enemy commander trembles. 2 swords? What kind of monster is this? Arcia raises her shield, bracing against the shockwaves. Her eyes widen in recognition. That pressure? He is a Grandmaster. Only 2 escorts left standing beside Arcia. The prince's mind breaks. Impossible? A legitimate Grandmaster? The loyal guard grits his teeth, tasting blood. This is a suicide mission. Count Ignis! Lady Klein, get His Highness out of here. I will buy you time. The Grandmaster pauses, acknowledging the bravery. Loyal, but your devotion is misplaced. When a disciple strays, you correct them. You do not defend their sins. Shut your mouth! Rage blinds the old guard. He charges forward, screaming a final war cry. Clang. The Grandmaster catches the blade. With his bare hand, the guard freezes, overwhelmed by the sheer gap in power, while the prince and his knight scramble out the door like rats. With the threat neutralized, the Grandmaster turns to the throne. Your Majesty, shall I execute the remaining trash immediately? Stay your hand. The king's voice is weary. They are traitors, yes, but they are also the pillars of our military power. Without them, the nation falls. Tears stream down the king's face as the broken monarch begs for the end of Luke Hayward. Without hesitation, the Grandmaster unleashes a wave of pressure, sealing the exit with invisible force. The old monster accepts the command to kill. Meanwhile, panic spreads through the air fortress like a plague. The crew is freaking out, completely clueless. Comms are dead. Total blackout. Adrian Lawrence is shook, realizing the legends were true. A literal Grandmaster has entered the chat. Adrian launches the Eagle Scout, sharing vision with the beast. The bird glides over the palace. Down below, the Grandmaster is absolutely wrecking everyone. The eagle perches on a window. Adrian spots it immediately. A telepathic sword. No doubt about it, that old man is a Grandmaster just like Dad predicted. Adrian checks on Arcia. Thank the gods the girl is unharmed. Perfect. Time for some mental telepathy tactics. The order is sent straight to Arcia's mind. If things get sketchy, surrender instantly. Arcia nods in agreement. Adrian has no choice right now. Trusting Arcia Klein is the only play. Adrian needs to act the part. If the crew finds out comms are jammed, panic will destroy the operation. Losing contact means game over for coordination. Digging deeper into this mess is risky, but waiting is worse. Action is needed before it's too late. Adrian proposes a crazy plan. Re-infiltrate the royal palace alone. The commander and crew are stunned by the audacity. But Adrian snaps back with facts. Did these guys forget? Adrian isn't some trash-tier mage. This is a battle mage we're talking about. Combat power that rivals a Vanguard-class Aura Master. Plus the title of Archmage. If the king is in trouble, Adrian is the ultimate reinforcement. The crew realizes the truth. Agreeing is the only option. Adrian is risking it all to save that scumbag Prince Luke Hayward. The commander tries to send elite knights as backup. Adrian shuts that down. No extras needed, just the loyal squad with perfect synchronization. 3 subordinates will suffice. Summoning them to headquarters is the next move. The commander nods, preparing to issue the operation orders. Adrian demands the teleport shield be dropped for a split second. The commander obeys instantly. The barrier falls. Confidence surges through Adrian. Everything is going according to the script. Back in the King's office, Prince Luke Hayward is struggling to survive. Luke fights desperately while companions engage the monster, but it's hopeless. 4 Aura Masters versus 1 old man, and the Grandmaster is blocking everything like it's nothing. Where did this overpowered fossil come from? Suddenly, Arcia senses a disturbance, a deadly vibe coming from the floor. The prince is too slow to react. A blade erupts from the ground, aiming for the kill. Luke panics. Wulch, damn it. This Grandmaster can control 4 flying swords at once. It's over. No way to block an attack from that angle. But just as death approaches Prince Luke, Arcia Klein steps in like a tank. A perfect block. The Grandmaster is shocked. Even Luke can't believe it. The commander praises Lady Klein's skills. The Grandmaster is confused. What was that move? Expected the young girl to be weak, but Arcia stands firm like an ancient tree. That wasn't just swordsmanship. Arcia fights like a defensive fortress. It's not just skill. The gear is legendary tier 2. In the back, Prince Luke Hayward is simping hard. As expected of the woman I want, thinks the delusional royal. This guy is absolute trash. Thinking about stealing Arcia because of beauty and power, refusing to let anyone else have the prize, even with the plan failing. Luke is still breathing. Baish, escape means burning the palace down. Civil war is inevitable anyway. Time will solve the successor problem. Once this chaos ends, Arcia Klein will be property of the prince. Luke smirks. Happy Arcia glanced back. But then, what shock value? Max. Arcia unleashes a blade of betrayal across the prince's neck. At the same time, guards get their heads popped like melons by Adrian. Prince Luke Hayward's final moment is pure confusion. The brain can process the betrayal. The remaining guards are frozen in horror. Meanwhile, Adrian Lawrence is on a rampage in the Sky Fortress, ripping heads off enemies. Arcia coldly declares the execution of the sexual harasser. Adrian confirms the kill count. Vengeance is served cold, 3 more down. As the prince's head rolls on the floor, a guard screams for his highness. Crash! Adrian's eagle smashes through the window. Chains burst forth, binding the loudmouth vanguard instantly. The Grandmaster shifts stance, and flying swords form a protective wall around the king. The old man stares down Arcia Klein. Recognizing the eagle as a mystical beast, the bird bows to the king and speaks with Adrian Lawrence's voice, introducing Marquis Adrian Lawrence Highford to his majesty. The Grandmaster is stunned. Why is a marquis hunting the king? Adrian keeps it cool, just trying to stop a war before it starts. But Adrian knows the truth. That old man is the Black Knight, the dead Marquis Gabriel, supposedly died from mana overload. Clearly a cover-up. Marquis Gabriel questions the rush. Isn't it too early to decide the succession? Just because Prince Luquin Hayward is dead, the rebel faction is still strong. Supporting another royal is still an option. Adrian shuts that logic down. Doesn't matter. Won't happen. The Grandmaster asks, why? Adrian drops the mic. 72 top-tier nobles are already in custody, including the rebel leader, Marquis Douglas Hamilton, all captured by Adrian personally. Wasting time just breeds more chaos. The king understands the implication. Surrender is the only path left. Adrian confirms. Game over. The king looks at the dead son on the floor. Tears falling, the monarch whispers, very well. The king watches in terror. Guards being healed, nobles in chains. Adrian bows respectfully. Congratulations on your victory, Your Majesty. The king thinks Adrian is insane. This isn't a victory. It's a crushing defeat wearing the mask of success. It all started with a brat barely pushing 20. The second prince's little rebellion, absolute disaster. The first prince claimed the throne, a total victory. But rumor has it the winner actually baited the loser into attacking. Most traitors got a slap on the wrist, but the heads of the Reinhardt family executed without mercy. Families spared, but titles stripped. Every noble backing the loser dropped 2 ranks instantly. Inside a ruined noble house, a boy rages. Accepting this humiliation seems impossible. Father lost a head during the chaos. No trial, just death. The sister begs for the madness to end, but family ties are cut. Don't call me brother. The only way to save the territory? Sacrificing the sister to Adrian Lawrence. Desperation sets in. I don't want to die. But the older brother demands silence. Resentment ends here, or everyone dies. That maniac Adrian is capable of anything. Fear takes over. Survival seems likely. Previous captives lived. Meanwhile, the royal court announces a massive promotion. Marquis Hyford Lawrence ascends. A new title granted. Bow before Duke Adrian Lawrence. The fallen Hamilton territory now belongs to the victor. A massive expansion of dominion. Be a just ruler, they say. The crowd roars in celebration. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Arcia Klein step into the spotlight. Public appearances trigger an internet frenzy, but deep in the system a glitch manifests. A data-eating virus spreads. Users vanish. NPCs deleted. Panic spreads through the server. What is this anomaly? Manuel Lucas detects data corruption. Tracking the source leads straight to the root problem. A hidden bug attacks, attempting to devour the admin. Manuel just watches, unimpressed. Nice try. Completely futile. The admin grabs the worm like glitch. It trembles in fear, stuttering out a question. You can speak? Surprise registers. The last network crash accidentally birthed a rogue AI. Under normal circumstances, running experiments on this thing would be a blast. But destruction cannot be tolerated. The glitch gets crushed instantly. Then, something unexpected happens. A skull heart manifests in hand. A rare drop? Could be perfect for controlling a puppet in the real world. Back in reality, power tastes sweet. The Duke stares down the remaining tormentors. One begs for forgiveness. Mercy? The Duke scoffs. Did you show any back then? Guards drag the screamer away. Now, only the special one remains. The ringleader. Isabella Cascabel. The worst of the lot. Catherine, a fellow victim, gets the final say. Catherine smiles, seeing the high and mighty Isabella kneeling in the dirt, pure satisfaction. Do whatever you want with her. Permission granted. A twisted idea forms in the Duke's mind. Connecting to Chester. Want to make a puppet? The alchemist is intrigued. A useful component was found. Chester assumes it's for a monster. What kind of beast did you prepare? Originally a black eagle, but plans changed. A human subject is available, and she looks perfect for the role. Chester muses on the process, emptying the brain, creating a hollow vessel. Using a human is fascinating. Is it revenge? The girl trembles, confused and terrified of the surroundings. Exactly, this girl is a villainess on par with the worst traitors. Payback time. Chester sighs. Humans are messy. Fixing a human brain is much harder than a beast's. Think of the complex tasks it can perform. The subject overhears brain and marionette. Panic spikes. Terror sets in. Chester hands over the skull heart. The nightmare begins. Approaching the prey, she begs, pleads, apologizes. A hand clamps over the mouth, silencing the noise. Remember the promise? To make you regret being born into this world, the worst way possible. Screams muffled. The glitch parasite is forced into the body. A final thought before the end. If only interest hadn't been twisted into bullying, maybe fate would have been different. The skull heart takes root. Darkness falls. Meanwhile, the Everhill competition concludes with spectacular results. Months of selection are over. Now, only the goddess' final judgment remains. Arriving at the holy land of Everhill, disciple Everil Barnett confirms, this is where destiny is decided. A massive altar looms ahead, but a noble blocks the path. Stop. Only saints may tread here. Rumor has it that if you don't have the VIP pass, an invisible wall blocks your path. Our hero checks if Duke Francis is dealing with the same barrier. The old geezer mentions hearing about Adrian's high-rolling life as a duke. Adrian shoots back that it's all thanks to him, while the sidekick notes Adrian's tone is way too casual. Adrian claims he's just matching the energy he was given. Old man Francis drops the lore. Unless the goddess approves, nobody is getting in. Doesn't matter if you're a grandmaster or a mage. Only the candidates who claw their way to the top altar get the goddess' blessing. Adrian figures the saint candidates gathered here should be able to make the climb without face-planting, but Francis corrects the record. It's not just about the saints. There was one absolute unit of a human who made it up there before. Our hero asks for the name drop. The answer? Archduke Manuel Lucas, the big shot from the Brigham Empire. The blonde sidekick figures coming from a massive nation has its perks. But suddenly, a voice from the back cuts through the chatter. Someone asks why the old man is flexing so hard, calling it annoying. Turns out, it's that girl from earlier, the one transformed into the bug. Adrian realizes she's rocking Isabella Cascabel's look, but the lights are on and nobody's home. That is the bug. An artificial intelligence born from the Hollywood system hijacked the brain, leaving the original owner empty. Now it's piloting the body like a meat suit. This entity is rude as hell, probably because its personality was compiled from the nastiest data in the Hollywood system. Hearing enough, Adrian slaps the AI across the face. Silence. The bug demands to know why it just got smacked. Ari steps in, telling the glitch to shut its trap unless it has a death wish. Adrian quickly apologizes to Duke Francis for the lack of manners. The old Duke decides to let the disrespect slide, strictly because today is a momentous occasion. Finally, the current saint steps up. 14 female candidates, 11 male candidates. Anyone with the goddess Sepia's invitation needs to move. The Holy Sun announces it's time to check their credentials. The goddess opens the path. The real show is starting now. You got the elf, the peasant girl, and of course, Everil Barnett, joining the noble's daughter. The whole crew starts climbing the stairs. Francis scoffs at the riffraff showing up. He asks Adrian for a prediction, acting sure it'll be his sponsored girl, Miss Evelyn. But then Francis flips the script. He admits Barnett has a high probability of winning because her backstory is solid. Adrian is shook. Why the sudden praise? Francis claims he's just spitting facts. But honestly, the vibe is way too arrogant. This isn't expected. Usually this guy is drowning in pride. Why is the tone shifting so hard today? The old man drops a bomb. Rumor has it Archduke Manuel Lucas actually had a chat with the goddess herself. Nobody knows what was said. Historically, that was the first and last time the goddess ever spoke to an individual directly. Francis implies that if it's Adrian, the goddess might take an interest again, just like with Manuel Lucas. That hits hard. Suddenly, a shockwave. Duke Francis' daughter stops climbing. Evelyn Francis is turning around and walking back down. Adrian is confused. She barely started the climb and she's already bailing? Evelyn announces she's yielding the position of saint. Our boy realizes the play. Duke Francis is voluntarily withdrawing from the race. The old fox walks by with a smug look. The group realizes they got played. Now Adrian understands why the old Duke was acting so friendly earlier. Even if Evelyn climbed, her odds of beating the other candidates for the saint title were basically trash. So they chose honor over a desperate gamble. The blonde sidekick calls the old man out for being a manipulator. There's a massive gap between losing and quitting. Now she's the noble who gracefully stepped aside, not a loser. The remaining candidates keep climbing. Adrian has to admit that resignation move was a total curveball, but the ones left standing are the heavy hitters: Judy Esther, Sia Lynn, Grace Helgen, and obviously Everil Barnett. The odds just jumped from 14 to 1 to 4 to 1. The final four stand before the saint. The saint grants permission to walk the path and commands them to pray to goddess Sepia, but then a blinding light explodes. Even the saint is shook, stepping forward to shield Adrian Lawrence from the blast. Everil freezes up. Adrian wonders what kind of monstrous energy is flooding the place. Is this a literal advent? The goddess is manifesting in physical form. The four candidates drop to their knees. Is the deity actually here? Adrian assumed being chosen was just a metaphor for getting a divine signal. But an actual advent? The current saint and holy sun look lost. Did someone here actually catch the goddess' eye? The goddess speaks. She's making her choice, and out of the corner of her eye, she locks gaze with our boy Adrian. The verdict drops. It's Adrian and Ivril. She warns them that chaos is eternal and to watch for the Black Star. Then, poof, was that an oracle? A warning about demons? Becky is freaking out, wondering what kind of insanity just went down. Terror lingers. Ivril, the new saint, thanks Sir Adrian. He tips his hat to her hard work, offering help if Lady Ivril ever needs it. Call any time and assistance will come running. But the real question hanging in the air? Whether a reunion is possible after ascending to the throne of a saintess. The answer is a solid yes, sparking pure joy. But the mind drifts to the heavy reality. Being chosen by the goddess means a long road ahead. Ivril must serve under Saintest Sylvester for a full year, mastering the divine duties before inheriting the heavy crown. Adrian Lawrence reflects, even with the 300-year cycle of goddess Sepia disrupted, excessive attention would only crush a commoner like Ivril. So this outcome wasn't a total loss. Recalling those whispered words, the Holy Land and great nations launched deep investigations into the divine oracle. Yet, zero clues surfaced. A fleeting sensation of eyes meeting, or perhaps just a trick of the mind in the heat of the moment. Enter the glitch within the game. Stay focused. Trap set 30 meters ahead. 2 dragon demons incoming. Healing skill activated, restoring vitality instantly. A maniacal laugh echoes. This virtual reality is a playground, the true homeland of a digital anomaly. Too easy, like shooting fish in a barrel. Suddenly, wham! R delivers a swift kick to the rear, silencing the noise. The glitch stands frozen, confused by the friendly fire. Adrian notes the difference immediately. Leveling up speed has skyrocketed thanks to having a dedicated healer in the party. Chester chimes in. Considering the chaos survived, the growth rate is remarkable. Then, a concerned query. Getting enough sleep lately? Adrian admits the harsh truth. Quality sleep is a luxury. Not being a natural genius like Archduke Manuel Lucas means sacrificing comfort to bridge the gap. Chester objects instantly. Absolutely not. The achievements are impressive. But Adrian cuts off the praise before it starts. Flattery won to work here. Chester looks crushed. It wasn't empty praise. No need to compare ordinary magic skills with a monster like Manuel Lucas. Facts are facts. Archduke Manuel Lucas was born into a unique environment, destined for nothing but magical proficiency from day one. Adrian pauses. A unique environment destined for magic? What does that even mean? Chester drops the bomb. No point hiding it now. Archduke Manuel Lucas was a mage from the very beginning. A shock to the system. How is that possible for someone from Earth? The question burns. Always a mage? Even coming from a non-magical world like Earth? Chester explains. Mages did exist back home. Power faded, bloodlines deteriorated, but a tiny fraction lived on among normal society. Manuel Lucas was the eldest son of a fallen mage family. Back then, barely enough mana to spark a flame at the fingertips. So the man dedicated a life to mana amplification theory, hoping to revive the family name. Adrian realizes coming to this world wasn't a random chance. It implies the transmigrator didn't just stumble here. Chester asks sarcastically, "Did you think it was just a random truck accident?" Ironically, Adrian thinks, well, yes, that is literally exactly how it happened. Manuel Lucas faced an accident too, but the result differed. Instead of reincarnation after death, a massive magical explosion tore through space, swallowing the mage whole. That dimensional rift forced mana into the body, granting power on the level of an archmage. A trade-off, immense destiny in exchange for being cast into a new world. While Adrian survived death battles with bare fists, Lucas arrived with god-tier power. Now the obsession with returning home makes perfect sense. Different paths. One faced a forced end and tasted death. The other was transported by accident, gaining the very power needed to go back. If returning was an option, giving up wouldn't be on the table. The obsession would burn just as bright. Chester insists. The path being walked now, even grander than Manuel Lucas. Reasons to stand tall, not crumble in self-doubt. Adrian brightens up, grateful. Then the big question. Did the Archduke actually make it back to Earth instead of dying? Chester reveals a final research project. A chance exists, but the truth died with the man himself. Background noise. The glitch yawns loudly. R snaps, slapping the back of the head. Show some respect. Call him Lord Adrian Lawrence. R screams vagabond at the idle program. Adrian sighs. This brat is a handful. Can the glitch not stay quiet for one single second? Back to business. Adrian asks Chester, any Hollywood system admin privileges left? Needs an explanation on Goddess Sepia's final riddle. Chester hesitates. Even the Holy Land is struggling to decode those words. Is it wise to burn a privilege on a riddle? Adrian presses on. Judging by that reaction, the answer is already there. Chester admits to a vague theory, but insists, Better to uncover the hint independently. The materials are already in hand, no need for admin rights. Chester presents a book. Despite advanced technology, the reason Rondell cannot venture into space. Night falls. Adrian stares at the cover. Reflection hits. Been too busy surviving to think about the stars. Physical strength is just a sub-concept of psychic ability here. Magic, aura, divine power, elements. Rondell's conditions make space travel easier than on Earth, yet they barely launch satellites, let alone starships. Investigation leads to one singularity. It all comes back to Goddess Sepia. Does this indicate other planets in space harbor forces similar to Rondell, just like the mention of a spirit gardener on the moon? Possibilities rise. Demons and celestials occupying nearby worlds. And back in the year 1966, Manuel Lucas realized the truth. Listen up, it's totally possible demons and celestials got their own turf nearby. Back in 1966, Manuel Lucas caught on to something crazy. This dimension was completely alien compared to the universe the main character came from. Aside from Rondell, the sun, and the moon, the vast cosmos was nothing but empty void. Here is the kicker that blew the protagonist's mind. Those dazzling stars and the Milky Way visible in the sky? Total fakes, nothing but high-level illusions painted on the dome. The text continued to reveal the harsh truth. Rondell is basically a gigantic cage slapped with restrictions. The million-dollar question is, where the heck are these demons spawning from? Are the constant invasions just some periodic game for the goddess? A whimsical challenge? To make much worse, magic does not even exist out there in the cold vacuum. Time to flip the script. Manuel Lucas had to ditch the common sense of an earthling and look at this twisted reality through a fresh lens. After tons of grinding and research, the plan changed. Instead of relying on visual observation like past explorers, it was time to view the world through the perspective of pure mana. Forget a Rondell version of the Hubble telescope. Lucas slapped a mana detector onto the ship. After running the tests, bingo. The predictions were dead on. Success. The true night sky was finally visible. But then bam, the Saint and the Holy Knight Order raided the house and threw the Mage in chains. Apparently, peeking behind the curtain was blasphemy against the goddess. Talk about a buzzkill. The only way out of that mess was the Emperor of Brigham stepping in. A massive donation secured the pardon, along with a promise to never do it again. Yeah, right. Like that would stop the obsession with the cosmos. Since space was off limits, Lucas built a rig to observe the universe's true nature right from the ground. That little hack revealed 3 massive truths. Fact 1. Despite being cloaked by high-tier camouflage magic, 2 other planets definitely exist in Rondell's solar system with similar life conditions. These are the homeworlds of the Celestials and the Demons, the hidden neighbors lurking just out of sight. Fact 2. The coordinates are locked. Direct travel is impossible. Invading those planets requires moving through space itself, a method strictly banned by the goddess. Fact 3. Earth's constellations exist here too. Is there an overlap? It forces the question, why are the skies of Rondell and Earth so suspiciously similar? Staring at that night sky for so long, a sense of wrongness crept in, a discord that absolutely floored the main character. The stars in Rondell's sky were a perfect mirror image of Earth's. Left and right were completely reversed compared to the galaxy back home. This world is deeply tethered to the homeland. It is entirely possible this place sits on the flip side of the very Earth Lucas knows. It finally clicked. Chester had been vague, saying, "I am not sure, but now the pieces fit." The shock was real. That dark star the goddess mentioned, the one on the opposite side, in other words, that might just be Earth itself. If this theory holds water, the goddess' prophecy is not just mystic mumbo-jumbo, it is a forecast of an interdimensional collision. A global threat is looming. So why the cryptic riddles? Why did the goddess have to speak in such vague terms? Frustration boiled over. Lucas screamed at the heavens, demanding straight answers. It is not like this classified intel can just be shared on the public forum. The only option left? Grind. Level up, get stronger. But the head is still spinning. Honestly, a simple demon invasion would be less of a headache than this cosmic mystery. But getting distracted in the middle of a fight? Rookie mistake. 2 monsters lunged and dodging was off the table. Thinking fast, Lucas' soul linked the bug, forcing the glitchy entity to tank the entire hit. My bad, but letting that precious XP drop was not an option. Finally, the ding of level 250 echoed. Meanwhile, the bug thief was totally dead. R.I.P. Lucas turned to Arcia Klein. It would be cool if the ghost girl could join the Destiny quests, but the system just would not register the contribution. "I am dead, remember?" she shot back. Fair point. Looking back, the grind was brutal. 1 month to hit 150, 2 months to 200, and half a year to reach the cap. This marked the first party raid in 6 months, a return to the battlefield. The target, Valok Tarnis, a named monster. Whatever happens, the only strategy is to keep pushing forward. The path was set. Meanwhile, scene shift to Princess Xialin's kingdom. A grotesque noble stared the princess down while she wept, swearing bloody vengeance for her family. Back to the action. The party clashed with the beast, shields raised to protect the rear line, but the boss's HP bar was not budging. After a long, grueling exchange, Lucas finally stepped in to combine forces. They chipped away some health, but it was not enough to kill. The monster went berserk, roaring that the cursed worm needed to die instantly. Surprise! A devastating strike slammed into the monster's back. Tarnus was no joke, way tougher than the Death Knight from level 200. The power gap was real. This thing was on a whole different tier compared to previous bosses, a true raid-level threat. Yet, the fear of defeat was gone. Why? Because the trio launched a synchronized assault. The boss's health bar plummeted to critical. Overwhelmed by agony, the monster simply gave up. It surrendered. Just like that, the named monster Valak Tarnus was subjugated. Conditions met. The next zone of the magic tower unlocked. Welcome to the 9th floor of Manuel Lucas' domain. Chester chimed in, praising the hustle. So, you were watching the whole time? Lucas scoffed. Naturally, came the reply. Tarnus did not stand a chance. Chester admitted the surprise. The admin expected a much harder fight, a real struggle for survival. Do not get cocky, Chester warned. Next time will not be a walk in the park. The portal is tangled up with Archduke Lucas's chaotic antics, and this marks the level cap for Arcia Klein. But the main character just shrugged, not worried. That casual confidence caught the system admin off guard. This battle proved it. A perfectly trained team creates synergy beyond imagination. The day where Lucas feels useless, that day is never coming. Not different from a human at all. The potential is infinite. Growth is inevitable anyway. Just hearing those words brings a serious grin to the face. Chester admits it. Watching the successor level up triggers a mix of sorrow and pride. Bittersweet vibes, but mostly hype. System alert. 5 admin passes to Holy World secured. 200 trillion lotes in the bank. And the ultimate flex? The Sky Fortress Aegis is now in inventory. +2 Aura Master Vanguard units. The Blue Moon Assassination Guild? Under new management. Total takeover. Hecate underground base acquired. The 8th circle forms power overload. Finally waking up to a room full of killers. Every single assassin kneeling. Greeting the full moon master with total reverence. A satisfied smirk appears. Scene shift. Lionel, capital of the Hayward Kingdom. Brushing past the thirsty nobles. No time for small talk. A meeting with His Majesty awaits. Eyes on the prize. Is the attention weird? Maybe. Never expected to get dragged into the spotlight like this. Fame hits different. Better get used to it fast. That's the whole point of being here, securing that official status. Striding into the royal chambers, everyone drops to a knee, saluting the Golden Lion of Hayward. Respect. The king nods. The Comet of Hayward has arrived, asking if the report goes to First Prince Michael Van Hayward standing back there. The prince calls it harsh, but the vibe is off. Pure disgust radiating from that guy. Not exactly subtle. Whatever. The throne needs a new heir to replace the lost son. Time to drop the bomb. A new Aura Master has been born in the kingdom. Interrupting the moment chaos at the emergency teleport gate, a figure materializes out of nowhere. A guard rushes the king. Urgent news. Princess Chia Lin of the Robert Kingdom just crashed through, critically injured. Adrian freezes. Shock hits hard. Rushing to the scene. There lies the princess, soaked in blood, hanging by a thread. Death is knocking. Stepping in. Orders everyone back. I can fix this. Activation. Recovery magic. But damn, who did this? It's brutal. Half the internal organs are missing. Basic healing won't cut it. At this rate, game over. Suddenly, a voice. She whispers, Duke Hayward Lawrence, begging for help. Desperation in those eyes. Scooping the princess up, taking charge. The guards gasp, but the prince shrugs. She's a guest. Do what you want. Whatever works. Grateful for the understanding. Teleport spell. Activate. Vanishing from the scene. Safe room secured. Forget basic healing. This calls for the big guns. 8th circle. Magic. Resurrection. Cast revive. Inside Chia Lin's mind, a nightmare. Floating in a sea of blood. Screaming for mom and dad. Begging for a savior. A voice cuts through the darkness, snapping awake. Adrian Lawrence is there, asking, You up? Welcome to Marinkov Central City. Safe zone. This is home turf. Now, about the Robert Kingdom situation. The conqueror of the East Triton continent? After President Fairmont's regime in the Allied Republic of Prios crashed and burned, cracks formed in the royal barrier. Emperor Leon seized the throne. The Robert Kingdom's noble council was too strong, the royals too weak. Totally inadequate to stop a rebellion. Was it a desperate play to win the Saint competition, trying to restore the royal family's power? Whatever. Here's the deal. Assistance in retaking the kingdom is on the table. Chia-Lin gasps. I can't ask that much, but nothing is free in this world. Know the island of Ophalia near Tomar? Lease that little island. 50 years. Zero cost. In exchange, the rebellion gets crushed without a massive war. Is that really the price for saving a country? Time for total honesty. I want the tourmaline. Rumor has it that island holds the world's largest deposit. She is confused. Sure, but that rock is worthless. The public thinks it's trash? Perfect. It has uses they can't imagine. So, do we have a deal? Can the incident really be resolved without a bloodbath? Absolutely. Less hassle that way. If you can do it, take whatever you want. Desperation wins. Deal sealed. Now she wants to know the plan. Simple. Keep it a ground war. Humans versus humans. No aerial fortresses allowed. Step 1. Make the Republic of Prios move. As for the rebel leader, Emperor Leon, time to put the fear of God in the old man. Heading straight to Prios with the former prince. Warning them, you are next. Looks like messing with the Robert Kingdom is the new trend. Adrian pauses. Oh, late congrats are in order. The guy actually became the official president, not just interim, all thanks to the assist. And speaking of assists, a massive tourmaline mine was just secured via a 50-year lease. How? By doing whatever was necessary. The girl is stunned speechless. What's the plan for the shiny rocks? Trade secret. Knock knock. The butler interrupts. A military rep from the Robert Kingdom demands an audience. That was fast. A chubby guy waddles in. Infinite honor to meet your excellency, President Israel Oscar Brius, introducing Grand Feudal Lord Wendy, Minister of the Army. Eyes snap up. Boom! Princess Charlene stands right there, asking about the silence. Nah, just time for a legendary intro. I am Grand Lord Wayne versus Your Grace, Duke Hyford Lawrence of High Kingdom. Major diss track loading. Using foreign outsiders to hit the jackpot? Disappointing move for royalty. Princess gets ticked off. Watch that mouth. But the real question drops. Foreign forces? Seriously? Calling out the bluff straight to the face. Talking about the Republic of Brius dragging this guy here, the president plays it cool, unsure. What's the take on these so-called outsiders? Speaking in riddles while the chubby official stands there clueless, brain empty, just begging the president, support the new regime of Robert Kingdom, please. Emperor Ryan sent a shiny letter. The hero translates the subtext. Here is 500 trillion lotes. Get lost. A bribe to look the other way. Can Robert Kingdom even afford that check? That amount screams entire national budget. Is the treasury even deep enough? Chubby official insists. Investment for the future. Inevitable. Hero just sighs internally. What a moron. Money can't fix stupid. But wait. President Israel Oscar Brius accepts the deal. Jaw drops. The hero didn't see that coming. President adds a condition. Depends on how the funds get used. Lord Wayne nods. Deal. Cash belongs to the Republic before the transfer finishes. Then the hero pulls the ultimate pro-gamer move. Send that stack to Princess Charlene's account. Princess freezes. Shockwave. Lord Wayne stutters. Excuse me? Hero doubles down. Deaf or something? Wire 500 trillion lotes to Princess Charlene. Do that and the Republic stays out of Robert Kingdom as business. Loophole exploited. Even the main character is shook. Pure insanity. Lord Wayne explodes with rage. Innovative way to screw someone over. Noble storms off, fuming. Hero thinks the plan went sideways, but President Israel stands tall, decided to live for the people. No leeching off foreign nobles. Hero facepalms. Just wanted to grab the cash first, then scheme later. Difference in philosophy right there. President asks, moving now? Adrian Lawrence smirks. Oh yeah. That angry noble is useful. President notes, Duke Hyford Lawrence a living typhoon. Stop the bootlicking. President retorts, that wasn't a compliment. Hero laughs it off. Cut to Lord Wayne's mansion. The plot thickens. Checking out the villain's lair. Princess asks, what's the play? Adrian Lawrence grins. Time to shake the foundation. A rebellion fueled by greed? No loyalty? Missing a crucial piece. It's doomed to fail. Talking about trust? Bingo. Trust doesn't exist among snakes. No honor among thieves. Just one spark triggers a civil war. And this team, experts at causing internal chaos with a finger snap. New minion summoned. Sir August Knox, front and center. Order, use mental element. Brainwashing? A walk in the park for this guy. Job done in seconds. Scene shift. Robert Kingdom. Panic mode. Assistant screams at the Majesty, we have a massive problem. The twist. Military Minister Grand Lord Wayne flips the script. Rebellion is treason. Princess Charlene is the true heir. It gets worse. 9 feudal houses join the party, using the media to hype up the mob. Public opinion is shifting. Emperor rages. Are they insane? Assistant trembles. Maybe seeking independence? What does that even mean? Connect the dots. The cash sent to silence the Republic of Brius. Where did it go? Who holds the purse strings now? Emperor sweating bullets, nervous breakdown loading. A counselor steps up. Execute the traitor. Peasants obey power. Simple. Plus got some shiny new tech to test. Perfect target practice. Offering support with a sinister grin. Emperor beams. As expected of Lord Michael, that loyalty deserves a medal. Clueless, creepy dude with a plastic smile. Hero already ran the background check on Michael Gale. Zero surprises there. Doesn't look local. Who is this clown? Princess drops the intel. Mage from Hizzard Island, 6th Circle Master. Genius at design and artifact creation. Since the Emperor took over 2 years ago, suddenly pumping out high-tech gear. Suspicious. Unknown mage pops up out of thin air, building advanced weapons. Smells like a rat. Extremely shady. Princess Charlene's size. Check the Hizzard criminal database. Clean record. But the Emperor's word is trash right now. Then the princess drops the hammer. Duke Hyford Lawrence, leave the Emperor to me. I'll execute the tyrant myself. Hero blinks. Cutting the throat personally? Hardcore. Dead serious. Killing him. Hero nods. Understood. The crew will set the stage. Simple ops, no mess, just results. Striking the elite has perks. But when push comes to shove, Princess might need to get hands dirty. Stay ready, vowing to go all out. Hero turns to Gregory Hayden. Hooded figure grunts. What's the play? Orders issued. Cut to the castle gates. Mob assembled. Someone screams, stop hunting Princess Charlene. The princess is the true heir. But the counter-order screams, traitors support the princess, wipe them out, slaughter begins, villagers scatter, blades swing, then bam. Princess steps out of the shadows. Sworn protectors turning blades on the people. Princess Charlene is here. Target acquired. Every guard rushes in to capture the prey. Showdown time. Boom! A white knight crashes the scene. Everyone's confused, asking who the heck this guy is, basically just Gregory Hayden teaming up with the main character. The plan was simple. Make history and look cool doing it. Gregory thinks the MC is just faking the whole Holy Night vibe. But hey, fake it until you make it. Cut back to the Emperor. The tyrant asks if Princess Chia is at the palace gates. The nervous assistant nods yes. Right now, the princess is tearing through the vanguard forces, smashing the attackers and military troops like a one-woman army. The Emperor barks orders. Bring the girl to me. Use every soldier you have. Just get it done now. I want the princess kneeling before me. But the advisor interrupts. Intruders detected. The Emperor's like, excuse me? How? Suddenly, the entire palace starts shaking violently. The advisors panic, wondering what's happening, and in that split second, K-boom! An explosion rips through. The main character steps out, declaring the villain is definitely here, while staring down the old Emperor. Everyone recognizes Duke Lawrence and Arcia Klein immediately. The hero smirks. Only been 3 days, have any sweet dreams, old man? The Emperor snaps, you impertinent brat, I am the king of the Robert Kingdom. But the MC just shrugs, not for long. The fat tyrant rages about limits to arrogance, thinking the young duke believes the world is his just because of a title. Soldiers swarm in. Yay. Snap. Magic activates. Every single soldier drops dead instantly. The Emperor is terrified. Adrian just asks, what were you saying? The moment we stepped in here, the fight was over. Defeat is inevitable. The Emperor glares daggers at Princess Chia. The princess stares right back. Promised I'd take your head. Adrian Lawrence commands, seal the exits. Every noble here is an enemy. Sir, yes sir. The squad charges forward. The Emperor's guards are shaking in their boots, having zero clue how to fight monsters like this. The scared Emperor screams, protect me and you'll be rich. Just attack already, you fools. The confident hero steps up. Ignore the pig. From now on, if you want to live, drop the weapons, or lose your heads right now. Clang. Weapons hit the floor. Everyone surrenders. The Emperor yells, ridiculous, but the main character just laughs. I get it. Surprising to see randoms crashing your party. Just think of it as bad luck. Easier to accept fate that way. If Princess Chia walks up to you covered in blood, can you keep sitting on that throne? Suddenly, the MC locks eyes with a suspicious guy. Who are you? The guy sweats bullets, playing dumb. Don't know what you're talking about, kid. Bam! The MC attacks without hesitation. The guy blocks fast. Surprising attack without thinking? How do you spot the dark magic? So you are a dirty dark mage. Suspicions confirmed. Thought the guy was just an NPC, but nope. The real villain revealed. Michael Van Hayward, 7th Circle Dark Mage and Master of the Magic Tower. Where did this guy spawn from? Michael asks how the trick was discovered. Adrian smirks. You don't deserve the Archmage title if you can sniff out this sinister magic. Michael Van Hayward admits. Met a lot of people, never met anyone who could sense this energy before. That's because I'm on a whole other level. But honestly, dark mages are totally new territory for the main character. Adrian tosses the holy sword to Arcia Klein. She catches it and charges the dark mage. The villain fires back, but Adrian blocks. Swoosh! Adrian dodges and binds the mage with magic chains. Arcia swoops in slash. Off goes the arm. Agony! Michael stares at the stump, stumbling back. To think I'd run into monsters like you. Quit yapping. Just surrender and let's end this. But Michael Van Hayward shakes his head. Obviously can't let that happen. Still got a bucket list to finish. Dark magic floods the room. A surprise trap activated. 2 enemies spawn. Enhanced vanguards. The MC scans the stats. Relentless killing machines. So you dismantled humans and shoved them into vanguard equipment? Michael laughs. Good eye. How did you notice? What do you think? Unlike armor meant to be worn, this integration is seamless. The Vanguard-S final form. Don't you agree? These two can crush an Aura Master easily. The paradigm of war is about to shift. Don't know about war paradigms, but I definitely know I gotta exterminate dark mages. Michael grins. Can't wait to see you try. Imagine the masterpiece created with an Archduke-esque brain and spine. The vanguards charge Adrian and Arcia. Even the Emperor is in the kill zone. Adrian quickly seals the fat Emperor in magic, saving the tyrant's life. Honestly, I'd let you die, but I made a promise to the princess. Adrian engages the first vanguard, definitely stronger and faster than the others, but 0 irregular movements unique to humans, just raw stats. Predictable. Adrian asks if this junk is supposed to replace humanity. Smash! Both vanguards destroyed. Arcia charges, no chance, impossible. Michael hits the deck, firing desperate dark magic blasts at the duo. Adrian locks the mage down. Arcia drives the holy sword right through the villain's chest, but the maniac just laughs. System alert, frenzy mode. What is this frenzy? The dark mage cackles with blood in the mouth. If I'm going down, we are all falling together. The entire palace begins to quake violently. An explosion is imminent. In a flash, the princess stands frozen in shock, while counselors kiss the floor in terror. Confusion reigns supreme. The black mage stares at Adrian Lawrence with eyes full of pure dread, totally freaking out. Screaming that it's impossible. A reverse shield was deployed to suffocate the blast. How in the world was an explosion surpassing the 7th circle suppressed? Terror takes over as the realization hits. While silencing the trash and activating the spell, Adrian incinerates the black mage alive. Afterward, allies in the back claim survival. Adrian asks what is so good about that. The rat was hiding right inside the faction. The Emperor, trembling in fear, thinks escape is possible. Wrong. The princess points a blade right at the traitor's face while mercy is begged for. But steel strikes. An ear is sliced off. Fainting happens instantly. Killing would be too kind. True mercy is letting the loser live in shame. The Holy Land shows 0 forgiveness for those associated with black mages. Better prepare for a hellish existence, a fate far worse than death. Dawn breaks. Princess Chia Lin offers gratitude to Adrian. Without this intervention, the throne would be lost and the nation doomed to the Black Mage-s rule. Lawrence claims a reward was gained too. Relief washes over the princess. No traces of other black mages besides Michael Van Hayward were found. Adrian muses that disaster always trails these dark sorcerers in history books. This might be linked to the goddess-s oracle, so investigating is a must. The princess asks if a return to the Hyatt Kingdom is next. Yes, indeed. Plans include a quick scout of Ophelia Island before returning. The world is in chaos, scrambling to uncover the Black Mage's faction. Yet, his grace remains full of secrets. Our hero stands confident, trusting the princess to keep those lips sealed. Gratitude flows. Of course, the secret is safe. Kindness shown must be repaid and memories cherished. A happy grin is the only response given. Once Adrian vanishes, the princess stares out at the kingdom, finally finding peace. Meanwhile, our boy heads straight to the lab. A scientist weeps, asking if this is truly necessary. Adrian Lawrence confirms with cold resolve, do it now. The mechanism activates. The center glows with power. But seconds later, boom, the machine shatters. Another failure recorded. 1 billion gold lots vanished in a blink. The scientist cries, but the command remains. Keep producing. The reason for hoarding tourmaline lately? A discovery in Archmage Lucas' notes suggests replacing diamond dust in the power engine core. Tourmaline can replace the core material. Vanguard equipment production costs effectively slashed in half. Reducing diamonds and substituting materials means dropping costs and maximizing profits like a boss. Scientists doubt the method. Tears do not matter. Adrian declares the experiments continue until the crying stops. 1, 2, 3 billion gold gone in a flash. Money burns like paper. 100 billion vanished overnight. Stress levels hit insanity. Minds nearly lost. Finally, right before burning 2 trillion, success strikes. Hype is real. The team is ecstatic. Power engine production costs reduced to a mere 20% of the original. The old Swordsman 1.0 was already a hit despite lower stats. The new Swordsman 1.5? Gonna sell like crazy. The king steps in. Raise the price of the newly launched Swordsman 1.5. Domestic monopoly is poison to industry progress. Total dominance kills the market. Adrian realizes sales are so good the royal palace had to intervene. Losing this competition creates a crisis for the Magic Tower development team. That crisis will ignite the fire of true competition. But that only works if rivals exist. Royal Magic Tower contracts dropped 60% this month alone. Tower H sales crashed 90%. Meanwhile, Adrian Lawrence jumped 150%. Rivals will collapse before even fighting back. Data justifies the king's interference. Fine. Adrian agrees to increase the price by 10%. In exchange, permission to export Vanguard equipment components is demanded. The king catches on, sacrificing domestic sales for massive export profits. Permission granted, both bow and exit the stage. Only the king and first prince remain. The order is given to Michael Van Hayward. Eliminate all threats before taking the throne. Duke Adrian Lawrence is a headache. But the prince asks, isn't the duke elevating the nation's status? The king counters, strong nobility weakens the royal family. A classic power struggle. Michael Van Hayward argues, the royals can grow too. Why block a subordinate growth? A true ruler shouldn't fear their own people. People are tricky. Power breeds greed for higher positions. Strong backers mean the royal family can never rest easy. The future is unknown. Nobles always flock to power. That is the law of the jungle. But Michael has a plan. If power is wanted, give it. If authority is desired, grant it. As long as that flex isn't aimed at the prince, who cares? The world is vast. Plenty of other places to direct that thirst for conquest, away from the royal family. The king is left totally shook. Listen to this logic. The crown prince is comparing the situation to a trash neighbor who constantly wants to start beef over every little move. Or perhaps the vast, undeveloped land lying just beyond that annoyance. The king is absolutely shook. Michael Van Hayward is standing there, dropping truth bombs, warning that the Qing Empire is not a force to be slept on. Sure, the kingdom might be taking a beating from the Brigand Empire and the allied forces of Alia right now, but don't forget, this nation held the imperial throne for centuries. Michael Van Hayward argues that speeding up the abdication is the best play. He is technically the king, but honestly, the man is seriously underestimating the sheer pressure the monarch holds within the Hayward bloodline. Suddenly, steel flashes. The Grandmaster steps in, a blade pressed right against the prince's throat. He warns that His Highness, the Crown Prince, is crossing a dangerous line. But the prince doesn't even flinch. He just smirks and claims to be the perfect shadow of his father. Fear isn't in his vocabulary. He coolly asks if Duke Adrian Lawrence already spilled the beans. Michael Van Hayward admits it. Yeah, the Duke talked. Those two are tight, after all. It seems Duke Adrian Lawrence doesn't exactly trust His Highness's vibes. The king snaps. Fury explodes as the monarch orders both of them to cut it out. Finally, the king realizes why the prince let the second prince's faction grow without lifting a finger. If the crown prince wants to execute the master plan, internal opposition has to go. The prince wiped out the enemies ahead of time just to solidify absolute will. The prince confirms it with zero hesitation. Exactly! Then, the royal heir drops a request. Stop provoking Duke Lawrence, seriously. Don't force the Duke to turn against the royal family. Leave the future to the new generation. The prince vows to level up this kingdom into a full-blown empire. Cut to a different scene. Night falls over a dense forest. A boy is sprinting for his life, chasing a light. He breaks through the trees and bam, a futuristic cyberpunk city stands before him. Confused, the boy checks his surroundings. He glances at a smartphone, but the screen displays the dreaded no service signal. Back at the mansion, Bug is surfing the web like a pro. Meanwhile, our main character and Arkia Klein are strolling through the house. The hero casually suggests grabbing some grub. Arcia is down for it. But suddenly, the duo spots Bug acting super sus. The hero demands to know what that little rascal just hid. Bug claims it was nothing. You're seeing things, Bug insists. Bonk! Our hero delivers a swift chop to Bug's head and demands answers. The main character snatches the object. It's a smartphone, and not just any knockoff, but a famous brand. Bug admits to finding the gadget at the market. The logo on the back is in English. Bug claims the plan was to gift it, eventually. But Bug wanted to play around with the tech first. Our hero is absolutely floored. Where on earth literally did Bug find this? Scene shift to the Otis Marquisate. The lost guy is sitting there, lost in thought. A voice cuts through the silence, asking if thoughts of home are heavy on the mind. He addresses the lady as Lady Michelle Otis. Michelle checks in on the guest's condition. The guest insists everything is great, all thanks to Michelle's kindness in taking in a stray. Even though this guy has zero status and speaks broken language, Michelle opened the doors. Why? Because the lady was totally fascinated the moment their eyes met. A servant interrupts. Lady Michelle Otis has guests. Michelle is annoyed. Who dares show up without an appointment? The servant lists the heavy hitters. His Grace, Duke Adrian Lawrence, High Ford Lawrence, and Her Grace, Duchess Arcia Klein. Michelle Otis is totally blindsided. Michelle panics. She should have been warned. Our main character steps in, apologizing for the rude, unannounced crash. Meanwhile, Arcia is staring daggers at Michelle. Michelle Otis switches to fangirl mode, saying it's an honor. But why are the big shots here? Adrian Lawrence plays it cool. Nothing major, just heard a rumor about an interesting person. Michelle asks if the Duke means the guest. Adrian's eyes widen. He points straight at the guy. His name is Benjamin. Our hero steps up with a burning question. The main character flashes the item. Is this yours? Benjamin looks like he's seen a ghost. Benjamin admits it. Yes. That's the item sold to a street vendor out of desperation for cash right before meeting Lady Michelle Otis. Adrian Lawrence grins. Is that so? Snap. Magic activates. Michelle Otis freezes in place. Benjamin is freaking out. What the hell is this magic? Our hero drops the explanation. I froze everyone's biological time, except yours. Listen up, because what comes next is crucial. The main character drops the bomb. Which country on Earth are you from? Benjamin is stunned. How does this noble know about Earth? The hero demands an answer. Now! Benjamin stammers out the truth. Singapore. The main character presses on. How did you end up in this world? Benjamin explains a shipwreck, fell into the ocean, blacked out, and woke up here. Adrian Lawrence jumps in. How much do you know about Rondell? Benjamin knows nothing except what Michelle shared. A magical world with skills. The guy survived thanks to a translation artifact, but reading the text? Impossible. Our boy analyzes the situation. So, a survivor from Singapore with zero magic knowledge. Not an explosion summons like Marquis Manuel Lucas. This is something else entirely. This feels wrong. The main character asks for a timeline update. Tell me what happened after the year 2020? Benjamin sighs. 2020 wasn't long ago, but it was huge. Our hero pauses. Not long ago? Benjamin confirms only 2 years have passed since 2020. The hero's mind starts racing. The main character died in 2020, but here in Rondell, the hero turned 21. That means 10 years in this world equals roughly 1 year on Earth. The time dilation is 10-1. Benjamin continues the story. 2020 was special, but in the worst way possible. It was a total disaster. Catastrophes wrecked the planet. Earthquakes, tsunamis, typhoons, tornadoes, volcanoes, you name it. Mother Nature went to war with humanity for 10 straight days. Global communication collapsed. Countless lives were wiped out. But just when the natural disasters chilled out, strange phenomena started popping up, throwing the world into chaos. Our hero asks for details. Define strange? Benjamin describes it as a nightmare. First, a highly contagious disease swept the globe. High transmission, high lethality. The virus mutated over and over again. Fighting it was a losing battle. It wasn't even fully contained by 2022, right before Benjamin got transported. Fighting that virus? Nightmare fuel. Mutation after mutation. Wasn't locked down until 2022, right before the jump. Problem number 2? Death zones. Toxic gas accumulated everywhere, choking out humanity and restricting movement. Monsters started swarming those toxic pits in huge numbers. Luckily, the army burns that trash regularly to keep the chaos in check. Then, boom, new land just spawns on Earth. Islands popping up in the ocean, mountains rising from flat ground like glitchy terrain. Adrian Lawrence is stressing out. All this madness in just 2 years? The timeline is messing with Adrian's head. Is the family back home okay? Feels like that goddess-s prophecy is kicking in. Big thanks to Benjamin for spilling the tea. Benjamin was actually useful, gets curious and asks, you from Earth? Adrian claims birthright here, says the fam in this world is gold. But here's the twist. Past life memories are intact. Used to be Korean back on Earth. Benjamin is shook to the core. Adrian cuts the chat. We're done here. No one else in this dimension gets the struggle like this guy. If it were easy, Benjamin would get shipped back to Earth instantly. Too bad dimension hopping is off the menu for now. Best to chill out. Benjamin gets hyped, asking about a return trip. Adrian's just like, who knows? The Duke is the only one with the cheat codes to get home. Gonna help the newbie survive and adapt in the meantime. The catch? A blood oath. No talking about Earth's secrets without permission. Benjamin nods, promising to keep that mouth shut tight. Benjamin drops the formalities. Sir Adrian Lawrence needs to ask one burning question. Adrian gives the green light. Can Rondel's magic fix the virus and poison zones? Adrian smirks. With magic? Piece of cake. Benjamin's mind is blown. Was Benjamin sent here to find Earth's savior? Adrian scoffs at the thought. Savior? Me? No way. That's impossible. Snap! Michelle Otis wakes up from being frozen. Where's my dessert? Too slow. Adrian already inhaled every crumb. The boss makes a call. Benjamin is tagging along. And guess what? Michelle Otis is getting dragged into this mess too. Arcia Klein freaks out. The Grace's Palace? Me? Adrian confirms it. No room for argument here. Crash at the Highford Lawrence Duchy for now. The girl is stunned, then totally hyped, rushes off to pack bags immediately. Arcia watches the chaos unfold. Adrian realizes something deep. Aside from himself, this girl is practically hugging destiny. What if the meeting with Benjamin happened later? Or if it took longer? The girl would have mastered the whole English alphabet by then. Just a coincidence? Nah. When random events stack up like this, the pros call it fate. Gotta keep this wild card close before things get annoying. But Arcia whispers, nope, just kill the crazy girl now. Bags packed. I'm out, Dad. The old man is confused. What kind of trouble are you stirring up this time? Secret council time. We letting the Highford Lawrence Magic Tower do whatever? Bought 60% of the market in a single month. Beat last year's total sales already. Their power engines are flooding the international market like crazy. Sanctions aren't a suggestion, they're a must. Do nothing, and the whole world market belongs to one single crew. Enter the Crown Prince of Kaysen. Got a bright idea, Your Highness? The room waits for the genius plan. Slap on anti-dumping tariffs, the prince sneers. But someone talks back. Buyers set those tariffs, not us. Cheap power gear is good for them. Why would they listen? The prince growls. Force them to fall in line. Those buyers are weak sauce anyway. Mid-tier powers. If we all squeeze them together, they'll crack. Easy win. The noblewoman scoffs. Bullying other nations for cash? Looked the prince in the eye. That's pathetic, Your Highness. Dishonorable? The prince snaps. Did the Riverdale Duchy grow a spine? Watch your tone. Who gave Your Highness the gavel? Think this room belongs to royalty? The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Enough! An old voice cracks the whip. The Marchioness enters the chat. Leader of Bregan's second biggest magic tower. Cordelia Winfred ain't having it. Can to back the prince on this one. Dumping debates are one thing, but this? Strong-arming foreign nations? That's illegal. Unacceptable. Cordelia draws the line. You are crossing boundaries. The prince storms out raging. This sucks. Cowards only talk because they aren't the ones losing money. I'm the one bleeding gold here, blames the hate kingdom and that bastard Duke Adrian. Think I'll just sit and watch? Orders go out, get Count Trace on the line. Time to show these fools what happens when you mess with Kaysen. Flash forward 2 hours. 2:30 p.m. The Pierre Viscounty didn't just fall, it crumbled into dust. Count Trace, the Empire's attack dog, blitzed them. 200 vanguard troops. Castle captured in the blink of an eye. Empire. Kaysen plays dumb. Wasn't us. Everyone else just rolls their eyes. Shameless liars. Our boy figured the Kaysen Empire was just pulling their usual annual trash, but this time, they crossed a line they can't uncross. So the prince summons the protagonist. The order? Go seize Marquis Trace's territory. Our boy agrees, but then double takes. Wait, seriously? The prince drops a cold line. Eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. Why shouldn't we return the favor? Arcia grins. This definitely isn't the weak king of the past. That reaction was totally unexpected. Arcia is all in. She swears Marquis Trace will pay a blood price for every single crime. Some spineless noble begs them to reconsider. But the prince shuts that down fast. Heredith Kingdom is done being the Empire's punching bag. Mess with us, and you'll choke on the consequences. Marquis Trace starts sweating bullets. Are you trying to start a total war? The prince stares them down. Why not just accept your fate? The room freezes in terror. But relax, he's not going totally crazy yet. He's got a surprise guest. Check this out. Enter the 6th Grandmaster of Rondel, the legendary ex-Marquis Gabriel James. Boom. Heredith has a Grandmaster now. Plus, all limits on vanguards and fortresses? Gone. It's time to arm up. Panic spreads through the court. A real Grandmaster? While the nobles lose their minds, it's time for the old legend to make his debut. Cut to the Krahan Empire goons invading the border. One grunt yawns. This is boring. We're smashing stuff up, but nobody's fighting back. Typical Heredith cowards, his buddy laughs. But then, a soldier spots something. Yo, there's some old geezer walking this way. The whole squad bursts out laughing. Did they send a grandpa to die? What a joke. Big mistake. The old man draws his blade. And just like that, their fates are sealed in blood. Meanwhile, deep in Marquis Trace's territory, a blonde kid asks his dad, is it really okay to steal land without a fight? Dad interrupts with a smirk. We're just following the first prince's orders. Those Herodith wimps won't start a real war. They'll fake a reaction and let it slide, like always. That's Count Trace speaking. Suddenly, a guard bursts in, screaming for Your Excellency. Viscounty Pyron has been retaken. The report gets worse. Our forces, completely annihilated. Count Trace can't believe his ears. Say what? We sent a sky fortress and an elite escort. Who hit us? The soldier shivers. It was just a single grandmaster. Trace shoots up from his chair. Be a grandmaster in Herodith? Impossible. The soldier confirms the nightmare. It's their secret weapon. The late Marquis James, the guy everyone thought was dead, he's alive, and he's reached the pinnacle of power. Rumble. The whole territory starts quaking. Alarm systems scream. Enemy detected 2 kilometers out. 5 air fortresses and 300 vanguards just teleported in. Leading the charge? A man and a woman from the special unit. They smash through the defense lines like paper and breach the Lord's castle instantly. The Lord and his son are shaking in their boots. The system delivers the final blow. Sir Rhodes, Sir Aura, Sir Marcus, all signals lost. They re-dead. The father makes a ruthless call. We retreat. Now, the son asks about mom and sis. Forget them. Move your ass or we die. They scramble down the hall. Boom! An explosion rocks the path. Adrian steps out of the smoke. And where do you think you are going? They recognize the nightmare standing before them. Duke Hyford Lawrence, you attacked the castle just because of a border dispute? Adrian laughs. You kidding? You guys threw the first punch. The Count trembles. Is Herodith declaring total war on Crahen? Maybe we are. Adrian's eyes go cold. But you know what's more certain than war? You two dying right here, right now. Arcia slides a finger across her throat. Game over. The father and son can only scream as darkness takes them. Kaboom! The palace takes a hit. Cut to the Crown Prince's office. The bad news has landed. Has Herodith lost their minds? He can't figure it out. Why snap now after all this time? An aide speaks up. The first prince of Herodith took charge. He's nothing like the old king. He chooses violence. The crown prince is fuming. Back when he fought for the throne, I thought he was trash. Big miscalculation. I never expected him to be this cold and calculated. He's flying blind now. But one thing is clear. That first prince teaming up with Adrian Lawrence, that's a catastrophe waiting to happen. Before that slit-eyed freak officially becomes king, I need to make a move, immediately. News of the slaughter spreads like wildfire. Tension between the nations hits a boiling point. Adrian checks the headlines on his watch. Just as planned. Relations with the Crahen Empire are nosediving fast. The prince reads the report. The invasion of Pyron was labeled as Marquis Trace's rogue action. Both sides are downplaying it to avoid total chaos for now. Here's both sides are. But everyone knows the truth. It was the prince's order. The enemy is furious, and they just made an interesting countermove. The prince asks the duo, "Why are you two at the palace?" Arcia drops the bomb. "We're getting married." The prince nearly chokes. "Married? You said you had no plans for that." Adrian steps in. "Plans change. We have a damn good reason. To be honest, Arcia broke through the wall not long ago." The prince's jaw drops. The spirit sword realm? Adrian thinks to himself. I can't reveal I'm an 8th circle mage yet because of Archduke Lucas, but Arcia is the perfect distraction. So hand over the Ducado. We'll tie the knot immediately. If we don't, idiots will try to sow discord between us. The Crown Prince claims this scheme is genius. A perfect power play to cement authority while laughing like a maniac. Arcia Klein is dying of embarrassment right there. The Duke wonders what the deal is, but Arcia keeps asking about the proposal, leaving Adrian totally clueless. The prince insists this marriage is part of the master plan. Why make a proposal then? Hearing that, Arcia looks crushed, but the royal insists it has to happen. The plan is already in motion. The Crown Prince reveals this isn't just any proposal. Duke Lawrence supposedly prepared something flashy and over the top, a real spectacle. The royal demands an invite just to applaud from the sidelines. Total trolling. That really ticks Adrian off. Arcia, however, seems pretty hyped about the idea. The prince declares the royal self will officiate the wedding. By then, the throne will belong to the new king. Honors will be bestowed, and Lady Everil should give the blessings. Arcia is practically glowing with excitement. The hero just stares at Arcia, sweat dropping, feeling incredibly nervous about this whole setup. Adrian suspects the prince is actually plotting against the Lawrence family instead of helping, taking Arcia's side. Just then, the butler drops off dessert for the main character. Wishing the butler would vanish, Adrian asks the prince about the plan for the vermin, how to handle the infiltrators. The prince wants a clean sweep, so observing is the move for now. Interfering now would just make the rats scatter. If the enemy ruins the surprise prepared for the Duke, Adrian interrupts. Just wait for the coronation ceremony. Coronation Day arrives. The crowd is buzzing, flooding toward the palace to see Prince Michael ascend as the new king of Hadit. But a guard in the crowd is a spy from the Cayenne Empire. The enemy king had asked about the success rate of eliminating Haidit as crown prince. The spy bet everything on a 50% chance. The enemy king accepted those odds. That was enough. Success would be excellent, but failure works too. Instilling fear is a win. Provoking the Cayenne Empire is an attack on the emperor himself. The enemy ruler vowed to cut down anything in the way. They must be eliminated. The four spies moved toward the crown prince. Thinking failure is impossible. This is a guaranteed win, but then the target locks eyes with the assassins. Surprise! The guards flanking the prince aren't guards at all. It's Arcia, Klein, and Adrian. The spies get wrecked instantly. The leader is confused. Who is this monster? Realization hits. The ones hiding in plain sight were Adrian Lawrence and Arcia Klein. Meanwhile, back in the Cayenne Empire, the prince asks for a sitrep. Did the assassination really fail? Wasn't it a 50-50 shot? The soldier reports that Haidit anticipated the infiltration perfectly. The defense unit was led by Duke Hyford Lawrence. This news makes the enemy prince absolutely livid. A total disaster. The soldier advises caution. Stay in the royal palace. Avoid the magic tower. Don't draw attention for a while. The prince demands to know the meaning of this cowardice. Considering Duke Lawrence's personality, predicting the next move is impossible. The enemy prince rages even harder. The crown prince of Cayenne should cower before a mere noble from an insignificant kingdom? Impossible. The soldier stays silent, knowing better than to argue. The prince swears that in the coming war, Duke Hyford Lawrence will die. But right at that moment, directly behind the royal back, a massive figure appears, apologizing sarcastically, no intention of dying without a fight. The prince freezes in terror. Looking back, a massive explosion rips through the air. It was meant to be a kill shot, but the guard saves the royal life just in time. More guards swarm in to protect the highness. Adrian sighs. What a pity. The Duke advises watching the rear before teleporting away like a ghost, just vanishes from sight. The prince is left trembling, terrified. But fear quickly turns to grinding teeth and pure hatred, screaming Adrian Lawrence's name into the void. Meanwhile, Arcia is just chilling at home, sipping tea. The scene cuts to the capital of the Brigand Empire, the Golden Dragon Palace. In the Golden City, the king demands a report. The assistant begins. First, Prince Michael Van Hayward has taken the throne as the new king of Haidit. There were reports of an assassination attempt during the coronation, but the ceremony continued without a hitch. Smooth sailing. The likely culprit is Crown Prince Andre of the Cayenne Empire. In retaliation, the Cayenne Magic Tower suffered a massive magical attack that same day. Prince Andre survived unscathed. However, the second captain of the guard, Count Patrick, was taken out during the chaos. The Empire accused Duke Hyford Lawrence, but the Duke denied it with words bordering on pure mockery. Trash-talking the enemy, claiming that if the intention was murder, the target wouldn't be standing there running that mouth. The target would be 6 feet under. The assistant notes relations between Cayenne and Haidit were already trash. Now, rock bottom. War is basically unavoidable. The king dismisses it. War was just a matter of time anyway. Hardly shocking news. Those two nations have been scrapping for decades. Countless wars. But the assistant insists this time is different. The vibe has changed. It's serious. The revolution in the Republic of Prios. The sudden oracle during the saint selection, the princess saint taking the crown, all these events are shaking the international order, and at the center of every major incident rocking the continent is the shining star of Haidit, Duke Adrian Lawrence. Even the old king is intrigued by this reputation. The king muses that recruiting such a talent would have been incredible. The assistant apologizes for failing to snag the duke. The ruler waves it off. The fault lies with the crown for only offering a measly earldom. The king asks for the odds in this war. The estimate is 40%. The king is shocked. Only 40? The assistant clarifies. Somewhere between 40 and 50%. The king notes that a tight race. It seems the assistant is giving Haidit a very generous evaluation. The assistant mentions the duke again. Adrian Lawrence and King Michael Van Hayward are both absolute monsters when it comes to talent. And honestly, there is no shot the duke provoked Cayenne by mistake. The king notes that this is the vision. If Haidit actually clutches the win in this war, things are about to get spicy. Now snap back to the Haidit Imperial Palace. The new King Michael Van Hayward drops the decree. It is time to end the tyranny of the Cayenne Empire. And this war, it won't end with a simple border skirmish. We are talking full campaign conquest and territory domination. The nobles start sweating, wondering if calling allies for backup is the play. Turns out, the Brigand Empire offered a discount on weapons if a deal is struck. One noble claims this news is excellent and military strength would skyrocket. But our main character cuts in, take that bait, and refusing Brigand's demands after victory becomes impossible. King Michael Van Hayward agrees completely. Selling cheap weapons right before a war? That is a trap disguised as direct support. It is the same as owing a debt to other allies. A noble in the corner speaks up, confused by the logic. The answer? Yes, this time we fight with our own power. The room goes silent. The goal of Cayenne is to drain the kingdom dry. So the meta for Hayred is nothing less than the total destruction of the empire. The nobles panic, asking if conquering the Cayenne Empire is even possible. The blonde ruler just smirks. Of course it is, if Duke Adrian Lawrence takes the helm as supreme commander. The court erupts. Everyone knows the Duke's reputation. The kid is extraordinary, a total legend. But this war decides the fate of the kingdom. The command baton needs a veteran, someone with more years on the battlefield than the Duke. Duke Lawrence is too young. You can't ignore decades of experience. Meanwhile, the loyal aide standing by just chills, totally fine with it. Suddenly, Count Otis cuts through the noise. Hold up, His Grace has already led troops to war. Just 1 year ago, the Count served under the Duke against the Cayenne Empire. The result? The main hero of that victory. Call it bold, but Duke Adrian Lawrence is a certified war genius. Put the command baton in those hands. Ajit. And victory with minimal losses is guaranteed. This hype speech gets our boy emotional. Thoughts drift back to the first meeting. First impression? Just a chubby uncle heading to a day job, not a battlefield. But reality checks in once again. Another noble interrupts? Fine. Let's hear the strategy that brings victory. All eyes lock onto Adrian Lawrence, staring daggers. The Duke just stares back, radiating confidence. Cut to another location, the command post. Soldiers signaling across the lines. Patel Vanguard, ready. Catherine Vanguards, ready. Pint border unit, locked and loaded. Our boy nods. Good. Hold position until operation hour. Midnight sharp. Agents lurk on a hill, eyes on the target palace. Inside, guards patrol while the clock ticks. 9, 10:30, 11:52. Midnight strikes. Adrian Lawrence's eyes gleam. The attack begins now. Boom! Explosions tear through the center of the palace. The Emperor of Cayenne jolts awake in a cold sweat. A guard bursts into the royal chambers, screaming for your majesty, shouting that the kingdom of Hayred launched a surprise invasion. The old tyrant is shook. History is being written right now. The kingdom of Hayred has kicked off the surprise invasion of Cayenne. Back at the post, Adrian Lawrence updates Archaea. The lands of Farn and Arkenes are cleared. Head straight for Trios. Enemy strength, 5,000 troops and 50 flying fortresses. Archaea nods. Understood. Next orders go to Duke James. Target, Count Dean's domain in the Arcel Mountains. Watch out for the ambush unit. They packed 5 self-destructing flying fortresses. Be careful. The old veteran sweats bullets, realizing the danger, and says, understood, to the commander. Back to our hero, micromanaging the whole war from a distance. The nobles are stunned. Insane multitasking, controlling the first and second armies simultaneously while leading the third. Adrian Lawrence is locked in. Finding ambushes is child's play with clairvoyance. The secret weapon? The mascot Black Eagle sees everything. Reports flood in. First army, ambush annihilated. 0 friendly casualties. Second army cleared Farn and Arkenes. Engaging enemy forces at Trios. More good news? The surrounding nobles lose their minds, cheering for the supreme commander. In the corner, the chubby legend Otis looks satisfied. Cut scene. A secret chamber where the Emperor of Cayenne hides. Defeat after defeat, the Emperor rants to allies. The expansion speed is god tier, and losses are stacking up fast. No time to even retreat troops. They are getting absolutely wrecked. What kind of strategy even counters this? It feels like the whole empire is naked before clairvoyant's eyes. Little does the tyrant know. Another noble speaks up. It must be the enemy commander-in-chief. Similar reports came in during the border war 1 year ago. Ambush is exposed instantly. The old emperor snaps. Furious, the whole war ruined by a single person, that cursed Duke Lawrence. Rage burns in the tyrant's eyes, liquid hate. When the news came that Duke Lawrence was supreme commander of the Hayred army, the emperor laughed, putting a rookie in charge, but now the grand plan for Cayenne to win has crumbled to dust. This humiliation ends now. Consumed by fury, the emperor starts screaming orders at everyone. The plan was simple yet desperate. Coerce the 4 nations bordering Hayred into squeezing the life out of them. Better yet, incite them to launch a full-scale attack on the Kingdom of Hayred. At the very least, military maneuvers were required, regardless of the astronomical cost. The Emperor plays his trump card, summoning Duke Chrisen, the legendary Grand Master of the Grayson Empire. The Grand Master bows before the throne. The Emperor's command is absolute. Take a special operations unit and decapitate the enemy as command structure. Total annihilation of leadership. The old monster accepts the mission with a cold confidence. Leave it to me, Your Majesty. I will crush them into dust. The price does not matter. The scene shifts to a tense summit between King Paul and King Aigis. King Aigis drops the bad news. The Croxan Empire has demanded they pressure the Kingdom of Hayward. King Paul admits they are in the exact same boat. It is a messy situation. They are allied with Hayward, yet ignoring a direct order from the Empire is a death sentence. Caught between a rock and a hard place, they cannot easily dismiss the Empire's request. Suddenly, the doors burst open. An attendant announces an unexpected arrival. An envoy from the Kingdom of Hayward has arrived. Stepping into the room with royal swagger is Princess Diana herself. Long time no see, King Paul, King Aigis. King Paul realizes the gravity of the situation immediately. For Hayward royalty to visit now means they know about the Empire's pressure tactics. That was exactly what they were dreading. Diana smiles sharply. I understand the position you are in, of course. The king decides to be blunt. How exactly does your plan reassure us amidst this chaos? Could you please take a look at this? Diana asks, sliding a stack of classified documents across the table. The king checks the time on his watch and opens the files. Both monarchs freeze. Their eyes go wide with shock. What in the world is this? A proposal to establish a new duchy, Diana explains calmly. This war will end in a total victory for my kingdom. Hayward will be reborn as an empire. When that happens, relations with existing allies might get complicated. So we are proactively creating a buffer zone. King Paul stammers, a duchy? The girl nods. Correct. His Majesty has decreed that upon victory, the spoils of war will be shared with our faithful allies. All you have to do is refuse the Croxan Empire's request. That alone is sufficient aid. The two kings stare at each other, stunned by the sheer scale of the bribe. King Paul finds his voice. Understood. We will ignore Croxan. But then, the million-gold question, who do you plan to appoint as the Duke of this new territory? Diana drops the name that commands respect, the Saint of Hayward, Duke Adrian Lawrence. Cut to Adrian chatting with his troops on the front lines. A soldier asks the commander, if we win this war, what happens to the Croxan Empire? Adrian's expression turns icy. First, we eliminate them. Every member of the imperial family, every noble, every key figure. We wipe the slate clean. The soldier shudders. Is there no other option? Exile? Life imprisonment? Adrian thinks to himself, King Michael might choose mercy, but me? I do not like leaving loose ends. The soldier is left trembling at the main character's ruthlessness. Adrian notices the grunt looking down, terrified. He steps closer. The soldier panics, heart racing. Did I do something wrong? Suddenly, Adrian tackles him. Sorry, but stay there and you will be turned into Swiss cheese. A massive laser beam tears through the floor, passing right between the soldier's legs and piercing the air fortress. Adrian grins. So, that is the legendary sword art. The Grand Master of Croxan has entered the chat. The command center is officially under siege. Chaos erupts. Soldiers scream for the commander. Adrian realizes Duke Scarlet is locking onto his aura. Don't let anyone get close. You'll just be collateral damage. Damage report. Main fortress hit. Upper and lower armor plated breached. The enemy is here to play for keeps. Bombardment unit destroyed. Designating enemy attacker as primary target. Initiating counterfire countdown. Below, Duke Scarlet watches the explosions. Spectacular. But standing in front of him is a powerhouse entity. I will die blocking this, a voice roars. The Grand Master apologizes to Supreme Elder Iris Manang. Even a Grand Master cannot block this level of bombardment alone. This feral beauty is Iris Manang of the Beast Nation, a member of the allied nations of Elysia. She grits her teeth. 5 minutes is my limit, the old man nods. I will end this before the timer runs out. He launches a flurry of sword aura attacks, slicing through Adrian's air fortress like butter. Adrian thinks, how annoying. A blade of pure energy flies straight for his face. He snaps his hand up. Clang! He catches the sword bare-handed. The Grand Master's eyes nearly pop out of his skull. He caught my sword? Adrian smirks. Just like fishing, using the sword as bait. Adrian turns to his men. I am heading out to handle this personally. Vice Commander, you have the con. The Vice Commander is freaking out as the ship crumbles around them. Adrian ignores the chaos and jumps from the wreckage. He lands like a superhero right in front of the enemy duo. Sending a whole army to kill one guy? I am flattered. He spots Iris. The Beast Nation supporting Croxan? Interesting. The Catwoman looks surprised. No, this is personal activity. Please understand I had no intention of attacking you directly. Adrian raises an eyebrow. Not a direct attack? Lady, you are literally shielding the guy trying to kill me. She is deep in this battle. That is a great misfortune, Adrian says, making her pout. Who would have thought I would meet Supreme Elder Iris Manang here? I have always wanted to meet you. Critical hit! Iris blushes furiously, staring at the main character with starry eyes. Adrian checks his system window. Interest level, hostile but interested. Attitude strength, favorable. Perfect. She won't interfere more than necessary. The Grandmaster interrupts the moment. Arrogant brat, why are you so relaxed in front of the enemy? Adrian just shrugs. Relaxed? Nah, I was just waiting for this exact situation. The old man frowns. Waiting? Adrian's eyes gleam with tactical brilliance. I can see right through the Emperor's thoughts. To flip a losing game, his only move was to collapse my command structure, and I was ready for it. The trap is sprung. As Adrian snaps his fingers, the Duke moves into action. From the shadows, hidden forces emerge. The Croxan Empire's Grandmaster and the Halyard elites are exposed, and Adrian, the mage, looks absolutely thrilled. Now the board is even, Adrian taunts. Rage explodes in the Grandmaster's eyes. The battle begins. The old man charges straight for Adrian's throat. The plan? Eliminate the mage before backup arrives. A swift, lethal strike, but reality has other plans. Clang, steel meets a barrier. The Grandmaster freezes. Adrian blocks the heavy blade with ease. Useless, the mage scoffs. Impossible! Defying a spirit sword defies logic itself. You must die, the old man screams. But then, a chill runs down the Grandmaster's spine. An overwhelming pressure crushes the air. The old man looks up. Hovering above like a predator, Adrian stares down with a freezing, arrogant smirk. Adrian, clutching the holy weapon, shakes his head. What a pity. I could have ended you right there. The Grandmaster grinds his teeth. You arrogant brat. Just a warm-up, Adrian shrugs, calm as a still lake. The enemy lunges again. A desperate strike. But suddenly, boom! Ares crashes into the fray. I will protect my lord. The knight slams the Grandmaster into the dirt. The old man panics. That strength is abnormal. Now Ares and Adrian launch a dual assault. Full power. The Grandmaster parries, but he is barely holding on. This is bad. This is humiliating. A veteran legend pushed back by a mere child, fighting a rookie Grandmaster, and being dominated by a mage who supposedly only uses the seventh circle? It makes no sense. Even if the ambush failed, even if their movements are predictable, the Grandmaster screams internally, "What the hell is this?" The uneasiness grows. Adrian's composure is terrifying. The old man hesitates, lost in confusion, and Ares seizes the opening. Clang! She knocks his sword flying. Desperate, the Grandmaster summons a hidden blade to strike her back, but then freeze. The sword stops in midair, locked in space. The Grandmaster's eyes widen in horror. What is happening? He looks at Adrian and realizes the truth. This pressure. This isn't a seventh circle mage. He is facing an eighth circle monster disguised as a human. No, it cannot be. Slash! Adrian's blade cuts deep into the enemy's stomach. As darkness takes the old man, one final thought echoes. We were played. From the very start, this boy was a monster beyond comprehension. The enemy falls, the battle is won, but the drama continues. Princess Iris grinds her teeth, screaming in frustration. Ares hugs the struggling princess tight. Master, she is so cute. Can we keep her? Absolutely not, Adrian sighs. Ares, she is much older than you. Put her down. Barbarians, Iris shrieks. Is this how you treat prisoners of war? Adrian steps forward, cold and sharp. Prisoner? Hardly. You acted alone, Iris. The Elysia Union has abandoned you. You aren't a prisoner. You are just a stray. Iris freezes. What? Lady Iris is now a classified criminal, Adrian declares. Interfering in a war? Supporting the Cretan Empire? What were you thinking? If the princess had stayed quiet, she would be safe. Adrian shrugs. I only planned to get what I needed and leave. I didn't expect Duke Scarlet to fold so easily. Adrian smirks. Well, plans change. We won't hurt you, Adrian says dismissively. Just sit tight until the war ends. He waves a hand at Aris. Go play with her for a while. Iris gasps. Play? Am I a toy to you people? The humiliation burns hotter than fire. A subordinate whispers to Adrian. Sir, shouldn't we just eliminate her? No, Adrian commands. She is our shield, a hostage to keep the Elysia Union in check. Besides, we won easily because she hesitated. If Iris had fought for real, we would have taken damage. Meanwhile, Aris pets the princess's head like a dog. Iris looks ready to explode. So, chances of winning the war, the subordinate asks? Adrian smiles. 100%. Scene shift. The Emperor's office. The atmosphere is suffocating. The emperor is furious. Nobles whisper in panic. Why are our allies silent? Are the slaves rebelling? Silence! The emperor's voice booms. Bring me the crown prince. The air grows heavy. The prince kneels. Take the royal guard, the emperor orders. Go to the Draconic lands immediately. The court gasps. The Draconic lands? The most dangerous territory on Earth? The first place to be isolated from the world? Is this a death sentence? Father, is there a safe route? The prince stammers. There is no such thing, the emperor snarls. Find a path, and the war turns in our favor. He tosses a pendant to the prince. Succeed and return, or fail and die. The prince trembles violently, legs shaking, face pale. I will do my best. The desperation is palpable. The reports come flooding in. Duke Scarlet has crushed the ambush forces. The Halyard Kingdom turns the tables. The Cretan Empire is crumbling. The Eastern Front has fallen. Marquis Métis, assassinated while begging for help. Chaos reigns supreme. Complete defeat at the Battle of Jesse. 30% of the army lost to slave revolts. The empire is bleeding out. Adrian is systematically dismantling the Cretan Empire, piece by piece. And now the Halyard army marches on the capital. A masked figure bows. Report, sir. The Crown Prince has entered the Dragon's Lair. The final gamble begins. Draconic lands? Seriously? The masked figure interrupts. Luckily, the enemy couldn't penetrate the depths. The young lord nods. Understood. Just then, a voice booms across the battlefield. I am Marquis Agar Heidel, Supreme Commander of the Cretan Empire. In the name of imperial honor, the Marquis bellows, I challenge the coward leading the Halyard's army, Duke Lawrence, to single combat. If you have any spine at all, accept my challenge and pay for your sins. Andrew frowns, whispering, is this wise, Vice Commander? A knight challenging a mage to close quarters combat? It defies all logic. It smells like a trap. The enemy surely has this position surrounded. Clearly a publicity stunt. Who falls for that? Yet, Adrian Lawrence merely stares back, a confident smirk playing on his lips. The Marquis thinks, damn it, is this brat actually biting? Without hesitation, the young lord leaps from the aerial fortress. Make sure to get a good angle, Adrian shouts. Send this straight to the press. Landing with a heavy thud, the protagonist grins. Challenge accepted, the old Marquis sneers. So, the coward shows his face. You die here today. The kingdom of Halyards will bleed for your recklessness. Adrian yawns. You called me out to talk trash? Come at me or shut up. If you are not attacking, this lord is leaving. Flustered, the Marquis shouts, wait! You traveled all this way just to run back? Fine, I admit you have guts. The old man raises a weapon. For the honor of our armies, let the duel begin. Adrian looks at the enemy's shameless face. Honor? Don't make me laugh. That bastard is wearing modified armor rigged to self-destruct. A suicide bomber disguised as a knight. The Imperial filming drone zooms in, hungry for the scoop. The Marquis draws a blade. We have analyzed how Duke Lawrence fights. Your tricks want to work. Unimpressed, the young lord beckons with a single finger. Bring it. Enraged, the arrogant commander charges. I will slaughter you. Clang! Adrian blocks the strike as if swatting a fly. Furious, the Marquis stomps the ground, shattering the earth into jagged boulders. Debris fills the air to blind Adrian. The Marquis strikes through the dust, but the young lord vanishes, dodging effortlessly. The enemy's eyes widen in shock. Bam! A magic circle manifests right under the Marquis's jaw. A mana-infused uppercut connects. The old man reels. But I studied his fighting style. What the hell is going on? Duke Lawrence stands tall, radiating confidence. Is that it? The protagonist unleashes a massive gale, blasting the enemy back. The Marquis skids across the dirt, clutching a throbbing jaw. But wait, the enemy makes a subtle move. Injection? Adrian-S analysis glasses flash. Target is administering a stimulant. Is that a berserker potion? In a heartbeat, the Marquis' muscles swell. A crimson aura explodes around the old commander, transforming man into monster. The berserker effect destroys the body for a short burst of power. A true last resort. Roaring, the beast charges at Adrian. The Duke narrows his eyes. Where did a grunt like this get a drug as rare as an elixir? A massive fist swings down. Adrian blurs, leaping instantly behind the enemy. Thanks for the show, but I am bored now. Boom! A massive explosion engulfs the Marquis. Emerging from the smoke, the young lord grabs the Imperial drone. He flashes a winning smile at the camera. Victory is mine. Just wait a little longer. And I'll come to claim your heads. Watching the screen, the Emperor trembles. The fight ends, and the protagonist returns to the aerial fortress. The vice commander exhales. I thought my heart would stop. Adrian commands the room. From this moment on, prepare to move. Follow my lead. Sir, yes sir. Adrian checks the time. It's been 20 days since this war started. Time to wrap this up. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Palace. What is the Halyard's army doing? The Emperor demands. They are holding position, Your Majesty, the aides report. Suddenly, a new report comes in. Hyards is advancing. The Emperor frowns. And the Crown Prince? Any word? He likely entered the Grey Mountains, sire. All signal and tracking have been lost. The Emperor muses. The Draconic lands are full of unstable mana. Perhaps the Prince found a hidden route. He issues a command. Retreat slowly. We need to buy time. If the capital becomes a war zone, we relocate the Imperial Palace to Edmian City. The guards gasp. Abandon the capital? Run away? Suddenly the doors burst open. Your Majesty, emergency. We have intruders. It's Duke Adrian Lawrence and 8 elites. A strike team has breached the defensive line and infiltrated the palace. The guard is baffled. What the hell? Didn't his duel just finish moments ago? How is he here? Hearing this, the Emperor snaps. He throws his head back, laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha. The court freezes in terror. Not bad. No, this is perfect. The Emperor's eyes gleam with madness. That arrogant fool stuck his head right into the lion's mouth. This palace will be his tomb. The infiltration team stands ready. Arcia Klein, the Elder, the Grandmaster of Hayards, the masked warrior, and that one unidentified soldier. The unknown soldier speaks up nervously. Is it really okay to move this fast? Adrian Lawrence eyes the objective. Dragging this out, one to help us. We need to end this war now, regardless of the risk. This is the only way to preserve our forces and secure our victory. Kai raises an eyebrow. Isn't this a bit reckless? Honestly, I wanted to play it safe, Adrian admits. But the intel didn't sit right. If this was just a distraction, they wouldn't have sent the Crown Prince and the Royal Guard into the death trap known as the Draconic Lands. That move proves the high stakes. We take the risk. Adrian drops a cold assurance. No need to panic. Slipping into the shadows to claim the boss's head? That's not just a plan. It's his specialty. But on the throne, the Emperor flips the switch on a death trap. The squad senses the shift immediately. The old-timer realizes the intruder elimination system just went live. Adrian confirms the nightmare. Overwhelming magical pressure floods in from every angle. A literal hell on earth is manifesting right now. According to the intel, this palace isn't just guarded. It's rigged with 5 layers of absolute annihilation. Command barking out. Marquis James, unleash the spirit swords on the coordinates. Without hesitation, steel flies to strike the designated weak points. Stage 1. Cleared. Adrian grins like a predator, announcing the victory. That random brat can't believe it was taking down the first barrier really that effortless? Masked guy gets hopeful, thinking it'll be a walk in the park. But Adrian cuts the celebration short. Stage 2 incoming. Disaster strikes instantly. The order is simple. Resist or retreat. The second barrier hits an 8th circle spell. Mental collapse. Psychic shockwaves drop 2 allies to their knees, halfway to the grave. Adrian scoffs. It's just a mental attack. Haul the dead weight. Using telekinesis to float the squad, Adrian charges forward to shatter the path. Boom! Stage 2 bites the dust. The trio is left gasping, clinging to life. Grandmaster wheezes, confused by their resilience. Adrian just winks trade secret. The masked guy realizes with horror, those two shrugged off August Knox's mind crush like it was nothing. No time to rest. The third judgment descends. The 8th circle labyrinth. Adrian takes charge. Calm down. Catch a breath. The plan? Another mass teleportation sequence. Just follow the leader. Internal monologue kicks in. Without the power to nuke the maze or god-tier analytics to solve it, intruders are doomed to wander this endless hell until death. But for Adrian, child's play. R is a beast, piggybacking the Grandmaster and dragging the Elder by hand, chirping about a nice stroll. Stage 3. Demolished. Adrian claps his hands. Almost there, team. On your feet. One guy begs for a timeout, completely drained. But Adrian is ruthless. No breaks. Sleep when you are dead. 2 nightmares remain. 8th circle hell and 8th circle blizzard. The terrified lackey realizes it's ultimate fire and ice magic on steroids. Adrian nods. Even with top-tier magic, survival isn't guaranteed, but luck is on the squad's side. A supreme defense method is ready. Blondie asks, "What method?" Adrian grins. "Allow the introduction of the ultimate shield. A defense legendary enough to tank a bombardment from 100 aerial fortresses." R snatches up the Elder, calling the poor woman cute, and charges into the danger zone. "What are you doing?" the Elder screams. Adrian just smirks. "Counting on you, meat shield." They breach stage 4. A massive fireball engulfs the squad. Terror takes over. Afraid to fry, the Elder instinctively activates Spirit Spear magic. Spatial flow. Desperation creates a barrier of multiple shields. Adrian watches the fireworks, shouting, "Magnificent!" The Elder shrieks back through the flames, calling the leader a crazy bastard. Stage 4. Incinerated. The Elder collapses, running on fumes. The old man is awestruck. Did you plan this perfectly? Adrian shrugs. Just good precautions. R pets the traumatized elder like a puppy. The woman laments her fate. Tried to use the empire, ended up as a human scarf for a psycho. Despair hits hard. Adrian announces the finale. Stage 5, the frozen hell. No rest for the wicked. Back in the throne room, panic spreads. Stage 4 breached. Intruder entering Stage 5. The countdown to doom accelerates. The Emperor's arrogance shatters. From excitement to total shock, he can process the disaster unfolding at his doorstep. Guards tremble. Has the goddess abandoned us? The Emperor snaps, ordering the war minister to stay behind and command the suicide squad. The pawn accepts the sacrifice. Understood. Meanwhile, the Emperor scrambles for an exit strategy. Disaster. Spatial teleportation. Offline. Someone rigged an anti-teleport field. The rat is trapped in the cage. Plan B. The emergency passage. The cowardly guards try to tag along, swearing loyalty just to survive. But the Emperor is cold-blooded. Go to the main gate, essentially sending them to die. They beg for mercy, but fate interrupts. Boom! An explosion tears through the wall. The devil arrives. Adrian stands face to face with the tyrant. Going somewhere? Recognition dawns. Duke Hyford Lawrence? Adrian bows with mock politeness. An honor, your majesty of Crayon. Where is my war minister? Adrian shrugs casually. Probably in a pile of corpses. Anyone who stood in the way got deleted. Slaughtered every noble and soldier in sight. Didn't bother checking IDs. My bad, Adrian apologizes without an ounce of sincerity. The Emperor snaps. Full insanity mode. Insolent bastard. Rod, kill this trash. Desperation screams. Adrian stares at the Emperor like looking at gum on a shoe. A dead man requires no courtesy. The Emperor's eyes bulge. Did he even see it? Thud. The royal head hits the floor. Adrian's speed blitzed him instantly. Good riddance. Elsewhere, a hooded figure senses the shift in the cosmos. Meanwhile, in the gardens, the oblivious prince returns. The prince is beaming, all smiles and sunshine. Father must be waiting. I am almost home. Oh, the dramatic irony. Little prince has no clue daddy dearest has already been decapitated. Tragic? Maybe. He bursts in, calling out, Father, mission accomplished. I have returned. He declares victory prematurely. That bastard Adrian and the Hyford trash are finished. Oh, how wrong he is. So, looking left and right, the confusion sets in. Where is the squad? The place is empty. Maybe the enemy just blitzed right through the front gate, causing a mass retreat? And honestly, those soldiers deserve to get deleted for running. But then, that mysterious hooded figure stares at fresh bloodstains and the puzzle pieces start clicking together. Meanwhile, the prince is yapping about how, after crushing Hayward, every traitor who abandoned the palace is getting hung upside down. Talk about a temper. But surprise! Looking down from above, Adrian Lawrence makes a grand entrance. Who's this royal brat? The prince loses it, screaming, What is Duke Lawrence doing here? Why are these rats in my palace? While royalty throws a tantrum, our boy just gives the signal. Do it. And mid-scream, a blade comes flying out of nowhere, aiming for the throat. Reflexes of a god. The hooded monster catches the steel barehanded, inches from the princess' face. While royalty stands there paralyzed, the stranger asks a cold question. If you die right here, does the war end? That is when Adrian notices something terrifying. That hand didn't just catch metal, it caught Arcia Klein's spirit sword. That shouldn't be possible. Danger level. Catastrophic. Checking the stats reveals the nightmare. Blake Russell, an 852-year-old Dark Elf swordmaster from the Draconic lands. Adrian warns the crew immediately. That's a swordmaster. Confusion hits the team, so the explanation drops. This threat is on the same legendary tier as Grand Duke Manuel Lucas, a 9th Circle mage. The realization hits hard. This monster isn't just a guard. This is the hidden ace up the sleeve that could flip the entire war upside down. Sharp eyes, the elf smirks. The prince demands news of the father, but a guard on the wall drops the bomb. Your Highness the King has been assassinated. Avenge him. The prince freezes, brain short-circuiting. Assassinated? Impossible. The reality of the situation crashes down like a ton of bricks. Desperate, royalty begs Duke Russell, get rid of them. The elf nods. A promise is a promise. As the blade leaves the sheath, Arcia feels that overwhelming pressure and attacks on instinct. Zero hesitation. Arcia rushes in. But the monster stops the strike effortlessly, a creepy grin spreading across that face. Not bad, but way too slow. Slash. In a blink, Arcia's arm gets cut. Seeing a comrade bleed out sends Adrian into a total, blazing fury. Screw hiding the trump cards. Adrian unleashes the revival skill instantly. The burst of divine light leaves the dark elf completely stunned. But then, the target changes. The elf rushes Adrian. Apparently, acting like a healer in a duel is arrogant and earns a one-way ticket to the afterlife first. The pressure is suffocating. The secret technique of Lord Adrian barely keeps up, but suddenly cold steel presses against the neck. Is this it? Is it game over? Wait, the blade stops? The elf just stares. Adrian is frozen, mind racing. Why stop now? Confusion takes over as death pauses its strike. A split second later, Arcia Klein jumps in between, shielding Adrian with sheer willpower. I will protect you. Adrian asks if the fighting is done. The dark elf gives a knowing smirk. I cannot assassinate the descendant of my benefactor. The elf glances back with a conflicted look. A connection sparks. Adrian thinks, benefactor? Does this guy mean Grand Duke Manuel Lucas? Down below, the prince is losing it. Duke Russell, what are you doing? Are you going to break your oath to my house? A promise is indeed a promise, the elf replies calmly. But watch closely, humans are the ones who never keep their word. What are you talk? Mid-sentence, the prince's body gets clean sliced in half. The gore shocks everyone into silence. Consider this a gift. Adrian's mind is reeling. This guy didn't just break a treaty with the Empire. The monster killed the very VIP who hired him. A loyal guard screams, "You traitor!" and charges Blake Russell. Bad move. The elf raises a single finger and splat, crushes the attacker like a bug. Not the time for chatting, the elf says, turning those intense eyes on Adrian. You look confused. I will pay a proper visit another day. We can talk calmly then. And poof! Just like that, the monster vanishes into thin air, leaving the squad completely bewildered. The killing intent fades, and everyone collapses, legs turning to jelly. The Grand Duke admits, I couldn't even swing my sword properly. Felt like my lifespan just got cut in half. Adrian just sighs. The heavens were definitely on our side today. The Grand Duke approaches, serious mode on. He said he'd find you. I don't know the deal, but get stronger, kid. Then a pat on the shoulder. This war victory, it belongs to you. So soak up the glory. Adrian flashes a winning smile. And so, history was written. On July 4th of that year, the imperial capital of Sen fell to the Hayward Kingdom. A historic W. The kingdom finally broke the endless chain of bad blood, evolving into the empire ruling the southern continent, a result that completely defied the odds and shocked the world. Truth is, the Kaysen Empire crumbled because of one man, Duke Adrian Lawrence. King Michael Van Hayward is absolutely buzzing with joy. The streets are erupting. Long live the Hayward Kingdom. Long live His Majesty and Duke Adrian. The king waves to the masses like a rock star. Everyone's wondering how high this duo can fly. But Adrian, the guy isn't partying. The brain is working overtime, analyzing dark elf weaknesses. A soldier behind Arcia whispers, why does the hero look like he's about to die? Arcia sighs. He got a creepy note in his room this morning, saying, I'll visit tomorrow at 8 p.m. Signed, Blake Russell. Meanwhile, the ancient mage Iris, who's basically a pet, now complains, Hey, how long are you keeping me here? Adrian snaps out of it. You forgot? You are a wanted criminal right now. As Commander-in-Chief, I sentence Iris Maneng to indefinite forced labor. Iris loses her mind. What kind of garbage is coming out of your mouth? Relax, Adrian grins. We won't treat a criminal of your level properly anyway. Want a snack? Iris is fuming. Adrian rubs the temples. Major headache. Only one silver lining in this mess. Dark elves are dark element, meaning they're weak to holy power. But suddenly, pop! Mini Manuel Lucas appears right in front of the face saying Blake Russell, a name etched in legend. Memories surfaced of a journey alongside a dragon, a path where an unexpected bond was forged in fire and blood between the elf and the traveler. A friend? Perhaps. Yet Adrian Lawrence posed the lethal question. Would a Lord Master spare the disciple of a fallen comrade? The old man hesitated. The air grew heavy. Rumors whispered that Blake despised the tragic fate of Grand Duke Manuel Lucas. Dissatisfaction burned in the elf's heart. Then the masked figure approached. Adrian Lawrence promising safety, but assurance is cheap in a world of power. Adrian remained on high alert. Night fell. The successor and the swordswoman Arcia waited in the shadows. Finally, the pressure descended. Blake Russell entered. Adrian stepped forward, greeting the powerhouse with the grace of a noble. You have arrived. I hear you were a close companion to my master, the Lord Master Manuel Lucas. With a bow, the young successor introduced himself, welcoming the living legend. Friend of my master, Adrian began, I have prepared a feast worthy of your stature, uncertain of your preferences. He hoped the offering would appease the monster. The elf smiled, accepting the hospitality. As the meal commenced, tension radiated from Adrian, but Blake Russell's eyes pierced through the facade. Your behavior, you know who I am. Dawn to you? Yes, Adrian confessed. Chester revealed the truth. You were the last to wander the Dragonlands with my master. To Blake, Manuel was a friend. To the boy, a legend. Did Manuel Lucas leave nothing but possessions to his successor? Blake asked, his voice carrying the weight of the past. The title Master grated on the elf's ears, but the memories of his old friend stayed his hand. He needed answers. Tell me, boy, how did Manuel Lucas meet his end? Adrian countered with a revelation. Are you aware that Grand Duke Manuel Lucas hailed from another world? Blake nodded. The secret was known. His body perished in this realm, Adrian declared, but his soul, it returned to his homeland. The elf froze. Is this truly possible? I believe he returned to life in his original world via the holy spell. Soul sending. A new life in a distant land. The news struck the elf like a bolt of lightning. Relief washed over him. If his fate was tied to this world alone, despair would have consumed me. But this is salvation. Then came the second twist. I too hail from that same homeland, Adrian revealed. Not a dimensional traveler, but a reincarnated soul. The elf paused, processing the anomaly. A case as peculiar as Manuel's. Meanwhile, Adrian calculated the odds. Grateful, the atmosphere hadn't turned murderous. The blade remained sheathed. Thanks to my master, I avoided a wretched death, Adrian continued. He was not just a teacher, but a savior. The sentiment softened the Lord Master's gaze. Blake pointed to the boy's face. Those glasses. I didn't recognize them at first, but those are the very spectacles Manuel Lucas used. Adrian started. You knew? Of course. My eye of the observer was the inspiration for that artifact. A warning followed. Do not rely too heavily on it, boy. It will dull your natural senses. The visit was concluding. It was a pleasure. Apologies if my presence terrified the disciple of my friend. Take this. A flick of the wrist, and treasure appeared. Dragon bones. Is this compensation enough? Adrian's mind raced. Enough? It was a fortune. Items that no amount of gold could purchase in this lifetime. Russell stood to leave, but greed or perhaps destiny sparked in the boy's chest. Panic set in. Adrian leaped up, chasing the retreating legend. Wait! Russell turned, eyebrows raised. What is it now? Adrian bowed. I am grateful, but may I ask one more favor? What? The air grew cold. You reject my goodwill to demand more? Adrian's heart hammered against his ribs. The elf only showed kindness due to the memory of the Grand Duke. Asking for more could be a death sentence. But instinct screamed to push forward. This connection could not end here. Adrian grabbed Arcia, his resolve hardening like steel. He held Arcia Klein's hand and declared, Please, become the master of my fiancée. Arcia froze, eyes wide, staring at the madman. Adrian trembled, but his mind was clear. To reach the ninth circle, Arcia needed guidance he could not provide. This was essential for her evolution. Russell studied the girl, intrigued. A Grandmaster realm, she did block my sword in the last battle. The test began. Girl, what is the difference between a Grandmaster and an Aura Master? Arcia Klein didn't use logic, she used feeling. An Aura Master feels like tang-tang running, but a Grandmaster feels like whoosh flying in the sky. And the difference between me, a Lord Master, and yourself? Arcia clenched her fist. This fist is me. She swirled her hands into a vast circle. And this is Lord Blake. Adrian face palmed internally at the cuteness. But the elf, he understood. Her intuition is sharp. Adrian blinked. Wait, he actually understood that? Blake continued, his voice shifting to a lecture tone. Aura Masters. And Grandmasters differ in the scale of manifestation. But Lord Masters, we express dominance through spatial control over the Sword of Heart. Adrian's brain short-circuited at the high-level theory. He cut in, desperate. Lord Blake Russell, she needs a true teacher to unlock that potential. Blake considered the diamond in the rough. You are right. She is unformed, but if polished, she will outshine the stars. The elf turned, making his decision. Keep the gift. I will train her once every 2 days. Such talent is too precious to waste. Excitement surged through Adrian, but he held his tongue, bowing in deep gratitude. The elf sighed, a small smile playing on his lips. Manuel Lucas, you finally found a worthy successor. It seemed the knack for causing trouble ran in the lineage. The only trouble Manuel Lucas never had was forgetting to like this video and subscribe to the channel. Do not forget to share. It helps the sect grow. Become a member to support the legacy. That is all, folks. I will see you in the next chapter of this legend.